In-laws forced a prenup when I was broke. Now I'm a millionaire. They're bankrupt. And I used that exact document to destroy my cheating wife. Because a betrayal of this scale does not suddenly arise out of thin air, allow me to begin from the very beginning of the situation. Infecting your life over the course of years, it is a poison that is gradual and creeping. I first became acquainted with Chloe when I was 25 years old. I had just finished a challenging program at the university, and was working my first real job as a junior data analyst for a logistics company in the middle of Seattle, which was experiencing a lot of rain at the time. My annual salary was precisely $48,000 at the time. When I was living in a place as costly as Seattle, I was essentially subsisting on discount groceries, water from the tap, and the sheer determination to make something of life for myself. The completion of Chloe's degree in graphic design was about to take place. On a rare, beautiful afternoon in July, we ran into each other at a rooftop party hosted by a mutual acquaintance. If I may be absolutely honest with you, I will say that I was completely captivated from the very first discussion. There was something about her that made you feel like you were the only person in a packed room. She had this easy charisma, and she had a way of dipping her head. While we were talking, we ignored everyone else for a total of 4 hours straight. I was really captivated. The catch, however, was a significant one, and it was a catch. This Chloe came from a long line of wealthy ancestors. Her family resided in Bellevue, which is located on the other side of the water, in one of those expansive, guarded mansions that appear like they were taken straight from a movie. Her father, Richard, was the proprietor of 3 extremely lucrative luxury vehicle dealerships, and her mother, Eleanor, was the proprietor of a prestigious interior design firm that catered to extraordinarily wealthy clients. In spite of the fact that they did not have billions of dollars, they had the kind of generational wealth that shielded them from the realities of the world. My upbringing was the complete antithesis of that. In Tacoma, I was raised in a family that earned a living via hard work. My father worked as a commercial plumber, and my mother worked as a dispatcher during the night shifts. Together, they brought up my 2 younger brothers and myself in a home that was claustrophobic, drafty, but filled with a profound love for us. We never went hungry, but notions such as summering in Europe and trust funds were foreign to us all. Chloe and I fell in love quickly and deeply, despite the obvious socio-economic gap that existed between us. Within a year and a half, I was completely clear that I wanted to spend the rest of my life with her. I knew this with complete and utter conviction. I put aside money for 8 months in order to purchase a simple yet stunning engagement ring, and I made the proposal to her on a peaceful beach, which is also the location where we celebrated our first anniversary. When she finally broke down and said yes, I felt like the luckiest man on the face of the earth. After that, the realization that I was marrying into the middle class of Bellevue hit me like a freight train. There was never any attempt made by her parents, particularly Richard, to conceal their contempt for me. Hatred was not yelled out loud and incessantly. It was even more terrible. People who really believe that you are beneath them exhibited a calm and polite condescension toward you with this behavior. At dinner parties, it was the subtle insults that were made. There were times when Eleanor would chime in, sipping her expensive Pinot Noir, and say, "You do realize Chloe is accustomed to a certain standard of living, don't you, dear?" I would swallow my pride every single time. So, Liam, still crunching numbers in that little cubicle? What's the 5-year plan to actually provide for my daughter? Because I adored Chloe, and she always held my hand under the table, I smiled, nodded, and kept the peace. After all, I was the one who loved her. On the other hand, the most embarrassing moment occurred 3 months before the wedding. It comes to mind very clearly. For Sunday dinner, we were at their vast estate, which was their home. Following dessert, Richard rose up, made some adjustments to his fashionable blazer, and invited me to join him in his study that was adorned with wood paneling. I was under the impression that he was going to present me with a cigar or have a conversation with me about marriage. Upon entering, I discovered his personal attorney seated in a leather recliner. I was surprised to see him there. Not even Richard made an attempt to offer me a seat. The only thing he did was slide a huge stack of bound legal documents over his enormous mahogany desk before proceeding. "This is just a standard formality, Liam," Richard remarked, his tone icy and businesslike. "Don't worry about it. It's a prenuptial agreement. It's strictly to protect Chloe's future, and the family's assets. I'm sure a smart boy like you understands." My eyes were fixed on the papers. My chest became more taut. I was unable to comprehend. I experienced a complete and utter sense of debasement. I don't understand why they quickly assumed that I was some kind of parasite seeking to take advantage of their assets. In spite of the fact that I was barely making ends meet with my income of $48K, I had a dogged work ethic and enormous aspirations. Instead of stealing their kingdom, I wanted to construct my own empire. I brought the document back to my house and continued to read it till the wee hours of the morning, my stomach churning with each page. The terms were really harsh. It was made abundantly clear that in the event of a divorce, I would be left with nothing with the exception of the assets that I had individually accumulated. I would have no claim whatsoever to the money that her family has, her potential inheritance, or any property that was purchased with the money that her family has. Because of this, our financial destinies were utterly separated. I was raging with rage. Chloe was the recipient of the documents, and I anticipated that she would be furious on my behalf. She turned away, her voice infuriatingly calm, and I expected her to say something along the lines of, "My parents are out of line, don't sign that." Instead, she said nothing. "Liam, it's really not a big deal. It's just stupid legal paperwork to keep my dad off our backs. It doesn't change how much I love you." It was clear to me that she was under a lot of pressure. Between the guy she loved and the family that provided for her, she found herself in a difficult situation. It was not my intention to be the cause of her family's dissolution. After that, I forced myself to swallow my pride, picked up a pen, and wrote my name on the dotted line, despite the fact that it was against every instinct in my body. I managed to persuade myself that it was irrelevant. Even if I were to marry her for her money, I wouldn't do it. Upon reflection, I realized that was the most disastrous error I've ever made in my life. Throughout the entirety of our marriage, I allowed her parents to establish power and set a terrible tone for what was to come. The wedding served as a visual illustration of the fact that our worlds are separated. The members of my family arrived wearing clothes and suits that they had hired, smiling and taking pleasure in the open bar. Her family appeared to have been taken straight from an editorial in Vogue, as they gathered in close proximity to one another and cast critical eyes in the direction of my relatives. Immediately following the wedding, we relocated to a Seattle apartment that had only one bedroom in size. While Chloe began working at a boutique design agency, I continued to put in long hours at my workplace in the logistics industry. Those first 3 years were extremely challenging, but they were also really satisfying. We developed a life together by adhering to a strict budget, preparing cost-effective meals at home, and cooking. I chose to ignore her parents' persistent passive-aggressive comments about our cramped flat, but they continued to do so continuously. However, the specter of that prenuptial agreement never really disappeared. My thoughts were constantly going back to that. It was not about the money, rather, it was a clear symbol of their complete and utter lack of confidence and regard for me. Whenever Richard made a snide comment about my money, it stoked the fire that was already present within me. My need to disprove their claims was so strong that it caused me bodily pain. It wasn't until I was 28 years old that the cosmos finally synchronized itself with my relentless efforts. My day job had presented me with a significant obstacle. No opportunities for advancement or challenges were available. An ex-colleague of mine had exposed me to the realm of data engineering for startups in the IT industry via freelancing work. In the beginning, I was all about picking up tiny jobs on the weekends in order to make some extra money. Then, however, I became aware of a significant void in the market for a certain kind of predictive analytics solution that is designed for use with e-commerce platforms. The subsequent 14 months were spent with me laboring like a guy who was possessed. My day job was a rigorous 40 hours per week, and as soon as I came home, I would start coding until 3 o'clock in the morning. I made sacrifices in terms of sleep, weekends, and holidays. This caused Chloe a great deal of frustration. She was always complaining about something. "You're already working full-time, Liam. Why are you staring at that screen all night? We never go out anymore." I would constantly ask her, "Just give me a little more time. I promise this is going to pay off." It did in fact. Oh, it did in a manner that neither one of us could have ever imagined to be possible. When I gave the tool a shot, it immediately caught fire. Within a period of 6 months, a significant technology corporation based in Silicon Valley took note of what I had constructed. They desired the patented technology, and they desired to have sole possession of it. Over the course of several torturous weeks of talks, they finally purchased my program altogether. I went from having a difficult time paying a monthly rent of $2,000 to having millions of dollars sent immediately into my bank account. Both of these events occurred overnight. What happened when I showed Chloe the balance of my bank account on my laptop is something that I will never, ever forget for the rest of my life. During that little period of time, she ceased her breathing completely. All of a sudden, she began crying, laughing, and shaking all at the same time. I left my job, which was a dead end, the very following morning. Despite the fact that my rude supervisor made an attempt to reverse course and offer me a raise, I simply smiled and walked out of the glass doors completely. The very first thing that I did was make arrangements for Chloe and I to take a trip to the Maldives that would be of the highest possible luxury for a period of 3 weeks. There are private chefs, overwater cottages, and everything else. The purpose of this was to express my gratitude to her for putting up with my erratic work hours and demonstrating that my promises were not empty. I did not simply sit on the money when we got back to the house. For the purpose of launching my own data consulting organization, I utilized a piece of it. By the time I was 31 years old, my company was generating an enormous amount of revenue. I had hired a wonderful staff, and I had landed large corporate contracts before that. We made the purchase of a lovely contemporary home, with 5 bedrooms that looked out over Lake Washington. We invested in high-end automobiles. Everything was going according to plan for us. An overwhelming sensation of pride flooded over me. It was on my own terms that I had achieved world dominance. To tell you the truth, I was under the impression that Richard and Eleanor would finally look at me with genuine respect. Honestly, I was so incredibly naive. Respect was never shown to me. Their behavior, on the other hand, morphed into something that was significantly more sneaky. It began in a soft manner. Richard, who previously wouldn't trust me to park his car, suddenly started calling me for casual advice. "Hey Liam," he would say, his tone dripping with fake camaraderie. "I'm looking at expanding the dealership into commercial real estate. What are your thoughts on the current market trends?" I was happy to help at first. However, the questions continued to develop. Richard cornered me near the grill when we were having a family barbecue at our new house on the property. "Listen, Liam," he said before lowering his voice. "I have this incredible opportunity to acquire a failing competitor. I need about $250,000 in liquid capital to close the deal by Friday. I was hoping, since we're family, you could invest. Guaranteed returns, of course." A chilly knot began to form in the pit of my stomach. I was aware that his business approach was out of date, and I understood that committing my hard-earned money to his ego project would be extremely risky financially. It was a polite but strong refusal on my part. "I'm sorry, Richard, but all my capital is currently tied up in expanding my own firm. I can't swing it right now." There was a slip in the mask, the muscles in his jaw clenched, and his eyes turned flat. In spite of the fact that he did not scream, the air between us became quite icy. As he turned and walked away, he said, "Right. Well, I suppose some people forget who supported them when they were nothing." Right at that very instant, there was a change in the atmosphere. Whenever Eleanor paid a visit, she began making comments that were quite deliberate and passive-aggressive. Over the course of our bespoke marble countertops, she would sigh as she ran her fingertips over them. "It's just so amazing how lucky you got, Liam, to stumble into money like this. It's a shame the economy is so tough for established, hard-working businessmen like Richard right now. I am fortunate." All of a sudden, my blood began to boil. To develop that software, I didn't get any sleep for an entire year. It was not at all due to luck in any way. My mouth, however, remained silent. The actual campaign started at that point. The event took place at their estate at a Sunday meal that was extremely stressful. The reverberation of the clinking of cutlery reverberated throughout the enormous dining room as we consumed roasted lamb. Then, after clearing his throat and wiping his lips with a linen handkerchief, Richard looked directly into my eyes once again. He began by saying, "You know, Liam," with a voice that was smooth and deliberate. "Eleanor and I were reviewing some family legal documents the other day, and we realized that old prenuptial agreement you signed back in the day is completely outdated." I became numb. Over the course of half a decade, I had not given that disrespectful piece of paper any thought. "Outdated?" I said at the same time, my guard immediately rising up. Then Eleanor jumped in with, "Exactly," while smiling in a predatory manner. "When you two married, we just wanted to protect Chloe. But now, look at you. You've built this wonderful empire. You're a true success. Keeping a prenup that separates your assets just seems so hostile. It doesn't reflect the beautiful partnership you two share." Following his conclusion, Richard took a glass of wine as if he had just advised that we switch the brand of coffee that we consume. "I think it's time we have our lawyers dissolve it," he said. "It's best for the family." Chloe caught my attention. Her gaze was fixed intently on the food she was eating, and she was avoiding making eye contact with me. At that moment, my heart began to beat against my ribs. "The prenuptial agreement has not had any impact on our marriage for the past 6 years, Richard," I remarked, while maintaining a voice that was dangerously low. "It's sitting in a vault. It's totally irrelevant. I see absolutely no reason to waste legal fees dissolving it." Richard's cheeks became crimson and flushed. "It's a matter of principle, Liam. It makes it look like you're hoarding your wealth from my daughter. Like you don't trust her." I shot back. "You forced me to sign it because you didn't trust me." The years of repressed rage suddenly broke through my composure, and I was finally able to express my wrath. "You made me sign it to protect your assets. Now that I have assets, you want it gone? That's not happening." A oppressive stillness prevailed to conclude the dinner. I lost my temper with Chloe while we were driving home. Why the hell didn't you defend me back there? They are trying to get their hands on my company." In response, Chloe retorted in a tone that was both defensive and strident. "They are just looking out for me, Liam. Why are you being so paranoid? If you truly love me, tearing up that piece of paper shouldn't be an issue. Why do you need a contingency plan to divorce me?" That quarrel marked the beginning of a nightmare that would last a lifetime. Within the subsequent 2 months, my life turned into a psychological battleground. Regarding the prenuptial agreement, Chloe harassed me incessantly. She shed a tear. She let out a scream. Affection was denied from her. She said that I had intended to abandon her in a state of poverty. While I was at work, Eleanor contacted me and left voicemails, in which she expressed her disappointed feelings regarding my lack of dedication to my family. I had the impression that I was going insane. On 2 fronts, I was engaged in a conflict. The first was against my manipulative in-laws, and the second was against the woman who I slept next to every night. At long last, the pressure cooker did not hold up. Because the continual fighting was having a negative impact on my mental health, I offered that we go on a weekend excursion to a cabin in the Cascade Mountains that was located in a remote area. I had the idea that if I could simply get Chloe away from the destructive influence of her parents, we would be able to have a sensible conversation and save our marriage. I was completely and utterly incorrect. During the journey up, there was a deafening silence. As soon as we started unpacking, the tension in the cabin became so intense that it was almost impossible to breathe through it. We were seated on the wooden terrace the following morning, looking out over the river that was covered in mist. When I looked her in the eyes and poured her a cup of coffee, I begged with her to reconsider her decision. "Chloe, please, talk to me. Is this relentless push to cancel the prenup actually coming from you, or is your dad forcing you to do this?" A large amount of hot liquid was splattered all over the place as she slammed her coffee mug down on the wooden fence. "Stop blaming my parents, Liam. This is about us. It's about the fact that you are so deeply insecure and controlling that you refuse to share your life with me equally. You treat me like a roommate, not a wife." My patience was beginning to utterly disintegrate as I shouted out, "I bought you a house that cost $2 million. I fund our entire lifestyle. You haven't paid a bill in 3 years. How am I not sharing my life with you? That document only matters if we divorce. Why are you suddenly so obsessed with divorcing me?" An expression of sneering that I had never seen before appeared on her face as she stood up. Maybe because I'm realizing I married a selfish, paranoid narcissist. "If you don't dissolve that prenup by the end of the month, Liam, I am seriously going to reevaluate this entire marriage." She made a threat upon me. She made a direct threat to leave me if I did not grant her legal access to 50% of my net worth. It was as if a chilly breeze was washing over my entire body. After staring at her for a moment, I came to the realization that the woman who was standing in front of me was an unknown person. I whispered, "We're going home," and we left. We packed in silence, drove home in silence, and she instantly packed a luxury luggage and left to stay at her parents' estate. We did all of this in silence. After suffering through a long and difficult day at work, I returned home 3 days later to discover an ambush waiting for me in my living room. There was a tribunal consisting of Richard, Eleanor, Chloe, and Chloe's younger sister, Maya, all sat on my bespoke couches. Richard stood up and issued the instruction, "Sit down, Liam," while pointing to an armchair. "Get the hell out of my house," I yelled, even as my voice shook with the intensity of my anger. As she rose up, Eleanor clenched her pearls tightly. "We are not leaving until we resolve this. You are emotionally abusing our daughter by holding this financial guillotine over her head. You will contact your lawyer tomorrow and void the agreement, or we will support Chloe in taking whatever steps necessary to protect herself." Suddenly I let out a roar. "Protect herself from what? I've given her everything. You are the ones who shoved that paper in my face when I was making peanuts. You made your bed, now sleep in it. The prenup stays. If Chloe wants to leave, there's the door. But she walks out with exactly what the contract says, nothing." Taking a step forward, Richard's face turned a deep maroon. "You arrogant little punk, you think you're so smart? You don't know who you're messing with. We will ruin you." I took out my phone and dialed the emergency number. They ran out of the house while yelling obscenities at me as they said, "I'm reporting a trespassing." The youngest sister, Maya, was the last person to leave the house. The words, "I'm sorry," were quietly mouthed by her as she paused at the entrance, glanced at me with wide, horrified eyes, and then returned her gaze to me. My personal cell phone called the following morning while I was seated in my office, staring blankly at my display. I was in the middle of that moment. Maya was the one. As an artist who detested the materialistic values of her parents and avoided getting involved in the drama most of the time, she was considered the black sheep of their family. Her tone was one of panic and shortness of breath. "Liam, you need to meet me at the downtown coffee shop on 4th Avenue. Right now. Do not tell Chloe, please." Then I hurried over. Maya appeared to be in imminent danger of being murdered as she sat at a booth located in a dark area of the establishment. She was wearing a trench coat. Regarding the paper cup she was holding, her hands were trembling furiously. I took a seat. Maya, what the hell is going on? Instantaneously, tears began to stream down her cheeks. Liam, I am so sorry. I couldn't sleep last night. I can't let them do this to you. You're a good person. She let out a heavy breath. They're plotting against you. All of them. Plotting what? Maya murmured. Chloe has been having an affair for the last 8 months, and the word struck me like a blow to the chest. Chloe has been having an affair. His name is Julian. He's some hotshot venture capitalist she met at a charity gala my mom dragged her to. She's completely obsessed with him. They want to be together. As my vision became hazy, as the noise from the cafe subsided, it became a high-pitched ringing. An affair? Then why hasn't she just left me? Maya smiled and gave out a sour and excruciating laugh. Because of the prenup, Liam. If she divorces you right now, she gets nothing. Julian told her he won't marry her unless she brings capital to the table to fund their new life in Los Angeles. My parents know everything. They are actively helping her. It made me feel queasy. The room began to spin. Your parents? No? My parents are secretly broke, Liam, Maya disclosed, while simultaneously releasing the last and most terrible piece of the puzzle. My dad's dealerships have been hemorrhaging money for years due to massive mismanagement. They are drowning in debt. They are months away from losing the estate. They were banking on Chloe divorcing you, voiding the prenup, taking half your company, and bailing them out. When you refused to cancel it, they panicked. That whole intervention was a desperate Hail Mary. In utter disbelief and utter horror, I sat there by myself. In a sickeningly beautiful way, everything made sense. There was an unexpected demand for money. The gaslighting on a coordinated basis. The dangers that exist. Neither love nor trust were at play here. The robbery was a premeditated and cold-blooded con job. I was the target of their attempt to steal from me in order to finance her affair and her parents' phony way of life. I asked with a voice that was eerily calm. Do you have proof? Maya reached inside her purse and extracted a USB disk from its compartment. I recorded them arguing about it in the kitchen 3 days ago. They explicitly talk about Julian, the bankruptcy, and how to manipulate you into tearing up the contract. Take it. Destroy them, Liam. The next 3 days and a half were a whirlwind of cold, determined action. There was not a single tear that I cried. Due to the fact that the betrayal was so complete and so fundamentally terrible, it completely bypassed my feelings and turned a switch in my brain to sheer survival and vengeance. As soon as I arrived, I went straight to the office of my attorney and played the audio recording. In a moment of genuine surprise, my attorney, who is a seasoned bulldog of a litigator, actually dropped his pen. This is a goldmine, he added with a grin that was reminiscent of a shark. With this recording, the infidelity clause in the prenup is fully activated, and we can arguably push for extortion charges if they try to contest it. Same day, I made the decision to engage a private investigator. He handed me a manila packet that was thicker than a phone book during the span of 48 hours. There was nothing missing from it. Photographs taken in high definition of Chloe and Julian entering luxurious hotels may be found here. Statements from her credit card account revealed that she had covertly opened a separate account and was using modest amounts of our shared earnings to purchase Rolex watches and fancy clothing for him. A background check on Julian was even performed by the investigator. Oh my goodness. The irony was so delicious that it caused cavities in my teeth. There was no venture capitalist in Julian's life. In addition to living in a condo that he rented and driving a Porsche that he leased, he was a high-end con artist who was drowning in credit card debt. He played the role of a successful businessman to wealthy married women in order to convince them to provide financial support for his lifestyle. He had been waiting for Chloe's enormous divorce settlement so that he could steal it and then vanish without a trace. On Sunday, I waited till then. Chloe was going to be at her parents' place for the traditional family dinner, and I knew she would be there. Driving up to the Bellevue estate, I could hear the gravel crunching under my tires as I approached. I did not knock on the front door to enter, I simply strolled right through it. Everyone was seated in the formal dining room, and they were all clinking their wine glasses. As soon as I walked into the room, there was complete silence. After rising to his feet, Richard puffed out his chest. I thought I told you never to step foot in this house again until you fixed your attitude. I did not utter a single word to him. My first step was to stroll straight up to Chloe, who was looking at me with an expression that was equal parts displeasure and dread. A hefty envelope made of legal manila was slapped onto her dinner plate, and it was placed directly on top of her filet mignon by me. Her voice was slightly trembling as she questioned, "What is this?" "That is a petition for divorce," I replied, my voice reverberating off the high ceilings where I was standing, along with a legally enforced execution of our prenuptial agreement. And just for fun, I included the high-res photos of you and Julian at the Four Seasons, the bank statements of the money you stole from me to buy him watches, and a full background check proving your billionaire boyfriend is actually a broke fraud. Chloe's face was completely devoid of any blood. She had the appearance of a ghost. At the same time that her hands were shaking so fiercely, she ripped open the envelope, and the papers were spilled all over the table. As she covered her mouth, Eleanor let out a gasp. I shouted, "You sick, manipulative parasite," as I leaned down so that my face was only a few inches away from Chloe's head. "You thought you could play me? You thought you could gaslight me into tearing up the only thing protecting my life's work, so you could run off with a scammer and pay off your daddy's bankrupt dealerships?" Richard made a rush before him. "How dare you speak to her?" "Shut your mouth, Richard," I yelled out, pointing a finger right at his face. "Come on, shut your mouth. I know everything. I know the bank is foreclosing on this house in 60 days. I know the dealerships are underwater. You are broke, pathetic frauds, and you are getting absolutely nothing from me." Chloe began to experience hyperventilation. "Liam, please, wait, it's not what you think. Julian meant nothing. It was a mistake. A mistake is burning dinner." I scoffed at the fellow. "An 8-month affair and a coordinated conspiracy to defraud me of millions of dollars is a choice. You get nothing, Chloe. Not the house, not the cars. Not a single penny of alimony. The prenup you all shoved down my throat just saved my life." I walked out of the room while turning on my heel. At the back of my head, I could hear the reverberation of Chloe's frenzied screaming and Richard's shouting. It was the most beautiful symphony I have ever tried to listen to. 6 months have passed since that dramatic Sunday supper, and the dust has finally settled. No one was hurt in the incident. Karma did not simply knock on their door. Rather, it drove a bulldozer through their living room. Let me tell you that is exactly what happened. The divorce was finalized with a ruthless and effective precision. Chloe had no legal standing to claim any of my assets because of the ironclad prenuptial agreement, which was the precise document that they paid a premium lawyer to prepare in order to take advantage of me. As a result of the infidelity clause, which was supported by the evidence provided by the private investigator and Maya's audio recording, the judge laughed her attorney out of the room when they attempted to argue the amount of spousal maintenance. She left with the jewelry that I had specifically given her as well as the clothes that she was wearing on her back, and that's it. The repercussions were unimaginably devastating for her family. Creditors swooped upon them like vultures as soon as the news of their financial disaster became public knowledge within their most prestigious social circles. A liquidation was performed on Richard's dealerships. The bank went into foreclosure on their property in Bellevue. The last time I heard, Richard and Eleanor were forced to relocate to a claustrophobic apartment in a rundown suburb that only had 2 bedrooms. The failure of Eleanor's interior design business was due to the fact that none of her wealthy friends were willing to connect themselves with a family that was losing money. Are you Julian? As soon as Julian gained the knowledge that Chloe would not be receiving a settlement worth multiple millions of dollars, he completely abandoned her. In order to avoid making payments to his own creditors, he blocked her number, gave up the condo he was renting, and fled the state. Chloe was left completely abandoned, without any money, and was compelled to move into that minuscule apartment with her parents, who were furious and desperate for money. I was under the impression that I had finished my relationship with her, but desperation can drive people to do crazy things. When I was leaving my office building on Tuesday of last week, I realized that someone had called my name. To my surprise, Chloe was standing next to my vehicle in the parking garage when I turned around. Her appearance was one of complete and utter devastation. The designer clothes she had been wearing had been replaced by basic, wrinkled, low-cost items. She appeared to have aged 10 years, as evidenced by the deep bags that became visible under her eyes. During the time that she was reaching out to touch my arm, she pleaded with me, "Liam, please," tears streaming down her face. After taking a few steps back, I was fully repulsed. "Please, I have nothing. My parents blame me for everything. Julian used me. I made the biggest mistake of my life. I love you, Liam. I always loved you. We can go to counseling. I'll do anything. Please don't leave me like this." When I looked at her, I had no feelings of sympathy whatsoever. "You didn't love me, Chloe. You loved the lifestyle I provided. And when you thought you found a better offer, you tried to rob me blind to pay for it. You didn't make a mistake. You made a gamble. And you lost." She was sobbing uncontrollably on the concrete floor as she collapsed to her knees. "I have no money for food, Liam, please." I brought my gaze down to her. Then I got into my car, locked the doors, and drove away, leaving her crying in the rearview mirror. "Oh, wait, he's broke too," I said to her. "You should ask your dad for a loan." I am currently seated in my brand new penthouse, which offers a breathtaking view of the city skyline. I am finally free from the toxic leeches that were trying to drain my life. My business is thriving, and my mental health has never been better than it is right now at this point. As a way of expressing my profound gratitude to Maya for saving my life, I established a college fund for her, and we meet for lunch once a month. Her toxic family is no longer a part of her life, and she is now thriving in an art commune in Portland instead. I want to make it clear to anyone who is reading this, that you should never, ever give in to the pressure of others to compromise your boundaries. The person who demands that you give up your security in order to demonstrate that they love you is not someone who loves you. They have you in their sights. Put your faith in your instincts, guard your possessions, and never apologize for your achievements. Parents let me and my 7-year-old sleep in a shelter to rent my house for $3,000. Wealthy grandmother found out. She evicted them, sued them for $50,000 back rent. My affluent grandmother spotted me and my 7-year-old daughter in a family shelter. She replied, "Why aren't you living in your house on Hawthorne Street?" I was taken aback. What house? 4 days later, I arrived at a family gathering, and my parents turned pale. If you've never attempted getting a 7-year-old ready for school while living in a family shelter, let me summarize the experience for you. It's similar to running a little airport, but the customers are more emotional. The security queue is embarrassing, and you're doing everything with one sock missing. That morning, Chloe's sock was missing. "Mom," she whimpered, like a child trying to save you from falling apart. "It's okay. I can wear different socks." She pulled up one pink sock with a unicorn and one white sock that used to be white. I looked at them as if they were evidence in a crime scene. "It's a bold fashion choice," I explained. "Very, I do what I want." Chloe smiled. And for half a second, I forgot where we were. Then the shelter door opened behind us, and the cold jolted me back to reality. We were outside the St. Bridge family shelter. 6:38 a.m. The sky remained a bruised gray. The sidewalk was moist. The air had that winter smell, metallic and clean, as if the world had been washed too harshly. Chloe adjusted her backpack, which was larger than she was. I pulled the zipper up on her big coat and tried not to glance at the sign over the entrance. Family shelter. It wasn't even the word shelter that grabbed me. It was the word family. As if we were a category. As if we were a label on a package. "Okay," I replied, pushing brightness into my voice. "School bus in 7 minutes." Chloe nodded. She was brave in a quiet way that left me feeling both pleased and guilty. Then, she delicately inquired, "Do I still have to say my address when Mrs. Bennett asks?" My gut tightened. "I don't think she'll ask today," I told her. Chloe did not push. She only stared down at her shoes and then back up at me, as if she was memorizing my face, checking to see whether I was still myself. "Mom," she said. "Are we going to move again?" I opened my mouth, but nothing came out. And then a black vehicle slid to the curb, as if it belonged there. Not a taxi, not an Uber, not the type of car that would ever drive up to St. Bridge unless it took a wrong turn and regretted it. The door opened, and a woman stepped out wearing a midnight-colored fitted coat. Margaret Sinclair is my grandmother. I hadn't seen her for about 2 years. I knew this because my life had been divided into 2 parts, before everything went apart and after, and she fit squarely into the former. She looked just like she always did, poised, stylish, and little terrifying, not in a malicious way, but in the sense that I once ended a boardroom fight by lifting one eyebrow. Her gaze initially focused on me, and I saw recognition, then bewilderment, and finally Chloe. Something shifted in her expression. Something rapid and sharp, like a crack in the glass. She looked up at the sign over the entry, then back at me. "Claire," she whispered, her voice weird, as if she hadn't said it aloud in a long time. "What are you doing here?" My initial thought was to lie, not because I was afraid she'd judge me, but because I couldn't bear being seen. "I'm fine," I replied, which is the standard lie of fatigued women worldwide. "We're fine, it's only temporary." Margaret's gaze shifted to Chloe's mismatched socks, then to my hands, which were red and dry from too much sanitizer, cold, and life. Her voice became quieter. "Claire," she repeated. "Why aren't you living in your house on Hawthorne Street?" The world shifted. I blinked at her. "My what?" she asked without repeating herself, as if she thought I was stupid. She repeated herself as if she believed I might faint. "The house," she said, pronouncing the words. "On Hawthorne Street." My heart began to pound so fiercely that I could feel it in my throat. "What house?" I heard myself ask. "I don't have a house." Margaret looked at me as if I had spoken in another language. I could see the calculated look in her eyes. She was calculating figures in her brain. Timelines, possibilities, and lies. Chloe tugged on my arm. "Mom?" she whispered. "Do we have a house?" I said, looking down at her. Her eyes were wide, expectant but hurtful. I swallowed. "No, honey," I replied gently. "We don't." Margaret's face became very motionless, and my grandmother's expression generally indicated that something was ready to crack. She moved closer. Not to me, but to Chloe. She crouched down in front of her, which was almost surprising. Margaret Sinclair didn't stoop for anyone. She sat on chairs that cost more than my monthly wage, forcing everyone else to accommodate. But there she was, lowering herself to my daughter's height. "You're Chloe, right? She inquired. Yes, Chloe responded shyly. Margaret's expression softened only little. That's a lovely name. Her gaze returned to mine, sharper than before. Get into the car, she ordered. I blinked. Grandma. Get in the car, she ordered, and her tone left no room for negotiation. I felt heat pour into my face. Anger, embarrassment, relief, everything is twisted up. Margaret opened the back door to the vehicle. I paused. Chloe looked up at me and murmured, Mom, softly and steadily, it's okay. The fact that my 7-year-old was soothing me was the last straw. I nodded. Okay. Chloe stepped into the rear seat first, holding her backpack, and I slid in beside her, half expecting someone to touch me on the shoulder and explain that this was a misunderstanding. As soon as the door closed, the silence within felt costly. Margaret did not drive right away. She simply sat there, her hands softly resting on the driving wheel, and looked straight ahead. Then she spoke gently. By tonight, she added, I will know who did this. My gut flipped. She moved her head to look at me. I swallowed hard. Grandma, I don't understand. No, she replied. You don't. And that tells me everything. She took out her phone, tapped it once, and said, Call Daniel. A man instantly responded. Miss Sinclair. This is Margaret, she announced. Get the property manager for Hawthorne Street on the line, and I want a simple answer. Who has the keys? Who is living there? And whether anyone has been collecting money off it. My heart was racing. Money? I focused on her profile, the set of her jaw, and the calm manner she delivered those words, as if she were ordering coffee, and I knew I wasn't simply humiliated. I was poised at the edge of something much darker. If you had asked me 7 months ago if I believed I'd be living in a shelter with my daughter, I would have laughed. Not because I thought it couldn't happen, but because I assumed it couldn't happen to me. By the way, that is a hazardous level of hubris. It does not protect you, it simply amplifies the fall. 7 months ago, I was still working as a nursing assistant at St. Jude's Medical Center. 10-hour shifts, call lights that flash like a slot machine, and individuals begging for items I didn't have. Time, answers, and miracles. I was fatigued but surviving. And then I moved in with my folks. It was meant to be transient. It always starts with temporary. My father, Thomas, had that calm, rational voice that people believe. My mother, Victoria, had that sweet grin that made it appear as if she was doing you a favor, even when she chopped you off at the knees. These days, I address them by their first names. Mom and Dad did not fit anymore. You can stay with us until you get back on your feet, Victoria offered. Chloe needs stability. Family supports family. I should have heard the tiny print in that sentence, but I did not. Initially, it was tolerable. My parents' apartment was modest, but we made it work. Chloe slept in my old room. I worked. I paid whatever I could. I kept my head down. Then the comments began. Not large, apparent attacks. Little ones. The kind that don't appear cruel if you tell someone about it afterward. You're always tired, Victoria said. When Chloe's toys were on the floor, Thomas would sigh. Maybe you should organize your life better. We're just trying to keep the place nice. And then, one night, after I'd returned home from a double shift with my feet throbbing and my brain half dead, Victoria sat down at the kitchen table, as if she were about to deliver a diagnosis. We need to talk, she said. I was already familiar with that tone. We think it's time you became independent, she added quietly. You've been here long enough. I'm trying, I said, keeping my voice level. Rents are high, deposits. You're a mother, Victoria explained. If you're a good mother, you'll figure it out. The words struck me so strongly that I looked around to see if anybody else had spoken them. Thomas cleared his throat. 45 days. That's reasonable. We're not monsters. I wanted to scream, but yelling never worked in that apartment. It only provided them something to point to later. I nodded. Okay. I tried. During my breaks at the hospital, I searched through listings. My thumb scrolled as I drank cafeteria coffee. I called locations. I was told the same thing over and over. First and last month. Deposit, proof of income, and credit check. We're sorry, but we preferred another applicant. Every day, it seemed like I was sprinting uphill with Chloe on my back. Then came the night when they realized 45 days was just a guideline. It was following a late shift. I'd assisted a bewildered elderly guy back into bed 3 times, cleaned up a dropped plate, and held a woman's hand as she cried from fear of surgery. I arrived home after midnight. The hallway light outside my parents' apartment was turned on. My gut constricted instantly. 2 cardboard cartons were outside the door. My boxes. I stared at them for a long moment, as if my brain couldn't absorb the shape of what I was witnessing. Then I tested the doorknob. Locked. I knocked. Silence. I knocked again and harder. Eventually, the door cracked open. Victoria's expression appeared serene, as if it were a usual Tuesday. You need to keep your voice down, she said harshly. Neighbors, why are my belongings outside? I demanded. Thomas spoke from behind her, bored. We told you, Claire. Independence. It hasn't been 45 days, I explained, my voice cracking. Victoria's expression stiffened slightly. Plans change. I looked beyond her shoulder and toward the foyer. Chloe was curled up on the floor exactly next to the shoe rack, her small jacket folded under her head like a pillow, half sleeping, shoes still on, as if they'd placed her there hours before so I could scoop her up and leave without awakening the entire apartment. Where are we supposed to go? I growled. Victoria's smile returned, faint and content. You'll figure it out, you always do. And then, as if doing me a favor, she said, don't make a scene. I stood in the hallway with my boxes, the air humming in my ears. I stepped inside briefly enough to squat and slide my arms under Chloe. She made a little sleepy sigh and wrapped herself about my neck. Victoria's hand was already on the door when I backed out into the hall. The door closed. Chloe stirred. Mom, she muttered. It's okay, I lied unconsciously. We're having a sleepover. I pushed the boxes into my car and drove away. I don't recall much of that night. I recall streetlights. I recall how my hands shook on the steering wheel. I recall sitting in the car with Chloe asleep in the back seat, her petite body curled like a question mark. I recall thinking over and over, how did this happen? The following day, I attempted to repair it because that is what I do. I mend stuff. I clean up messes. I lift individuals who cannot lift themselves. I called Victoria. She didn't respond. I called Thomas. He responded once. We're doing this because we love you, he continued, as if reading from a script. Tough love. Then he hung up. I went to work nonetheless because my unpaid rent was not going to pay itself. By day 4, my cheeks were hollow from worry, and my stomach ached from cheap gas station meals. I tried a motel. After 1 or 2 nights, the money ran out. A school counselor noted Chloe's quietness and inquired about her well-being. I lied. The counselor asked again gently, and I noticed Chloe watching me with those wide eyes, learning how to lie to survive. So I told the truth, and 3 days later, I was filling out shelter intake documents with Chloe sitting next to me, swinging her legs. The intake worker was kind but exhausted, as if she had seen too much. We need your information, she stated. We need to know where you stayed last night. In my car, I replied. She nodded as though she were checking a box. Chloe leaned in and whispered loudly, is this our house now? The woman startled. I smiled too hard. No, I replied quickly. No, sweetheart, I wanted to say, this is only temporary, but the word tasted like a joke. That night, Chloe fell asleep on a tiny bed alongside me in a room reeking of chlorine and overdone food. I lay awake listening to other families coughing, babies wailing, and someone muttering, it's okay, as if in prayer. My phone rested in my hand. I considered calling my grandmother. Margaret Sinclair was not the type of woman you would expect to cry. She was the type of woman you would contact when you wanted an issue solved. But my mother had spent years teaching me not to worry her. Your granny loathes drama. Victoria has always maintained she dislikes weakness. Do not embarrass yourself. And when I texted Victoria after the lockout to see whether Margaret knew what was going on, she responded immediately. Grandma is currently overseas. She's busy. Do not pull her into this. It was amazing how quickly my mother could respond to a text when she wanted something. So I did not call. I told myself I could handle it. I told myself I did not want to appear pathetic. I told myself several things. Then, on a frigid winter morning, my grandma came out of a black vehicle outside a shelter and inquired why I wasn't living at my Hawthorne Street home. And I understood I had more than simply a housing problem. I had a family issue, and someone had been lying for a long time. Margaret's phone call had already begun when she returned to the sedan. I didn't hear the other voice, just Margaret's side, which was harsh enough to break glass. Who signed for the keys? A beat. And the house is occupied? Me stomach sank. Margaret didn't seem surprised. She reacted as if someone was confirming what she already suspected. Send the file to Daniel, she requested. Everything. She hung up the phone and finally looked at me, not with pity but with confidence. I sent one SMS to Chloe's school as my thumbs shook nonstop. This is a family emergency. Chloe will not be in today. No explanation, no essay. Just the truth in the tiniest, least humiliating package I could devise. Margaret drove to a diner 12 minutes away. The kind of restaurant with warm windows, a doorbell, and menus that smelled like syrup. Inside, the heater pounded my face so fiercely that I nearly screamed from the sensation of being warm. We slid into the booth. Chloe quickly discovered the kids' menu and began drawing a cartoon pancake as if it had personally insulted her. Margaret purchased hot chocolate for Chloe without asking. I saw her do it and felt a strange surge of rage. Not at Margaret, at the universe, because it was so simple to be good, and my parents had chosen everything else. Margaret picked up her phone again. Grandma, I began, but stopped since I had no idea what I was asking. What house? Why are you here? How did my life turn into a shelter sign? Margaret did not answer my inquiries in the order that my terror dictated. She simply added calmly, I'm going to make another call, you'll listen and not interrupt. I nodded. It was the type of nod you give a surgeon while on the operating table. She tapped the screen and set the phone to speaker. 1 ring, 2, and my mother's voice. Victoria seemed bright and pleasant, as if she were auditioning for the role of a caring mom in a community theatrical production. Margaret, oh my goodness, what a surprise, how are you? Margaret's tone remained nice, almost compassionate. I was thinking about Claire, she explained. How is she doing? I felt my stomach sink into my shoes. There was a microsecond of silence, the smallest moment when a liar determines which version of reality is most beneficial. Then Victoria responded easily and confidently, as if she had practiced the words in front of a mirror. Oh, she's doing great, she said. She's living in the house. She's settled. She loves it. You know, Claire, she wanted space, so we didn't bother you. I stared at the sticky table, as if it would open up and devour me whole. Chloe was coloring calmly across from me, humming to herself. She could not comprehend the words, but she recognized the tone. She looked up briefly, noticed my expression, and returned to coloring furiously, as if she could scribble the problem away. Victoria continued to babble, filling the silence with cheery gibberish. She described how busy she had been, how proud she was, and how important family is. Margaret allowed her. Margaret did not rush liars. She allowed them room to properly hang themselves. Margaret finally remarked, "That's good to hear," and the call ended with that. There is no conflict, no allegation, and no gotcha. My throat clenched. Margaret's modest statement did not indicate misunderstanding. I let out a cough-like laugh. So she knew, I explained. She knew the whole time. Margaret's eyes were fixed on mine, steady and sharp. She knew enough to lie without thinking. And she told me. That tells me what I need to know. Chloe pulled her coloring paper toward me. Mom, look. I made the pancake purple. I faked a grin so fast that it probably appeared painful. Wow, I said. That pancake is incredibly brave. Chloe laughed, and my chest relaxed for a few seconds. Margaret then leaned in, lowered her voice, and delivered the simple words I should have heard 7 months ago. I arranged a house for you, she explained. On Hawthorne Street. Your parents were supposed to manage the handoff. Keys, move in, all of it. They told me it was done. My brain was trying to digest everything. A house for us, and my parents had been living as if that sentence did not exist. I grasped the edge of the booth until my knuckles became white. Why wouldn't you tell me directly? I heard myself question, and I felt silly for blaming the only person who had shown up. Margaret did not flinch. Because I trusted your parents, she explained. Which was my mistake, not yours. Then she stood up, took a few steps away so Chloe couldn't hear, and made 2 brief phone calls. Low voice, clipped, and efficient. I only caught parts. Hawthorne file, clear summary, key log, listing history, and tenant payments. Yes, today. When she returned, she did not sit down as if she intended to linger. She sat down as if she intended to move. You're not going back to that shelter, she informed me. My pride attempted to rise up and dispute. My tiredness pushed it back down. Okay, I muttered, the most sincere word I'd spoken all day. About 90 minutes later, Chloe was bouncing on a hotel bed like a trampoline, and the world had never been crueler. She spotted the small complimentary soap, sniffed it deeply, and declared that it smelled like a fancy grandmother. Margaret stood by the window, phone in hand, observing traffic like it was a battlefield. She did not tell me everything. She did not have to. The purpose was not to go into detail yet. The point was that something was occurring, and I didn't have to bear it alone. That night, when Chloe fell asleep in clean sheets with her favorite rabbit tucked under her chin, Margaret sat at the small table by the window and finally talked. Your parents are hosting an event, she explained. Important to them, the venue, relatives, speeches, and the entire performance. My stomach constricted. When? Margaret's attention was fixed on the city lights. Soon, she said. And we'll be there, she said without sounding threatening. She spoke it as if a decision had already been made. 5 days later, I stood in the hotel restroom, staring at myself in the mirror. I resembled a version of myself that had been put through a washer cycle and hung to dry in a storm. Margaret had demanded I purchase a dress. Not an expensive one, but a clean, plain one. You don't need armor, she had stated. You need dignity. I'm not sure if dignity came in polyester, but I appreciated the sentiment. Chloe wore a little blue dress with tights. She twirled once in the hotel room and exclaimed, I look like a princess. You do, I replied, my throat tightening. My stomach twisted so hard during the ride over that I feared I'd vomit. What if I freeze? I said gently. Margaret did not look at me. Then I'll speak. What if they deny everything? They will, Margaret answered. What if everyone thinks I paused because I couldn't find a phrase for it. Margaret looked at me, her eyes piercing but steady. Claire, she answered. You've survived worse than a room full of liars. The car came up outside a venue that I would never have chosen in my life. One of those hotel event venues with soft lighting and stiff grins. The sign outside the door said Sinclair Collins Family Dinner. Of course it did. My mother enjoyed an event not because she liked people, but because she appreciated the witnesses. Inside, there were relatives I hadn't seen in months. Aunts, cousins, people with opinions, and casseroles, although the casseroles had been replaced with catered hors d'oeuvres delivered on trays like miniature edible bribes. My mother couldn't serve supper without also serving a narrative, so she set up a projector screen and a microphone at the far end of the room. Before we entered, Margaret paused at a side door and spoke briefly with a staff member. A woman nodded and opened a tiny private room adjacent to the banquet hall, which was peaceful, warm, and filled with water bottles and crackers. "This is for Chloe," Margaret explained. "She doesn't need to be in the middle of this." Chloe took a hesitant step into the room and looked up at Margaret, serious. "Do I get snacks?" "Yes," Margaret replied. "Good ones." Chloe accepted it as if it were legal. A reliable helper remained with her. Chloe waved at me, ignorant that she was being sheltered from the family disaster. Margaret looked at me. "You go in first," she replied. I understood what she was doing. Let them see me before they see her. Allow them to panic in silence. I entered the banquet room alone. The chatter lessened and then resumed in the manner that people do when they detect something but do not want to be the first to admit it. Then Victoria noticed me. Her smile came instinctively, then glitched like a faulty Wi-Fi signal. Her gaze swept over my clothes, my stance, and the fact that I no longer had "I'm drowning" on my face. Her hands clenched slightly over the wine glass. Thomas noticed seconds later. His laugh stopped midway through, his jaw tightened as if he were biting down on a thought. Neither of them approached me. They didn't inquire where I'd been. They did not inquire about Chloe's well-being. They did what people do when they are attempting to assess risk. They smiled and waited. I stood at the edge of the room, allowing the silence to do its work. Dry humor sometimes be the only thing that saves you from shouting. So I allowed myself to have one notion. Look at us. A family supper. Everyone pretends that the seating arrangement is the most essential thing. A minute later, the indoor temperature shifted. Margaret Sinclair approached calmly, unhurriedly, and entirely in control. Beside her stood a man with a compact briefcase and a laptop bag, the type of person who appeared to have never raised his voice because he didn't need to. Victoria turned pale. Not, "Oh, you surprised me," pale. More like "I just realized my entire plan has a hole in it," pale. Thomas straightened his shoulders, as he did when he wanted to appear as the victim before anyone accused him of anything. Margaret nodded to a few relatives as if she were just attending supper. Then she stared at my mother. "Victoria," Margaret answered carelessly. "Before we eat, I'd like to clear up something you told me." My mother's smile hardened. "Of course, Mom." Margaret's voice was calm. "You told me Claire was living in the house on Hawthorne Street," she recalled. The room fell silent, not because everyone suddenly cared about Hawthorne Street, but because everyone instantly worried about Victoria's expression. Victoria's eyes darted. She laid her glass down as if it were heavy. "Well," she replied, laughing too quickly. "Yes, Margaret raised a hand. "Let's not do this with guessing," Margaret remarked. "Let's do it with facts." She motioned to the man with the laptop. He moved forward and connected into the venue's projector as if it were second nature. The first slide emerged. Hawthorne Street. Summary. A murmur spread throughout the room. Victoria's mouth opened. Nothing came out. Margaret did not speak in a courtroom-like manner. She spoke as though she were reading the weather. "This house was arranged for Claire and Chloe," she continued, and the screen displayed a simple line to match. Next slide. "The keys have been released to Victoria Sinclair Collins. July." Margaret paused for a half second. Then another slide. A screenshot from the listing. "The Hawthorne house is sold as a furnished rental. Photos of the living room, kitchen, and bedroom." People leaned forwards. Victoria's hand started shaking. "The lease will then be summarized. Names were blurred. Dates are apparent. Tenants moved in August." Then came the slide, which silenced the entire room. A payment instruction page from the property manager's file. Victoria and Thomas furnished the rent payout account. Margaret's voice did not rise. "Victoria," she began, "you didn't just take the keys." She looked around the room to ensure everyone heard. "You rented out the home meant for my granddaughter and my great-granddaughter, and you had the rent sent to an account you controlled." Thomas snapped first, loudly, attempting to reclaim the room. "This is inappropriate," he said. Margaret turned to face him. "This is a family event." "Yes," she answered. "That's why I'm doing it here." Victoria found her voice, thin and anxious. "We were going to tell her," she replied swiftly. "It was temporary. We needed." "Temporary," Margaret reiterated. Her gaze shifted to the side room where Chloe was, invisible but present. "You displaced a child," Margaret murmured, and the room fell silent. She paused just long enough to finish the statement. "For profit." Someone gave a gasp. Someone mumbled, "You've got to be kidding." Victoria burst into tears. This time, there were real tears. "We had debts," she wept. "You don't understand." Margaret's look remained unchanged. "I understand enough," she replied. "And I'm done funding your choices." She moved slightly so that everyone could hear and simply said, "Starting now, Victoria and Thomas will receive nothing from me, no more help, transfers, or inheritance." Thomas's expression twisted. "You can't." "I can," Margaret replied. "And I already did." The man with the folder stepped forward calmly. "Victoria Collins." "Thomas Collins," he added respectfully. "These documents are for you." A uniformed cop stood nearby, not theatrical, not forceful, but present, since Margaret didn't take chances with scenes like these. Victoria looked at the papers as if they were radioactive. Thomas accepted them with trembling hands, then looked around the room and realized what the worst thing was. It wasn't a fight anymore. It was a public collapse of reputation. Margaret's voice remained level. "You will not contact Claire," she stated. "You will cooperate, and you will answer for what you did." Victoria looked to me with crazy eyes. "Claire," she pleaded. "Tell her to stop. We're family." Something inside me turned chilly. "You should have remembered that," I added quietly, "before you made a business out of my daughter's home." Victoria's face collapsed. I didn't feel particularly joyful. I was relieved. It was a relief to finally hear the truth out loud. I felt relieved that I wasn't crazy. I was relieved that Chloe would never have to learn to grin through humiliation as I did. I did not stay for the aftermath. I proceeded down the corridor from the banquet area and opened the private room door. Chloe looked up, her cheeks filled with crackers. "Mom, are we done?" I crouched and hugged her so tightly that she squeaked. "Yeah," I whispered. "We're done." She leaned back and carefully examined my face, as if she were scanning for storms. Then she sweetly said, "Can we go home?" I gulped hard. "Yes," I answered. Margaret approached us in the corridor and said, "We can." She did not look back at the room. She did not need to. Chloe fell asleep in the car, leaning against my shoulder. I looked out the window, my hands trembling. "Grandma?" I muttered. "What happens now?" Margaret remained focused on the road. "Now," she announced, "we take back what was meant for you." 8 months later, our lives are dull in the nicest possible manner. We currently live on Hawthorne Street. Chloe has her own room, drapes, and a crooked art gallery with drawings affixed on the wall. She walks to school as if the world was always secure. That is the point. I still work as a nursing assistant because I want to, not because I have to. I'm finishing my RN track one step at a time, and for the first time, my focus is on the future rather than survival. Margaret never paid for my life. She showed there when it counted the most, and she made certain that no one would ever intercept help again. On Sunday mornings, she comes with pastries and pretends she's simply there to see Chloe. Chloe does not buy it. "Grandma Margaret," she'll say, "do you like our house?" Margaret always pauses, as if she's swallowing something hard. Then she answers, "Yes, I do." As for Victoria and Thomas, it turns out you can't rent out someone else's house, collect the rent, and continue to call it home. The rent they took did not remain free. They were forced to reimburse it, and the subsequent probe destroyed their respectable image. Margaret cut them off, revealing their secret debts like roaches under a flicked light switch. Everyone stopped inviting them. Calls stopped being answered. My mother attempted to contact me, not to apologize, but to negotiate. I banned the number because I'm done negotiating for basic decency. So what do you think? Did Margaret make the right decision, or did she go too far? This past January, my husband, who is also 25 years old, and I, who is 25 years old, tied the knot in Bali. I am aware that the word destination wedding already sounds theatrical, but it was just that. However, here's the thing, we compensated our pals for their attendance. The flights were approximately $2,000 each, and they included a hotel stay for a week. We did not want the presence of money to prevent somebody of significance from being present. Gemma, a 25-year-old woman, was one of those individuals. She had been my best friend for nearly 10 years. Since our time in high school, we had known each other. 1 year ago, I was a guest at her wedding. To my mind, we were a cohesive unit. The new husband, John, who is 26 years old, was brought along. We were the ones that paid for her accommodation and flight. The cost of his flight was covered by her. They had a trip to Bali. The hotel room that we had paid for was occupied by them. They appeared at my wedding, but they did not show up. In response to my confrontation with her, she informed me that they had used the trip as their honeymoon because they were unable to afford one, and that John didn't feel like going to my ceremony because he believed it would destroy the atmosphere of their honeymoon. At this moment, I am sending her a bill for $2,387.53 and am contemplating filing a claim in small claims court. Am I completely insane? Is it petty? Is it possible that she attempted to take advantage of me? Because the more I play everything over and over again, the more it gets worse. When my husband and I made the decision to have our wedding vacation in Bali, we were aware that it would be a significant request. There are those people who are unable to simply abandon everything and fly halfway across the world, so we made an effort to be impartial about it. Our parents were responsible for their own financial support. Both groups became adamant. As a matter of fact, My mother stated, "If we are unable to see our daughter get married, then we have failed as parents." His parents also expressed the same sentiment. There was no hesitancy on their part in covering their hotel and flight expenses. For our companions, however, we handled every single thing. Each plane ticket cost approximately $2,000. A week's stay at the hotel may cost anywhere from $150 to $300, depending on the room. We did not want anyone to be unsuccessful due to financial constraints. The least we could do, we reasoned, would be to make it possible for individuals to travel overseas if we were to ask them to do so. During the past decade and a half, Gemma has been my closest friend. The first year of high school was when we first met. It was she who was the one who was always talking back to the teachers, and I was the worried overachiever who desperately wanted someone like her. Everything from birthdays to breakups to college to first flats has been taken care of by us. The year before, I attended her wedding at the courthouse as a bridesmaid. We had always promised that we will attend each other's weddings. Consequently, when I informed her about Bali, she initially became reticent. "Bali? What about? Indonesia Bali?" she inquired. "Yeah," I joked out loud. "It is really stunning. This bizarre venue was discovered by us." She was hesitant. "That was quite pricey." I reassured her at that point in time. While I was talking to her on FaceTime, I can still vividly recall standing in my kitchen and pacing around constantly. "Don't worry about it, Gem. We are paying for our pal's airfare and hotel accommodations. You are welcome to come. If I believed that you would not be able to make it, I would not even be doing this." "Wait, are you serious?" she asked with a flutter of her eye. "Would you be willing to pay for that?" "It is true. There, I want to see my closest pal." The conclusion of the tale. Her grin was over the top. "You don't make sense. You have my love." To tell you the truth, I felt okay about it. There was no sense of generosity in it. It seemed as if I was making sure that someone who was significant to me could be present. Looking back, I find myself thinking about that talk quite a bit. As soon as she learned that we would be paying for her accommodation and flight, she switched from being reluctant to being enamored with us. It was then that she began sending me TikToks about resorts in Bali. "Take a look at this magnificent pool. It is imperative that we take photographs at the beach. Oh my God, this is absolutely perfect." She went on and on about how it was such a dream trip. It was at one point that she stated, "To tell you the truth, we were unable to afford a genuine honeymoon after the wedding. As a result, this is just the right moment." I can still recall laughing. Well, technically speaking, it's my wedding, but definitely, Bali is absolutely stunning. It was also her laugh. I'm joking around. Nevertheless, this is a great way to kill two birds with one stone. When it happened, I didn't give it much thought at the moment. The sound was identical to that of one of her typical jokes. She has never been subtly worded. Additionally, she mentioned John, who is now her husband. The man is ecstatic. There is no record of him ever leaving the country. "Does he come up with a good schedule for the wedding?" I inquired. "It is the rehearsal dinner, the ceremony, and the reception that we have." "Hell, yes, I am." As she waved it off, she said, "He'll be fine. He is simply thrilled about the upcoming trip." For some reason, she kept saying trip instead of wedding, but I chose to ignore it. There was something about the way she kept saying it. The designing of seating charts and floral arrangements was keeping me quite busy. Her word choice was not something I was analyzing. The month of January has here. In the 2 days leading up to the wedding, we arrive in Bali. I am fueled by caffeine and adrenaline at the moment. Throughout the course of the day, guests begin to arrive. The message "we made it" is all over my phone right now. Texts for. Due to the fact that I am a neurotic person, I checked the flight tracker specifically for Gemma and John's trip. Clearly, they arrived at the correct time. A few hours later, I send her a text message. "Would you all be okay if you landed?" "Yes," is her response. "I am at last here. The place is completely nuts." I inquire, "Would you be interested in getting together tonight? The hotel bar is where we will be having our beverages." She states, "We are completely spent. The plan is to unpack and then crash." It is reasonable. A lengthy flight. On the next day, the rehearsal supper was held. A private portion was allocated for us at this restaurant that is located on the beach. In the group conversation, I communicated the information to her. "You must be there at 6 o'clock. Can't wait to catch up with you." I send her a separate text message around 4 o'clock. "Hey, how are this evening going for you guys?" "John is really exhausted," she says in response. The effects of jet lag are severe for him. First, I fix my gaze on my phone for a moment. As I type, "It's just dinner," I say. It's completely low-key. Her response is, "We could skip for a while and just relax. We were only able to get a few hours of sleep on the plane." I don't want to be the bride who is overly demanding. I respond by saying, "All right, I'll see you tomorrow." During the rehearsal dinner, a number of individuals inquired, "Where is Gemma?" I kept repeating, "They are suffering from jet lag." But I couldn't help but think that it was strange in the back of my mind. Everyone else was also experiencing jet lag. Even after traveling from even further away, The cousin of my husband still managed to make it. On that particular evening, I came across Gemma posting a story on Instagram that depicted her and John enjoying a drink at a rooftop bar. The caption of the picture read, "Finally in paradise." Right around the time that the rehearsal dinner was over, the timestamp appeared. I did nothing but stare at it. I did not make any statements. I told myself that I was thinking too much about things. It seemed evident that she would be present at the wedding, so I reminded myself that it was tomorrow. I was completely unaware that that was only the beginning. I awoke at 6 o'clock in the morning on the day of my wedding. Inside of this ridiculous room with a view of the ocean, where 6 bridesmaids were dispersed across couches and the floor, there was a time slot of 8 for hair and makeup. Nearly 9 o'clock, the photographer arrived. It was a chaotic situation, but it was a good one. It was expected that Gemma would be present. In spite of the fact that she was not technically a bridesmaid, she expressed her desire to be with me all morning and assist me in any way she could. Even more, she had joked about holding tissues and directing people around in the same manner that she typically does. By 7:30, all of the other people had arrived, with the exception of her. In a casual manner, Lauren, one of my bridesmaids, inquired, "Is Gemma going to be there?" "Yeah," I responded as I reached for my phone. "It's likely that she's going to be late." I sent her a text message. "What's up? What are you doing?" "Soon, we will begin the hair process." There was no reaction. At 8:15, the stylist inquires, "Is there anyone else who is going to be there?" One more time, Lauren looks at me. To this day, nothing? I send another text message. "Is everything all right?" None of it. At 9 o'clock in the morning, people are whispering. My cousin brings up the question, "Didn't she also skip the rehearsal dinner?" I am aware of a weakening in my gut, but I choose to disregard it. The term jet lag. The text message arrives at 9:47 inches the morning. "I'm sorry. I got up just now. We are quite exhausted." And that's it. No, "I'll come by." No, "I'm so sorry." Just exhausted as a result. In response, I ask, "Would you like to come over?" Her silence is unremarkable. As my makeup artist is curling my lashes at this very moment, I am staring at the ceiling in an attempt to prevent myself from spiraling further. "Is Gemma going to be here?" My mother asks as she walks in. "Yeah, she's just tired," I react by saying. Even uttering it out loud sounded like a complete idiot. As she approaches, Lauren reaches out and murmurs, "That's kind of weird." All I do is say, "It's perfectly fine. It is all right." However, it was not satisfactory. At 4 o'clock, the ceremony got underway. The location gave a view of the ocean. It was a dream come true. The sky was filled with white flowers, and an incredible sunset was just beginning to bloom. There were seats reserved for Gemma and John in the second row of the seating arrangement. I made certain that it was the case. It was not far from the front of the line. As I made my way down the aisle, I desired to have her right there with me. After the music began and the doors were opened, I did what every bride does, which is to look around at the people that were there. I was able to see my parents. His parents are. When I was in college, my pals. My aunt is already crying loudly. I wasn't able to spot Gemma. All of her seats were vacant. Both of them both. I continued to amble. There was no way that I was going to put a stop to my wedding. However, I was aware of it. There was a punch that I had to take in and swallow. As I approached the altar, my spouse approached me with a little lean and said, "Where is Gemma exactly?" I uttered in a low voice, "No idea." Although he was frowning, he grasped my hand. I was able to observe individuals looking in the direction of the vacant chairs while the vows were being exchanged. I was actually able to hear my cousin leaning over and whispering something to her husband. I discovered that my mother appeared perplexed. When you are experiencing the best moment of your life, it is strange that you may still be aware of the things that are lacking. Once we had finished kissing and had proceeded back down the aisle, my husband inquired once more, "Did they show up?" "Not at all." His jaw became more tense. "That is not acceptable." On the other hand, we had visitors to meet and welcome. Photographs to be taken. I continued to smile. At the point where I eventually took a step back and contacted her, the reception was already in full swing. The phone rang. Immediately to the voicemail. Another call came in. Sending a voicemail. Message sent. "Are you serious at this very moment?" None of it. After an hour had passed, Rachel, one of our mutual acquaintances, approached me while she was in an awkward position. "What's up? I'm not sure if you are aware of this." All of a sudden, my stomach fell. "What is it?" "I witnessed Gemma and John while I was at the beach earlier this afternoon, before I started getting ready for the day. They wore swimsuits at the time. I assumed that they would go back to their dressing room. I do nothing but look at her." "What time is it?" I inquired. "Is it 3? Could it be 3:30? My ceremony began at 4 o'clock. It was at the time that I was putting on my dress that they were at the beach." I sent Gemma another text message. "Rachel said that she had visited you at the beach. Are you going to make an appearance?" It was almost 10 o'clock when she finally responded. It wasn't actually John's intention to go. The honeymoon atmosphere, in his opinion, would be ruined by it. I was hoping that you would comprehend. I went through it 3 times. Because I was experiencing a genuine sensation of being unable to breathe for a moment, I decided to leave the reception hall by myself. In response, I typed, "This was the day of my wedding." Her response was, "Yes, I am aware of it, but this vacation is also kind of like our honeymoon, otherwise, we would not be able to purchase one." And that's when it dawned on me. Having my wedding as her first priority was never in her plans. When it came to their vibe, she placed her husband's sentiments front and center. I did not provide a response after that. As soon as I got back inside, I cut my cake, performed the first dance, and smiled for the camera. These 2 vacant seats, however, remained ingrained in my mind throughout the entirety of the rest of the night. A week or so after the wedding, we finally made it back to our house. The beauty of it was something that everyone kept praising to us. Simply enchanted. It is very unforgettable. While I was sending thank you SMS, I grinned and nodded my head. However, I kept playing her message over and over again in the back of my mind. John was concerned that it would disrupt the atmosphere of the honeymoon. Once we had finished unpacking, I phoned her at last. It is not an emotional text for the wedding night. This is not a casual "are you serious" but rather a genuine phone call. It was the second ring that she picked up on. It seemed as if nothing had happened when she said, "Hey." My tone was not the same as hers. "We need to have a conversation." A hush fell over her. "All right." I responded by saying, "You did not attend my wedding, it was the beach where you were." Immediately, she let out a sigh. I had a feeling that this was going to become a thing. It is something. As I spoke to you, I added, I paid almost $2,400 for you to be there. And you simply did not show up, she said. The manner in which she began this explanation was as if she had been practicing it. So, let's take a listen. In particular, John was looking forward to the fact that this would be our honeymoon. He was of the opinion that if we had to stop everything and go to a ceremony, it would ruin the illusion of it being ours, and we were unable to afford a real one after our wedding. Indeed, I uttered the words, illusion? It is true. Like, the atmosphere. All he wanted was for it to feel like a romantic vacation with me. This was something I couldn't believe I was hearing. It seems that your solution was to completely skip out on my ceremony. The situation wasn't that serious, she stated. You had a large number of people present. Because I wanted to make sure that I didn't start yelling, I took a moment to restrain myself from speaking. My words were slow as I said, it was my wedding. The phrase, you've known me for 10 years. She responded, I know, and her tone changed slightly, giving the impression that she was now irritated. However, you truly need to comprehend that marriage is about making concessions. It was imperative that I put my husband first. Exactly at that moment, something jolted me awake. So, your compromise was the same as showing me disrespect? She heaved another sigh. The phrase, you're being dramatic. Is that word? Extremely dramatic. It was my opinion that you should have informed me before purchasing the plane ticket if you had not intended to attend the event. To which she responded, we had no intention of not going. It was just strange when we arrived at the location. In a short amount of time after that, I terminated the call because it was going nowhere. This was not an apology from her. No, she did not feel embarrassed. She was sincerely of the opinion that I ought to understand. It was at that moment that I stopped feeling hurt and instead began to feel employed. She was not publicly criticized by me. There was nothing that I posted, but word eventually spread. Initially, Rachel sent me a text message. I am still in a state of disbelief regarding what they did. But Lauren, then, what? They chose to forego attending the ceremony on purpose. It would appear that Gemma had been casually telling people, we were just too tired, while she was privately telling me the story of the honeymoon. A few of our shared friends were enraged on my behalf, and they were furious. Someone remarked, you paid for her vacation in a literal sense. A third person suggested, invoice her. At first, I simply laughed. I mean, who would sue their closest friend? I then received screenshots from a third party. Gemma and John had shared a collection of romantic photographs that they had taken in Bali. Those kisses on the beach, attempts at pool, having dinner at sunset. The captions included expressions such as, at long last, our honeymoon came. Is it just us? Beginning our forever in the most optimal manner. When were the photographs taken? On the day of it. Tonight is the rehearsal dinner. My ceremony took place precisely in the afternoon. Even one was posted at 3:45 o'clock in the afternoon. It is my time. My ceremony began at 4 o'clock. I received a text message from one of my friends. It is not a misunderstanding that they have. The plan called for this. That was the moment when the concept of billing her stopped sounding like a crazy idea. Before taking any extreme action, I wanted to collect evidence. I did not want the situation to become a he said, she said scenario in the event that it ever became more serious. Consequently, I took great care in crafting a message. I wasn't yelling. Do not take me as threatening. I wrote, hey, I'm sorry for staying so far away. I just wanted to talk about Bali. I'm hurt that you didn't show up to the ceremony. I pulled a lot of strings to make sure you could come. Did you think I paid for the trip just so you could honeymoon with John? I stared at the typing bubble for a full minute. Then she responded, I've missed you a lot and I know the trip was for your wedding, but John didn't want to go because he felt like your wedding ruined the illusion of the trip being our honeymoon and that you'd understand. There it was. Not tired, not confused, not miscommunication. They intentionally skipped it. I screenshotted everything immediately. Then I replied, no, I don't understand. You took advantage of me and that's not what real friends do. So I'm invoicing you $2,387.53 for the cost of the plane ticket and hotel room. I'll give you 30 days. After that, I'll be taking legal action. She never responded to that message. But the next day, she started posting Instagram quotes like, entitled friends are the worst. Sometimes, the snake was closer than you think. I didn't comment, I didn't engage. But at that point, it wasn't about feelings anymore. It was about principle. I didn't just say, I'll invoice you as a threat. I actually did it. I opened my laptop, pulled up the exact receipts from the airline and hotel booking confirmation. I calculated everything down to the cent. Flight, $2,000. Hotel portion allocated to her stay, $387.53. Total, $2,387.53. I made it look professional. Line items, dates, payment due in 30 days. Venmo, Zelle, bank transfer options listed. I wasn't playing. Before I hit send, I showed it to my husband. He read it, nodded, and said, she made a choice. This is a consequence. I emailed it to her, and sent a short message. As discussed, I'm formally requesting reimbursement of $2,387.53 for the plane ticket and hotel. You have 30 days from today. After that, I'll pursue legal action. Delivered. Read. There was no reaction. Not even a wow. Just silence. For 3 days, nothing. But she was active online. It started subtly. An Instagram story that said, entitled people always think they deserve more than they do. Then another, protect your peace from snakes. Then a quote post. Some friends only give to hold it over your head later. Mutual friends started texting me. Is this about you? Did something happen? One friend sent me a screenshot and said, if she's talking about you, that's insane. What really got me was that she never addressed it directly. She didn't text me, didn't defend herself privately. She just vague posted like a 16-year-old. At one point, I typed out a whole Instagram caption explaining everything. We paid for her trip, she skipped our wedding to honeymoon, receipts available. I hovered over the post button for a solid minute. My husband walked in and said, don't. If you're going to handle this, handle it legally, not emotionally. So I didn't post. But every time someone messaged me asking, what's going on? I told them the truth privately, and almost everyone had the same reaction. She did what? A few people suggested I let it go. It's just money. But it wasn't just money. It was the fact that she took it, used it, and then tried to flip the narrative like I was the bad guy. I actually started researching small claims court in my state. It's not complicated. Filing fee is around $50, $100. You don't need a lawyer. As long as you have documentation, you can sue for reimbursement. I have the flight receipt in her name, the hotel booking, screenshots of her admitting they skipped because it would ruin the honeymoon illusion, screenshots of her social posts during my ceremony. It's pretty straightforward. I told my parents what happened. My mom didn't even hesitate. Take her to court. My dad said, that's not a friend, that's someone who used you. My husband has been calm about it, but firm. If it were $200, I'd say let it go. But almost $2,400? And the disrespect on top of it? He's right. But I keep thinking about the optics, about being the bride who sued her friend. This is where I'm stuck. On paper, yes, it's $2,387.53. But it's also 10 years of friendship. High school sleepovers, college road trips, being in each other's weddings, knowing each other's families. If I let this slide, what am I saying? That she can take advantage of me with no consequences? That I value keeping peace over respecting myself? But if I sue her, it's done. There's no coming back from that. Part of me wonders if I'm being petty, if I'm reacting emotionally because it was my wedding. But then I replay her words. It would ruin the illusion of our honeymoon. She knew what she was doing. She admitted it. So now I'm here, staring at the 30-day deadline on that invoice, wondering if I should follow through. Is this about the money? Or is it about the principle of not letting someone treat you like a free travel fund? I honestly don't know. My drunk wife attacked me during a traffic stop, accusing me of infidelity. A colleague set a trap to sabotage me, but I cleared my name alone. During my evening patrol, I spotted a black Hyundai swerving on the interstate at 90 miles per hour. When I eventually convinced the driver to pull over and get out, my jaw fell. My wife, drunker than an Irishman, was staring directly at me. But instead of looking guilty or sorry, she pounced at me, screaming, "You cheater!" and scratching her nails at my face. I tried to restrain her, but she kept striking me and trying to gauge my eyes, so I had no alternative but to forcefully handcuff her. I put her in the back seat and drove to the police station. Throughout the voyage, she continued saying our marriage was finished and refused to explain why she thought I cheated. My heart actually broke as I brought her in. I assumed she was experiencing another psychotic break. But then she noticed a picture of my coworker Sarah's face on the wall and started yelling, "That's her. That's the one you're sleeping with." I was really bewildered. Sarah and I sometimes patrolled together, but that was it. I waited in that station for hours, pleading with my wife that I had never strayed, but she would not listen. I was eventually compelled to leave her in the cell and go home. When I returned in the morning, my wife was still present, and I noticed Sarah in the break room. She rushed to me right away. "Oh my God, are you okay? Your wife is insane for saying all of that about us. Is there anything I can do to help?" I replied her, "Yes, there was." I took her to my wife and asked Sarah to explain that we had never slept together. "You're both lying. I found your lipstick in his patrol car." My wife slurred at Sarah, who took a step back, terrified. And before anyone else could speak up, my wife's parents arrived at the station. Her father poked his finger into my chest. "You're a piece of crap. How could you arrest your own wife?" Her mother was right behind him, tears flowing down her cheeks. "How dare you sleep with a coworker?" The entire station was now watching. The chief even came out, and I had to persuade him that I was handling things. Sarah then moved forward. She was typically a hothead in confrontation, yet her hands were raised quietly for some reason. "Sir and ma'am, there has been a major misunderstanding. Your son-in-law and I are only co-workers." My father-in-law spun around to confront her. "We know everything about you. Late-night shifts and text messages. Harper showed us everything." I grasped my mother-in-law's arm. "Which text messages? I have never texted Sarah outside of business hours." My wife suddenly grabbed the bars. "January 18th, February 6th, and March 25th. You were messaging on all of these dates. Should I keep going?" I took out my phone and frantically scrolled through my texts, but found nothing. "I'm not sure what you're talking about." Sarah softly touched my shoulder. "This is quite confusing for you. Maybe someone spoofed your phone number." My father-in-law got in my face. "Get her out of that cell immediately. We are taking her home." I calmly reminded him that doing this in the police station was not the best idea. His face turned crimson. That's when the desk sergeant stepped in. "Sir." She blew an 8. "Your daughter is facing DUI charges. The bail hearing isn't until noon. Then we will wait." Her mother spit. "And our lawyer will be hearing about the unjust detention." Sarah took me aside as they went to sit with my wife. "Listen, I believe you should go home. Check on your son. This is getting very unpleasant, and you appear fatigued." She was correct. I drove home in a trance, hands trembling on the steering wheel. Alex was still in his jammies on the couch when I stepped in, despite the fact that it was nearly 10 a.m. "Dad." His voice was little. "What happened?" Mom cried. "Is she okay?" I sat down next to him, attempting to find the appropriate words. "Mom made an error in driving when she shouldn't have. She is safe, but upset. She kept chatting about Sarah on the phone with Grandma," Alex explained. My blood ran cold. "Do you know Miss Sarah?" He nodded. "Yes, she did bring us cookies once when you were working overtime." After she departed, Mom became quite angry. I felt my stomach drop. "When was this?" "About a month ago." "Maybe." Mom put the cookies in the trash and cried. I stood up, pacing now. Did Sarah mention anything to Mom? I do not know. They chatted at the door for a bit. Mom looked really disturbed thereafter. None of it made sense. I checked my patrol car while Alex was watching TV. Sure enough, there was a tube of lipstick under the passenger seat. But I had never seen Sarah wearing lipstick. Not once in 2 years. Back inside, my phone vibrated with a text from Sarah. "Your wife posted bail. Her parents paid. I attempted to settle things down for you, but she refused to listen. They are currently en route to the house. I'm so sorry this is happening to you." I texted her back, asking why she never notified me she had come to my house. Suddenly, I received no response. 6 minutes have passed. Then 10. She finally texted back. "I merely wanted to drop off the shift schedule." I had no idea it would make her upset. My stomach sank. We'd been receiving schedules digitally for 2 years. Before I could fully comprehend what this meant, My wife and her parents arrived at the door. When I heard the automobile door slam, my hands started shaking. As I approached the front door through the peephole, I noticed Harper standing there, with her parents flanking her like guardians. Her eyes were red and puffy from sobbing, and her hair was still a mess from the detention cell. I took a deep breath before opening the door. Harper pushed by me inside the home without saying anything. Her father jabbed his finger into my chest, which stung. "You're about to explain everything right now," he hissed. I took a step back, attempting to keep things quiet for Alex, who was still on the couch. Harper noticed him and dashed over, dropping to her knees and pulling him into a tight hug. Alex placed his arms around her neck and began crying. "Mommy," she said, holding him close and staring at me over his head with hatred in her eyes. I ordered Alex to go to his room and watch cartoons, but he held to Harper tighter. "I'm scared," he sobbed into her shoulder. My mother-in-law walked forward and began counting with her fingers. She listed the text messages, the lipstick in my car, and Sarah's visit to our house with cookies. I tried to explain that I hadn't sent any texts and had no idea about the lipstick. They would not allow me to finish a single statement. Harper's father kept interrupting, and her mother shook her head as if she didn't believe what I said. Harper rose up, still holding Alex, and took out her phone with her free hand. She scrolled through it and then pushed the screen into my face. There were screenshots of text messages that appeared to have originated from my phone number and addressed Sarah. The messages were flirtatious and suggested meeting up after work. One stated he couldn't wait to see her again, and another thought she looked stunning. My stomach fell when I realized I had never written any of those messages. I took out my own phone and checked my text history with Sarah. There was nothing there save a work schedule from months ago. Harper spotted my screen and exclaimed that I had clearly removed them to cover my tracks. Her father stated that he would contact the phone provider directly in order to obtain the correct information. Alex cried harder the whole time, burying his face in Harper's shoulder. When I began working late nights, my mother-in-law often stated that she knew something was wrong. Harper quickly grabbed a glass from the coffee table and threw it against the wall. It shattered into bits, and Alex began screaming. I realized things were spiraling out of control, and our son was going to be scarred. I told them I'd stay somewhere else tonight to allow everyone time to relax. Harper claimed that if I stepped out that door, I would be confessing my guilt. Her parents agreed, saying that leaving would indicate I was a cheater. But I could see Alex shaking and crying, and I knew one of us had to think straight. I walked to my bedroom and grabbed a suitcase, packing some clothing and my phone charger. Harper pursued me, yelling that I was ruining our family for a lady at work. I informed her again that nothing had occurred to Sarah, but she would not listen. Her father stood in the doorway, trying to prevent me from leaving. I had to squeeze by him while he called me whatever term he could think of. As I approached my car, Harper screamed from the porch that our marriage was ended. I drove away, my hands shaking on the wheel, unsure where I was heading. I pulled into a parking lot and contacted James Carter, the department's union representative. He answered on the third ring, and I told him what had happened. He ordered me to document everything and not tell anyone at work about it. He stated the department would probably put me on desk duty after they learned about the arrest. He also suggested that I write down every recent interaction I had with Sarah. I thanked him and drove around for an additional 25 minutes, trying to think. Finally, I stopped into a cheap motel off the highway and booked a room for the night. The room smelled like old cigarettes, and the bed groaned when I sat down. I grabbed a notebook from my purse, and began writing what I remembered. I described how Sarah usually caressed my shoulder when she spoke to me. How she found out about Harper's arrest before anybody else did, and how she arrived at the station just as her parents did. She volunteered for every overtime shift while I was working. She always sat next to me during briefings, even when other seats were available. She once delivered coffee to my car without asking. She laughed at all of my ridiculous jokes, even when they weren't amusing. I wrote till my hand cramped, and I ended up with 3 pages of notes. Looking at everything written down made me sick to my stomach. How had I not seen this pattern before now? I kept writing about the cookie incident, which Alex had described. Sarah had never mentioned going to my house. She pretended as if she had no idea where I lived, yet she had been talking to Harper for 14 minutes, according to my memory. And now she had lied about bringing paper timetables when we had always used digital ones. Harper was texting me, calling me names and expressing her desire for a divorce. I didn't say anything because I knew it would just make things worse right now. The next morning, my phone rang while I was lying in that horrible motel bed, and it was James phoning to inform me that the department wanted me on modified duty beginning immediately. He stated the chief was concerned about liability if I went out on patrol while distracted by all of this personal things. It made logical, but it still stung that I couldn't do my regular job. James told me to come to his office at 10 a.m., so we could discuss how to safeguard my work and reputation from whatever was going on here. When I arrived, he had a legal pad full of notes and was laying out his plan step by step. The first step was to obtain my phone records from the carrier to establish that I had not sent the texts Harper mentioned. He made the call right in front of me and placed an official request stating that we required them for a department inquiry. Then he took out his calendar and scheduled me for an internal affairs interview in 3 days, making my stomach drop. He spent the next hour teaching me what to expect, and emphasizing the need of sticking to facts rather than guessing why Sarah did anything. That evening, after leaving his office, I couldn't help but drive by my house to see whether things had settled down. Harper's parents' car was still in the driveway, and all of the lights inside were turned on, implying that they were all still there, discussing how bad I was. I took out my phone and texted Harper, asking if I could contact Alex to say goodnight because I hadn't. I had not seen him in more than a day. She didn't respond for 6 whole hours, and when she finally did, it was only 2 words: he was asleep. I looked at the clock, and it was only 7 p.m., so I knew she was lying. But calling her out on it would just make matters worse. Back at the motel, I took my notebook and began creating a thorough timeline of every occasion I'd worked with Sarah in the previous few months. I wrote down how she routinely volunteered for overtime shifts when she knew I was also working them. She always sat next to me during briefings, even when there were plenty of other unoccupied chairs in the room. She brought coffee to my patrol car at least once a week, without me asking. She knew my favorite sandwich from the deli down the street and would occasionally get one for me. Looking at all of these small details written down revealed a pattern so obvious that I felt dumb for not noticing it sooner. The following day, I had to go to the station to fill out papers for my change duty status, and the entire environment felt altered. When I walked past people I had worked with for years in the corridor, they didn't look me in the eyes. The desk sergeant, who typically joked with me, simply nodded and handed me the forms without saying anything. Harper's arrest and charges against me and Sarah were widely publicized. 3 days later, I sat in the internal affairs interview room across from David Thomas, whom I had only met once at a department barbecue. He questioned me repeatedly about my working connection with Sarah and whether we had ever breached professional limits. I replied that we were just patrol partners who worked well together, but he kept asking why she was coming to my house with cookies. He took out a folder and gave me the identical screenshots Harper had given me of text messages with my name on them. I assured him again that I had never sent them and requested if they could look through Sarah's phone for any apps that may mimic phone numbers. David Thomas wrote everything down, but his face remained blank, so I couldn't tell if he believed me or thought I was lying. After 2 hours of inquiries, I was about to leave when I remembered what Alex had mentioned about Harper and Sarah conversing at the door for a long time. I took out my phone in the parking lot and called James Carter, explaining that we wanted to find out exactly what Sarah had said to my wife that day at our home. James contacted me back within 6 minutes and suggested that we investigate to see if any of our neighbors had doorbell cameras from when Sarah stopped by with the cookies. It was worth a shot, even if 1 month is a long time to keep footage. I drove directly back to my neighborhood and began knocking on doors. The first 2 neighbors either did not have cameras or had previously removed old recordings. Mr. Johnson owned the 3rd residence and worked in IT, so everything was backed up to the cloud. He welcomed me in, and we sat at his computer while he went over old footage from February. After about 25 minutes of searching, he discovered it. Sarah stood at my front door, clutching a container of cookies. The timestamp indicated she stood there for 14 minutes, which made little sense for simply dropping something off. Mr. Johnson continued to watch videos until he came across one that showed someone leaning into my police car, which was parked in the driveway. The person's face was not visible, but they were clearly tampering with something inside the car. I begged him to send me both clips right away and thanked him around 50 times. My hands were shaking as I forwarded everything to James, along with a message outlining what we'd discovered. He wrote back, saying this was exactly what we needed and that he was sending it directly to Internal Affairs with an official request to investigate Sarah. For the first time since this disaster began, I felt like someone might believe me. That night, around 9 p.m., my phone rang. It was Harper's father. He began ranting before I had even said hi. He threatened to call every news station in town if I didn't stop talking about Sarah and let Harper come home. He described me as a corrupt cop, who arrested his own wife to cover up an affair. I put him on speaker and started recording, as James had instructed. Harper's father started making threats for 6 minutes straight. When he eventually hung up, I saved the recording and forwarded it to James. The next morning, I received a call from the station stating that Internal Affairs wanted to see me immediately. When I arrived, David Thomas informed me that they had summoned Sarah in for interrogation based on the film I had provided. They also required to conduct a comprehensive forensic sweep of my patrol car, which meant I had to turn it in immediately. Without a patrol car, I couldn't even perform desk duties. So, I was effectively suspended without being officially suspended. David stated that it would take at least a week to process everything. I left the station, feeling bewildered, and called James, who advised me to seek a family lawyer immediately. He recommended Charlotte Morgan, a specialist in custody issues involving law enforcement. I met her that afternoon at her downtown office. She reviewed all of my data and concluded that Harper's emotional state and false charges justified our request for supervised visitation. The thought of having supervision to see my own son made me nauseous, but Charlotte explained that it was the only way to ensure that I could see Alex on a regular basis. She began preparing the paperwork straight in her office. We filed everything with the court the next day, requesting supervised visits twice a week. Charlotte claimed Harper's drinking and unstable conduct made her unreliable around Alex. The court clerk claimed we'd have a hearing date within 3 weeks. 4 days later, James called to tell the forensics team had finished with my police car. They discovered that the lipstick tube contained no definite fingerprints, only blurred partials that could belong to anyone. However, they discovered traces of a scent on it that did not match anything Harper owned. When I asked how they knew what perfume Harper used, James explained that they had obtained a warrant to test objects from our residence. The whole thing was becoming more invasive by the day. The best news came about a week later, when the phone company records arrived. James called me almost roaring with enthusiasm. The data showed that no texts were ever received from my number to Sarah's on any of the dates Harper claimed. Someone had undoubtedly falsified those texts, implying that someone was purposefully attempting to damage my marriage. James thought this was significant because it demonstrated I was being set up. We now had actual proof that someone was lying, and it was not me. He quickly filed copies with Internal Affairs and forwarded them to Charlotte for the custody proceedings. Harper's lawyer attempted to prevent the evidence, claiming it was obtained fraudulently, but the judge permitted it. Things were finally turning in my favor. The doorbell footage, bogus texts, and placed lipstick all pointed to someone attempting to frame me. Sarah was still working, although she had been assigned to a different shift pending the investigation. According to other cops, she was telling everyone I was crazy and blaming her for my marital difficulties. But the evidence spoke louder than her words. Internal Affairs broadened their inquiry and began looking into Sarah's employment history and any more complaints. Charlotte stated all of this evidence would be useful in family court since it demonstrated I was the victim, not the cheater. She was putting together a compelling case for why I needed equal custody after everything was settled. But for now, all I wanted was to see my son. The supervised visitation hearing was scheduled for the following Monday, so I spent the whole weekend preparing what I wanted to say. Monday morning, I stepped into the courthouse in my nicest suit, attempting to keep my hands firm. The judge reviewed the documents as Harper sat with her parents on the opposite side of the room. The hearing lasted less than 25 minutes, and the court granted me supervised visits twice a week to the community center. Harper's lawyer got up and handed the court another bundle of papers. He was seeking an immediate protective order, saying that I was harassing Harper by investigating her claims about Sarah. Charlotte rushed up and handed the court all of our proof, including the phone records that proved the texts were phony. The court read everything and dismissed the protection order, stating that I had the right to defend myself against false claims. Harper's parents spoke angrily to their lawyer as we exited the courthouse. 3 days later, we all gathered for mediation in a small conference room at the courthouse. The mediator attempted to encourage Harper to talk, but her father repeatedly interrupted and answered for her. Harper's mother would grab her arm whenever she tried to say anything on her own. The mediator ended the discussion after 40 minutes, noting that Harper seems unable to speak freely with her parents there. She suggested Harper go to individual counseling without family members. Sarah texted me that afternoon, stating she was sorry for everything and hoped we could chat soon. I immediately presented it to James Carter, who advised me to ban her phone number straight away while saving the message as evidence. I screenshotted everything and gave it to him before blocking her. The next morning, David Thomas called to give me an update on the inquiry. Sarah was examined by Internal Affairs, and she denied having any romantic feelings for me, claiming she was simply being nice with a colleague. David claimed her explanation had severe flaws since she kept changing specifics about why she came to my residence. Friday finally arrived, and I traveled to the community center for my first supervised visit with Alex. The supervisor brought me into a bright room filled with toys and books, where I waited uncomfortably. When the door opened, Alex rushed into my arms, crying and wondering when I was coming home. My chest tightened as I told him I didn't know yet, but I loved him very much. We sat on the floor, playing with Legos, as the supervisor took notes in the corner. Alex added that Mom had been sobbing a lot lately, and Grandma had been saying negative things about me. He claimed that Grandma had labeled him a rotten man and informed him that I no longer loved them. I jotted this down in my notebook, but I didn't ask him any further questions because I didn't want to offend him. We spent the remainder of our 2 hours building a massive Lego castle and reading his favorite books. When time was over, Alex clung to me, pleading with me not to leave. The supervisor had to gently draw him away as he cried for me. I sat in my car in the parking lot for 25 minutes, trying to collect myself before going home. David called me that evening with big news concerning Sarah. He noticed she had accessed the evidence room and printed old paper schedules 4 days before she came to my house with cookies. The computer log revealed that she printed schedules from 7 months earlier, which completely undermined her claim of dropping off current schedules. This was definitive indication that she had planned something and lied about it. Monday morning, the chief summoned me to his office directly. He sat behind his desk, looking fatigued, and stated that the matter was becoming a significant issue for the department. He pledged to be fair, but warned that if Sarah did something wrong, there would be ramifications for everyone involved, including potential policy changes. He stated that the department's credibility was at danger, and the municipal council was asking questions. I exited his office feeling even more agitated than before. Harper was arraigned for DUI on Wednesday at the courthouse. She stood before the bench, while her lawyer attempted to blame the arrest on our marital issues, claiming she was emotionally distressed. However, the judge did not buy it, stating that a blood alcohol level of 19 was exceedingly risky, regardless of personal issues. Harper was required to complete an alcohol assessment and attend treatment as part of her plea deal. Her lawyer continued to argue, but the judge interrupted him, saying that intoxicated driving endangers innocent people regardless of what was going on at home. Harper appeared little and defeated as they let her go. That afternoon, I had my first meeting with the therapist Charlotte had recommended. I sat in her office, uncomfortable about talking to a stranger, yet after an hour, I felt lighter. She helped me realize that I wasn't insane and that someone had purposefully attempted to damage my marriage and career. She claimed the information plainly demonstrated manipulation and dishonesty that was not my fault. We discussed how Sarah's actions were intentional and deliberate, not simply misunderstandings. She taught me strategies for dealing with stress, and the ambiguity of not understanding why Sarah did this. I left feeling clearer-headed than I had in weeks. The investigation was progressing, and the truth was slowly being revealed, despite the fact that it was destroying everything I had constructed. 3 days later, my neighbor knocked on my door, holding his laptop and appearing concerned. He opened it to show me another doorbell video from the morning Harper was arrested, and there was a white Honda Civic parked outside our house at 6 a.m., 2 hours before Sarah's shift even began. I focused in on the license plate, and my hands began to shake because I knew the numerals from the parking lot at work. The timestamp indicated that woman sat there for 25 minutes just viewing our house before driving away. I thanked him and immediately called James, who instructed me to document everything and submit a formal complaint with the department straight away. I spent the next 3 hours writing down everything Sarah had done, from lying about her schedule to showing up at my house and sending Harper false text messages. James examined it and assisted me in adding specific policy infractions before we submitted it to Internal Affairs, along with all supporting documentation. The union president called me personally to say they were entirely behind me and would provide legal assistance if necessary. David from Internal Affairs called me the following morning with more awful news concerning Sarah. They dug through computer files and discovered she'd used the patrol car assignment system 15 times in the previous 7 months, always ensuring she'd be matched with me. She also accessed my personnel file in January, which she had no reason to do because she was not a supervisor. He claimed they were creating a case for stalking and harassment that went far beyond job wrongdoing. Harper's mother called me that afternoon and cried so hard that I couldn't understand her. "I'm so sorry." She repeated again and over. I asked her what happened, and she stated she had been reviewing all of the evidence I had given through my lawyer. Sarah's phone records indicate no texts, the doorbell tape shows her snooping around, and all of the lies she told. She said that she only wanted what was best for Alex and that they might have been mistaken about everything. I advised her to truly think about what was true in this situation since our boy needs both of his parents to think properly. She cried harder, claiming Harper was drinking again and refusing to listen to anyone. 2 nights later, my phone called at 1 a.m., and Harper was drunk and slurring her words. She alternated between yelling at me and crying, claiming she had lost her sense of reality. Then she said something that made me sit upright. Sarah gave me messages on her phone, but I was already drunk and may not have been able to see clearly. I asked her to repeat it, and she claimed Sarah had come to the house that day with a phone full of texts, but Harper had already started drinking at midday. She stated the phone looked like mine, but she wasn't sure anymore. I recorded the call on my laptop while she rambled about being confused and unsure who to trust. The next week, we had our first family court hearing, and the judge approved a temporary separation arrangement. I got Alex from Friday night until Sunday evening, which wasn't quite enough, but my lawyer said it was usual and better than nothing. At the very least, it provided Alex with some consistency and routine, which he urgently needed after all of the insanity. The judge instructed both of us to prioritize Alex's well-being above all else. 2 days later, Alex's school counselor summoned both of us to a conference to discuss his decreasing grades and anxiousness. He was having difficulty sleeping and weeping at irregular moments in class. Harper and I sat on opposing ends of the room, but we decided to collaborate solely for academic purposes. We devised a strategy for more help and counseling at school, and for once, we didn't argue over anything. The counselor stated that Alex needed to witness stability between us, even if we were separated. That Thursday, as I was leaving my therapy appointment, Sarah arrived in the parking lot, striding directly toward me. Before she could say anything, James appeared out of nowhere and stood between us. "You need to leave right now," he told her. She looked stunned and backed away swiftly, almost sprinting to her car. James had been following me for safety when the union learned that she might try to contact me. According to the security guard, she had been waiting for an hour. David called me that evening with important news about Sarah's phone. They discovered metadata indicating she used an app called Text Now, which allowed you to send messages from false phone numbers. She removed it the day after Harper was arrested, but they were working with the corporation to recover the information. He claimed this was the smoking gun they needed to prove she forged the communications Harper saw. It would take a few weeks, but he was confident that they would obtain the evidence. I spent the weekend putting together a package containing everything we had thus far. The phone records prove that I never texted Sarah. Both doorbell videos show her at our home. Evidence indicates she lied about her schedules. The computer logs show her viewing my files. She twisted the patrol car assignment and has now uninstalled the chatting app. I sorted everything chronologically, with timestamps and explanations. Charlotte reviewed it and stated it was clear evidence that I was being set up by someone who had been planning this for months. Charlotte organized the appointment for the following Tuesday at her office, instructing me to bring every piece of evidence we had gathered. I arrived early and assisted her in setting up the conference room, organizing all of the documents neatly on the table while she tested the laptop to ensure that the doorbell videos played smoothly. Harper arrived with her parents 25 minutes late, and I could see she had been weeping again from her big red eyes and the tissues she was clutching in her palm. Her father sat across from me, arms crossed, while her mother held Harper's hand and continued to rub her back. Charlotte began by exhibiting the phone records, pointing to each date Harper mentioned and establishing that no texts were exchanged between me and Sarah on those days, or any other days for that matter. Harper's father continued to shake his head, but I observed her mother bending forward to look more closely at the documents. Charlotte then played the doorbell camera of Sarah visiting our house for 14 minutes as she claimed to be dropping off schedules that we hadn't used in 2 years. Harper's mother gasped and grabbed the papers indicating when we moved to digital timetables, her hands trembling as she read the date. The second video showed someone reaching inside my patrol car on the same day Sarah visited. Even though the person's face was not visible, you could see them putting something under the passenger seat. Charlotte then revealed the forensics report, which said that the lipstick had no obvious fingerprints and contained a perfume Harper had never worn, as well as metadata evidence from Sarah's deleted messaging app. Harper's mother began to cry harder, but not because she was furious. And she continued gazing between me and Harper, as if she were seeing things differently. Her father sat there with his mouth gritted, but even he couldn't dispute with the patrol car assignment log, which revealed Sarah had repeatedly twisted the system to be my partner. After 2 hours of going over everything, Harper suddenly spoke up and said she'd go to therapy if I terminated the investigation. Charlotte swiftly stated that this was not the case, because Sarah's case was handled apart from our family problem by internal affairs. Harper's mother abruptly rose up and moved around the table to where I was sitting, and I stiffened up, expecting her to punch me or yell. But instead, she just caressed my shoulder and apologized for not believing me. Her father did not apologize, but he did tell Harper that they should focus on getting her help rather than battling me, which was more than I anticipated from him. Harper agreed to join an intense outpatient program that would meet 3 times a week and vowed to stop telling people I was cheating while the probe was ongoing. It wasn't an apology, and she still looked at me suspiciously, but at least Alex wouldn't have to listen to his grandparents calling me names any longer. 3 days later, I received a call from David informing me that Internal Affairs had completed their preliminary investigation and found no evidence of any illicit interaction between me and Sarah. However, they strongly advised that I be switched to day shift to avoid future contact with her. I accepted quickly because I simply wanted to get back to normal job and quit being the guy everyone talked about in the hallways. That same afternoon, the chief summoned Sarah to his office and issued her a formal reprimand, as well as an immediate reassignment to the North Precinct pending the completion of the full inquiry. And news traveled throughout the station within an hour that she was effectively done with our department. She cleared out her locker while I was on patrol to avoid crossing paths. But guys later informed me that she didn't say goodbye to anyone and just went out with a box of her belongings, looking straight ahead. Harper began her treatment program the following Monday, and appeared to be taking it seriously, attending every session and participating in group discussions, according to what her counselor informed me during our check-in call. About 3 weeks in, her therapist contacted me and asked if I'd be ready to participate in some joint sessions to improve our co-parenting communication. Even though I didn't want to sit in a room with Harper after everything, I consented because I knew Alex needed us to be functional parents. During our third combined session, with both therapists present, Harper finally acknowledged that Sarah had been to the house that day and shown her phone messages, claiming I was bothering her and wouldn't leave her alone at work. Harper claimed she was already inebriated by midday that day. And when she read those texts with my name at the top, she immediately trusted them without checking to see if the number matched mine. The therapist encouraged her to reflect on why she was so fast to believe it. Harper burst into tears, stating she had been separated from me for months due to all of my overtime shifts, and she was already concerned that I was drifting away from the family. I wanted to be outraged, but all I felt was sadness that she had been struggling, and instead of talking to me about it, she turned to drinking and believing the first negative thing she heard about me. James called me that evening with an update. Sarah would very certainly face official misconduct charges, which might ruin her law enforcement career, because the evidence of manipulation and false claims was too strong for the agency to ignore. He claimed that the union would not even defend her since she had violated so many policies and ethical standards that they couldn't justify taking her case. Harper's court hearing for the DUI accusation came the following week, and her lawyer negotiated a bargain in which she would plead to reckless driving rather than DUI in exchange for completing treatment and losing her license for 6 months. Veronica told me that this was quite usual for first crimes with skilled lawyers. And, while it felt unfair that she would not suffer the full repercussions, I decided not to fight it because it would reduce Alex's stress. We got into a schedule in which I had Alex every weekend and Wednesday night. And, while it hurt to not see him every day, at least his schedule was consistent and he knew what to anticipate. His teacher contacted to report he was doing better in class, paying more attention, and not sobbing as often as before. He still asked her when Mommy and Daddy will live together again. During one of our appointments, Harper's therapist advised that we check through Harper's phone together for evidence of the phony texts. And that's when we discovered it. There was a contact saved with my name, but when we clicked on it, the number was completely different from mine, only by 2 numbers, so you wouldn't notice unless you looked closely. Harper was shaking as she realized Sarah must have created this contact during those 14 minutes at our door and then used it to send the bogus messages Harper saw when she was too inebriated to notice the phone number did not match. Harper's shaking intensified, and she gripped my arm, pleading with me to call her parents immediately away. I called her father's number and handed her the phone, watching her recount everything we had just discovered while tears streamed down her cheeks. Her parents arrived at our door 25 minutes later, and her father examined the evidence on Harper's phone, his face becoming redder by the second. He turned to me and told me that they owed me an apology for the public incident at the station, but they were simply trying to protect their daughter. I assured him I understood and that all that mattered now was helping Harper recover and keeping Alex steady during this ordeal. Her mother hugged me for the first time in months, and she apologized for believing the worst of me. The next morning, James called with word from Internal Affairs regarding their final judgment on Sarah. They were charged with many policy infractions, including evidence tampering, making false statements, harassment, and conduct unbecoming an officer. She wasn't dismissed, but she was downgraded 2 ranks and assigned to the records division, where she'd be filling paperwork instead of patrolling. James stated that while it was not the termination we had hoped for, she would no longer work the streets or have access to police cars and equipment. 4 days later, Sarah sent a letter to the department, accepting responsibility for what she described as poor judgment and unprofessional behavior. Veronica read it first and told me that it was actually a good thing Sarah didn't apologize to me directly because it demonstrated an admission of wrongdoing, which may be useful if we were to pursue civil action later. The chief brought me into his office that afternoon to inform me that I would be returning to normal patrol on Monday with a new partner named Martinez, who had transferred from the next county over. Martinez understood the whole situation, but when we started working together, he treated me like any other cop, focusing on the task rather than the drama. When I walked by, some of the other cops continued to whisper, but the majority had seen the proof and were sympathetic, especially after Sarah's demotion became public. Harper and I met with both of our lawyers the next week to finalize our separation agreement. We agreed to a 7-month trial separation with the option of working toward reconciliation or proceeding with divorce based on how her treatment went and whether we could regain any trust. Harper remained devoted to her outpatient treatment and had not used alcohol in 3 weeks, according to her therapist, who contacted me with updates. Our custody arrangement allowed me to spend every other weekend and Wednesday nights with Alex, while Harper had him the rest of the time as long as she remained sober and finished treatment. That Saturday, I picked up Alex for our weekend and took him to the park by the lake where we used to go when he was little. We grabbed a bag of bread from the corner store and spent 3 hours feeding the ducks and geese, not talking about anything serious, just having fun together. Alex grinned as one brave fowl ate directly from his palm. And for the first time in months, I saw him act like a normal kid, rather than carrying the burden of our family's issues. He asked if we could return next weekend, and I promised, making a mental vow to keep our time together easy and enjoyable rather than attempting to repair everything at once. On the way home, Alex fell asleep in the back seat, and I found myself reflecting on all that had transpired with Sarah during the previous year. Looking back on all the tiny things, like how she always volunteered for my shifts, how she'd touch my shoulder or arm when we talked, and the excuses she made to be near me, it was evident she'd formed feelings that evolved into something deeper. I was too preoccupied with my job to recognize the warning flags, and I overlooked how her conduct was progressing from a crush to full manipulation and obsession. The entire incident taught me to pay closer attention to workplace limits and trust my instincts when something feels strange, rather than ignoring it to avoid unpleasantness. 2 months have gone since the night I arrested Harper, and our family no longer looks the same. We are not living together. Harper and I might never truly trust each other again, and Alex is still wondering when things will return to normal. However, Harper is receiving treatment for her drinking problem. I'm back at work, and no false allegations linger over me. Sarah can't harm anyone else because of her desk job. Most significantly, Alex is safe and begins to grin again. The truth regarding Sarah's manipulation was ultimately revealed. Even if it took shattering our marriage to reveal it. When someone decides to tear your life apart, that is perhaps the best outcome you can hope for. Not a pleasant reunion, but at least everyone survived the carnage and found their way forward. That's how things went for me. It is just gas. My parents ignored my pain to buy a phone charger. My appendix burst in the car. I called my bio dad. He saved me and won custody. My mom and stepdad have always disliked me because I look like her biggest enemy, my biological father. I didn't want to call them when I felt a sharp ache in my lower right abdomen in arithmetic class. After my forehead burned, I had to SMS the family group chat. It took 45 minutes to pick me up. "Were you trying to skip school?" my stepdad inquired as I got in the car. My sister turned up the aux before I could answer. I asked, "What are you even doing here?" "Happy, we were having a family bonding day." "That you interrupted?" Mom laughed. My gut hurt sharply and explosively, like it was being scorched. Mom turned from the front seat, her eyes narrowing as usual when she stared at me. "You better not be doing this for attention." My gray skin never stopped sweating. Every driving bump fired electricity through my stomach. That caused me to vomit. Greg returned a grocery bag without looking, as if expecting it. "My gosh," he said. "Your father used to pull this same dramatic BS." Sam's phone alerted him. Her phone was 10%. "My phone is dying," she wailed. This wasn't just regular upset. It was that calculated crying she'd perfected since she was 6. "Owen is going to FaceTime me in literally 20 minutes, and he'll think I'm ignoring him. And then he'll ask that girl from chemistry to homecoming instead of me." I could feel something inside me worsening every second. "Hospitals," I exclaimed. "Please." Mom and Greg looked. I got the same look when I asked to join the Disney family vacation. Same look as when I asked why Sam got a car for her 18th birthday but got a $25 card. "There's a Best Buy right there," Mom said, pointing to the right blue sign. Think I misheard her. "We can grab her a portable charger real quick." Despite pain and nausea, I lifted my head. "What?" she said. "It'll just take a second," telling Greg to go to bed. "Please." Number. Words barely came out. A closing sensation in my throat. Greg looked disgusted at me in the rearview mirror. "Stop being dramatic, just like your dad always was. 5 minutes won't kill you." They jumped right in. Mom opened her door. Sam ran out, still crying about Owen, and Greg locked the car with me inside like a dog, not their son. Pressure building up with nowhere to go replaced the sharp pain. I felt it like a water balloon bursting inside me. No relief, just wrongness. Fire spread from my belly to my chest. I knew what happened. Your body tells you when something ruptures, even at 18, without medical training. I couldn't type ambulance numbers because my hand kept moving. I saw Mom comparing 2 chargers through the shop window. Sam examined phone cases. Greg checked his watch because the game started at 5, not because he worried about me. I blacked out after hearing the car door open. "Greg, is he breathing?" Mom asked. "Yeah, but we have to go now, Sam. But I haven't charged my phone yet." I woke up in the ICU 2 days later. I heard my mom's fake concern at parent-teacher conferences in the hallway through the medications. "We rushed here the second we realized something was wrong," she said. "We only stopped for 3 minutes because Sam has severe anxiety and needed her medication from the pharmacy." The nurse devoured it. "You poor things. It must have been so scary." Greg spoke. "We've been here every day. Haven't left his side." I realized I had to make my own way to justice. I knew exactly how. In our family group chat, I typed, "Thank you for saving my life, Mom." Then I sent something else. My family wasn't informed. I found my bio dad's number in Mom's old phone 8 months earlier and saved it under a fake contact name in case. I typed with shaking fingers. I struggled with each word because the painkillers were pulling me down. I almost died because Mom wouldn't take me to the hospital. "I'm in ICU. Please help." After sending, the message turned blue before my eyes got too heavy to open. I dropped the phone on the blanket, and it went dark again. Room was dim when I woke up. The sink has one yellow light. A man in dark blue scrubs worked the machines next to my bed. He had kind eyes and a tie. Name tag. He smiled when I stared. "Hey, you're awake. How are you feeling?" The majority asked that as a greeting without expecting a response. Tyler stood there waiting, looking at me like my answer mattered. "Everything hurts," I answered, stuttering. "And I'm scared to go home." His expression shifted immediately. Not shocked, but something clicked. He brought up the chair next to my bed and sat at eye level. "Can I ask you some questions about that?" I nodded. Despite my constricted throat, I needed someone to know. "The hospital takes patient safety seriously," Tyler whispered. "Would it be okay if I requested a social work consult for you? Someone who can help make sure you're safe and have what you need?" Relief was so overwhelming I almost cried again. Someone cared enough to act. "Yes," I said. "Please." Tyler clasped my palm briefly before standing up and writing on his iPad. "I'm putting that request in right now. Someone will come talk to you tomorrow morning." He examined my IV and adjusted something that eased my stomach pain. "Try to get some rest. I'll be here all night if you need anything." I went asleep feeling safer than in years. The next morning, a woman with dark hair and a bun entered my room with a tablet and a nice smile. Her tag reads Samantha Burns, Social Services. She sat on the chair by my bed. "Good morning, I'm Samantha. The nursing staff asked me to come check on you and see how you're doing." Her pleasant, professional voice made you feel like you could tell her anything. "Can you walk me through what happened before you got to the hospital?" Told her everything. About messaging the math class family group chat when the agony started. About waited 45 minutes for pickup. About Greg questioning if I was skipping school. About Sam's phone dying and Mom stopping at Best Buy for a charger as I vomited in the back car. About locking me in the car while shopping. Concerning my appendix burst and inability to call for aid. Samantha's expression was calm and friendly, but her fingers quickly scanned her tablet, taking notes on everything I said. She looked up with gentle eyes when I finished. "The medical team documented your condition when you arrived. You had critical sepsis from a ruptured appendix, which means there was a significant delay in getting you treatment." She stopped before asking the crucial question. "Do you feel safe going home?" Wanting to say no hurt more than my incision. But I also understood what happened to youngsters who thought home was unsafe. Perhaps foster care or forced family therapy, where Mom would blame me for everything. Finally, I responded, "I don't know, honestly." Samantha nodded like that explanation was enough. Her business card was placed on the table next to my bed when she rose up. "If you need anything or remember something else you want to tell me, you can call that number anytime." I checked the time on my phone after she departed. I saw the alert then. My biological father, who I saved as Dave from school, texted me. "I'm driving there now, 3 states away, but I'll be there by tomorrow morning. Are you okay? Please tell me you're okay." Before stopping, I cried. They dropped everything and drove through the night to get to me, even though they barely knew me. My mother probably watched cookery shows at home and complained about how I destroyed her week. I couldn't stop crying. Another nurse checked on me and inquired whether I was hurt. I shook my head because I couldn't explain that these were relief tears, the type that come when you realize you're not alone. That afternoon, I heard Mom's voice in the hallway before seeing her. She pretended to be pleasant with instructors and physicians. The one everyone thought was Mother of the Year. Greg's husky voice rumbled obscurely. Then they entered with Sam following, continuously looking at her phone. Mom wore her worried parent face, eyebrows furrowed and mouth down. But when she spotted Samantha's business card on my bedside table, her face transformed. Her jaw and eyes tightened. She read the card and looked at me with that face I knew too well. "Who suggested I'd done something wrong by living? What's this about?" she asked sharply, although trying to sound casual. Greg looked annoyed as he crossed his arms behind her. I maintained a neutral expression and speech. A social worker is helping coordinate my discharge care, making sure I have what I need when I leave the hospital. It wasn't a lie, just incomplete. Greg's jaw tensed and a cheek muscle leaped. A nurse passed by, looking into the room, so Mom couldn't react. Her grin seemed forced as she sat in Samantha's chair. Well, that's nice of them. We just want to make sure you're taken care of. Sam never looked away from her phone. She stood at the entrance, thumb scrolling, wishing she were anywhere else. I wondered if Owen contacted her for that FaceTime or if she was unconcerned while I died in a parking lot. I didn't invite Dr. Angelo Burns to visit during Mom's evening hours. My surgeon was tall with gray temples and worn eyes from too many emergency cases. He looked at my computer chart and read about my recuperation, primarily to himself. His next statement froze the room. The surgical notes indicate your appendix had been ruptured for at least 3 hours before you arrived at the hospital. He looked up from the screen, alternating between me and my parents. How long were you experiencing symptoms before you came in? The end. The moment I'd waited for since waking up and hearing Mom lie to the nurses in the corridor. I spoke clearly and calmly to ensure accuracy. I texted them from the school when the pain started. It took 45 minutes for them to pick me up. Then I asked to go to the hospital, but we stopped at Best Buy first so Sam could get a phone charger. They locked me in the car while they shopped. That's when my appendix ruptured. I observed Mom's face change color while I talked, then return red and angry. Greg held fists at his sides. Sam finally looked up from her phone, wide-eyed. Dr. Thompson's eyes changed despite his professional neutrality. He spent a long time typing notes in my chart. Still typing, he replied. I'll be coordinating with social services regarding your case. He went without telling my parents anything else. The deep, menacing stillness after he left seemed alive. Mom opened her lips to speak, but another nurse checked my vitals. Greg tugged Mom to the door, grumbling about coffee. Sam followed silently. She glanced at me before leaving. Her face changed briefly. Maybe guilty or afraid. Then she left, leaving me alone with the equipment beeping, my heart racing, and the realization that I'd started something irreversible. The machines beeped steadily as I counted the small holes in each ceiling tile square. My IV drugs made my body feel heavy, but my intellect didn't shut off. Tyler returned to my room at 9 p.m. to check my vitals. He softly adjusted things on the bed and wrote notes on his iPad. After finishing, he sat down in Samantha's chair like he had something important to say. He said he'd advise the other nurses and physicians to mark the delay in bringing me to the hospital in my file. He said the ER professionals recorded my condition, infection severity, and near-death experience. His speech was calm and professional, but his eyes were sorrowful when he claimed many people were worried about me. He said that in cases like mine where a child was injured, the hospital staff recorded everything. My throat tightened when he spoke something. He informed me I had people watching out for me and ensuring my safety. He said that mattered more than I estimated. He softly squeezed my shoulder before returning to the nurse's station. I barely slept that night. While my appendix ruptured, I saw Mom comparing phone chargers every time I closed my eyes. I continued checking my phone for Dad's response, but nothing. Part of me wondered if he'd come or decide I wasn't worth the hassle, like Mom usually said. Morning came slowly, the sky outside my window changing black to gray to pale blue. Around 7, a nurse brought me breakfast I couldn't eat because my stomach was still upset from surgery. While eating basic bread, I heard voices in the corridor and the door opened. Tall, maybe 6'2", the man who entered had dark hair with gray sides. After driving all night, his clothes were wrinkled, but his face was like looking in a mirror 20 years from now. Same nose, jawline, and dark eyes that Mom always said made her sick to look at. He stopped just inside the doorway and stared at me, his eyes getting wet. He crossed the room in 3 long steps and hugged me carefully, avoiding all the tubes and wires. His voice cracked when he asked if I was okay, and I couldn't answer because I was crying too hard. He smelled like coffee and the highway, and his hands were shaking when he looked at my face. We talked for almost 2 hours. He pulled the chair up next to my bed and held my hand while he explained everything. He told me how he and Mom met in college, how things fell apart after I was born, and how she blamed him for everything wrong in her life. He claimed she had applied for full custody and told the judge he was dangerous and had hurt her, but he couldn't prove it. The court granted her custody and supervised visitation once a month, but she relocated 3 states away without notifying him. When he found out where we went, she'd filed papers saying he'd abandoned me, and the new court terminated his rights. But here's what made my chest feel like it was caving in. He pulled out his phone and showed me 18 years of bank statements. Every month, he'd sent child support payments through the state system. He'd been sending money every month for my whole life, but Mom said he never paid. She'd bought Sam a car with my money, taken family vacations, and left me home with my money. I looked at those bank statements and realized my whole life had been a lie. He showed me dozens of letters he'd sent to Mom's address asking to see me, but she'd never responded. He'd hired lawyers twice to request visitation rights, but the courts wouldn't help without proof of the lies. He said finding me was like finding a part of himself he thought was gone forever. Samantha returned mid-morning and asked to speak with Bio-Dad privately. They left, and I sat alone with my thoughts for 45 minutes that felt like hours. I could hear their serious, low voices in the hallway. When they returned, Bio-Dad's posture had changed. He stood straighter, his jaw set in a determined way that reminded me of how I felt when I told Dr. Anderson the truth. Samantha sat down and said in her calm, professional voice that she and Bio-Dad had reviewed my post-discharge living possibilities. Given my medical care delay and safety concerns at home, she advised me not to return to Mom's house right away. Bio-Dad had agreed to stay in town, and she would arrange for him to be my temporary guardian during my recovery. She used words like home evaluation, child protective services, and family court. Each one felt like another brick in my wall between Mom and me. Samantha said a CPS investigator would need to visit Mom's house and interview everyone, which would take time. She promised to keep me safe, and I believed her. Bio-Dad took my hand again and I held on tight. Mom arrived for afternoon visiting hours and found Bio-Dad sitting next to my bed. I watched her face go through 5 different expressions in 3 seconds. Shock, anger, then this fake pleasant look she used when others were watching. She asked what he was doing here in a sweet voice that didn't match her eyes. Bio-Dad stood up and said he was visiting his son, and Mom's fake pleasant expression cracked. She started yelling about how he had no rights, how he'd abandoned me, and how dare he show up now. Bio-Dad's voice stayed level when he cited bank statements showing he'd been paying child support for 18 years. Mom went red and screamed that he was a liar, that the courts had terminated his rights, and that she'd call security. 2 security guards arrived, but not to remove Bio-Dad. Instead, they asked them to meet in a private conference room away from patient areas. Mom looked like she wanted to argue, but the guards didn't ask. They took my parents out, leaving me with Greg and Sam. The silence was thick and uncomfortable. Greg stood by the window with his arms crossed, not looking at me. Sam stayed near the door, thumb scrolling on her phone, but she glanced up and we met for a moment. Her voice was faint and little when she said she was sorry. She didn't glance up from her phone, so I wasn't sure if she meant sorry for the Best Buy stop or 18 years of watching them treat me like crap. Greg didn't say anything. Bio-Dad stayed at a nearby hotel and visited every day during loud hours for 3 days. Dr. Anderson came by on the 4th day after I woke up and said I was healing well enough to go home. He gave me a long list of wound care instructions, including keeping the incision clean and dry and watching for infection. He also wrote prescriptions for pain medication and antibiotics, and explained activity restrictions. He also discussed diet, starting with small, bland meals and slowly adding foods back in. Samantha arrived with discharge papers and a plan, arranged with Bio-Dad and the hospital social work department. She said it was to ensure I got proper post-surgical care and supervision during recovery, but we all knew it was to keep me away from Mom. She wrote down official words like adequate support and medical supervision needs in her reports. Samantha stated that Mom would get copies of all the paperwork and have the right to object legally, but for now, this was occurring. Mom objected loudly and promptly, showing up as I was getting dressed to go and threatening legal action. She said Bio-Dad had no custody rights, that she'd sue the hospital, and that she'd call the police. Bio-Dad remained calm while she yelled, telling her that he'd been paying child support for 18 years without visitation, that he had legitimate concerns about my safety, and that the hospital social worker's report supported his position. He said the medical documentation showing the delay in treatment was clear and she should talk to her lawyer before making threats. Mom's face turned purple and she looked like she might hit him. A nurse intervened and suggested Mom leave before security got involved again. Greg pulled her toward the door while she yelled about how this wasn't over, how she'd fight it, and how I was tricked. I sat on the hospital bed in Bio-Dad's clothes and watched my mother walk away screaming. Sam followed them looking at the floor. Bio-Dad had rented a clean, quiet hotel room with 2 double beds with blue comforters, a small table by the window, and a wall-mounted TV. He'd stocked the mini fridge with ginger ale, crackers, and plain bread that Samantha had said would be easy on my stomach. He placed pillows behind me and made sure I was comfortable on the bed closest to the bathroom, then set up all my medications on the nightstand with his phone alarm system, programming reminders for each dose. He gave me the remote and told me to watch anything, but we ended up watching a cooking competition show we didn't care about. His checking on me every 20 minutes, asking if I needed anything, if I was in pain, or if I was hungry, getting up to get me more ginger ale without asking. And the way he adjusted my pillows when I was shifting around trying to get comfortable mattered. For the first time in 18 years, someone cared about me. I fell asleep that afternoon feeling safer than I'd ever felt at home. Kevin arrived that evening with a backpack full of homework and school gossip. Bio Dad let him in, and they shook hands. Kevin looked nervous meeting my real father. Kevin dumped his backpack on the other bed and started pulling out folders and papers, explaining what I'd missed in each class. He stopped mid-sentence and looked at Bio Dad, who was helping me adjust my pillows again. Kevin's eyes widened and he leaned closer to me, whispering, asking if this was my dad. When I nodded, his whole face broke into a huge grin. He said it was about damn time something good happened to me. Bio Dad laughed and gave Kevin pizza for dinner, asking what toppings he liked. We spent the next 2 hours eating bland food for me while they had pizza, Kevin catching me up on school drama and treating the situation like it was normal, like having my Bio Dad suddenly in my life wasn't weird. It made everything feel more real and less scary. Samantha suggested I keep a journal during my recovery in case there were questions about the level of care I was receiving. Over the next few days, I wrote down everything, including how Bio Dad checked my incision twice a day for redness, swelling, or infection, and made sure I took my medications on time. Never letting me miss a dose even when I felt okay. Making me small, bland meals even though they were boring because the doctor ordered them. Constantly asking how I was feeling, if I needed anything, if the pain was becoming worse. Every entry in that journal showed Bio Dad treating me like I was important, like my health, safety, and future mattered. He did my laundry at the hotel laundromat and bought me new clothes because I only had what Mom packed. He set up a tutoring schedule so I wouldn't fall behind in school and researched the best doctors for follow-up care. Reading back through those entries, I saw exactly what Samantha wanted me to see: the difference between neglect and actual parenting written out in my own words that no one could argue with. A week later, a thick envelope arrived at the hotel addressed to Bio Dad. While I did homework on my bed, Bio Dad opened it at the small desk and read. Mom's lawyer had delivered a formal demand letter demanding I return home immediately, saying Bio Dad had no legal right to retain me. Bio Dad made 3 phone calls that afternoon. An emergency custody modification petition was filed with the family court, and 3 days later, another court-sealed letter arrived. The judge had ordered a temporary hearing in 2 weeks to determine where I should live. Bio Dad showed me the letter and asked if I was okay with this, if I really wanted to sue my mother. I looked at my nightstand journal, the medication bottles he'd organized, and the mini fridge he kept stocked with safe foods for my recovering stomach. Then I looked at him and answered yes. 3 weeks after surgery, Bio Dad brought me back to my old school for the first time. My incision still pulled when I moved wrong, and I tired faster than before. By third period, I was struggling to stay awake in history class. The teacher noticed me nodding off and sent a note to the counselor's office. I'd never met Jasmine Ford, who had an office near the front entrance with plants everywhere and a comfortable couch instead of the usual hard plastic chairs. She asked me to sit down and offered me water, then waited until I was settled before asking how I was doing. I tried to give her the usual answer about being fine and catching up on schoolwork, but she just looked at me with a patient expression, and said she'd heard from my teacher about me falling asleep and knew I'd been hospitalized. Requested Reds is on Spotify now. She asked gently, which made me tell her about the appendix rupture and the Best Buy stop when I was dying in the back car and waking up in the ICU and hearing Mom lie to the nurses. I told Jasmine about Bio Dad showing up and how I'd never felt safer in my life than I did with him at that hotel. I also told her about the custody battle and how scared I was that the judge would send me back to Mom's house. When I stopped talking, she was quiet for a minute. She then explained that she was a mandatory reporter, meaning she had to report any child abuse or neglect to the authorities. I immediately gave her permission to write down everything I said and include it in the court case. Jasmine called Samantha that day. Samantha texted Bio Dad that evening, saying it was helpful to have school staff back up her concerns. Having a counselor from my actual school confirm that I'd been neglected strengthened the case. Jasmine also gave me extra time on all my assignments until I was fully recovered. For the first time, school felt like a place that cared about me. She printed everything out and gave me copies, then sent the same information to all my teachers. For the first time, I was allowed to leave class and go to the nurse's office if I was in pain. A week later, I was doing homework at the hotel when someone knocked on the door. Bio Dad was out getting groceries, and I saw Sam in the hallway with messy ponytail and no makeup, which never happened. I opened the door and she stood there for a second before asking if she could come in. We sat on opposite beds and she stared at her hands. She said she'd been thinking about the Best Buy stop every day since it happened, seeing me in the back seat turning gray while she cried about her phone charging. She realized I could have died while looking at phone cases. She looked at me with red eyes and asked if I hated her. Part of me wanted to say yes to make her feel as bad as I'd felt my whole life, but I knew she was 17 and had been raised by the same parents who taught her that her problems mattered more than mine. I told Sam I was angry at her for being selfish, at Mom for hating me, and at Greg for treating me like garbage, but I also understood she was just a kid raised in a really bad environment. Mom and Greg had spent our entire lives teaching her that she was more important than me, so of course she believed it. That wasn't her fault. Sam started weeping, but it wasn't her normal phony, dramatic crying. These were real tears that made her cheeks blotchy and her nose run. She said she wanted to tell the truth to help my case. She said she'd testify in court about the Best Buy stop and how Mom and Greg had always treated me differently. I nodded because I didn't trust myself to say anything else. A few days later, Bio Dad took me to a follow-up appointment with Dr. Anderson. Walking through those doors scared me, but Dr. Anderson was nice about checking my incision. Then he had me step on a scale and asked how much I weighed before the surgery. When I told him, he wrote something in my chart and said I was underweight for my height and age. He then checked my skin, nails, and sleep habits. Dr. Anderson then said I had chronic stress and malnutrition and added it to my medical file and said it would be in court reports. Bio Dad asked what we should do, and Dr. Anderson gave us a meal plan and vitamin supplements, and scheduled another follow-up in 6 weeks. Sam texted me when the CPS investigator arrived at Mom's house on a Tuesday afternoon. She interviewed Mom first, then Greg, then Sam in separate rooms. The investigator asked Sam how long we stopped at Best Buy, if they noticed I was seriously sick, and how Mom and Greg usually treated me compared to Sam. Sam told her everything, including how I was throwing up in the car and they still went shopping. She also described how I got a $25 birthday card while shopping. She said Mom and Greg always treated me like a burden, and she was the favorite. The investigator took notes and reported a week later that I had experienced medical neglect that could have killed me, emotional abuse, and differential treatment. It advised me not to return to Mom's house. Mom called me for the first time since I left the hospital while I was watching TV with Bio Dad. Her name popped up on the screen and my hand shook when I answered. Her voice was furious. She said I was destroying the family and turning Sam against her. Bio Dad asked if I was okay. I wasn't. But I nodded anyway. She called me selfish and manipulative like my father and ungrateful after everything she'd done for me. She said I'd regret this when the judge saw through my lies and sent me home. Next morning, Greg texted me. Bio Dad was reading over my shoulder as I stared at the long message, which apologized for not standing up for me. He said he didn't realize how bad things had gotten and should have taken me to the hospital instead of Best Buy. He hoped I could forgive him someday. He snorted and replied, "Adults don't get credit for ignoring child abuse." He added, Greg had 18 years to notice how they treated me and chose not to care until there were legal consequences. I erased the message and put my phone away. The custody hearing was 6 weeks later in a courthouse that smelled like old wood and floor cleaner. Dad and I sat at a table on the left, while Mom, Greg, and their lawyer sat on the right. Sam was waiting to testify in the hallway. The judge was a woman with gray hair pulled back and chained reading glasses. She looked at me when Bio Dad's lawyer called my name and I walked up to the witness stand on shaky legs. My incision still pulled when I moved too fast. The lawyer asked me to describe what happened the day I went to the hospital, and I detailed the shooting pain in math class, texting the family group chat, waiting 45 minutes for pickup, throwing up in the car, and asking to go too. Mom and Greg stopping at Best Buy instead, locking me in the car while they shopped for a phone charger, feeling my appendix rupture while I watched them compare products through the store window, blacking out, and waking up 2 days later in the ICU. The lawyer asked how my family treated me compared to Sam, and I explained the Disney vacation I wasn't invited to, Sam's 18th birthday car, and my $25 card. Mom's lawyer tried to make me sound exaggerated, but the medical records showed how sick I was. The judge took notes and asked me if I felt safe with Bio Dad. I said yes without hesitation. She asked if I wanted to go back to Mom's house and I said no. Sam was next, and she was crying before the lawyer asked the first question. She described the Best Buy stop, including how I'd been throwing up, how my skin looked gray, how I'd begged them to go straight to the hospital, how Mom said it would just take a second to grab a charger, and how long they spent in the store. She complained about getting a car while I didn't, holiday trips I wasn't invited to, and how Mom and Greg always treated me like a burden while she was the favorite because I looked like Bio Dad and Mom loathed him. Sam said she was sorry for not speaking up sooner and that she should have called an ambulance herself that day. Mom's lawyer tried to make it seem like Sam was just a dramatic teenager, but the judge looked skeptical. After lunch, Dr. Anderson testified about my emergency room visit, critical sepsis from a perforated appendix, severe dehydration, dangerously high temperature, blood pressure plummeting. He indicated another 45 minutes may have been fatal. The lawyer asked how long my appendix had ruptured before I got to the hospital and said at least 3 hours based on the infection. He described the emergency surgery and the 2 days I spent in a coma. He then discussed the consequences of the treatment delay, saying stopping for a phone charger when a child is in a medical emergency was reckless. Dr. Anderson told Mom's lawyer that I was vomiting, sweating, gray, and in obvious severe pain. Any reasonable adult would have gone straight to the hospital. The judge asked if there was any medical justification for the delay, and Dr. Anderson said, "Absolutely not." Samantha testified next with a hefty folder of documents. She explained that hospital staff had raised concerns about my family's behavior during my ICU stay, including how Mom and Greg lied about being there constantly when they only visited twice, about the pharmacy stop, and about my fear of going home. She also contrasted Mom's household and Bio-Dad's care during my recovery. Bio-Dad followed all medical instructions, checked my incision twice a day, made sure I took my medications on time, kept detailed records of my symptoms and healing progress, and brought me to every follow-up appointment. She said I'd gained weight and my stress markers had improved since leaving Mom's. After the lawyer asked about her professional opinion, Samantha stated that I had suffered medical neglect that risked my life and continuous emotional abuse through differential treatment and should not return to Mom's house. Mom's lawyer stood up and tried to argue this was just one mistake, an isolated incident of poor judgment under stress, not a pattern of abuse, but Bio-Dad's lawyer presented the evidence. Medical records showing I was underweight and malnourished. School counselor reports about my deteriorating condition, social work documentation of differential treatment, and Sam's testimony about years of favoritism. After what seemed like forever, the judge spoke. She said the evidence showed ongoing neglect, and the Best Buy incident was just the most dramatic example. She granted Bio-Dad temporary custody for 6 months with supervised visitation for Mom, and ordered family therapy for Mom, Greg, and Sam. My individual therapy, another hearing in 6 months to review the problem. Mom rose up so fast her chair scraped loudly against the floor and left without looking at me. Greg followed. Sam sat for a minute, looking bewildered, before rising up slowly. That weekend, Bio-Dad and I loaded my stuff into his car and drove 3 states to his house in 7 hours, stopping twice for food and bathroom breaks. When we pulled into the driveway, I saw a small 3-bedroom ranch with white siding and a big yard. Bio-Dad led me inside and down the hallway to the 3rd bedroom. He opened the door and I stood there staring at the new bed with a blue comforter, the desk with a lamp and a cup of pens, the bookshelf against one wall, the curtains on the window, and the rug on the floor. Everything was clean and set up for me. I cried again and Bio-Dad comforted me, saying I could arrange my room whatever I wanted. I couldn't speak. I simply nodded against his shoulder. Starting a new school 8 weeks into the semester seemed strange. I was just the random new kid who showed up in October, but I wasn't worried about the awkwardness. Kevin and I texted every day, and he sent me pictures of our old school. He promised to visit during spring break. My teachers were all understanding. I started family trauma therapy the 2nd week at my new school after Bio-Dad found a counselor. The principal took into account my recovery from major surgery and family issues, so they gave me extensions on assignments and let me leave class if needed. Nobody asked too many questions. Her downtown office had comfortable chairs and tissues on every table. She asked me to tell her my story, and I did. The years of being ignored, the appendix rupture, the Best Buy stop, everything. She listened without interrupting and then said something that shocked me. She said my mother's issues with Bio-Dad were never my fault, that I didn't deserve to be punished for looking like him, and that the neglect I experienced was abuse, even if it wasn't physical. We met weekly, and she gave me tools to process the anger and hurt. It was hard work, and some sessions left me feeling worse. But slowly, I started feeling less angry and more at peace, like maybe I could move forward instead of staying stuck in all the bad years. Bio-Dad signed us up for family therapy because he wanted to build a real relationship after missing my childhood. We went every other week to a parent-child counselor. We discussed why Dad and Mom split up, how she refused to allow him see me, and how he paid child support for 18 years but never saw me. Dad showed me court paperwork from when I was tiny where Mom denied his visitation requests. We both cried during that session. The counselor said we needed to grieve the relationship we should have had while building the one we could have now. It wasn't going to be perfect. Bio-Dad missed my childhood and we were strangers, but he was trying, and that mattered more than words. 2 weeks before Thanksgiving, Bio-Dad asked if I wanted to meet his parents, my grandparents, whom I'd never known existed because Mom told me Bio-Dad's whole family didn't want anything to do with me. I said yes before I could overthink it. They drove down from 4 hours away on Thanksgiving morning. I watched an older couple get out of a blue sedan in the driveway from the window. My grandmother, who had gray hair and glasses, cried before she reached the front door. My grandfather, who was tall like Bio-Dad and me, had dark hair that went silver at the edges. Bio-Dad opened the door and my grandmother hugged me so tight I could barely breathe. She kept saying my name and touching my face like she needed to make sure I was real. My grandfather hugged me next, shaking his hands. They came inside, and my grandmother started pulling photo albums from a canvas bag she brought. She spread them across the coffee table and pointed to pictures of Bio Dad as a kid. The resemblance was crazy, same eyes, smile, position with hands and pockets. She showed me Bio Dad at my age, and we could have been twins. My grandfather kept pointing out details like how we both had cowlicks in our hair and crooked pinky fingers. They listened to my responses to school and personal inquiries during supper. My grandma cried again and apologized for not knowing I existed, saying Mom had blocked all their attempts to reach me after the breakup. My grandfather's face turned red when he described what happened with my appendix. He wanted to know why no one had called the police or filed charges. Bio Dad explained the legal process was complicated and that getting me safe was the priority. Before they left that evening, my grandfather slipped $250 into my hand and told me to buy something I wanted. My grandmother hugged me again and said they'd be back for Christmas. Sam called me in early December. We talked for over an hour after her name appeared on my phone. She asked if we could talk and sounded less bratty and more tired. She said she'd started therapy after everything that happened and was working through a lot of stuff about Mom and Greg. She brought up things from our childhood I'd tried to forget, like how Mom would make her favorite meals but tell me we were out of groceries, how she got new school clothes but I wore last year's, and how they took her to the movies but left me home alone. She assumed it was normal because it always was. However, her therapist helped her realize that she'd been taught to view me as less important and had accepted it without question. She cried on the phone and apologized for the Best Buy stop for not speaking up in the car when I was dying for caring more about her phone than my life. I didn't know what to say. I told her I wasn't ready to forgive Mom and Greg but didn't hate her. She was raised in the same messed up house as me, just from the other side. She got favoritism and I got neglect, and both of us suffered. She said she understood and didn't expect me to forgive her right away. She told me she was applying to colleges in other states and hoping for scholarships. Now that she saw it, she couldn't stay in that house. Bio Dad let me read my therapist's progress report for the 6-month custody review in late March. She wrote that I was more open in sessions, less guarded, sleeping better, eating regularly, and had gained 18 pounds since moving in with Bio Dad. My stress levels had also decreased. Dr. Anderson sent updated medical records showing my surgical site had healed perfectly, and my overall health markers had improved. My blood pressure was normal now. My room and house photos, Bio Dad's 18-year bank statements, showing his steady income and child support payments, and a timeline of every doctor's appointment and therapy session since I moved in. Mom's lawyer had less to work with. She'd had therapy, but her therapist's report was basic. It said she was processing the custody situation but didn't say much about her behavior. She didn't acknowledge the neglect or take responsibility for the Best Buy stop. Bio Dad drove us to the courthouse and my grandparents met us in the parking lot. I sat at a table with Bio Dad and his lawyer, Mom across the aisle with her lawyer. Greg was there, but Sam wasn't. The judge, a 50-year-old woman with short gray hair and reading glasses, reviewed all the submitted documents first, taking her time with each report. Then she asked for testimony. Bio Dad's lawyer called me first. I swore to tell the truth and felt more confident than at the temporary hearing. The lawyer asked me to describe my living situation with biological father. I said I had my own room that I decorated. Bio Dad made sure I ate 3 meals a day, had clean clothes, and got to school on time. He took me to all my doctor appointments and therapy sessions. He helped with homework and asked about my day. I felt safe there. The lawyer asked about my health, and I said I'd gained weight and no longer had headaches. I also slept through the night without nightmares. I glanced at the judge and said no to returning to my mother's house. She then asked if I'd be willing to see her, and I answered, I didn't know. Mom's lawyer asked me about missing my family and old school, but I said I was happier, healthier, and safer now. The judge took a 15-minute recess to evaluate everything. She returned and granted Bio Dad full legal and physical custody, saying that at 16, my preferences mattered and that I was thriving in his care. She noted that Mom had failed to acknowledge the seriousness of her neglect, which made her think it could happen again. She was worried about the medical evidence of delayed treatment. She said I could have contact with Mom if I wanted, but no forced visitation. Mom could petition for supervised visits in the future if she completed more therapy and showed progress. For now, I get to stay with Bio Dad permanently. Mom turned red and left before the judge finished speaking. Greg stayed in his seat, looking at the floor. Bio Dad squeezed my shoulder and my grandparents were crying happy tears behind us. The lawyer shook Bio Dad's hand and congratulated him. We signed some papers and left. Sam texted me after we left the courthouse to say Mom was at home devastated and crying, blaming Bio Dad, the lawyers, the judge, and everyone except herself. Greg was in the back row, but he didn't talk to me or look at me. She kept saying I'd been turned against her and poisoned by Dad's family. Sam tried to tell Mom that none of this would have happened if she'd taken me to the hospital that day, but Mom wouldn't listen. I texted back that I was sorry Sam had to deal with that it wasn't her job to make Mom see reality. Sam said she was counting down the days until she could go to college. I felt sad reading her messages, but I didn't feel guilty. This was Mom's choice. The years of treating me like I didn't matter. The Best Buy stop. The hospital misinformation. The refusal to take responsibility. She could have fixed this at any time. Kevin visited for 4 days during spring break in April. Dad picked him up from the bus station and gave me a huge hug in the parking lot. He kept looking around like he was taking notes. The first day, we went on every roller coaster twice at a theme park. Kevin kept saying how different I looked. He said at our old school, I always looked tense and tired, like I was waiting for something bad to happen. Now I looked like a normal teenager having fun. The second day, we played video games and ate pizza at home. Kevin met my grandparents for dinner. After that, he told me I was lucky to have them and that it was cool that adults cared about me. On the third day, we went to the movies and walked around downtown. Kevin talked about our old school, which felt like hearing about a different life. On the last day before Kevin left, we sat in my room and he said he was glad things worked out, that he'd been worried about me for years but didn't know how to help. I told him that texting me every day after the surgery and visiting the hospital meant more than he knew and that having one person who cared made a huge difference. Dad drove Kevin back to the bus station and we promised to stay in touch. Watching him leave made me sad, but mostly I was grateful that I had a real friend, Dad, and my grandparents, and then I got out of that house before it destroyed me. After the custody case, I looked at my report card differently. My grades went from mostly C's and D's to straight B's with a few A's. The school counselor called me one afternoon and pulled up a college search website on her computer. She asked what I wanted to study, and I realized I'd never considered it before because college seemed like something else. On Tuesday morning before school, Jasmine Ford wrote that she was glad the court case ended with me safe. We spent an hour looking at schools within an hour of Dad's house comparing programs and scholarship deadlines. She printed out a list of 10 possibilities and said we'd work on applications together starting in fall. She told me she'd presented my situation at a district-wide training on family neglect and student reports, which made me feel better. My worst experience could help another kid. I wrote back to thank her for believing me when it mattered most. In late May, Dad helped me write a resume even though I'd never worked before. The bookstore downtown had a help wanted sign in the window, and the manager hired me on the spot to work the register and restock shelves 4 days a week. My coworkers were mostly college students home for summer. Sam's graduation was in early June, and she texted me a photo of herself in her cap and gown standing between Mom and Greg. I was making real friends with people who didn't know my background unless I told them. She sent another message saying she got accepted to a state university 8 hours away from their house. When she called that night, her voice was lighter, and she asked if she could visit me and Dad before college started in August. I said yes without checking with him first because I knew he wouldn't mind. Dad delivered it to me without criticism and stated the option was mine. I sat with it for 3 days before bringing it up in therapy. My therapist asked what I wanted from seeing Mom, and I couldn't answer. I wrote back through Dad's lawyer that I wasn't ready and might never be. Sam arrived on a Saturday in late July with 2 suitcases and a nervous smile. Dad shook her hand at the door and invited her in like a normal guest. They sat in the living room while I made sandwiches. Sam's voice cracked when she apologized for all the years she put up with how Mom treated me. Dad told her she was just a kid and shouldn't feel guilty for her parents' choices. When I brought the food out, Sam's eyes were red, but she looked calmer than I had seen her in months. The second week of August, Dad drove us 3 hours north to meet my grandparents at a state park with tents and sleeping bags. We camped near a lake and spent 2 days swimming and hiking. My grandfather told stories about Dad's childhood around the campfire. He said, I got my stubborn streak from both sides of the family. He looked at me seriously and said that stubbornness saved my life because I refused to let Mom's neglect go unnoticed. My grandmother squeezed my hand and said she wished she'd known about me sooner but was grateful for every day. Senior year began the Tuesday after Labor Day, and I walked into school with confidence for the first time. I chose my own classes instead of those that fit around Sam's activities. I made the honor roll first quarter and my teacher started writing college recommendation letters. In October, my therapist noticed my progress over the past year and asked if I wanted to reduce our meetings from weekly to every other week. I agreed because I was happy most days instead of just surviving. Sam called from her dorm room in late September. She said college was harder than high school but better because nobody knew her as Mom's perfect daughter. She started seeing a campus therapist twice a week. She asked if we could be real siblings without our parents' dysfunction. I replied that we could try. In March, I received college acceptance letters from 3 nearby schools with good financial aid packages. One offered enough scholarship money to cover small loans. I brought the letters home and spread them on the kitchen table. Dad read each one carefully and got wet. I chose the school with the best financial aid package and drove there the next weekend to tour the campus and submit my enrollment deposit. I felt right about my choice when I clicked submit on the enrollment form. The acceptance letter was printed and hung on the fridge next to my last report card. My grandparents called that evening to offer college assistance and transferred money into Dad's books and supplies account. We spent the next weekend driving to furniture stores and looking at mini fridges and desk lamps. Dad made a list on his phone of everything I'd need and checked it off as we loaded it into his truck. I chose dark blue and gray bedding because it felt more grown-up than the cartoon sheets Mom had. The shopping trip took 7 hours and we stopped for burgers on the way home. Dad asked if I was nervous about starting college, and I said I was excited. Graduation day was a Saturday in late May. I woke up early and put on the cap and gown that had been hanging in my closet for 3 weeks. Dad drove me to school and met my grandparents in the parking lot. Sam arrived 20 minutes later, exhausted from her drive. The ceremony started at 10, and I sat with my class in folding chairs on the football field. When they called my name, I walked across the stage and shook the principal's hand. I could hear Kevin yelling from the bleachers, and saw Dad standing up to take pictures. I didn't feel bad about not inviting Mom and Greg, but this day belonged to the people who showed up for me. After the ceremony, we took photos by the school sign and went to a steakhouse for lunch. My grandmother kept touching my arm to make sure I was real. I started working at a bookstore near Dad's house on the Monday after graduation, shelving books and running the register for 40 hours a week. My paychecks went into my college account, and I watched the balance grow every 2 weeks. On weekends, Dad and I fell into natural routines. Sunday mornings, he made pancakes with chocolate chips, and we ate them while reading the newspaper. Most evenings, we took his dog for neighborhood walks. These simple things meant more than any big gesture because they were consistent and real. Moving day was a humid August morning. Dad drove 45 minutes to campus and parked outside my dorm building. It took 3 trips to carry everything upstairs to my second-floor room, where he helped me set up the bed and my desk by the window. After unpacking, he stood in the doorway looking around. I told him he saved my life by showing up at that hospital, and we both knew it was true. I finally had a real family and a future worth living for. Now, I want to hear your story because everyone sees things differently. My girlfriend said she was embarrassed I'm an electrician. I revealed I earned 3x more than her friends. So, I paid my meal only and blocked her forever. I, a 28-year-old male, have been dating my 27-year-old girlfriend, Hazel, for almost 10 months. We've been living together in my place for the past 6 months. I should mention that I own the entire house. No mortgage means no rent. I purchased it 4 years ago, when my electrical contracting business was really taking off. I've been an electrician for 8 years. I started as an apprentice straight out of high school and worked my way up. 5 years ago, I founded my own electrical contracting company. We undertake both residential and commercial work, ranging from basic house rewiring to installing electrical systems and large office buildings. Business has been really good, especially with all of the new building going on in our region. Hazel is an assistant manager at a high-end jewelry store downtown. She's smart and skilled in her profession. When we first started dating, she seemed impressed that I owned my own business and had my own home. She'd tell her pals about how I was an entrepreneur with my own place. Things were going well between us for the first 6 or 7 months, but something changed about 3 months ago. Hazel started making remarks about my job that bothered me. She'd ask when I'd obtain a proper office job. She began discussing how we might relocate to a luxury apartment downtown instead of staying at my house. When I pointed out that paying rent made no financial sense when I owned my home outright, she became irritated and accused me of being cheap. The actual difficulty occurred when she started hanging out with 2 co-workers, Stella and Chloe. Both work as assistant managers at other stores in the same retail area. Stella's boyfriend, Bennett, works in marketing for a technology company, while Chloe's boyfriend, Jude, works in banking. Hazel began spending more time with them, going out for drinks after work and enjoying weekend breakfasts. Hazel's attitude about my employment deteriorated when she began to associate with this group. She stopped emphasizing that I owned my own business and simply referred to me as an electrician. When people asked what I did for work, Mom would say I did maintenance work or simply shift the issue entirely. A few weeks ago, she told me that I needed to change careers because being an electrician was not professional enough. I attempted to explain that my business was doing well and that I made a nice living. But she merely said that money wasn't everything and that she wanted a boyfriend she could be happy with. She kept mentioning Bennett and Jude, and how they held significant positions that people respected. Last month, Hazel recommended that we eat supper with Stella, Chloe, and their boyfriends. She mentioned that it would be wonderful for me to meet her work colleagues and for them to meet me. I could see this was a test, but I consented because I wanted to make her happy, and hoped that if I met these individuals, she would stop always comparing myself to them. Last Saturday night, we ate at an upscale Italian restaurant downtown. The location was fancy. Cloth napkins, numerous forks, waiters, and bow ties, the entire deal. Hazel had made reservations for 6 guests. When we arrived, Stella and Chloe were already seated at the table alongside Bennett and Jude. Hazel was clearly concerned about introducing me. Instead of claiming to operate an electrical contracting company, she stated that I ran a maintenance business. When Bennett inquired about the type of maintenance, Hazel promptly suggested that we order beverages first. Bennett and Jude quickly started discussing their jobs. Bennett went on about a marketing strategy he was working on for a client, using a lot of business jargon that sounded sophisticated but didn't mean much. Jude discussed the bank where he works and some loan transactions he was doing. They inquired what my business was about, and before I could respond, Hazel jumped in and stated I conducted electrical repairs and installs. The conversation continued like way throughout supper. Bennett and Jude would discuss their work as if they were saving the world. And Hazel would downplay what I did whenever it came up. When Jude remarked that he was considering pursuing his master's degree in business, Hazel immediately said that was a fantastic idea and looked at me as if I should be taking notes. Stella then began discussing a vacation she and Bennett were arranging to Hawaii. They were planning to stay at a resort that cost $350 a night. Chloe explained that she and Jude were planning a wine tasting trip to California. Hazel became excited and stated that we had never done something romantic like that. I reminded her that we had spoken about coming to Colorado in the fall to watch the leaves change and go hiking. Hazel made a frown and stated that this was not the same as a true vacation. Stella and Chloe agreed that their partners planned such considerate getaways. That's when Hazel truly crossed the line. She looked at me across the table and said, "I never planned anything special for us." She said Bennett and Jude knew how to treat their ladies properly. And then she said something that made me understand our relationship was finished. She claimed I was holding her back and couldn't offer her the life she deserved. Then she glanced around the table and told me I couldn't meet her requirements or provide for her enough. I started laughing, not because it was funny, but because the entire situation seemed absurd. She was sitting in an expensive restaurant that I was paying for, living in a home that I owned, and complaining about how I couldn't provide for her. I asked Bennett how much money he made each year. He appeared uncomfortable and said it was personal. I asked Jude the same question. He estimated $62,000. Bennett finally admitted he made around $57,000. Then I told the entire table that my electrical contracting business made $220,000 last year. The table became utterly quiet. I mentioned that Hazel seemed very concerned about money and providing. So I thought everyone should be aware of the exact numbers. I summoned the waiter, requested the bill for my lunch and drinks, paid $35 for my portion, and departed. I told Hazel she could figure out how to get home and pay the remainder of the cost. When I came home, my phone was full of texts from Hazel. First, she attempted to apologize. Then she became angry. Then she insisted that I send her money to pay her portion of the meal tab. I did not respond to any of the communications. She arrived home at midnight. I'd locked the bedroom door. She knocked and tried to persuade me to talk to her, but I did not respond. She slept on the sofa. The next morning, she announced that she would stay with Stella for a few days, to allow me time to cool down. She packed her stuff and left. That was 3 days ago. She's been contacting me, asking when she can come home, and claiming I'm being dramatic. I don't think I'm overly dramatic. She openly humiliated me in front of people she wanted to impress, all because she was embarrassed by my employment. Then she had the audacity to ask me to pay for her dinner after spending the evening telling everyone I couldn't provide for her. The fact that she knew how much money I made concerns me the most. We've discussed our finances previously. She knew I owned my home and had a thriving business, but she was still embarrassed by the fact that I work with my hands rather than sitting in an office. I'm starting to believe that this relationship has run its course. Hazel is more concerned with how things appear to others than with what is genuinely best for ourselves. I'm not sure if this is something that can be solved. Update 1. I need to update everyone on what has happened since my last post. A lot has changed, and you might not believe what happened next. Hazel stayed at Stella's place for a week following our supper fiasco. She texted me every day, asking when she could come home. Her texts ranged from apologetic to demanding to angry, back to apologetic. I did not respond to the majority of them. Last Tuesday, I had to go to the electrical supply store to get materials for a large commercial project we were starting. Someone called my name as I loaded cable and conduit into my truck. I turned around and spotted Rachel Harris, a 26-year-old friend from high school. We were pals back then but lost touch after graduation. Rachel came there to get supplies for the veterinary clinic where she works as a technician. She mentioned that they required new lighting installed in their operating rooms, and asked if I knew any competent electricians. I informed her I could provide a quote, and we swapped phone numbers. We spent around 30 minutes conversing in the parking lot. Rachel had attended community college for veterinary technology and had been working at the clinic for 3 years. She enjoyed her job and was saving money to ultimately become a professional veterinarian. She inquired about my business, and when I told her about my electrical contracting company, she expressed genuine interest in how I had grown it. The talk flowed easily and naturally. Rachel asked thoughtful questions about the technical aspects of electrical work and was intrigued that I had started my own business so early. It was wonderful to chat to someone who did not make me feel ashamed of my career. I quoted her for the clinic job later that week. The job was only approximately $3,500, but Rachel was competent and easy to work with. While I was installing the new lights, we talked about high school, our careers, and what we had been up to for the past 8 years. Rachel revealed that she had been dating someone for 3 years, but they split up 6 months ago because he wanted her to quit her work and go to another state with him. She stated that she was unwilling to give up her career for someone who did not respect what she did. Rachel texted me on Friday, wondering if I wanted to go have coffee over the weekend. She stated she enjoyed speaking with me and wanted to catch up more. I replied yes, but I also told her I was still in a relationship even if Hazel and I weren't talking. We met for coffee on Saturday morning. Rachel wore pants and a sweatshirt, no makeup, and appeared perfectly relaxed. We talked for 3 hours. She told me more about her employment at the clinic and her intentions to attend veterinary school. I informed her about some of the larger projects my company had completed, and how I hoped to grow into industrial electrical work. When I recounted Hazel and what had transpired at the dinner, Rachel shook her head, saying she couldn't understand why anyone would be embarrassed about skilled labor. She stated that her father had been a mechanic his entire life and provided for the entire family through his labor. She admired those who established careers with their hands and intellect. That afternoon, I texted Hazel, saying we needed to talk. She quickly called me and said she was ready to return home. I asked her to meet me at the house on Sunday evening. Hazel arrived Sunday with all of her belongings from Stella's residence. She was clearly prepared for this chat. She began by apologizing for what happened at dinner and explaining that she had been thinking about everything while staying with Stella. But then she said something that made me realize she still didn't understand the real problem. She said Stella and Chloe had told her she was silly to be concerned about money because I clearly made enough to support us both. She stated her friends suggested she give me another chance because I was financially secure. I asked her if she would have apologized if I had made $50,000 per year instead of $220,000. She didn't immediately respond, which told me everything I needed to know. Then I told her I had been thinking about it, and I understood we wanted different things. I explained that she wanted a man that pleased her friends, and I wanted someone who was proud of me for who I was, not how much money I made. Hazel began crying and stated that she loved me for who I was. She stated that she will attempt to be more supportive of my work. However, when I asked her to explain exactly what my company did, not just that I was an electrician, but what types of jobs we handled and why my work was important, she couldn't. Even after 10 months together, she had never bothered to learn about what I spent the most of my time doing. That's when Hazel noticed Rachel's coffee cup on the kitchen counter. She inquired who it was, so I told her about meeting Rachel and having coffee. Hazel became enraged and accused me of cheating on her when she was staying at Stella's home. I stated that Rachel and I were simply friends and that I had told her I was in a relationship, but that chatting to Rachel had taught me what it was like to have someone truly interested in my work rather than embarrassed by it. Hazel claimed I was being unjust and that she had apologized. She stated I was ruining our relationship over one terrible supper. I informed her it wasn't just one dinner. For months, she treated my career as something embarrassing that she had to hide from her friends. The conversation continued in circles for another hour. Hazel kept claiming she would change, but she couldn't specify how or what she would do differently. Finally, I suggested that we take a break and that she stay with Stella for a little longer. Hazel packed her stuff again and left. She was crying but also angry. Before she left, she told me that I would regret selecting some random female over someone who had been with me for nearly a year. Rachel texted me the next morning, asking how the conversation with Hazel went. I told her that we had chosen to take a break. Rachel expressed regret that things had not worked out, but also stated that I deserved to be acknowledged. Rachel approached me that afternoon and asked if I wanted to assist her choose a new car. Her ancient Honda had finally died, and she needed a reliable way to commute to work. We spent the day visiting various dealerships, where I assisted her in negotiating with salespeople and mechanically inspecting the vehicles. At the conclusion of the day, Rachel purchased a used Toyota and insisted on taking me out to dinner to express her gratitude. We headed to a casual spot near her flat. Nothing spectacular, just delicious meals and conversation. Rachel inquired further about my company and my intentions for expansion. She understood the technical aspects better than most individuals and asked insightful questions regarding electrical codes and commercial vs. residential work. When I told her about a difficult installation I had completed at a hospital, she expressed genuine interest in the problem-solving aspects. It was the type of chat I'd never had with Hazel. Rachel regarded my job as skillful and vital, not something to be embarrassed about. I'm not sure what will happen to Hazel. She is still texting me sometimes, asking when we can talk again. However, spending time with Rachel has showed me how different things can be when someone genuinely respects what I do for a job. Update 2. Things have gotten more convoluted since my last update, and I discovered some new information that has changed my perspective on the entire situation with Hazel. Hazel texted me for almost 3 weeks following our conversation at my residence. Her messages ranged from begging to get back together to becoming enraged that I wasn't replying. Finally, I told her we needed to have one more conversation to officially end things. We met at a coffee cafe near her workplace. Hazel seemed exhausted and anxious. She began by explaining that she had been thinking a lot and had recognized she had treated me poorly. She stated that she wanted to work things out and was open to making changes. I asked her what specific changes she was referring to. Hazel stated that she would stop caring what Stella and Chloe thought and would become more supportive of my business. But when I asked her what my company did beyond simple electrical work, she couldn't explain it effectively. Then Hazel said something that astonished me. She told me Stella and Chloe had been pressuring her to break up with me for months. She claimed they often told her she could do better and that dating a tradesman was beneath someone with her education and profession. I questioned why she had listened to them rather than making her own decisions regarding our relationship. Hazel stated that she valued their opinions because they had been her friends longer than we had been together. That's when I realized Hazel had never actually formed her own opinions about me or my work. She had simply been swayed by what her pals were telling her. I told Hazel that we were done and she should stop texting me. She began to cry and thought I was giving up too easily. She claimed that partnerships required work and that I was unwilling to fight for us. I explained that I would not give up. I was recognizing that we were not compatible. I stated that I needed to be with someone who valued my work from the start, rather than someone who needed to be convinced that it was worthwhile. Hazel left the coffee shop upset, but I assumed that was the end of it. I was mistaken. The following week, I received a call from my business partner, David, 31M. David and I founded an electrical contracting company together 4 years ago. He manages the majority of the business, while I focus on technical work and client interactions. David informed me that someone had called our business phone and left a message claiming that we were untrustworthy contractors who overcharged consumers. The caller did not provide a name, but the voice sounded like a young woman. 3 days later, David received another call. This time, the person claimed that we had done poor work at their home and threatened to denounce us to the state licensing board. Again, no name was provided, but David claimed the caller sounded like the same woman. I had suspicions about who was making these calls, but I didn't want to jump to conclusions. Then I found out for certain. Rachel and I had been spending more time together in the previous few weeks. We hadn't officially started dating yet, but we had gone out to dinner numerous times, and I had helped her carry some furniture into her new apartment. I grew to like her the more we spent time together. Rachel and I were at Home Depot last Saturday, buying supplies for a project at her apartment, when Stella approached us. I knew her from the dinner fiasco, despite the fact that we had barely spoken that evening. Stella walked up to us and began ranting at me in the middle of the store. She called me a bad person for breaking up with Hazel and initiating a new relationship right away. She claimed Hazel had been crying for weeks and that I had ruined her life. Rachel was perplexed, so I introduced her to Stella and explained who she was. Stella immediately turned on Rachel, calling her sad for dating someone's ex-boyfriend so soon. Rachel remained calm and told Stella that she had no idea what was going on, but she needed to quit ranting in public. Stella stated Rachel was welcome to me because I was a blue-collar worker who would never amount to much. That's when I asked Stella if she had been calling my company and making false complaints. Stella's face turned scarlet, and she stated she had no idea what I was talking about, but her reaction revealed everything I needed to know. I informed Stella that making false reports on a licensed business was prohibited, and that if the calls continued, I would notify the police. Stella told me I couldn't prove anything and went away. Rachel asked me to describe what had just transpired. I told her about the weird phone calls and how I suspected Hazel or her friends were behind them. Rachel was astounded that someone would attempt to harm my business over a personal relationship. She warned it went beyond petty vengeance and may harm my livelihood. The next day, I called Hazel to inform her about my incident with Stella. I stated if she or her buddies approached my company again, I would file a police report and possibly a lawsuit. Hazel denied knowing anything about phone calls, but she seemed nervous. She said that Stella was furious because of how I treated her friend, and that I had no control over what other people did. I told Hazel she needed to let Stella understand there would be serious consequences if the harassment continued. Hazel said she'd talk to her, but that I was overreacting about a few phone calls. I stated that my business reputation was everything, and that false complaints could result in thousands of dollars in lost contracts. Hazel said she hadn't considered it that way. The phone call ended after that chat, confirming my suspicions about who was behind them. However, the entire event made me realize how toxic Hazel's friend group actually was. These were hardly the only folks who despised blue-collar jobs. They were willing to aggressively ruin someone's business due to a personal disagreement. Rachel and I discussed everything that had transpired. She said she couldn't believe people would act that way, but it proved I'd made the right decision by terminating things with Hazel. Rachel also expressed anxiety that continuing to spend time with me would result in more drama. She did not want to deal with the harassment from Hazel's friends. I informed Rachel that I understood her fears, but I was not going to let Hazel and her pals decide who I could spend time with. I replied, the harassment will likely stop now that I had faced them personally. Rachel said she needed to consider whether she wanted to get engaged in the matter. She liked me, but she didn't want to complicate her life with my ex-girlfriend's friends. I haven't heard from Rachel in 3 days, and I'm concerned that Hazel's pals have succeeded in driving away someone who genuinely values me and my job. Update 3. I wanted to give everyone a final update on how things turned out because the scenario changed unexpectedly. Rachel didn't respond to my last post for over a week. I was upset, but I could understand why she would want to avoid the drama with Hazel and her friends. Then Rachel texted me to see if I wanted to meet for coffee. When we met, she stated she had been reflecting on everything that had transpired at Home Depot and recognized she was being unfair to me. Rachel said that she had let other people's negative behavior affect her decision on whether to continue our connection. She explained that it was the same thing Hazel had done, allowing her friends to make decisions for her instead of thinking for herself. Rachel told me she had decided to continue spending time with me, regardless of what Hazel's friends would do. She suggested anyone who would try to damage someone's business for personal reasons wasn't worth thinking about. Following that conversation, we formally began dating. Rachel is the polar opposite of Hazel. She actually cares about my work, supports my business, and makes her own judgments rather than following what others think she should do. 3 weeks ago, Rachel and I were eating supper at a restaurant near her apartment when Hazel entered with a man I didn't recognize. Hazel quickly noticed us and approached our table. She introduced the man as Andrew, 28, and said he worked in real estate sales. Hazel mentioned that Andrew sold luxury residences and made a lot of money. Hazel requested if she could speak to me quietly. Rachel said she'd wait at the table. Hazel and I stepped outside the restaurant. Hazel informed me that she was currently seeing Andrew and was much happier. She claimed he understood her need for a specific lifestyle and social standing. She said that we had never been compatible since we desired different things. I agreed with her that we were not compatible, but not for the reasons she mentioned. Then Hazel said something that highlighted how little she had learnt from our relationship. She expressed regret for how things ended between us, but that she had been correct in seeing the need for someone more ambitious than me. I asked her what she meant by ambitious. Andrew, according to Hazel, was training to be a real estate broker and eventually create his own business. She stated that he had higher objectives than simply having a modest contracting business. I mentioned that I had also started my own business and was attempting to grow it. Hazel claimed it wasn't the same because Andrew worked in a professional setting. At that point, I knew Hazel was still unaware that skilled trades were professional jobs. She still believed my business was less genuine than an office job. Even after all had happened, Hazel inquired as to whether Rachel was aware of how much money I actually earned. She expressed her hope that I was being honest with my new partner about my financial circumstances. I informed Hazel that Rachel had never inquired about my income since she was more concerned with me as a person than with my bank situation. Hazel stated that this will change once Rachel decided to get serious about the future. The chat was futile, so I returned inside. Hazel and Andrew departed shortly thereafter. Rachel inquired as to what Hazel wanted to discuss. I told her the essentials of the chat. Rachel shook her head, saying she didn't comprehend Hazel's perspective. Rachel explained that she grew up around folks who worked in trades. Her father was a mechanic, her uncle was a carpenter, and her neighbor worked as a plumber. She stated those positions needed talents and knowledge that most people lacked, and she had always admired that type of employment. 2 weeks later, I learned more about Andrew from a construction worker. Andrew had been attempting to get into real estate for more than a year but was having trouble making transactions. He was actually working part-time at a call center to cover his costs, while pursuing his real estate profession. I didn't tell anyone about this because what Hazel and Andrew do is their business, but it confirmed that Hazel was still selecting partners based on appearances rather than reality. David and I recently signed our largest contract to date, installing electrical systems in a new medical office building. The job costs $90,000 and will take 3 months to finish. This is the type of project that will allow us to develop into more commercial work. Rachel was thrilled when I told her about the contract. She asked technical questions regarding the project and appeared to be quite proud of the work my organization was doing. That's when I noticed the difference between Rachel and Hazel. Rachel sees my business as meaningful and valuable. Hazel regarded it as something she had to tolerate or be embarrassed about. I haven't heard from Hazel since we spoke at the restaurant. Stella and Chloe haven't attempted to contact my company or cause any other concerns. My bond with Rachel has continued to grow. We've been dating for 2 months, and she's met several of my family and friends. Everyone likes her, especially because of how she discusses my work. She is proud of what I do, and it makes all the difference. I learned something significant from this entire process. It is not enough to be with someone who tolerates your profession. You need to be with someone who respects and values what you do. Hazel wanted to transform me into someone she could flaunt to her friends. Rachel values who I already am. That is the difference between a failing relationship and one with a chance of success. My business is growing. I'm seeing someone who truly respects me, and I don't deal with folks who believe specialized trades are beneath them. Things turned out better than expected. Now, let us go to the following narrative. Story 2. My father-in-law ruined my husband's legal career through deception, and now wants that we pay his medical expenditures. I, 32, and my spouse, Chris, 35, have been married for 8 years. Our lives together began wonderfully. We purchased our ideal house. Both had great occupations and intended to start a family shortly. Chris was at the pinnacle of his career at a famous legal firm, where he had worked for 10 years and was on track to become a partner. The company was founded by his father's college acquaintance, and everyone expected Chris to follow in the founder's footsteps. Everything was fine until last year, when my father-in-law, Jack, 62M, ruined everything we'd worked for. To understand how we got here, I need to provide some background on Jack. He came to our nation with only a high school education and began working in construction. Through hard effort and persistence, he established his own modestly successful construction company, which he ran for 30 years. He was extremely proud of being self-made and never missed a chance to tell everyone of it. He always lectured at family gatherings about hard work, integrity, and how the younger generation had it too easy. Jack was also the type of father who kept track of what he did for his children. When Chris decided to attend law school, Jack helped pay for it, but made sure Chris never forgot about it. He also utilized his relationship with a college acquaintance to assist Chris land his first position at the legal company. While Chris was appreciative for the assistance, Jack frequently held it over his head, especially when he needed something from Chris. Looking back, there were early indications that Jack's firm was in peril. 3 years ago, several new construction businesses entered the market, bringing more sophisticated equipment and cheaper operating expenses. Instead of adapting or scaling down, Jack's pride prevented him from admitting he needed to alter. He continued to take on larger and riskier contracts, attempting to demonstrate that he could still compete with younger enterprises. The matter escalated last year when Jack approached Chris about assisting with some legal paperwork for a large government contract. Chris was delighted to help. He had always wanted to be a good son and assist his father. Chris was studying the bid materials one evening after work when he discovered many significant anomalies in the financial numbers. The statistics did not match up, and there were some questionable assertions about the company's historical performance and ability. When Chris challenged Jack about these difficulties, Jack rejected his worries, claiming that everyone in the sector used creative accounting to remain competitive. Chris spent hours trying to explain why this may be considered fraud and lead to criminal penalties. David became defensive and upset, accusing Chris of being ungrateful and not helping his family when they needed him. He mentioned paying for law school and securing Chris a job at the firm, claiming Chris owed him this much. The disputes lasted for weeks. Chris tried everything to persuade his father, offering to help him amend the bid legally, proposing they look for smaller contracts, and even offering to loan him money to modernize his equipment. But David's pride prevented him from accepting help from his son. He interpreted it as a criticism of his business skills and insisted Chris simply sign off on the documents as they were. Chris had no idea that while they were arguing, David had already filed multiple bids using counterfeit versions of his signature and law firm credentials. Chris only learned this after another lawyer at the firm questioned him about a bid paper he allegedly signed. Chris was horrified and promptly reported everything to the firm's ethics committee to protect himself. The ensuing inquiry revealed that David had been doing this for nearly a year, using Chris's credentials to make numerous bogus bids. The controversy had a significant impact on the firm. Chris' reputation was severely tarnished despite the fact that he reported it himself and completely cooperated with the investigation. Partners who had mentored him for years avoided making eye contact in the hallways. The ultimate blow occurred when David's friend, the firm's founder, summoned Chris to his office. He stated that while he believed Chris was innocent, retaining him at the firm was too problematic. The founder offered Chris the option of resigning rather than being fired, suggesting it would look better on his resume. Chris was devastated. He had worked 80-hour weeks for a decade, given up numerous evenings and weekends, missed family occasions and vacations, all in the hopes of finding a spouse. Now 35, he was beginning afresh at a much smaller company with substantially lower pay and prestige. All because his father refused to recognize that his business was failing and preferred to pull his son down with him. Regardless, David's building firm failed. He lost many significant contracts within months after his bogus bids were exposed, and clients began to avoid his company. To pay off his debts, he declared bankruptcy and sold the majority of his possessions. My mother-in-law, Harper, 58F, stood by him through it all, even when she discovered he had gambled away the majority of their retirement assets on hazardous business ventures in order to keep the company surviving. A year later, David was diagnosed with a significant cardiac ailment that necessitated costly surgery. Their health insurance will only cover some of it. Harper is continually calling us, weeping about how they can't afford their medical bills. She keeps stressing that, despite everything that has happened with the firm, David is still Chris's father, and we must assist families in times of trouble. Chris's younger brother, Leo, 28, resides in another state and says he can't help because he's still paying off college loans. So, Harper expects us to bear the majority of the fees, which total approximately $90,000. She claims, "We're the only ones who can help because we're more financially stable," completely ignoring the fact that we're still recuperating from the career setback David inflicted and had to considerably downgrade. Our lifestyle. The emotional manipulation has been relentless. Harper arrives unannounced with a photo album of Chris's childhood memories with David. She brings up how David paid for Chris's college and helped him get his first job, conveniently forgetting that David later used that same job to commit fraud. David himself now calls Chris, crying about how sorry he is and how he does not want to die with this schism between them. Despite knowing that his parents are manipulating him, Chris still feels obligated to help his father despite the betrayal. He claims that he only did what he did because he was desperate to save the business and provide for his family. I'm furious at how they're attempting to emotionally blackmail him after everything David has done. We've already depleted a lot of our savings adjusting to the lower income, and taking on massive medical debt would destroy the financial stability we're trying to rebuild. I told Harper firmly that we wouldn't be paying anything, given how David purposefully sabotaged Chris's career. She called me heartless and accused me of turning her son against his family. David's siblings have also been calling to berate us for abandoning family in their time of need. The whole situation is causing huge stress in our marriage as Chris feels torn between his parents and me. Update 1. The situation has spiraled into an even bigger mess than we imagined. Last week, we received a notice from the bank that we were listed as references on a recent mortgage application. We were perplexed because we hadn't applied for any loans. After doing some research, we discovered that David and Harper had remortgaged their house for $275,000 6 months ago. When Chris confronted his mother about this, she initially tried to claim it was for David's medical expenses, but the timing didn't add up because David wasn't even diagnosed with his heart condition until 3 months ago. After hours of questioning and Harper changing her story several times, she finally broke down and admitted the truth. David had persuaded her to remortgage the house so he could invest in a cryptocurrency venture he discovered online. Someone he met at a local bar had told him about this fantastic investment opportunity that could multiply their money in just a few months. Despite everything that had happened with his construction business, David's pride and desperation led him to believe he could outsmart the system again. He invested nearly all of the mortgage money in what turned out to be an obvious scam. The guy claimed to be a tech genius who had made millions in cryptocurrency and was offering to help others do the same. The website vanished overnight, along with everyone's investments. And now they're in danger of losing their home because they can't afford to make the increased mortgage payments on Harper's part-time retail job income. What makes this even more aggravating is that Harper was aware of the situation for months, but she kept coming to us crying about needing help with medical bills. She kept guilt-tripping Chris about letting his father die while hiding the fact that they had already blown $4 million on a get-rich-quick scheme. When confronted about her deception, she tried to justify it by saying they were desperate, and David truly believed he could fix everything if the investment had worked out. But the revelations didn't stop there. During a family call, Chris's cousin accidentally mentioned something about Leo's new lake house, which piqued our interest, because Leo, Chris's brother, had been claiming he couldn't help with their father's medical bills due to a student loan debt. A quick search on social media revealed that Leo had recently purchased a $650,000 vacation home at a well-known lake resort. Chris called Leo and demanded answers. Leo's attitude was completely dismissive. He admitted to lying about his financial situation because he didn't want to get involved in our parents' mess any longer. He had worked hard to build his tech startup, and was not going to waste his money cleaning up after our father's poor decisions. The hypocrisy of the situation is staggering. While Leo jets off to his lake house every weekend, posting photos of parties on his boat, he's perfectly fine letting his brother shoulder all of the responsibility for their parents. Leo claims he's already given them enough money over the years, and isn't going to throw good money after bad. He even had the gall to tell Chris that he should just pay the medical costs because he makes decent money at his new job, completely ignoring the fact that Chris had to take a significant salary reduction as a result of their father's conduct. The stress of it all has begun to take a serious toll on Chris. His boss pulled him aside last week to express concern about his recent work quality and focus. He's developed severe anxiety and has trouble sleeping most nights, worrying about his parents losing their house, his father's health, and our own financial security, which is affecting his performance at the new job. We can't afford for him to lose this job as well. It was difficult enough to find this position after the scandal at his previous firm. Meanwhile, Jack's health has deteriorated, and Harper has escalated her emotional manipulation tactics, calling all the relatives and telling them that Chris is willing to let his father die to punish him for a work disagreement. She conveniently ignores the fact that they lost the house remortgage money in a crypto scam, and she dismisses Jack's fraudulent actions that destroyed Chris's career as a simple mistake that any father would make in order to save his business. The most aggravating aspect is how she has managed to turn the majority of the family against us. Jack's siblings and their spouses have been constantly harassing us on social media, posting lengthy rants about how cruel and heartless we are for abandoning family in their time of need. They keep commenting on old family photos, saying things like how sad it is that money has become more important to us than family. We've had to block most of the family on social media, but they continue to find ways to attack us. They've even started contacting our friends and colleagues, sharing their twisted version of events, and the situation has become a nightmare that's affecting every aspect of our lives. Chris was in an important meeting with a potential new client when Harper burst into his office unannounced, convincing the receptionist that she was there for an urgent family emergency. Before anyone could stop her, she began creating a hysterical scene in the middle of the office. The entire office, including Chris's colleagues and the potential client he was meeting with, could hear her sobbing loudly about how her husband would die because his own son was too selfish to help save his life. She kept screaming about how Chris was killing his father and would have to live with that guilt for the rest of his life. Chris's managing partner called him in for a serious discussion about keeping personal drama out of the workplace. Despite the fact that security had to physically escort her out of the building while she cried and screamed about her dying husband, Chris's new firm was understandably furious. The potential client walked out during the chaos and later emailed to say they would not be requiring the firm's services. After Harper's meltdown, Chris reached a breaking point and decided to investigate his parents' finances. He spent hours going through old records and documents, and what he discovered was shocking. He warned Chris that any further incidents like this could jeopardize his job at the firm. Chris discovered the original settlement documents, which revealed that Jack had received a $450,000 insurance payout 3 years ago when their old house was severely damaged in a storm. Jack had never told anyone about this money, including his children, and had always claimed that the insurance barely covered the repairs. When Chris confronted Harper about the discovery, she initially acted surprised and claimed she had no idea about the insurance money. Instead of using the money to save his failing business or secure their retirement, Jack had secretly gambled away the majority of it at local casinos. Bank records showed regular large cash withdrawals followed by visits to casinos in neighboring states. Harper had gone on several expensive shopping sprees in the months following the insurance payout, purchasing designer bags, jewelry, and even a luxury cruise for herself and her sisters. However, her story quickly unraveled when Chris discovered old credit card statements and shopping receipts. Despite the fact that they had blown through hundreds of thousands of dollars in insurance money, they continued to ask Chris for financial assistance on a regular basis, claiming they were struggling to make ends meet. They had been lying to everyone about being responsible with money while making reckless decisions for years. Even now, they were attempting to dupe Chris into paying massive medical bills while concealing their history of financial irresponsibility. What made matters worse was the discovery of emails between Harper and Leo from that time period. While Leo now claims he had no knowledge of any family financial issues, The emails revealed that he was fully aware of the insurance payout and their parents' spending habits. He had actually advised them on how to hide the money from Chris because he knew his brother would try to make them use it responsibly. We had thought Harper was just enabling Jack's poor decisions, but now we realized she was an active participant in the deception, not just covering for Jack's mistakes. She was making her own selfish choices while letting her son shoulder the burden of supporting them. Now they expect Chris to sacrifice his own family's financial security to bail them out once more, as if all of their previous lies and manipulation never happened. The constant emotional manipulation was destroying his mental health and putting severe strain on our marriage. We could see our relationship beginning to crack under the pressure of his family's toxic behavior, and the final straw came when we discovered Harper had been spreading vicious rumors about me at my workplace. My supervisor was understanding, but it was deeply humiliating to have my private family drama exposed to my colleagues. She managed to get my work email address and sent a lengthy message to my entire department, accusing me of being a controlling wife who had turned her son against his dying father for money. We took decisive action in response. We changed our phone numbers, blocked their email addresses, and moved to a different neighborhood on the other side of the city. We also had our lawyers send them a formal cease and desist letter warning them about potential legal consequences if they continued harassing us at our workplaces. A month later, we heard from Leo that Jack had had surgery. As it turned out, Harper's brother had sold some valuable property in Florida and agreed to pay for the entire procedure. They never needed our money that urgently. It was just another manipulation tactic to force us to resume contact and regain control of Chris. The irony of the situation struck hard. Chris's new firm has been surprisingly supportive after learning the full story of his father's fraud and his mother's harassment. Despite having other options for funding the surgery, they chose to torture Chris psychologically instead, possibly as a form of punishment for not enabling their previous financial schemes. We've been slowly rebuilding our lives and savings without the constant drama and guilt trips from his family. His managing partner even approached him last week to talk about a possible partnership, which would require another 3 to 4 years of hard work. Chris started sleeping better, his anxiety has significantly improved, and we're finally able to focus on our own goals again. We're even starting to revisit our plans for having children, which we had put on hold during all this chaos. Leo still updates us on their parents on occasion, but we've made it clear that we don't want to hear anything unless it's truly urgent. Jack appears to have fully recovered from the surgery, but he has not changed his behavior at all. He spends his time badmouthing Chris to anyone who will listen, painting himself as the victim of an ungrateful son who abandoned him in his time of need, conveniently ignoring the fact that he destroyed Chris's career and gambled away their insurance money. Harper has been telling family members that I must have some dirt on Chris and that I'm blackmailing him to stay away from his family. Some relatives who initially sided with them have begun to reach out to apologize after seeing their continued pattern of lies and manipulation. However, we're maintaining firm boundaries with everyone who allowed their behavior. Looking back, going no contact was the finest decision we could have taken. The peace and stability we've earned in our lives since severing ties has been worth all of the family drama. We're finally free to focus on our own future without being pulled down by their poisonous conduct and unending demands. My wife begged to open our 5-year marriage for a UPS guy. I'm attracted to him. She kept lying. Our 7-year history ended in a legal battle now. Ryan, 31, married Sophia, 30. We've been married for 5 years, and together for 7 since meeting at a neighborhood event. Sophia is a downtown medical office administrative assistant. Mid-sized firm accountant. We both got good degrees from State College and we're making a good life together. We possess a tiny suburban house, 2 paid-off automobiles, and intend to start trying for kids next year. Our family love us together. My parents flaunt their gorgeous daughter-in-law to friends. Her parents love me like their son. We travel with family and host dinners, and everyone says we're perfect together. Hannah, Sophia's sister, calls us relationship objectives. My brother Luke wishes to find what we have. The same UPS delivery guy has delivered to Sophia's office for 4 years. Ethan, 28, is single. Sophia infrequently mentioned him, generally saying he was kind or had brought a huge shipment that day. Nothing much occurred to me. Sophia mentioned Ethan more 7 months ago. She would tell me about his compliments on her new hairdo or how he asked about her weekend plans. She timed her lunch breaks to be in the office when he arrived. She said they talked for 20 minutes when he brought things. Sophia returned home in March looking different. She lingered on our couch staring at the wall before dinner. When I asked what was wrong, she stated Ethan asked her a sensitive question that day. She told me he was attracted to her and wanted to know if she was too. She stated she couldn't answer because she was married. But she looked at me and said she had to be honest. She liked talking to Ethan and found him handsome. She maintained she would never cheat, but the pull was there. She wondered if she was a bad wife. I assured her her attraction to others was normal and trusted her entirely. I thought it was over. Sophia grew distant during the next few weeks. Dinner time saw her staring out the window. She used her phone more. She went to bed earlier than usual, claiming fatigue. Sophia asked me about open marriages 2 months later over coffee on a Saturday morning. She stated she read online about married couples that permitted each other to see other individuals. She inquired if it would ever work. I was surprised. I told her that sounded like a formula for catastrophe and that if people wanted to sleep with others, they should divorce. She nodded and suggested lunch. Sophia revisited it the following week. She was direct this time. She was thinking about Ethan a lot and wondering whether we could explore that attraction without losing our marriage. She loved me and wanted to stay married, but she wondered about Ethan. I directly asked her if she liked Ethan beyond physical attraction. She thought about him daily and anticipated his deliveries more than anything else in her work week. She stated she had never felt this strongly about anyone since we met. I thought about her words all weekend. Sophia was silent, and let me think. On Sunday night, I asked if she had crossed any lines with Ethan. They never touched, texted, or met outside of work, she said. After Ethan asked her that question months ago, she revealed she told him she found him handsome. It hit me hard. That felt like emotional cheating, I told her. She defensively claimed they were being honest, and not cheating. That night we battled for hours. Sleeping in the guest room. Sophia apologized before work the next morning. She saw how her friendship with Ethan had crossed bounds and decided to keep their interactions to business. She felt our marriage trumped any other attraction. Normalcy returned for 4 weeks. Sophia ceased mentioning Ethan. She seemed more engaged in our chats. We enjoyed visiting my parents over the weekend. I thought we'd resolved everything. Sophia told me something one night in May while we were in bed after getting intimate. Despite trying to focus on our marriage, she kept thinking about Ethan. She wanted to talk to him more after limiting their discussions. She felt like she was lying by denying the desire. She inquired again about open marriage. This time, she specified. She asked to pursue her relationship with Ethan while married to me. She stated it would be physical and not affect our relationship. She pledged to value our marriage more. I was quiet for ages. I was hurt that she couldn't let things go, but I also wondered if our marriage could withstand it. Sophia appeared so divided about the matter that I wondered whether letting her vent may preserve our marriage. I promised Sophia I would consider it under specific conditions after a week of thinking. I stated we needed clear regulations and complete transparency. She agreed quickly and looked relieved. Next 2 weeks were devoted setting guidelines. First, interactions have to be announced with times and locations. Second, we would discuss what transpired without graphic details. Third, safety was required. Fourth, either of us could end the agreement for any reason. Sophia requested 2 more rules. She wanted to hide our open marriage from family and friends. She wanted a pledge that we will stay married and resolve conflicts together. I disregarded both regulations. I told her I wouldn't hide secrets from people we cared about if necessary. I couldn't commit to stay married because I didn't know how I'd feel once things started. Sophia was dissatisfied but decided to stick to the 4 guidelines. Looking back, I should have paid more heed to her reasons for more precautions. I should have known she had the same concerns as me. I was focused on seeming fair and reasonable at the moment. Sophia didn't act on the open marriage for a month. She claimed she was worried about doing it. I was hoping she would reject it. Ethan then asked her why she seemed different on one of his delivery. Sophia realized she missed their longer discussions and didn't want him to believe she was mad. That afternoon, she texted me about inviting Ethan to drinks after work to explain the issue and see if he was interested. I said that she should do what she wanted. Sophia said she met Ethan at a bar near her office that night. She explained our open marriage and asked him to join. Ethan was astonished yet curious, she claimed. They agreed to meet at his apartment Thursday night after work. I left early for work on Thursday to avoid seeing Sophia get ready for her date. I silenced my phone during meetings to avoid her messages. Since I hadn't answered to her earlier messages, she texted me around 3 p.m. to check on me. I replied that I was all right and would see her that night at home. Sophia texted me around 4:30 p.m. that she loved me and will be home by 7 p.m. Just as I was feeling concerned, as anticipated. I never updated because I hoped things would improve on their own. They didn't. Sophia went straight to the shower when she got home that Thursday night without saying anything. She made dinner earlier and put it in the fridge with a note indicating she would cook for me. She brought wine and candles to the dining room, but I wasn't home. I went to a sports bar to watch the basketball game since I couldn't stand being there when she returned back from Ethan's. After turning off my phone, I stayed till almost midnight. Sophia slept in our bed when I got home. The fridge had a plate of food. Sophia tried to tell me what happened the next morning. She found Ethan nice, but not fantastic. She realized how much better things were with me. She said she wanted to end the open marriage because it could ruin our connection. I told her it was too late. I stated she got what she wanted and I deserved the same. Since we agreed, she couldn't complain when I stated I'd start looking for a date. Sophia went quiet and inquired if I had a person in mind. I declined but promised to find someone. She asked me if I wanted to hurt her or be with someone else. I replied my motivation didn't matter because we agreed. Over the weekend, I downloaded dating apps and created profiles. I stated I was married and seeking casual meetings. Sophia watched me from the couch without comment. Within days, I matched with several women. Olivia, 27F, a night shift nurse, wanted something casual and no strings attached. We met for coffee after a week of texting. The lovely woman was easy to talk to. Meeting at her residence the following weekend was planned. Sophia requested a conversation before I told Olivia my ideas. She regretted her Ethan error. She wanted to end our marriage and return to normal. She said she would do anything to remedy her mistake. I told her I was meeting Olivia. I stated Sophia had opened this door and I wouldn't let her slam it shut because she didn't like what was within. I replied I could examine my alternatives if she could explore her desire to Ethan. Sophia didn't argue, but she changed. I texted Olivia and she left the room. She went to bed sooner. She stopped talking about work. She answered briefly and seemed distracted. Sophia left early the day I was meant to meet Olivia and didn't return until late. She said she spent the day with her sister Hannah but didn't elaborate. Sophia was asleep with the lights off when I arrived from Olivia's apartment about 10 p.m. Sophia inquired about Olivia the following morning. I assured her it was fine and I'll see Olivia again. Sophia nodded in comprehension. Over the next week, she asked more questions. She wanted to know when I was seeing Olivia, how long I would remain out, and if I liked her. Sophia was reminded that we committed to share basic information, not questioning. Her inquiries felt like she was attempting to control my experience without letting me manage hers. Sophia stated she was attempting to understand our marriage. 4 weeks after meeting Olivia, I noticed Sophia was coming home later from work. When I asked, she replied she was working additional hours to cover for a sick coworker. But when I called her office one afternoon to check about dinner plans, her colleague stated Sophia left at her usual hour. I confronted Sophia about the lying that night. She broke down and confessed to meeting Ethan again. After seeing Olivia, she realized she didn't want the open marriage to end. She wanted the same freedom if I kept seeing other people. Why did she lie instead of telling me about her plans with Ethan? As the one who wanted to end the marriage, she feared my anger. She didn't want me to believe she was hypocritical. The greater concern was that she was meeting Ethan without telling me, violating our first guideline. Our honesty pact was broken by her lying about her location. Sophia replied she didn't think those rules still applied because I was seeing someone. That was not how agreements worked. I reminded her. I replied I followed Olivia's original rules, by announcing my goals and being honest. I said her rule breaking showed she couldn't handle an open marriage responsibly. Sophia apologized and pledged to comply. She promised to inform me of Ethan's future plans. She also asked about my future intentions with Olivia using the same system. Something had changed between us. Conversations felt strained. We tracked each other's outside activities competitively rather than supportively. Instead of talking, we ate supper on our phones. We stopped planning weekends together since we were occupied with separate plans. By the end of the month, I realized we lived more like roommates who occasionally slept together than a married couple who saw other people. Update 2. The open marriage lasted 7 weeks before ending. Sophia's sister Hannah called me at work in late July. She stated Sophia seemed different in previous discussions and asked whether we were okay. I told Hannah Sophia and I were having some relationship troubles, but nothing significant. Hannah stated Sophia said I worked late and seemed aloof at family events. She asked whether I was having job troubles or anything else she should know about. I told Hannah work was fine and thanked her for checking in. However, Hannah's call made me understand our position was affecting our family bonds. Sophia and I were too busy with outside relationships to attend family functions. We canceled supper with my parents twice in recent weeks. Since Sophia's open marriage, we hadn't had our monthly game night with her family. My brother Luke unexpectedly visited our house on Saturday afternoon the following week. Sophia was at Ethan's, and I was getting ready for supper with Olivia. Luke wanted to check in because we'd been busy. Sophia and I slept in different bedrooms, which Luke observed. We started this arrangement a few weeks earlier because our schedules with others meant we came home at various times and didn't want to wake each other up. But I recognized how it may have looked to someone unaware of our arrangement. I told Luke Sophia and I were going through a hard time but working on it. Luke volunteered to help in any way he could and hoped we could work things out because we were so amazing together. I sat in our empty house wondering if we were making a big mistake after he departed. Sophia arrived from Ethan's apartment that evening, and I asked if she had told anyone about our open marriage. She said she considered telling Hannah, but she knew she wouldn't understand. I told her about Luke's visit and how awkward it had been to explain why we seemed to be having troubles without explaining what we were doing. Sophia shared her thoughts. She stated lying to her family about her activities was tiring. She missed sharing her life with her loved ones. After ending the open marriage, we focused on rebuilding our relationship. Sophia informed Ethan that Olivia and I would no longer see her. We promised to deactivate dating apps and reconnect in the evenings. First week, everything improved. Like before, we cooked dinner, watched movies, and discussed work. We planned to visit my parents and have Hannah and her boyfriend around for supper the next weekend. However, Ethan visited Sophia's office on a delivery-free day. Sophia informed me that night that Ethan missed her and wanted to know if she would reconsider quitting their relationship. She answered no and begged him to respect her decision. Ethan visited us 2 days later. He wanted to speak to Sophia when I answered the door. I informed him Sophia was unavailable and instructed him to leave. Ethan stated he knew Sophia didn't want to break up and that I was probably making her stay away from him. Ethan was wrong, and Sophia and I had ended our open marriage. Ethan didn't trust me and needed Sophia's word. After I refused to retrieve Sophia from upstairs, Ethan stated he would keep coming back until she talked to him. Sophia stated she'd phone Ethan to tell him she didn't want to see him anymore when I told her about his visit. To clarify the problem, Ethan called Sophia at work the next day and invited her to meet for coffee. Sophia agreed, wanting to terminate things permanently so Ethan wouldn't bother us. Sophia stated Ethan didn't like the news when she got home that afternoon. She stated he accused her of wasting his time and luring him on. He also made unpleasant comments about our marriage, she said. She said Ethan said I was manipulating her and she would realize her mistake. 4 days later, Ethan called me at work. He requested a face-to-face discussion with Sophia. He claimed Sophia wanted to meet him but was blocked by me. If I loved Sophia, I would want her to be happy, he said. I informed Ethan he was wrong about Sophia's feelings, and to cease approaching us. Ethan claimed he didn't believe me and would keep talking to Sophia until she informed him she didn't want to see him. I asked Sophia what she told Ethan during their coffee rendezvous that night. Sophia informed Ethan that she would no longer see him and prioritized our marriage. When I asked for further specifics, Sophia said she had informed Ethan that ending things was hard because she had enjoyed their time together. I asked Sophia if she gave Ethan any incentive to keep seeing him. Sophia admitted she may have been too gentle about ending things to avoid hurting Ethan. She thought Ethan mistook her politeness for an indication that she was being forced to break up. The following week, Ethan started visiting Sophia's office during her lunch breaks, even when he had no deliveries. Sophia's coworkers asked why the UPS driver was searching the building. Sophia's supervisor questioned if their delivery service had a problem. Sophia reported feeling trapped. She couldn't tell her employer why Ethan was bothering her without revealing our open marriage, but she couldn't ignore his conduct because it was affecting her work environment. She stated she might work from home more to avoid Ethan. Update 3. Everything culminated in September when Ethan's behavior exceeded our expectations. Ethan had been visiting Sophia's office practically daily for 4 weeks. Sophia's manager ultimately complained to UPS about their driver's unprofessionalism. It got worse when the business shifted Ethan to another route. Ethan waited for Sophia in the parking garage where she parked her car without his delivery job, which gave him access to her building. Sophia texted me when she left work so I could expect her home. Ethan cornered her and insisted on extensive chats about their relationship, so she often arrived late. Sophia came home shaken one mid-September evening. She stated Ethan followed her car from work and parked outside our house. Ethan approached her in our driveway after she got out of her car and requested to come inside to talk to us. Sophia claimed Ethan thought he could convince me with a frank conversation that she wanted to keep seeing him. She stated Ethan believed I was an aggressive husband who controlled Sophia and prevented her from making her own decisions. Ethan was in his car across the street when I peered out our front window. When I contacted the police non-emergency number, I said someone wouldn't leave us. Ethan was instructed by the responding police to leave our neighborhood and cease pestering us. But Ethan continued. He called Sophia's office many times a day the next week. Sophia's manager advised her to find a new job if Ethan's behavior didn't improve soon because it was upsetting the office. Sophia decided to confess to her supervisor why Ethan was upsetting her. She said she had dated Ethan personally and was attempting to break up. Her supervisor was kind, but she couldn't let Sophia's personal issues affect work forever. Ethan started ringing our house phone. Without knowing the number, I stopped answering. Ethan sent long voicemails describing why he thought Sophia and I should divorce so she could be with him. All of these messages, angry and pleading, showed that Ethan was upset that Sophia had ended their relationship. Ethan visited my office in early October. He told the receptionist he needed to talk to me regarding a mutual buddy. I instantly told Ethan to leave the lobby when I spotted him. Ethan wouldn't leave unless I admitted to forcing Sophia away from him. My office visit by Ethan was the final straw. Telling my employer the problem and asking for advice. My supervisor suggested I talk to a lawyer about getting Ethan to stop pestering us. Our lawyer stated we had enough evidence to get Ethan a restraining order. His voicemails, visits to both our offices, and following Sophia home showed a pattern of harassment that warranted legal action. We requested the restraining order in November. Ethan was served papers ordering him to keep away from us, our house, and our workplaces. The order barred him from calling, emailing, or otherwise contacting us. Unfortunately, our marriage was already damaged. Ethan's harassment has strained our relationship for months. Sophia rued her involvement with Ethan. I regretted agreeing to the open marriage despite my strong doubts. We focused on Ethan's behavior management. We stopped eating supper together because we were too worried. We stopped making weekend arrangements because Ethan could destroy them. By December, we were strangers sharing a house. Nor were we fighting, but neither were we bonding. In the same room, we watched TV without conversing. We slept and woke up differently. I spent New Year's Eve alone while Sophia went to her sister Hannah's house. We were invited to the same party, but we agreed we weren't ready to act normal around our friends. I realized our marriage ended that night. Our trust and intimacy from 7 years together were damaged by the open marriage experiment. Even when Ethan left, we couldn't find each other. In January, Sophia and I split. She temporarily lived with her sister Hannah while we decided what to do. We told our families we were taking time apart to concentrate on our relationship, but we knew we were definitely divorcing. Our divorce was filed in March. Since we agreed on asset distribution and didn't fight, it was easy. We divided the house sale earnings. Without any conflict, we divided our furniture and household goods. The divorce ended in June. Sophia acquired her own apartment across town and a new job. My office is closer to my new smaller home. We don't talk anymore. After reflecting, I realized we were both naive about open marriage. We felt we could regulate intimate relationship emotions and issues outside of marriage. We felt we could make restrictions to protect our primary relationship while exploring our attraction to others. We discovered that some doors can't be closed after opening. Adding people to our marriage changed us unexpectedly. Most importantly, we learned that some mistakes are irreparable, even if both parties desire to correct them. Neither of us remarried. Sophia may not have dated after our divorce. I've had some casual dates. Everything that happened makes me hesitant to trust again. The restraining order against Ethan remains. I believe he followed the law and avoided us. However, it taught me how fast a stranger can become a big threat to your safety and peace of mind. Sophia's attraction to Ethan and desire to explore it are understandable. I blame us both for assuming we could handle an open marriage without damaging our relationship. Move on to the next story. Story 2. My SIL exploited her HR position to have me fired from my dream job because she wanted her brother back with his ex. I exposed her, and now my family hates me. Jason, 32M, and I, 28F, have been married for 4 years. I met him at a corporate end-of-year party while I was a marketing intern and he was a senior manager at another company. We clicked right away and started dating. I had all I wanted in Jason. Kind, encouraging, and promoted my professional interests. We married in a simple ceremony after 3 years of dating. His sister Chloe, 32F, disapproved of our relationship from the start. She constantly reminded everyone that I was an intern when I met Jason, hinting that I was a gold digger pursuing her brother's money. Her tight friendship with Jason's ex-girlfriend, Rachel, 33F, drove her hatred. Rachel and Chloe had been together since middle school, and Chloe wanted them back. Jason and Rachel have a tangled history. From their final year of high school, they dated for 7 years. Everyone in their group expected them to marry. Chloe called them the perfect couple. They were wealthy, social, and their parents were friends. Rachel worked at her father's company and studied business like Jason. Chloe and Rachel were best friends since middle school, and Rachel was like family. They broke up when Rachel accepted a position at a famous company in another city. She asked Jason to join her for a big career move. However, Jason had been shortlisted for a key company promotion. His 6 years of service were going to be recognized. Rachel suggested Jason could easily find another work in the next location, but Jason wouldn't give up his brand new career. After a few months of long-distance dating, their priorities clashed, causing their breakup. Chloe fully supported Rachel and chastised Jason for putting work before love. She believed Jason would have moved with Rachel if he loved her. She spent months convincing Jason he was selfish and would regret leaving Rachel. Chloe kept trying to arrange a reunion when Rachel relocated to the new city and started dating others. After Jason started dating me, Chloe's conduct worsened. My history made her think I wasn't good enough for her brother. My family is middle class. Dad teaches high school and mom works part-time at a library. I worked part-time in college to pay for it. This showed Chloe that I simply wanted Jason's money. She often made fun of my clothes, car, and area. She compared me to Rachel at every family dinner, telling Jason how much smarter and more accomplished Rachel was. Despite Chloe's attitude, I worked on my career. Working hard and taking extra classes helped me advance in my industry. I finally got my dream job at a major IT company in our city after years of trying. The job was everything I worked for. Higher salary, increased responsibility, and amazing growth. I was happy until I learned Chloe worked in HR at the same company. I didn't know this when I applied because she changed jobs. I was apprehensive but stayed positive after learning. As professionals, I hoped she would keep our personal matters apart from work. That optimism was misplaced. Strange things happened at work throughout the next 7 months. Project deadline emails disappeared from my mailbox. My calendar would randomly change with wrong meeting times, causing me to miss critical discussions. My team would misinterpret my project availability. I initially felt these were technological issues or miscommunications. I kept thorough notes and double-checked everything, yet the problems worsened. Most unexpectedly, the truth emerged last week. Chloe's voice came from one of the office restroom stalls during lunchtime. She was on the phone with a quiet but excited person. Although I was frozen, I recognized she was talking to Rachel. Chloe boasted about her successful strategy to fire me. She described utilizing HR access to hack my work email and calendar. She chuckled at how anxious I looked and said it would get worse. What shocked me most was her following step. She planned a phony harassment accusation from a male colleague against me. She warned Rachel that if I lost my work, I would have to depend on Jason financially and everyone would see I was a gold digger. Although I was queasy, I recorded the exchange on my phone. After collecting enough evidence, I presented a recording to the head of HR and filed a formal complaint against Chloe. I documented all my work difficulties. The business immediately suspended Chloe for investigation. She also had her HR system actions audited. Jason was outraged with Chloe after learning what happened. I had never seen him so mad at his sister. Always trying to keep peace, he made allowances for her actions. But this went too far. Chloe exploited her position and broke company standards while trying to ruin my career. Since then, Chloe has been calling and texting us. She alternates between crying and threatening that I am destroying her career and family. She advised Jason to pick between his sister and his gold digger wife. She even tried to convince him I set her up and illegally videotaped her. Jason's parents intervened after hearing what happened. His mother thinks reporting Chloe to HR was excessive. She believes we should have resolved this within the family discreetly. She claims that family comes first and that I am vengeful. His father appears to understand our stance better, but he won't take sides to maintain family harmony. Perhaps I did nothing wrong. Chloe was trying to have me fired from a job I worked hard for. She was willing to fabricate harassment charges that may ruin my career. She misused her HR position and broke several rules. Protecting myself and my job was necessary. Jason supports me reporting her, but this has shattered his family. Everyone is taking sides, making family gatherings uncomfortable. Update 1. 2 weeks after my post, the situation has changed unexpectedly. The company's Chloe probe ended yesterday with harsher results than expected. The company fired Chloe and is considering legal action for various privacy and data protection concerns. The investigation found that Chloe tampered with more than my work schedule and correspondence. She illegally accessed confidential personnel records, modified performance reports, and attempted to access compensation information. The most unsettling discovery was that she helped Rachel search company databases for Jason information. She reportedly searched business event and meeting records for female employees who interacted with Jason to uncover evidence of inappropriate behavior to use against him. We were most surprised when Rachel moved back to our city 7 months earlier. Not only a distant voice supporting Chloe's actions over the phone, she was actively involved in the plan. She worked at a competitor firm and gave Chloe suggestions for sabotaging my career. They had a complex plot to fire me and ruin my industry name. They wanted Jason to see me for what they thought I was by making me look like a gold digger who couldn't work. The timing of Rachel's homecoming was also intentional. Her residence was 12 minutes from Jason's office thanks to Chloe. They planned Jason and Rachel's informal encounters at coffee shops and restaurants to reunite. Rachel joined Jason's gym, But he didn't notice because he typically goes early in the morning and she went after lunch when Chloe knew I'd be in meetings. Everything has crushed Jason. Chloe hated me, but Dad always supported her, believing she would change. His excuse was that Chloe was overprotective and needed time to accept us. He kept in touch with Rachel through groups and acquaintances, assuming their breakup was amicable. His discovery that his sister and ex conspired against his marriage devastated him. Blocking their numbers and social media accounts, he's cut off all touch. His parents' reaction worsened things. They're downplaying Chloe's actions. His mother said I was manipulative for recording the toilet chat and should have addressed Chloe instead of reporting to HR. She keeps saying Chloe was trying to protect her brother from making a mistake, hinting she detected something suspect in me. The most stinging part was when she claimed that I wouldn't have reacted so passionately to Chloe's background research if I had nothing to conceal. Jason snapped at a family meal last weekend. His mother called us over to keep things nice, but it was an ambush. Chloe cried and blamed me for her professional loss. Jason snapped when his mother suggested forgiving and forgetting. He told them to leave our life if they couldn't respect his wife and marriage. He reminded them that they had constantly condemned his relationship with Rachel for being overly dependent on her family's approval, and now they were doing the same with Chloe. Although the inquiry vindicates me, watching Jason's family come apart is terrible. Several of his childhood pals, including Rachel, now support Chloe. They claim I seduced Jason away from Rachel, and then destroyed Chloe's career out of jealousy of their close relationship. I was even accused of planting evidence during the company's investigation. Chloe deftly plays victim. She's been telling everyone I planned this to separate Jason from his family. She claims I illegally captured and twisted her private chat to get her fired. She portrays herself as a worried sister, attempting to save her brother from a gold digger. Unfortunately, some believe her account. The whole affair has split Jason's family. Family gatherings are awkward due to individuals taking sides and not talking. Some of Jason's relatives have stopped communicating. To avoid turmoil, his cousin's wedding next month has quietly uninvited us. Even Jason's father, who first understood our viewpoint, now suggests we could have handled things better. It's been hard, but Jason and I are sticking together. Due to the betrayal, he's been having difficulties sleeping and seeing a counselor. My report of Chloe stands. She wanted to ruin my job and marriage, but seeing Jason lose his family was the worst thing I've ever seen. Update 2. A month has passed since my last report, and things have become worse. Chloe's sabotage continued after we believed it was over. Everything got worse last week when our IT department found something. Chloe constructed a bogus email account using my identity and company credentials 3 weeks before she was fired. She sent improper and suggestive messages to multiple male colleagues, including top managers, using this account. She added credibility to the communications by using HR records to find personal information about these men. Only until one receiver noticed a particularly improper email sent automatically using a delayed delivery setting did the IT department find this. IT traced the IP address and confirmed that Chloe's work computer sent all these emails. They found dozens of written messages for the next months. Such sexual stuff would have gotten me fired and possibly blacklisted in the industry. This was Chloe's backup plan if her other attempts to fire me failed. The company's legal team is considering charging Chloe with identity theft, harassment, and sensitive information misuse. All the male colleagues who received these emails had to be contacted to explain the situation and assure them I wasn't participating. The whole incident has embarrassed me, but most of them have been understanding. I hear whispers when I pass, and some male colleagues avoid me in conference rooms and elevators. Jason is furious. He claims he no longer recognizes his sister. His childhood Chloe would never have done something so cruel and deliberate. Going through old family photos and recalling how close they were makes this betrayal difficult to accept. He finally told his parents about the bogus email account to explain why we can't forgive and forget. Instead, his mother believed Chloe did it because her HR research revealed anything questionable in my history. She tried to get Jason to check my former relationships to make sure I hadn't done this. The true shock came yesterday when Rachel unexpectedly visited our house. She was waiting in her car when I arrived home from work. After I pulled into the driveway, she stepped out and walked toward me. Jason, who works from home most days, came outside shortly after I called. Rachel apologized and said that things had gone out of hand. She said Chloe convinced her Jason was unhappy in our marriage and wanted out. She stated Chloe told her Jason still liked her but felt trapped with me because of what others would say if he left his marriage for his ex. Rachel broke down when Jason refused to talk and asked her to leave. She screamed in our driveway that I stole her life. She said Jason and she planned their entire future, including their house, number of children, and dog names. She claimed that Jason had promised to reunite once she was situated in her new city and that I had used their temporary separation to entice him into marriage. The most scary moment was when she threatened to reveal Jason's prior sins if he didn't listen. She highlighted a college event that could jeopardize Jason's career. She threatened to call his company's board of directors immediately with her phone. We called the police to remove her from our property. They dragged her away, but she yelled it wasn't over. We're investigating restraining orders against Chloe and Rachel. Jason's parents again intervened, stating we're overreacting and Rachel is emotional since she never got closure from their separation. Jason should meet with Rachel once to discuss things, they said. After that chat, Jason blocked his parents' numbers. Even though I enjoy my profession, the toxic environment has made me ponder leaving. Most people have been supportive, although hushed conversations stop when I enter a room. Some coworkers say they don't want to work with me on projects because of the turmoil. My manager understands, but suggests a new start may be beneficial for my career. Update 3. 3 months have passed, and we've made huge life changes. Jason and I chose to start over in a new city after much deliberation and planning. A West Coast tech company offered me a great opportunity, and Jason's company allowed him transfer to their branch office. Though difficult, we believed it was vital for our mental health and marriage. Jason's parents tried to reconcile one last time before leaving. Dinner at their house was offered. We agreed to go against our better judgment. When we arrived, Chloe and their aunt, who was supposed to mediate, were there. The setup was obvious, yet we stayed to hear them out. It was clear Chloe wasn't sorry when she apologized. She made passive-aggressive statements about family unity and how I turned her brother against her. She described losing everything: her career, her reputation, her connection with her brother, while evading blame. She claimed she was trying to prove who I was when Jason brought up the bogus email account and harassment of male colleagues. The breaking point came when Chloe proposed that we could go on if I admitted that I had overreacted to her fears about me and apologized for firing her. She even offered to help me find a new job provided I dropped my concerns. Jason finally snapped. He accused her of ruining their connection by sabotaging his marriage and my career. He doesn't desire a connection with her until she realizes her mistake and displays contrition. After a month in the new city, we're both happy. My new career is tough and gratifying, and the staff is pleasant. Jason feels calmer than he has in months, and we can now focus on our future instead of family drama. Jason deletes his parents' weekly texts about forgiving Chloe without reading. They sent him childhood photos and talked about Chloe's depression since losing her job to guilt him, but he's sticking to his decision. His father recently tried to reconcile separately, conceding Chloe's actions were wrong but urging forgiveness because she's family. We learned from acquaintances that Rachel got engaged and moved back to her hometown. She's been telling folks she's delighted things worked out because she's with someone who appreciates her. Chloe lives with her parents and is unemployed. She sometimes contacts Jason via phony social media profiles or common friends, but we block them instantly. I occasionally regret the outcome. I remember Jason and his sister being close. However, I realize I didn't start this. I just defended myself from someone trying to ruin my career and marriage. Jason assures me that none of this is my fault, and that we made the correct decision by eliminating toxicity. While the company's lawsuit against Chloe continues, we won't follow it. Our lawyer will handle any interactions, but we're focusing on our new life rather than the past. Our identity is returning. I refuse to gift my $375,000 home built over 2.5 years to my sister. Dad hit me with a cake stand. He's arrested. And her $40,000 debt is exposed. My parents insisted that I give my sister the $375,000 home I constructed myself at her wedding. When I refused, my father lost his temper and threw me to the ground with a metal cake stand. There was silence in the room until my sister's fiancé broke the news to my parents. Before I realized my father was swinging, I was struck by the metal cake stand. In an instant, I was seeing my sister Lucy spin around in her $6,500 Vera Wang dress while seated in the third row at my table, close to the dance floor. Then the world swung sideways as wrought iron made contact with my temple. My chair skittered backward as I fell hard. My head bounced once, twice, after my shoulders struck the parquet floor first. Mid-song, the band broke up. 175 attendees fell silent. A high-pitched, constant buzzing that sounded like a smoke alarm going off inside my brain was all I could hear. My hand went to my head and left behind warm, scarlet, and sticky blood that soaked into the neck of my dress shirt, the navy one I had purchased especially for the wedding, and trickled past my ear. At Nordstrom Rack, $100. Above me, my mother's twisted, blurry visage emerged. I had finished the trim work in my guest bathroom 6 hours prior. Get up, Ethan. You're embarrassing us. At last, the house I had spent 2.5 years building myself was finished. Everything was just the way I wanted it. The living room's crown molding, the kitchen's subway tile, And the hardwood flooring I had to sand and refinish twice due to streaks on the first effort. It was situated on 2 acres of land that my grandmother had bequeathed to me. At the age of 87, Elizabeth May Cordero passed away in February 2019. She gave me the land when it was probably worth $35,000. The entire property, including the house, was valued at $375,000. It wasn't figurative. I had created it myself. Genuinely constructed it. Began working as a building and frame crew member for a Henderson developer at the age of 19, 70-hour weeks in 110 degrees heat, including overtime and minimum salary. Victor Hernandez, my crew chief, had 30 years of experience in the field and could build a whole house while he slept. On the third day, he had asked me, "You want to learn? Really? Learn? Yes. Then shut up and watch." I spent 7 years observing. I gained knowledge about carpentry, how walls were put together, how load-bearing beams operated, and how to read plans like a novel. Charlie Brooks, my 73-year-old neighbor who is retired and still quite clever, taught me plumbing. He explained to me the importance of vent stacks, P-traps, and why compression fittings should never be used on gas lines. Attended night school at the community college to learn electrical. Carmen Garcia, a certified electrician with 29 years of experience, served as the instructor. Before I got it right, she had failed me twice on my practice panel. She'd said, "Electricity doesn't care if you're tired. It doesn't care if you're having a bad day. You do it right, or someone dies." I did it correctly. Every dime was saved. Resided in a $680 month studio apartment, consumed ramen. Drove a 200,000-mile 2004 Honda Civic. Didn't go on trips, date, or do anything but work, save money, and make plans. Once, my parents assisted. Let me borrow $8,000 for the framing materials and foundation. In 8 months, I reimbursed them. Interest is applied to every penny. I own the house. Every nail, every sweat drop, every square foot. I washed, changed into the Navy suit, and drove to the reception at my sister's wedding at the Riverside Grand Hotel at 2:30 p.m. Lucy had a stunning appearance. I'll grant her that. My baby sister is 26 years old. A blonde with one of those ornate makeovers at a downtown investing firm. Operates a BMW 5 Series. Actually, a good guy. Nathaniel appealed to me. He was direct and truthful. Did you not? The ceremony went well, customary. Lucy sobbed. Nathaniel sobbed. My mother sobbed. Typical wedding fare. At 6 p.m., reception began. The ballroom at Riverside Grand, which was decked out like a Pinterest board, blew up. There are white roses everywhere, lights with strings. Those $300 towering centerpieces. 16 tables. Each table can accommodate 12 people. Live band. Let the bar open. I had given this wedding $4,000. When my parents inquired, they stated Lucy needed assistance. I didn't hesitate to write the check since that's what family does. I took a seat at number 9. Family friends, whom I barely remembered from graduation celebrations and Christmas dinners. Ate the rubber chicken, drank the subpar Cabernet, and engaged in light chat. My folks came over at 7:45 p.m. Margaret and John Reed. Dad, a 56-year-old real estate agent, drove a Lexus that was above his means. Mom was 54 years old, had opinions about everyone's choices in life, and worked part-time at an interior design firm. The tone of my mother's speech was, "Ethan, we need to talk." The one she used to pretend it was reasonable when she was going to make a request. My dad grabbed a chair and took a heavy seat. I put down my wine glass and said, "Your sister needs a house. Okay, there are plenty for sale in this market. Interest rates are decent right now. We want you to give her yours." The conversation quieted down. Suddenly, my mom's friend Karen, who was standing next to me, showed a keen interest in her dessert plate. I chuckled. I actually chuckled. "What? Your house? The one you built? Lucy needs it more than you do." I felt sick to my stomach. When you discover someone is serious about something really crazy, you get a chilly, horrible feeling. I built that house for 2.5 years. You're serious completely. You're single. Lucy's starting a family. She needs space, a yard, stability. My dad interrupted, saying, "And we helped you." "No." I said in a calm, level voice. "You lent me $8,000, which I paid back with interest. 8 months later, you gave me the land." My grandma had been precise. Grandma left me that land in her will. I have the paperwork notarized, filed with the county recorder's office. Gave my parents the house, left her $35,000 in savings, which Lucy and I split equally. Left the empty land to me alone. That land should have been divided equally. My mother continued, "Then you should have told Grandma that before she died." I'd worked construction since 1970-hour weeks for 7 years. Saved $110,000. Learned every trade. Built that house board by board, pipe by pipe, wire by wire. It was mine. My mother's expression hardened. Ice made of stone. We're asking you to do the right thing. The right thing is for Lucy to buy her own house like I did. She can't afford it. Then she waits, saves, works like I did. You don't understand. I understand perfectly. You want me to hand over 2.5 years of my life because Lucy didn't plan ahead. Lucy showed up. Then, one step behind her, Nathaniel. She appeared radiant, content, and unaware. She inquired, "What's going on?" My mother said, "Your brother is being selfish," loud enough to cause the next table to topple over in order to observe. Lucy's expression changed as she said, "We asked him to give you his house. He refused." The grin vanished. "You won't give me your house? Lucy, I'm your brother. You won't help me? For this wedding, I gave you $4,000. A house is far superior to that." Now, the tables around us were observing. Heads turning, conversations dying. My voice carried because the band was in between songs. To build that house, I put in 70-hour work weeks for 2.5 years. Yes. My dad cut me off. Because that's what family does. We sacrifice for each other. His face flushed as he said, "No, that's what doormats do." He stood quickly and asked, "What did you just say?" "You heard me." The back of his chair scraped. The room was now silent. "This is your last chance. Sign the house over to your sister, or you're out of this family." Everyone is observing. Since I was 19, I have been employed in construction. My mother also got up and said, "We don't care. This is about loyalty, about putting family first. I am putting family first. I'm putting myself first because apparently no one else will." Behind him, my father picked up something from the table. A cake stand made of metal, one of those ornamental tiers. Iron that has been wrought. Most likely weighs 7 pounds. Part of the decor for the wedding. He gave it a swing. I anticipated it but was unable to act quickly enough. Metal made contact with my temple. The world burst into pain, white light, and the cracking sound of my own skull. I dropped to the ground. Everything was distant and muffled. I could see people standing, moving, screaming, and a lot of shoes. My head felt strange, detached, as if it were no longer fully connected to my body. I feel hands on my shoulder. My mom is stooping. Blood was dripping. "Get up. You're embarrassing us." It was warm and sticky, trickling down my neck and seeping into my collar. My hand withdrew. Red. A man forced his way through the throng. A black suit. His belt was clipped with a security badge. The badge said Officer M. He was a big guy, perhaps 6'2" and 200 pounds. "Turner, Grand Security at Riverside." I saw that. My father pointed at him and said, "Sir, don't move." His voice was loud, clear, and authoritative. "This is a family-run company. It's assault with a lethal weapon," Turner said, taking his radio away. "Police are needed for an armed assault at the Riverside Grand Ballroom level, according to dispatch. The victim's head wound is bleeding." The female voice on the radio crackled, "Copy. The suspect is still on the scene. Units are in motion." The room whirled as I attempted to sit up. Nathaniel knelt next to me and said, "Ethan, are you okay?" ETA 4 minutes. "I'm fine." I wasn't. My vision was blurry and doubled, and the ringing in my ears was getting worse. Nathaniel got up and turned to face my father. "What the hell is wrong with you people? This doesn't concern you. I just married into this family." Nathaniel took out his phone and opened his email app, saying, "It absolutely concerns me. And there's something everyone here needs to know. Marcus, don't." He pulled away when Lucy grabbed his arm and said, "No." He raised his phone and turned it so that the nearby tables could see it. "This is from my accountant," he said. He scrolled and read aloud. "Yesterday afternoon at 4:47 p.m., Richard Morrison, CPA, 23 years in practice, was sent. Dear Mr. Reed, I have finished the account merger's financial review per your request. I must alert you to a serious inconsistency. Miss Lucy Reed has 4 credit card accounts totaling $40,000 in debt." The room fell silent as Nathaniel reiterated. $40,000. From shopping. Lucy's face turned white. This was not disclosed during our preliminary discussions. "Is this true?" my father asked, glancing at Lucy. Quietness. "Is this accurate, Lucy? I can explain." Nathaniel looked at Lucy and scrolled through his phone, finding Gucci, Prada, Louis Vuitton, Hermes, and €40,000. 5,000 handbag used twice. As guests took out their phones to record and take pictures, the woman at table 9 had her iPhone up with the red recording light blinking. I checked your closet. The suspect is a man in his late 50s wearing a gray suit. Turner said into his radio as the sirens outside grew louder. The weapon was a wrought iron metal cake stand. The victim has a visible head wound that is bleeding. I used to work as a Riverside County Sheriff's deputy. I saw the whole thing happen. Red and blue lights flashed through the ballroom windows as my father sat down hard, his face pale, his hands shaking. 3 Riverside Police Department officers entered, 2 men and 1 woman. The lead officer had sergeant stripes, and Turner waved them over, saying, "Victim here. Here's a suspect." He gestured to the cake stand. Unprovoked assault with a weapon in front of 175 witnesses. The sergeant turned to face my father and said, "Sir, stand up." My father stood slowly and said, "This is a misunderstanding. There was blood on the corner, my blood." "Go back. With your hands behind your back." "Officer, you don't understand. Turn around." Nathaniel was still holding his phone and reading when my father turned, the cuffs clicking shut, metal on wrist, final, absolute. "So, let me get this straight." His words were heard throughout the ballroom. "You assaulted your son because he wouldn't give his house, the house he built with his own hands over 2.5 years, to someone who spent $40,000 on handbags." One of the officers knelt next to me as my mother looked at Lucy and said, "You lied to us." Officer M. Rodriguez, a young man in his late 20s, says, "Paramedics are on their way. It's a serious head injury. Don't move." Officer S. Foster, a female officer, was taking pictures of the scene, which included my father in handcuffs, the cake stand, and the blood on the floor. "You have the right to remain silent," the sergeant read to my father. "In a court of law, anything you say could and will be used against you." Lucy sobbed and said, "Ethan, please." My baby sister, who had just witnessed our father attack me and whose first reaction was to defend herself, was the object of my intense gaze. "What, please?" My voice sounded thick and raspy. "Tell them it was an accident." "Ethan, it wasn't an accident. I refused to give you my house so you could fill it with $40,000 worth of designer trash." So he grabbed a weapon and struck me in front of 175 people. 2 paramedics, a woman in her 40s and a man in his 30s, arrived with medical bags and a stretcher. The woman knelt next to me and said, "My name is Rachel Torres, and I'm an EMT. What's your name?" "Ethan Reed." "What day is it, please?" "Saturday. The wedding of my sister." "Unfortunately," she said with a smile. "Well, that's excellent. Are you aware of your location?" "Riverside Grand Hotel." Wishing I was anywhere else. Using a pen light, she examined my pupils and said, "Concussion possible. We must transport." As they wheeled me toward the exit, my stomach lurched. I passed my father in handcuffs, but he refused to look at me. The sergeant was speaking to Turner, taking a statement, and other guests were being interviewed. "Get that wound assessed properly." They helped me onto the stretcher. The paramedics wheeled me out through the lobby, past the check-in desk, past the horrified concierge, past a family checking in who stared as I rolled past, blood-soaked and strapped to a gurney, while my mother stood motionless by table 9, her face pale, her hands shaking. Lucy was crying into Nathaniel's chest, and he appeared shell-shocked. After loading me, Rachel climbed in next to me and began an IV. "We're heading to Riverside Memorial," she said. The ambulance pulled away from my sister's wedding reception at Riverside Memorial Hospital. The emergency room was in disarray. On Saturday night, there were drunk drivers, bar fights, and overdoses. They have a good neuro. The doors slammed shut. Sirens and lights. They triaged me right away. Head wounds bleed a lot, look worse than they are, but are unpredictable. Brain bleeds, skull fractures, and concussions that kill you 3 days later. Dr. James Park, a Korean-American man in his early 40s, examined me. He appeared worn out. According to his badge, he was an attending physician with 12 years of emergency medicine experience. "Mister, I need you to follow my finger, Reed." I did so, moving left, right, up, and down. "Are you feeling queasy? Feeling a little lightheaded?" "Yes." "All right, let's do a CT scan." They wheeled me to radiology and slid me into the machine, saying, "Rule out fractures and bleeding." The machine hummed as the tech, a young woman with a name tag that said Jennifer, said, "Hold still." I was back in the emergency room bay 20 minutes after wards took pictures of my skull. Dr. Park returned with a tablet and said, "Good news, no fracture, no bleeding. You require staples for a 2-inch cut and a moderate concussion." "Staples? 6? Probably." With 6 metallic clicks and 6 sharp tugs, he stapled my head back together after numbing my scalp with lidocaine, which burned. "You need to follow up with your primary care physician in 5 days, he said. "The wound is too deep for glue, too jagged for stitches." Return right away if you have a worsening headache, nausea, disorientation, or unconsciousness. All right. Are you being driven home by someone? I'll call my neighbor. A different police officer showed up. She was a detective in her mid-40s, with her hair pulled back in salt and pepper, a badge and gun on her belt, and the name tag read Detective Maria Sullivan, Riverside PD. Mr. I'm Detective Sullivan, Reed. I need to hear what you have to say. Dr. Park nodded, short as possible. Sullivan took out a recorder and said, he needs to rest. Do you want this to be recorded? Yes. Saturday, September 23, 11:47 p.m., she said, pressing record. Ethan Reed was interviewed about case number 202488847. Could you tell me what transpired tonight, Mr. Reed? I told her everything, including the assault, the demand for my house, the conversation with my parents, and my refusal. Did your father threaten you before striking you? She asked, taking notes. I had one last chance, he said. He grabbed the cake stand and struck me after saying, sign over the house, or I'm out of the family. Did you think your life was in jeopardy? She wrote, I felt my skull crack open. We have the statement from Officer Turner. He saw the whole thing happen. Additionally, we have about 40 guest cell phone videos. 40. The year is 2024. Everybody keeps track of everything. Your father has been booked on assault with a deadly weapon, she said, looking up. Monday morning we'll see the setting of bail. Would you like a restraining order? I will file the paperwork, yes. She gave me a card and said, you'll get a temporary order within 48 hours. Maria Sullivan, Detective, Violent Crimes Unit. Phone number and email. Give me a call if you recall anything more. Call me right away if your father gets in touch with you. After she left, Dr. Park returned and said, you're released. This is your documentation, concussion protocol, instructions for follow-up, and a prescription for painkillers. On the second ring, my neighbor Walter, the retired plumber who had taught me everything, answered and said, Ethan. Hi, Walter. From Riverside Memorial. I need a ride. What took place? A lengthy tale. Could you come get me? I'll be there in 20 minutes. Going home, Walter arrived in his truck, a 2008 Ford F-150, faded blue, 180,000 miles. Same truck he'd driven when I first met him 7 years ago. He took one look at me, blood-stained shirt, staples in my head, hospital bracelet on my wrist, and said nothing, just helped me into the passenger seat. We drove in silence for 10 minutes. Finally, your parents? My father. Why? Because I wouldn't give Lucy my house. He was quiet for another minute. The house you built? Yes. The house you spent 2.5 years building with your own hands? Yes. He pulled into my driveway, looked at me. Your father is a fool. Yeah. Your grandmother would be proud of you. My throat closed up. Couldn't speak. Walter helped me inside, made sure I had water, pain medication, his phone number on the counter. Call me if you need anything. Anything at all. He left. I stood in my living room. The house I'd built, crown molding I'd installed over 4 weekends. Floors I'd refinished twice. Every detail exactly right. My phone buzzed. Text messages. Dozens of them. Lucy. Ethan. Please. I'm so sorry. Lucy. Dad didn't mean it. Lucy, please don't press charges. Mom, you're destroying this family. Mom, your father could go to prison. Mom, is that what you want? I deleted them all, blocked both numbers. Another text. Nathaniel. I apologize. I didn't know about the debt until last week. I didn't know they'd asked for your house. Are you okay? I texted back. Concussion. 6 staples. I'll live. Nathaniel. Lucy wants to talk to you. Me. Tell Lucy I have nothing to say to her. Nathaniel, I understand. Nathaniel. For what it's worth, you were right about everything. I didn't respond. Took the pain medication Dr. Park prescribed. Hydrocodone 5 milligrams. Laid down on my couch, the sectional I'd saved for 6 months to buy. Gray microfiber, stupidly comfortable. Closed my eyes, tried not to think about my father's face when he swung that cake stand. Failed. Sunday morning. I woke up at 11:30 a.m. My head felt like it was splitting open. 47 missed calls. 15 voicemails. I listened to none of them. Made coffee, black, strong. Sat at my kitchen table. The one I'd built from reclaimed barnwood, a project that took 3 months because I wanted the finish perfect. My phone rang. Unknown number. I answered, hello, Mr. Reed. This is Detective Sullivan. How are you feeling? Like I got hit with a metal object. I have an update. Your father was arraigned this morning. Bail set at $45,000. He posted bond. He's out. My stomach dropped already. The judge issued a no-contact order. He can't call you, text you, come within 500 feet of you or your property. Violation means immediate arrest. Okay. I also wanted to inform you that we've collected statements from 37 witnesses. The case is solid. The DA will likely file formal charges Monday. What charges? Assault with a deadly weapon. That's a felony. 2. 4 years if found guilty. 2 to 4 years. My dad is incarcerated. Mister, I'm here, Reed. Are you all right? No. That makes sense. Is there someone you can talk to? My neighbor. All right. After she hung up, I sat at my kitchen table for an hour, not moving or drinking my coffee, just thinking about my father in handcuffs, Lucy crying, my mother's face when Nathaniel revealed the debt, and my phone buzzing. Use your support system and call me if you need anything. Ethan, it's Nathaniel using my work phone, said the text from an unidentified number. Lucy is unaware. We must speak. Could I come over? At that moment, I hesitated. Yes. 847 Oakmont Drive is the address. Nathaniel's visit, I'll be there in half an hour. He arrived at noon, still wearing his black tuxedo from the wedding, his tie undone, and he appeared worn out. I opened the door for him. You truly built this yourself, he said, surveying the kitchen, living room, and craftsmanship. Each wall. It's stunning. Thanks. Lucy cried all night long, and Nathaniel said, your mom, too, as we sat in the living room, me in the armchair and him on the couch. Your father refuses to speak to anyone. Good. Ethan. He hit me with a metal object because I wouldn't give Lucy a house. There's no defense for that. I know. Quiet. Nathaniel stated, I didn't know about the debt until Richard sent that email. According to Nathaniel, Lucy had concealed the debt by using separate accounts and making the bare minimum payments, but the total amount was precisely 40,000 euros. Handbags, shoes, dresses she'd worn once, some still with tags. He rubbed his face. Why didn't you speak up prior to the wedding? Because I desired to wed her. I cherished her. I believed we could resolve it. But then last night, watching your parents demand your house, watching your father hit you, and watching Lucy defend them, he said softly as he turned to face me. She's not the person I thought she was, he said. No, I'm getting the marriage annulled. I raised my head. What? Cancellation? In less than a day, we were married. In California, fraud is grounds for annulment. She hid significant debt. Nathaniel's voice was flat and empty. That's fraud, he said. I can't be married to someone who watched her father assault her brother, and her first instinct was to defend herself. I gave my lawyer a call this morning. Jennifer Chen has 15 years of experience practicing family law. On Monday, she will file. I'm sorry. I'm not. He raised his voice. I came here to apologize for them, for Lucy, for all of it. You don't have to. Yes, I do. Because you deserved better, and what they did was unacceptable. Your grandmother was wise to leave you this land, he said, pausing as he approached the door and turning around. She was aware. Knew what? That you were the only one who'd appreciate it, who'd build something real. He went out. 3 days later, on Monday afternoon, the DA filed formal charges for assault with a deadly weapon, a felony. My father's lawyer, William Harris, a public defender with 28 years of experience, called. Mr. I speak for your father, Reed. I want to talk about a plea deal. No, I know you're upset. I refused to give away my house, so he attacked me in front of 175 people. No plea is made. He's willing to apologize, pay medical bills, attend anger management. No, Mr. Reed. He made a decision. He reached for a weapon. He struck my head with it. They were decisions. He now has to deal with the fallout. I ended the call. An hour later, Detective Sullivan called and said, October 15th is the date of the preliminary hearing. You'll have to give testimony. I'll be there. The defense will attempt to portray this as a family conflict. They'll say your dad was angry, acted hastily. Didn't mean to cause significant harm. He grabbed a weapon and hit me hard enough to require 6 staples. I understand. Just be ready for them to downplay it. The shortest marriage in Riverside County history took place 36 hours after Lucy called from my mother's phone, and I unintentionally answered. 2 weeks later, Nathaniel's annulment was finalized. Ethan, I hung up. Blocked that number as well. Another call from my father's lawyer with a different offer, probation, community service, and restitution. Your father is 56 years old, Mr. Reed. His career is terminated and his real estate license is ruined by a felony conviction. Do you want it that way? What I wanted was to sit at my sister's wedding without getting assaulted. But we don't always get what we want. The preliminary hearing was held on October 15 in a cold courthouse with marble floors, wood paneling, and excessive air conditioning. Judge Olivia Mitchell, a 62-year-old former prosecutor with a reputation for being fair but tough, presided over the proceedings. My father was seated at the defense table, with William Harris, who was smaller than I remembered, sitting next to him in a gray suit tie. Harris cross-examined me after I gave a 32-minute testimony in which I told the court everything, including the assault, my refusal to comply, and the demand for my house. You had a tense relationship with your father, Reed. No, we had a normal relationship, until he demanded I give away 2.5 years of my life. You refused to help your sister. For her wedding, I gave her $4,000. I've given her a lot of help. However, you declined to give her your home? Yes, because you're selfish. Because I'm not a doormat. Judge Mitchell raised his gaze. Mister, is there a question? Harris? Your Honor, I'm establishing motive. You're writing editorials. Sit down or ask questions. Harris took a seat. Officer Turner was called by the prosecution, and during his 32-minute testimony, he described what he witnessed, including the assault, the weapon, and the blood. Was this self-defense, in your professional opinion as a former sheriff's deputy? No. The victim was seated. The defendant hit him after grabbing a weapon. That is assault. 3 additional witnesses, who had attended the wedding, were called, and they all made the same statement. Judge Mitchell looked over the photos, videos, medical records, and other evidence. This will be bound over for trial. With the no-contact order in effect, the defendant will continue to be released on bond. The gavel was completed, and the trial date was set for January 12, November, 3 months after the assault. The staples were removed after 2 weeks, leaving a 2-inch scar that was concealed in my hairline. The concussion symptoms, which included headaches, light sensitivity, and dizziness, persisted for 6 weeks. After hearing about what had happened, I returned to work and accepted a position with a custom home builder, Marcus Delgado, who had 47 years of construction experience and was the best builder in the county. He said, I need someone who actually gives a damn about quality, and asked if I was interested. The client wanted shaker-style cabinets, soft close hinges, and under-cabinet lighting, so I built them myself. Every joint and measurement was precise, and the client shed happy tears when she saw them. I was intrigued. I started on November 1st. Lead carpenter, $65,000 salary plus benefits. Her words, they're perfect. Yeah, they were. The prosecution showed 40 videos from wedding guests during the 3-day trial on January 12, all of which showed my father grabbing the cake stand, swinging it, and hitting me. They also showed medical records, pictures of my head wound, the staples, and the scar. The defense contended that there was no intention to cause serious harm, a family dispute, and a brief loss of control. John Reed was a frustrated father who, in a fit of rage, acted carelessly. This was a family issue that got out of hand. The defense responded that John Reed grabbed a weapon and struck his son in the head because his son refused to give away property. That is not a family issue. That is an attack. That is illegal. After 4 hours of deliberation, the jury found the defendant guilty. Sentencing is set for February 3 for assault with a deadly weapon. Judge Olivia Mitchell glanced at my father during the sentencing hearing on February 3. Mister, you've never been a criminal, Reed. You have a job. Your family is behind you. But you used a weapon to attack your son in front of 175 witnesses because he wouldn't part with his belongings. She hesitated. Violence as a reaction to disappointment is not acceptable in this court. Your son used his own hands to construct that house. He owns it. When he refused, you had no right to attack him, and you had no right to demand it either. My dad gazed at the table. I'm sentencing you to 2 years in county jail, suspended, 5 years probation, 500 hours community service, anger management classes, restitution for medical bills. She gave me a look. Mister, would you like to speak to the court, Reed? I stood. As a child, I learned a lot from my father. But he also taught me that family can betray you, I said, pausing. How to fix a car, how to change a tire, how to handle disappointment. There are conditions to that love. That giving away everything I've created is the only way I'm worth anything. I don't forgive him, my father said, his shoulders shaking with tears. Perhaps in the future, but not right now. All I want to do today is return home to the house I built and lock the door. Judge Mitchell nodded and said, this court is adjourned. I took a seat. August, 6 months later, I'm sitting on my back deck, which I constructed last month, with matching rails, cedar planks, and string lights overhead. It's evening. Walter sits across from me, drinking a beer, the same Ford phone 150 inches the driveway, fireflies in the distance, and warm crickets chirping. He remarks, you did good work here. while glancing at the deck. Thank you. Your grandma would be pleased. Yeah, my phone beeps. I got an email 36 hours ago from my ex-brother-in-law, Nathaniel. I assumed you would want to know. Last month, Lucy filed for bankruptcy. She's getting support from your parents. They haven't inquired about you. Walter notices that I've deleted the email. Family. Former relatives. Good riddance. The house behind me is illuminated, with every window glowing, crown molding, hardwood floors, subway tile, and every detail flawless. I actually laugh. Mine. Mine alone. Created with my time, sweat, and hands. It meant everything, but they wanted me to give it away and turn it over after 2.5 years as if it didn't matter. You all right? Walter inquires. I look at him, at my neighbor who picked me up from the hospital, taught me plumbing, and never asked me to be anything other than who I am. Yeah, I respond. I'm okay, and I mean it. Behind me, the house is solid, real, and mine. They tried to take it, but they were unsuccessful. And I'm still here. My sister got pregnant by my fiancé before our wedding. My parents supported her. I cut them off. We met at mom's funeral civil. But never sisters. Hazel here, to tell you about my worst experience. Okay, scratch that. I was hurt the most by my family. 4 weeks before my wedding, I was happier than ever. 32 years old, engaged to my 4-year-old love, preparing my ideal wedding. Everything was wonderful. The venue was reserved. Garden estate beyond the city. I have the altered garment in my closet. 150 guests received invitations. My younger sister consented to be my maid of honor, surprising me as we'd never been close. But I hoped this would unite us. Should have known better. Thursday night. It was typical for my parents to invite me to supper. The room's tension when I entered was odd. Dad couldn't examine me. My mother wrung her hands. My 5-year-old sister, normally lively and carefree, sat there with an odd, defiant look. She dropped the bomb. She stood up in the midst of supper, put her hand on her flat tummy, and revealed she was pregnant with my fiancé's baby and had been sleeping together for 5 months. 5 months. I remember the exact sound of my fork hitting the plate. My mother gasped but didn't defend me. Dad told me to calm down when I screamed. I recall my sister's blank face most. No regrets, shame, nothing. She stood like she'd said what she wanted for dessert. My fiancé called me 70 times that night. I never replied. My parents insisted we discuss this as a family and that these things happen. Such things occur. My sister cheated on my fiancé and got pregnant. This just happens. The worst aspect was that my parents switched sides in 3 weeks. I suddenly focused on supporting my sister during her pregnancy. Someone victimized her. Young, afraid, weak. I was betrayed, but no matter. Never mind that she'd shattered my life without hesitation. This bit still makes me sick. They used my wedding plans. All of them. The same florist, caterer, and location I'd reserved and paid deposits for. My mother called me to ask whether my sister could use them since everything was booked and canceling would be a waste. I cared. I was too worried to breathe. They did it anyway. After 3 months, my sister came down the aisle in a white dress, pregnant with my ex-fiancé's child, at the venue I'd chosen, with my flowers and menu. Only 3 of my extended family members declined. My aunt, cousin, and grandmother. Everyone else went, smiled, praised the happy couple, and posted images on social media like this was normal, beautiful, and not the worst betrayal. In my apartment alone, I drank wine and looked at my wedding dress in my closet. Life and clothes were meant to be mine. My parents continued calling to persuade me to move on and be happy for them. Get past it. They grabbed everything from me and asked me to grin and swallow. And I'll never forget it, my mother said I was selfish for making my sister's pregnancy about me. I recognized the truth then. Not only did my family allow it. They approved. They chose her. They picked the traitor over the victim. I choose to. Cut them off. They stopped taking calls, blocked them on social media, and relocated across the city. I was alone for the first time. I preferred it to being part of a family that could hurt me. I'm not talking about how I stayed broken. This describes what followed. I promise, it gets worse before it gets better. The following 4 years were hell. I won't sugarcoat. I spent the first 6 months in twice-weekly therapy attempting to understand how my family betrayed me. The therapist kept asking if I wanted to forgive. I continued telling her I wanted to stop thinking about them daily. I worked hard, got promoted twice, started traveling for business, gained new acquaintances who didn't know my background, and didn't get asked why I wasn't close to my family. I built a new life brick by brick, which was exhausting but necessary. Around 2.5 years, something changed. One morning, I realized I hadn't thought about my sister or ex-fiancé in a week. It was like breathing again after being underwater. I met him then. We met Henry at a Seattle conference. He represented his firm. His consultancy firm had grown impressively in 7 years. I laughed when we sat next to each other at a networking dinner. Actually laugh. Genuine laughter, not polite social laughter. That night, we talked about business, travel, and everything except family for 4 hours. I almost declined his phone request. I wasn't ready, but his glances changed my mind. He invited me to move in after 10 months of long-distance dating. I was scared. Last time I trusted someone entirely, it ruined me. Henry was patient. He never pushed. He let me pace everything. We were on his balcony at 2 a.m. when I informed him about my family. I'd avoided it for months, but he needed to know why I cringed when he mentioned his sister and shifted the subject when family came up. I anticipated his surprise or discomfort. He grasped my hand and said, "That explains so much about your strength. You rebuilt yourself from nothing. That's extraordinary." He proposed 10 months after we met. On a random Tuesday night while making supper, I asked a simple question without pressure or expectations. Of course I agreed. We planned everything. No family input, drama, or unchosen traditions. Only ourselves and 10 close friends attended our Italian wedding. It was tiny, exquisite, and ours. I chose my clothing alone. Our vows were written. I shed happy tears at the ceremony. I invited my parents to see that I'd moved on and established something great without them. No one came. My mother contacted 3 days before the wedding to say they couldn't leave my sister in such a hard time. Her marriage was failing, therefore, she needed their help. I hung up before she finished. Henry inquired if I was okay. Telling him I was better than okay. I was free, but life tests you when you think you have it everything. About 6 months after the wedding, we started trying for kids. Henry was 38, I 34, and we were ready. Month after month, nothing happened. We saw a specialist after a year of trying. I discovered I had fertility troubles then. Nothing terrible that prevented us from having kids, but it was difficult. Doctors advised treatments, monitoring, and interventions. It would be costly, taxing, and stressful. At that appointment, Henry squeezed my hand and told the doctor we'd do anything. We started treatment. Injections, appointments, testing, hope, disappointment, hope. It was awful, unlike anything I'd experienced before. This wasn't betrayal. It was about wanting something so badly and having no control over getting it. After another negative test, I broke down during a tough month. Maybe this was karma for breaking off my family, I told Henry. Maybe I didn't deserve motherhood. Maybe I was too damaged. He gazed at me with more passion than I'd ever seen and said, "Don't you dare let them take this from you, too. Don't give them that power. This isn't about them. This is about us." True. We would battle for our life and journey together. I didn't realize my old life was about to fall in the worst way. 4 years after I broke up, they called on Sunday afternoon. "Dad," I almost didn't answer, but something made me. He sounded exhausted and aged. He requested a serious discussion on family healing. He said it had been long enough, life was too short for this divide, and my mother missed me. I wanted to hang up, but Henry was watching me and showed me in his face that he wanted to hear them out. For me, not them. So I wouldn't always wonder if. So I agreed to dinner. Neutral, both families present. My parents, sister, and her husband were married. Henry and I. In the pricey, quiet restaurant, customers don't make a scene. I was stupid to assume that would protect us. My sister and her 2 children, a 5-year-old boy and a 3-year-old girl, arrived. Both looked like my ex-fiancé, which felt like getting stabbed every time I saw them. Boy had eyes. The girl smiled. I felt sick. Tired, she looked different. Gained weight and black bags under her eyes. Her husband, who I can't call my ex-fiancé without breaking something, looked uncomfortable when they sat down. He avoided my gaze. Watched his plate like it may save him. My parents initially joked about Henry's business and complimented my hair. Small chat like walking on broken glass. My sister managed her well-behaved kids quietly. Everything went wrong when dessert arrived. My mother asked if Henry and I were having children soon in that delicate tone folks use to hide something. Before I could respond, my sister chuckled. Actually laughed. Good luck with that, she cut her son's cake. I heard you were having trouble. That must be so hard. Wanting something you can't have? The table mute. Henry touched me under the table, squeezing hard hurt. Excuse me? I escaped. Trying to look innocent, she looked up. What? I'm just saying it must be difficult, especially at your age. I mean, I got pregnant the first time just thinking about it. All 3 times, actually. 3 times. You're pregnant again? my mother happily said. My sister grinned, touching her flat stomach. We were going to announce it later, but yeah, another son. We're so blessed. I felt nauseous. Henry's jaw was so tense I believed his teeth would break. That's wonderful news, my father responded, looking in my direction for support. My sister wasn't finished. She faced Henry. She stared at him as she added, "You must be so patient. I mean, if my husband couldn't give me children, I don't know what I'd do. But I guess, when you really love someone, you stick it out, right?" The inference, the tiny smile. Henry sprang up so fast his chair scraped the floor. "We're leaving." My mother grabbed my arm. "Oh. Come on." My sister added. "I was just making conversation. Don't be so sensitive. Please, let's not ruin the evening. Your sister didn't mean anything by it. You know how she is. She just speaks without thinking sometimes." They'd always made that explanation for her. Something snapped inside me. I didn't rest. Standing there, I watched my sister. First time in years, I saw her for what she was. Not my family. Not someone who erred. A person who purposefully destroyed my life without remorse. I said, "You want to talk about sensitivity?" Too quiet. "Let's talk about it. Let's talk about how you seduced my fiancé 5 months before my wedding. Let's talk about how you got pregnant and announced it like you'd won some prize. Let's talk about how you stole my wedding, my venue, my plans, everything. No family member spoke out to stop you. Hazel, Dad warned. No, I'm done being quiet. I'm done being the reasonable one. I'm done pretending any of this is okay." I looked at them. "You chose her. The moment she announced that pregnancy, you chose her. You didn't ask if I was okay. You didn't defend me. You just decided I should get over it and move on because it was easier than holding her accountable." My mother cried. "We were trying to keep the family together by sacrificing me, by using my wedding plans for her, by expecting me to just swallow it and smile." I chuckled, but it was painful. "You didn't keep the family together. You cut me out and pretended it was the same." My sister rolled her eyes. "God, are you still on about that? It's been years. Get over it. Get over it," I said. "You destroyed my life. You betrayed me in the worst way possible. And you've never once apologized. Not once." "Because I'm not sorry." Her spouse tried to seize her arm, but she resisted. "You want the truth? You never owned him. He wouldn't have approached me if he was. Men cheat only when they're not receiving enough at home." Henry stood next to me, ensuring stability. "We're done here." But my sister continued. I cringed as she looked Henry up and down. "You know, if you tire of waiting for defective items, you can find me. My fertility is obvious." The table exploded. My dad stood up. My mom gasped. Henry's fury darkened his features. I laughed before anyone else spoke. Really laughed. Originating from the bottom. "You think that was flirting?" I asked her. "You think that makes you desirable? You're pathetic. You stole my fiancé because you couldn't stand that I had something you didn't. And now you're sitting here pregnant with your third child in a marriage that's clearly falling apart. Trying to seduce my husband because you still can't stand that I'm happy." Her horrified spouse looked at her. "Good. Show him his true spouse. You want to discuss damaged goods? Look in the mirror. You're 27 years old, married to a man who hardly looks at you, raising kids in a betrayed home. Your son will grow up knowing his father cheated on his aunt for his mother. His Genesis story, good luck explaining it." "That's enough," Dad said. But his voice was weak. I faced him. "You're right. It is enough. I'm done. I came here tonight because you asked me to. Because some small part of me hoped you'd finally take responsibility for what you enabled. But nothing's changed. She's still the same manipulative person she was 4 years ago. And you're still making excuses for her." I stared at her husband, the man I thought I'd marry. Red-faced and mute, he stared at his plate. "And you? You wouldn't talk. You've been sitting there all night like a scolded child, without defending your wife, yourself, or anything. You are the coward I suspected." He spoke, possibly to apologize or defend himself. I raised my hand. "Save it. Whatever you were going to say, I don't care. You're irrelevant. You were irrelevant the moment I left that apartment 4 years ago. You're just a bad memory, and you don't get to be anything more than that." Grabbed my purse. Henry was up, preparing to depart with me. "This family is dead to me," I muttered, gazing at each one. "Not because of the betrayal. I could have eventually forgiven that. But because none of you thought I deserved better, none of you stood up for me. And even now, even tonight, you're still choosing her." My mother wept. "Please don't do this. I'm not doing anything. You did this years ago. I'm just finally accepting it." I didn't glance back when we left the eatery. Henry drove us home quietly. After arriving at our flat, I broke down. I was free, not unhappy. Free at last. I learned that freedom has a complicated cost. I was still processing that dinner disaster 3 weeks later. Henry insisted I did the right thing, that standing up for myself was healthy, and that cutting them off was justified. However, late at night when I couldn't sleep, I replayed the evening and felt corrosive vindication and wrath. I needed to discuss it. But Henry was tired of the topic, and my therapist couldn't see me for another week. I did what countless do when they need to vent. Went online. I found this family estrangement support group. Anonymous usernames and stories. All had experienced family trauma. I read dozens of posts about narcissistic parents, abusive siblings, and toxic relatives who did awful things. It was strangely comforting to be not alone. I uploaded and wrote the entire story: betrayal, wedding, 4 years of silence, supper, etc. I was cautious. I avoided names and cities, keeping the story vague enough to be anyone's. I wanted to vent and get it out of my system. The support was swift and tremendous. I received hundreds of comments saying I did the right thing, my family was poisonous, and I deserved more. It felt great, like affirmation I didn't realize I needed. I obsessively monitored the post for days. Each comment triggered something I didn't want to address. My aunt, who declined my sister's wedding, called me 4 weeks later. "Hazel," she asked gently, "did you post about your sister online?" I froze. "What?" "There's a story going around town about a woman who got pregnant with her sister's fiancé and stole her wedding. Everyone's talking about it. The details are too specific. It has to be about your family." I was afraid to vomit. Posted in anonymous support group. Using no names. How would someone have identified enough details to connect dots? You understand people. They patch things together and spread it on social media. Group conversations everywhere. "It reached your sister." "Good." I answered without thinking. My aunt was quiet for a while. "Hazel, I understand you're angry. God knows you have every right to be, but this is going to have consequences." She was right. Consequences came quickly. My sister was laid off first. She worked at a neighborhood medical office where the tale circulated quickly. Her supervisor summoned her in and stated she wasn't a suitable fit for their family-oriented practice and needed to protect her professional reputation. Within a week, she was fired. Social ramifications followed. She became known in the grocery store, her kids' school, and around town. She went from unknown to famed. They stopped hearing from her husband's family. Some of their couple mates became very busy when making plans. I listened to my aunt's family grapevine account. I listened to every detail with a spooky satisfaction. My aunt said, "They're talking about moving," during a call. "Your sister can't show her face anywhere without people whispering." Someone actually approached her at the pharmacy and told her she should be ashamed of herself. Should have felt horrible. Despite my anonymous post's public humiliation, I didn't feel sorry. "Not really. She is ashamed of herself," I remarked. "She should be." "No, don't. She destroyed my life and felt nothing. Now people know what kind of person she is. That's not my fault. That's just truth catching up." Despite saying that, something seemed wrong. I wanted consequences for her. Yes. I wasn't happy watching her lose everything and see her life fall apart like mine. Henry discovered me one night browsing social media for mentions of the tale and my sister's name to see what people were saying about her. "What are you doing?" he inquired quietly. "Just looking." "You've been looking for hours." He sat beside me. "This isn't healthy." "She's losing everything," I remarked, glancing at the television. "Her job, her friends, her reputation, everything. And how does that make you feel?" I didn't respond since the reality was complicated. I was content. Felt justified. But I also felt something darker, making me uneasy with myself. I felt powerful but uneasy. "I didn't name her," I concluded. "I didn't do this to her. This is just consequences of her own actions." Henry grabbed my phone. "Maybe. But you're spending every free moment watching those consequences unfold. That's not moving on. That's obsession." He was right. I knew he was right. I couldn't stop. My sister sued me. That was her dire situation. She hired a lawyer and sued me for defamation, alleging I'd written lies about her online that had ruined her reputation and cost her job. Official letter from lawyer to my address. She found my house, which was creepy. I consulted an attorney with Henry. After reading everything, he laughed at my anonymous message. "She has no case," he said. "First, you never named her. Second, truth is an absolute defense against defamation. Third, she'd have to prove that your post directly caused her specific damages, which is nearly impossible when it was anonymous and the spread was organic." The lawsuit never progressed beyond preliminary filing. Judge tossed it out. Insufficient proof. No link. Case dropped. My aunt's words gave me a thrill of triumph. She failed to sue me legally. Another loss for her, another gain for me. But that week, something else happened. It should have been joyful. I got pregnant. 2 test lines after 2.5 years of therapy, hormones, mistakes, and disappointments. I sobbed in the bathroom for 10 minutes, unable to believe it. Henry grabbed me and swung me around, and we cried. This was all we fought for and wanted. Our baby was coming. No one should have been happier than me. Instead, I continuously checked social media for sister updates. Compulsion ensued. Morning, night, sometimes numerous times a day. I'd look up her name, profiles, remarks, and rumors. If her situation was worsening or she was suffering enough, I needed to know. Henry noticed. Of course he noticed. 3 weeks after we discovered the pregnancy, hubby returned home from work and found me on my laptop, discussing my sister again. His laptop closed firmly, not angrily. We need to talk. I knew that tone. About what? About the fact that you're pregnant with our child and you're spending more time obsessing over your sister than celebrating this miracle we've been given. I'm not obsessing. Yes, you are. You check her social media every day, multiple times a day. You're in these gossip groups, reading every comment, tracking every consequence. You're consumed by watching her life fall apart. She deserves it. I defended. Maybe, probably, but that's not the point, he said to me. The point is that she's still controlling your life. You cut her off 4 years ago, but she's more present now than ever because you can't stop watching her destruction. That's not fair, is it? My hand was taken. Hazel, you're pregnant. We're having a baby. This is supposed to be the happiest time of our lives. But every time I look at you, you're on your phone or your laptop monitoring her. She's stealing this joy from you, and you're letting her. I wanted to protest, but I was crying because I knew he was right. I just need to know she's facing consequences. I muttered. After everything she did, I need to know she's suffering the way I suffered. And then what? What happens after she suffered enough? Will that fix what she took from you? Will that give you back those 4 years? Will that make you happy? I couldn't reply. He embraced me. You're pregnant with our son, Hazel, and I'm terrified that when he's born, you're going to be so busy watching her that you'll miss being present for him. It hit me like ice. I imagined cradling my kid while covertly checking my phone for my sister's agony. It made me nauseous. I don't know how to stop, I said. I know, but you have to try because this obsession, it's not justice. It's not healing. It's just another form of letting her control you. He mentioned something that kept me up that night. I imagined my sister losing her work, being gossiped about, and struggling. I recalled my joy at hearing about it. This terrible, dark satisfaction was eating away at who I wanted to be. My life was rebuilt over 4 years. Love, marriage, and pregnancy were mine. I had everything I wanted, but I was too busy making her miserable to enjoy it. Correct, Henry. She still controlled me, but differently. However, knowing and changing are different. After 4 years of restless nights, first words, tiny shoes, and motherhood, healthy, 8 pounds, dark hair, Henry's eyes, my boy was perfect. Absolute perfection. My condition improved. Not entirely. I periodically wondered about my sister. I occasionally wanted to track her downfall. The words of Henry stuck with me. The kid, my marriage, and this new era were my priorities. I thought I'd moved on. Really did. I saw him. My son was in my grocery cart. I turned down an aisle and froze as he chatted about everything he saw at 3. I saw my 5-year-old nephew at that awful dinner years ago. He was older, probably 7. He was with my mother, who looked 10 years older. Should have left. Should have changed course. I watched them from behind a display. My mother bought generic everything. Cheapest alternatives. Her trolley had only essentials. My nephew was thin, but not alarmingly so. His clothing were worn yet clean. I wasn't seen. I insured it, but my mother counted change at the register. My nephew asked for chocolates, and she refused. We saw them leave with their little goods. What I did next was wrong, but I couldn't help myself. After my son fell asleep, I called my aunt. How bad is it? I inquired directly. My meaning was clear to her. She sighed. Bad. Your sister's husband left her about 7 months ago. Finally had enough, I guess. He has the kids on weekends, but pays minimal support. She's living with your parents with all 3 children. She can't find work anywhere. Her reputation is too damaged in this town. What's she doing for money? My aunt was quiet for a while. You don't want to know. Tell me. She's been trying to sell content online. Pictures. That kind of content. It's not going well. Felt nauseous. Not happy. Sick. That kind of content. I'm not going to spell it out, Hazel. But yes, she's desperate. Your parents are supporting 4 people on their retirement income. It's not enough. She's doing what she thinks she has to do. The call left me hollow. Not satisfied. This was seeing someone descend into darkness and desperation. I knew I'd helped her get there. My aunt called again 2 weeks later. She spoke shakily. It leaked, she remarked. Someone from town found her content and recognized her. It's spreading everywhere. The photos are on gossip sites being shared in local groups. Everyone's seen them. I believed I'd win. The worst humiliation. What part of me wanted? I felt empty instead. Her kids, my aunt said, voice cracking. It became concrete when they're being bullied. Kids at school found the photos somehow. They're showing them to other kids, mocking them. We met again a few days later. Same grocery store, time, day. This time, my nephew cried, really crying. Hurtful, desperate sobs. My mother tried to soothe him in the parking lot, but he was inconsolable. His peers were pointing and giggling across the lot. That's him. His mom is the one in those pictures. My son, unaware in his seat, I watched my nephew fall apart by my car. Saw him yell at youngsters. I saw my mother shielding him. Watched other parents take their kids while staring at my mother with hatred. My son murmured something from his car seat that I couldn't understand. I was captivated by a 7-year-old boy whose life was being devastated by his mother's decisions, desperation, and a series of events that led back to me. The kids left. My mother loaded my nephew into the car. His crying was audible across the parking lot. I drove home automatically. I told Henry what I saw when he got home that night. That child did nothing wrong, I shakily answered. He's 7 years old, and his classmates have seen explicit photos of his mother. He's going to carry that for the rest of his life. That's not your fault, Henry remarked gently. My story was, isn't it? I started this. She chose. All of them. But her son didn't. None of this was his choice. I watched our sleeping child. Would I want to die if it happened to our son? I'd burn the globe to defend him. Henry drew me. You're not responsible for her choices, or their consequences. Maybe not legally, maybe not directly. But that night, I dreamed of the small child wailing in a parking lot because of something I caused. I started having nightmares a week after seeing my nephew crying in the parking lot. In them, I was evil. Not my sister. Me. I'd watch myself kill someone while smiling from outside my body. It was sometimes my sister. It was her kids sometimes. Faces of strangers become individuals I loved. I'd wake up breathless, sweating, convinced that my dream self was more honest. Henry held me when I woke up like that, but he stopped asking about the dreams. I assume he knew. Perhaps we both understood I was processing something I didn't want to address. One afternoon, my son asked me a question that broke me. We colored at the kitchen table. At 3.5, they pick up everything and inquire about it. His focus on sketching within the lines had kept him quiet. He said, Mommy, without looking, what's an ant? My hand froze mid-stroke. What? An ant? Grandma said something about an ant when we were at her house last week. She was talking to Grandpa. What is it? My mother-in-law. She must have been discussing something with Henry's father. My son had overheard. Your parent's sister? I asked carefully. Do I have one? Should have told him truth. I should have responded yes, that he had a never-met aunt, that it was complicated, and that I might explain later, but I didn't. No, I answered. You don't have an aunt. He nodded, accepted, and resumed coloring. However, I felt like the worst person alive. I lied to my child. Lied about something essential about our family. The worst part was how effortlessly it came out. I cried that night after my son fell asleep. Henry discovered me crying in the bathroom. I have no sister, I said. He asked about aunts, and I lied to him. I fronted my son and lied. Henry did not speak for long. I'll never forget his words. You're becoming what you hate. Staring at him, I was stunned. I've watched you for 4 years, he said softly but firmly. I've watched you monitor her destruction, feel satisfaction at her suffering, convince yourself it's all justified because of what she did to you. And now you're lying to our son to maintain this narrative where she doesn't exist. You're not healing, Hazel. You're becoming bitter. You're becoming just as toxic as she was. That's not fair, is it? She hurt you. Yes, terribly. But you've spent years hurting her back, even if it was indirect. And now that pain is starting to affect our son. When does it stop? When does the revenge end, and the healing begin? We knew everything he stated was accurate, yet I wanted to dispute. I don't know how to let go, I muttered. I know, but you have to try because if you don't, you're going to pass this hatred down to our son. He's going to grow up, learning that family betrayal is unforgivable, that revenge is justified, that lying is acceptable if it protects the narrative you want to maintain. My phone rang before I could respond. Late for routine calls. Something compelled me to answer. Hazel, it was my father, he continued, his voice broken. It's your mother. She's been diagnosed with cancer, pancreatic, stage 4. Tilted world. What? They give her less than a year, maybe 6 months. She wanted me to call you. She wants to see you. I was speechless. Unable to think. Terminal cancer. 6 months. I know you're mad, my dad said. I know we don't have a relationship anymore, but she's your mother. She's dying. Please. Without answering, I hung up. I held the phone, trying to digest what I heard. Henry watched me. What happened? My mother has cancer. Terminal. Less than a year. He embraced me. I didn't weep. I stood there paralyzed, thinking about all the years of quiet, rage, and bridges I'd burned and convinced myself I was fine with. What do I do? I asked. I don't know, Henry confessed. But whatever you decide, you have to live with it. If you don't see her and she dies, you can't take that back. And if you do see her, you have to be prepared for what that might mean. I contemplated my son's query, my lie, and my nephew wailing in a parking lot. About years of obsession and justice-masked revenge. I've become someone I don't recognize, I whispered. Then change, Henry responded. It's not too late. But it has to start now. I stayed awake that night thinking about my mother dying, my sister battling, consequences and choices, justice and cruelty, and whether you can heal from betrayal without becoming what you despise. I had no answers. For the first time in years, I asked the correct questions. My father called 4 days later. I'd been putting off the first call, saying I had more time to decide. We need to talk, he said. Your mother wants to make a request. Coffee shop where I met him. Neutral ground. I remembered him as younger. Thinner. Grayer. Exhausted by our family's trauma. He said, she has about 5 months, without explanation. Docs were clear. Aggressive. At this point, no treatment will help. Stirring my coffee gave me something to do with my hands without drinking it. She doesn't want you to forgive your sister, he said. She knows she can't ask. She has one request. When she dies, she wants you both at the funeral. She prefers not to be buried with her wartime daughters. That's not fair, I remarked immediately. I know. She asks me to pretend we're family by standing next to the person who destroyed my life. To grieve as my betrayer does the same. She's not demanding a show. She's not requesting reconciliation. She needs 2 hours of your time in the same room. All done. Bitter laughter. All done. Father, you have no notion what you want. I do, he whispered. I know her deed. We handled it wrong. We chose her when we should have supported you both differently. I know everything. It's not about rewriting history. Give your mother comfort before she dies. What about my peace? When do I get it? That stumped him. That night, Henry and I had our longest chat in months. I informed him about my father's desire, the funeral, and my impossible situation. If you don't go, you'll regret it, Henry added. Not their fault. You'll spend your life wondering if you chose right because of you. If I go and stand next to her and watch her cry and pretend to be the sad daughter, you'll know you done everything you could to give your mother what she wanted in her final days. I hate this, I said. I hate that she's forcing me to choose between my pain and her peace. I know, but only you can choose. The next day, I did what I should have done years before. This therapist was different from the one I saw following the betrayal. Someone new to help me process this new misery. Her office had neutral hues, soothing lighting, and a strategically placed tissue box. Told her everything. The betrayal, wedding, years of silence, dinner, leaked post, sister's demise, nephew crying, nightmares, lie to my kid, and now this impossible request. She took notes while listening without judgment. What you want? She asked when I finished. No idea. That's false. You may not confess it, but you know what you want. I was quiet for ages. Please quit hurting. I want to think about my family without rage. I want my son to grow up without this gloom. I want to be rid of her and them. You think seeing your mother before she dies will do that? No idea. Maybe. Perhaps it will hurt more. There's no right answer, the therapist stated gently. However, consider this. Which will haunt you more? Risking pain or not going and suffering with that question forever? In the evening, I wrote my sister a letter. Not sure why. I wasn't going to send it, but I needed to say it. I wrote about the betrayal, how it ruined me, the years of hatred and obsession, seeing her life fall apart and feeling satisfied, then terrible about that satisfaction. Seeing her son cry and realizing retribution doesn't heal. It hurts more. I wrote that I was exhausted but hadn't forgiven her and might never. Tired of hating her, watching her suffer, and letting her dictate my life. I sealed and stored the letter in my desk drawer. I wasn't sure if I'd mail it, but writing it felt good. 4 days later, I called Dad. "I'll see her," I said. "Mom, I'll see her in the hospital for me, not you, her, or some family reunion fantasy. I'm doing it to know I did everything I could before it's too late." Voice breaking, he added, "Thank you. I'm not promising anything after that visit. I'm not promising to attend the funeral. After this, I may not speak to you or my sister again. All I promise is one visit. That's all we want." Both of us knew that wasn't true. After one visit, additional requests, pressure, and confusing feelings followed. However, I would handle that later. Right now, I was taking one step, for me, not them. The hospital smelt like antiseptic and desperation. I had usual hospital appointments before my son's birth. However, it felt heavier. Like the structure understood why people came and wept with them. My father and I were to meet in the lobby at 2. He took me to my mother's room. Visit controlled, brief, no drama. Such was the plan. But plans never go as planned. I arrived early, anxious and unable to wait at home. Henry offered to join me, but I had to go alone. I scrolled through my phone in the waiting room, trying not to think about what to say to my mother. A child's voice reached me. "Grandpa, I'm scared." I looked up. I saw my 7-year-old nephew crying in the parking lot. He sat across the waiting room from my father in 2 large clothes and a drawn, pale face. Next to him was my sister. We saw each other simultaneously. Her eyes expanded. Mine probably did. Neither of us anticipated this. My father stared between us, frightened about the accident. Nobody moved for a while. No one spoke. I glanced at you across a hospital waiting room. Years of hurt, hatred, and betrayal between us. My sister looked awful. Not petty or satisfying, but seriously disturbing. She slimmed down. Disorganized hair was pulled back. She had bruise-like dark circles beneath her eyes. She looked broken and defeated. She probably left her other 2 kids with their father for the weekend. Just her oldest kid, born from my betrayal, sitting there horrified about his dying grandmother. He then looked at me. Stared at me. His eyes showed recognition. Children process new information by looking at faces. "Dad," he said, pulling on my father's arm. "That lady who?" My father paled. "You're my aunt." The youngster gasped. "Aren't you? You look like Mom and Grandpa talks about 2 daughters sometimes." The waiting room fell silent. My sister was crying. My father appeared to want to disappear. I stood motionless, staring at this boy who'd discovered he had an aunt he'd never known about. "Yes," I whispered, finishing. "I'm your aunt. Why haven't I met you before?" Was a simple, innocent question. There was no good reply. "It's complicated," I said. "Did you and Mom have a fight?" I heard my sister sob or gasp. She abruptly stood. I need some air." She hurried down the hallway, shivering. My father pursued her but stopped, torn between his daughter and grandson. Boy seemed perplexed and afraid. "Did I say something wrong?" "No," I answered hastily. "No. You didn't say anything wrong." Should have left. I ended up sitting close to him. "Your grandma is very sick," I whispered. "That's scary for everyone. Your mom is upset about that, not about you. Is she going to die?" Child bluntness. "Yes," I replied honestly. "Probably soon." He pondered quietly. "Are you upset, too?" "Yes, very upset. Even though you and Mom had a fight." "Even though?" He nodded as if his youngster understood. "Sometimes I fight with my brother, but I still love him." Simple, innocent. The extent of what happened between his mother and me was unknown to him. The dispute between sisters had gone on too long for him. "That's very wise," I remarked. My sister returned. Even though she wiped, her eyes were red and puffy. She halted when she saw me with her son, unsure if she should intervene. "Mom," he said, "this is my aunt. Her name is." He stared at me, realizing he didn't know. "Hazel," I said. "Hazel," he repeated. "That's a nice name." My sister and I looked. Our eyes met for the first time in 7 years. Not with wrath or hatred, but with the weight of everything we'd done to each other, lost, and ruined. She seemed to want to speak. I probably did. We both remained silent. My father swallowed. "Your mother is asking for you. Both of you." "Both. Of course. Wasn't this the plan originally? Get us both here. Insist we share." My sis took her purse. "Come on," she told her son. "Then, you go first, I'll wait." "No," I said. "We'll go together." That wasn't forgiveness. Not reconciliation. Just fatigue. Exhaustion from battling, resentment, and carrying this weight. We strolled down that hospital corridor silently, without looking at each other. Behind us, my nephew grasped my father's hand and asked Grandma whether she wanted to know he saw his aunt today. I had no reply. I had no answers anymore. My mother died 3 months later. I'm not sure what tranquil means when you're dying of cancer. In those 3 months, I visited her 3 more times. We talked about my son, the weather, and childhood recollections. We avoided discussing the treachery. We never discussed my sister. Basically, we shared space. Maybe it was enough. The funeral was typical. My father's eulogy at church made everyone cry. I received hymns, flowers, and condolences from folks I hadn't seen in years, avoiding the family conflict they knew about. My sister and her 3 children sat across the church. We'd established eye contact when I arrived. She nodded. I nodded. The end. Henry kept one hand on my back or mine throughout the service. Although too small to understand, my son was quiet and well-behaved, understanding the significance of the occasion. We watched the casket be lowered to the cemetery from different sides. My father stood between us, literally and metaphorically, trying to bridge an unfathomable divide. People passed, dropping flowers and saying goodbye. Finally, everyone left. My father returned my nephew and the kids to the automobile. They needed refreshments, restroom breaks, and grief relief. Henry let my son see other headstones, giving me space. Now just my sister and I stood opposite our mother's tomb. Silence extended. I considered leaving. This wasn't necessary. We might keep our distance after death. And then she spoke. I destroyed everything. Her voice sounded faint. I know that. I've known it for years. I don't expect your forgiveness. I don't deserve it. I stared over that fresh grave at her. Really regarded her. She was 30 but looked 40. Her life had been terrible. It showed. I became you. I surprised myself. Trying to destroy you. I became exactly what I hated. She looked up perplexed. That post, I said. The one that leaked. I did that. I knew what would happen. Maybe not the specific details, but I knew it would hurt you. I wanted it to hurt you. I deserved it. Maybe. But here's the thing. I knew about the photos when they leaked. I found out before most people. I could have warned you, could have tried to help you take them down before they spread too far, but I didn't. I made a choice to let it happen, to let you suffer. Her quiet tears were falling. I watched you lose everything, I add. Your job, reputation, marriage. I was content. Though I thought it was justice, it wasn't. Revenge. The worst part is my voice broke. The hardest part was I didn't care who harmed. Your kids, son. I saw him crying in that parking lot because other kids had seen those photos of you. And even then, part of me thought you deserved it. I deserved it, she muttered. But you're right. My son didn't. None of my kids deserve to suffer because of my mistakes. We cried on opposite sides of our mother's grave. I can't forgive you, I said. Not yet. Maybe not ever. What you did, it changed me. It broke something in me that I don't know if I can fix. I know, she said. But I can't keep doing this. This hatred, this obsession with your destruction. It's poisoning me. It's affecting my marriage, my son, my entire life. I've become someone I don't recognize. Someone cruel. Wipe her face. I'm sorry. I've been sorry for years, but I didn't know how to say it. Didn't think I had the right to say it. I destroyed your life because I was jealous and selfish and stupid. And I've spent every day since then paying for it. Your kids shouldn't have to pay for it. Too. No, they shouldn't. But they are. My oldest knows the story now. Kids at school made sure of that. He knows his father was engaged to you. He knows I'm the reason you don't talk to us. He's 7 years old and he carries that shame. I thought of my son, the lie I told him, and the agony we were passing down. I took the letter I wrote months before from my purse. I carried it since then. Unsure what to do. This is for you, I murmured, walking around the grave to give her it. I don't know if it'll help. It's not forgiveness. It's not reconciliation. It's just acknowledgement of what happened, of what we both did to each other, of where we are now. With shaky hands, she took it. Can I read it? Not now. Later. When you're alone. She nodded, delicately handling the letter. Thank you for being here today, for talking to me. I know how hard this must be. It is hard. It's the hardest thing I've done in years, but it's necessary. Will I see you again after today? No idea how to respond. I don't know. I need time. I need to figure out who I am when I'm not consumed by anger at you. That's fair. She paused. Your son is beautiful. I saw him at the service. He looks like you. Thank you. Your kids, they seem good, resilient. They're surviving. That's about all I can manage right now. We stood awkwardly, confused about ending this chat. Unsure what happened next. I should go, I said. Henry's waiting. My son will be getting restless. Of course, Hazel. She swallowed. Thank you for the letter, for today. For not hating me quite as much as you should. Honestly, I hate you. But I'm trying not to let it define me anymore. I returned to Henry and my son. Back to life. While walking, I heard her crying again. Standing alone at our mother's grave with a letter containing years of anguish in a few pages. It wasn't healing. It wasn't closure. But that was a start. Toward not being enemies, even if we're never sisters again. My mother's funeral was 3 years ago. 3 years of carefully managed distance, healing so slow you scarcely notice it until you look back and realize how far you've come. Never told my sister about the money. I transfer money to my father's account monthly for the kids' school supplies, clothes, and activities. He knows I sent it. She doesn't. Simpler that way. No, not for her. I'm doing it for those 3 youngsters who didn't expect this catastrophe. About 7 months after the funeral, my sister acquired a job. Nothing flashy. Inventory is her job in a warehouse. Honest job. Now she lives alone in a little apartment. She houses the kids throughout the week and their father on weekends. My father says she's in therapy. Weekly sessions, working through everything to improve. Even I'm in treatment. Therapy once a month, down from twice weekly. We talk about forgiveness, healing, letting go of control, and being a better mother to my son by not passing on my past darkness. My father lives alone in my childhood home. Memory-filled and ghost-filled, it's too huge for him. My sister visits Tuesdays. I visit Thursdays. Never overlap. We respect this unsaid border till his birthday. Dad turned 70 this year. Henry convinced me to attend his party. No drama, little family. My son asked whether we were going to see Grandpa, and I couldn't think of a reason to say no. We arrived at 1. Sister's kids were there. The room went quiet when I entered with Henry and my son. Not uncomfortable, just cautious. Everyone knows the moment is fragile. My sister helped prepare dinner in the kitchen. I caught a glimpse of anxiety in her eyes as we entered. Worry I'd depart. Concern that I would cause trouble. Worry about ruining our father's birthday. Nodded at her. She nods back. All done. Like children, our kids gravitated toward each other immediately. Building blocks were played with by my 6-year-old son and her 10-year-old. Her kids joined. Not knowing the past that divided their mothers, they laughed and erected and knocked down towers. Sister and I stayed on separate sides of the room. Though we didn't speak, our father kept us civil. Could you pass this to your sister? Tell her thank you for bringing the cake. Minimal interactions mediated safety. My oldest nephew, whom I'd met in the hospital, approached me and said, "Hi, Aunt Hazel," clenching my heart. "Hi, your son is really nice. Can we be friends?" I regarded my sister. She watched us expressionless. "Yes," I answered. "You can be friends." After cake, presents, and awkward small conversation, I watched the kids play in the garden. My sister emerged a few minutes later, stood 3 meters away, and watched them. We didn't talk for ages. She whispered, "Thank you." "For what?" "For the money. I know it's from you. Dad's terrible at keeping secrets. Not confirmed or denied. My therapist advises me to accept help without questioning its motivations. Adds, that's hard for me, but I'm trying. So, thank you. It's helped. It's for the kids. I know, but still." We watched my son teach her daughter cartwheels. Her performance was poor. But he patiently demonstrated again. They don't know, my sister stated of us. About everything that happened. I haven't told them. Neither has my son. He knows he has an aunt and cousins, but not the whole story. Maybe they never need to know. Maybe we can let them just be cousins. Let them have what we destroyed. I contemplated family history, cycles of sorrow and revenge, and whether they might be broken. "We'll never be sisters again," said I. It was honest, not cruel. "I know, but we don't have to be enemies either." Then she stared at me. "Really?" Watched me. "No, we don't. I don't forgive you. I don't know if I ever will. I don't deserve your forgiveness, but I don't hate you anymore. Not the way I used to. I'm just tired. Tired of carrying it." "Me too." My son shouted for me to watch him. Waved and said I was watching. I noticed my sister had drawn closer. "Not much. Just enough to stand together." "Maybe this is enough," she whispered. "Maybe we don't need to be family in the traditional sense. Maybe we can just coexist for them." Our kids were giggling and building something new, unrelated to what we'd demolished. "Maybe," I said. "Maybe that's enough." We stood in the backyard. 2 ladies who destroyed each other and were destroyed, watching our children play in the family's rubble. We didn't recover. Not reconciled. We weren't sisters. We weren't enemies anymore. For those innocent kids who deserve more than our conflict. Might have been enough. It might have been enough. Because the alternative was perpetuating hatred, teaching our children that betrayal was unforgivable and revenge was justice. Neither of us wanted to leave that legacy. We stood there, broken, but striving, not sisters, not enemies. Maybe there was calm in that complex middle ground. My mother disowned me when I was pregnant at 21. Now she is begging to be a grandma after learning that my daughter's father is a billionaire. I told my mother I was pregnant at 21. She gave me 2 hours to pack and leave. Said I'd chosen motherhood and could handle the consequences alone. Changed locks while sitting on the front step with 2 garbage bags of clothes and nowhere to go. My daughter's father was a college freshman orientation one-night stand. Matthew was visiting from Switzerland, but I didn't know his last name. Never saw him again after that night. He didn't know his number or school. I quit school, moved into a shelter, and left Ella in a county hospital while my mother told everyone I went to Vegas to strip. Absolute hell lasted 6 years. Customers grabbed my ass for $3 tips while waiting tables at a diner. Black mold and roaches in a studio. Ella slept in a dresser drawer because I couldn't afford a crib. Food stamps, WIC appointments, 5-mile walk to work because the bus didn't leave early. My mother's 4-bedroom house was 30 minutes away. Without calling or visiting, she told family I was dead. My sister Olivia secretly met me at parks and brought Ella consignment clothes, but she was too scared to do more. Mom threatened to cut her off if she helped me. I succeeded, though. I got my GED online while Liam slept. 3 years old. She started community college. Got better waitressing jobs, saved money, and moved to a safer apartment. Ella was smart, funny, read at 4, and did basic math before kindergarten. Everything I did was for her. I saw a man enter my restaurant last month. An expensive suit with a Swiss accent stared at me. Finally, asked if I attended State University 6 years ago. My heart stopped. Matthew became Alexander Blackwood. His family ran luxury hotels in Europe. After his cousin showed him my university orientation archive photo, he searched for me for 3 years. He hired investigators, searched social media, and spent thousands to find a girl he'd spent one night with because he couldn't forget me. Telling him about Ella, showing her photo, he cried in the restaurant. His father pushed him to marry someone else. Alexander declined, thinking about the American girl who drunkenly quoted Shakespeare and laughed at his bad jokes. His desire was to meet Ella immediately. In a week, he set up a trust fund for her, bought us a house, and demanded $12,000 a month for 6 years of child support. After flying in from Switzerland, his family embraced Ella and showered her with gifts and affection. My mother returned then. She came to my new house with flowers and tears, admitting her mistake. She missed us a lot. Family should pardon. My neighbors told her about the Mercedes in my driveway, Swiss license plates, and high-end store delivery trucks. Her research revealed Alexander's identity and family value. Since Ella had a trust fund and Swiss finishing school potential, she wanted to be involved. I let her in and talk. She talked about second chances, my youth, and her desire for the best. After seeing Ella's photo with Alejandro's family at their Swiss estate, she was beaming. We should plan her 6th birthday together, said. Maybe in Switzerland. I've always wanted to see Geneva. Alexander entered from the kitchen. He heard everything. My mother looked radiant, extended her hand, and gushed about her granddaughter. Alexander inspected her hand for sewage. He whispered, "You're the woman who threw out your pregnant daughter?" My mother mumbled tough love and responsibility. Alejandro showed her his phone. Her face blanched. The shelter where your daughter spent her first month homeless provided this police report. She was abandoned as a youth. Her social services file shows she applied for emergency housing at 8 months pregnant. This hospital record shows she gave birth alone as indigent. Want me to continue? Alejandro interrupted my mother's explanation. He swiped to another screen and faced her. He spoke quietly but sharply. The shelter intake form displayed my name at the top and a red checkbox for abandoned minor. My mother started speaking, but Alejandro interrupted her to ask if she wanted him to finish his investigator's 6-year documentation. I froze by the kitchen doorway, gripping the frame, watching her make excuses. She said she didn't understand how bad things were, thought I'd figure it out, and was angry and scared. Alejandro scrolled through more screens without looking away, presenting hospital and social services records like evidence in court. Tears mixed with my mother's foundation, which she'd carefully applied before coming here. She spun around and trembled, saying she'd been so scared, made a terrible mistake, and thought about me every day. I stepped back before she could touch me and spoke calmly when I told her to leave. Alejandro walked beside me silently, supporting me as I opened the front door. My mother stood in the middle of my new living room, looking shocked. She requested that we talk so she could explain. I held the door open with my heart racing so loudly I thought everyone could hear it, but my hand didn't shake the knob. She collected her purse and flowers and walked past me with her head down and more tears. Before closing the door, I watched her get into her car and drive away, then leaned against it for a while as my legs weakened. Alejandro and I sat at the kitchen table after I checked that Ella was still sleeping upstairs, her nightlight glowing softly through her door crack. He apologized for ambushing me with the documents, saying he'd hired investigators to find me and gathered everything. He kept my full survival story in the files in case I needed proof. I held a cold mug of tea as we discussed what to do. I expected him to push for immediate family visits and plans with Ella, but he surprised me by suggesting legal paternity confirmation first. He said Ella and I deserved official and protected security after managing a loan for so long. 3 days later, we met Rachel Green in her downtown office with thick carpet and framed law degrees. She was younger than expected, maybe mid-30s, and wore a practical suit and a serious face. Rachel explained that Alexander Blackwood hired her to represent my interests, not his, and that she worked for me alone despite receiving his fees. She guided us through a court-admissible DNA test that would stand up in court. Having a lawyer who answered only to me was strange but safer than expected. Rachel took notes on a yellow legal pad as she asked detailed questions about what I wanted protected and what worried me most. Before test results arrived, she explained financial boundaries with a folder of documents. Alexander immediately put back child support into an escrow account that would release after official paternity confirmation. He couldn't take the house he bought back whatever happened between us because it was in my name with legal protections. It was overwhelming to read page after page of terms and clauses, but Rachel explained each section in plain language. She listed every precaution she'd taken to protect Ella and me in case something went wrong. My hand cramped as I signed where she instructed, but I was grateful for every word that prevented uncertainty. Olivia texted me that Mom was calling every relative after we finished. She told them I kept Liam a secret out of spite and was cruel for not letting her be a grandmother. The old fear of family isolation hit hard. Disconnection and loneliness had defined the last 6 years. I reminded myself that most of those relatives thought I was a Vegas stripper anyway. They never contacted me when I needed help. Ella looked up at me curiously as we sat on her bed with her stuffed rabbit under one arm that evening. I simply stated that a European friend I'd known before she was born wanted to meet her. I told her we'd take our time to find out if he was nice. I didn't call him father because nothing was confirmed and I wouldn't break my promises. Ella nodded seriously and asked if the friend liked cartoons too. I didn't know, but she could ask him questions and decide how she felt. At the end of the first week, we met at a sunny Saturday morning public park with newer equipment and wood chips instead of concrete. Alexander brought a cheap soccer ball and asked Ella about her favorite color and playgrounds. Standing half behind my leg, she was shy at first but curious enough to say she liked purple and swings. I watched them kick the ball on the grass from close. Alejandro, moving slowly and speaking softly. Ella stopped the ball with her foot and asked why he spoke funny, tilting her head like a puzzle. Alejandro laughed warmly and said he was from Switzerland, where people speak differently. He told her McDonald's is there, but the menu is in French and German. I saw him be honest and age-appropriate. Instead of promising trips or gifts, answer her questions like she was a real person whose thoughts mattered. I watched from a bench as they kicked the ball. Near enough to intervene, far enough to interact. Ella's guard relaxed as they played, but she still looked at me every few minutes to make sure I was there. My mother left a voicemail on day 8 that I listened to twice before deleting. She said she forgives me for keeping Ella from her for years. She wanted to move forward as a family for Liam and was ready when I was. I was angry and tired after listening. Dealing with an incomprehensible person exhausts you to the core. I didn't call back because I needed time to think and was done rushing into hurtful things. While I spread peanut butter on Ella's lunch, the phone sat silent on my kitchen counter. I realized that not responding was better than explaining myself again. I drove straight to work for the early shift, after dropping Ella off at kindergarten the next morning. I took my noon break and walked 3 blocks to the public library where I studied for my GED when Ella was a baby. I used an empty computer terminal in the back corner to research grandparents' rights in our state. The laws were strict, requiring proof of a relationship or that stopping contact would harm the child. My mother had neither, but the websites warned that determined grandparents could file petitions and drag families through thousands of dollars in court battles. I wrote statutes, case names, and filing requirements in a notebook. Gathering information made the fear seem smaller, more manageable, like something I could prepare for. I took phone photos of the relevant pages and emailed Rachel with a brief message asking if we should be worried. I put on my apron and took dinner orders at the restaurant. Still half thinking legal terms. Rachel's name appeared on my phone during my break the next afternoon. She wanted to schedule a consultation to protect Ella and me from legal harassment, saying we needed a paper trail and clear boundaries before my mother could gain legal ground. To accommodate the appointment on Tuesday at 10 a.m., I swapped shifts with another server. 2 regular customers sat in my section on Friday night, whispering loud enough for me to hear about the Mercedes with Swiss plates parked outside and whether I was dating a prince. Though my face burned, I kept my pen steady on the order pad and wrote their food choices clearly. A few minutes later, my manager saw me frozen by the kitchen door and quietly asked if I was okay, offering to move me to different tables if people were bothering me. I thanked him but said I could handle it, though my hands shook as I carried plates back to the dining room. Olivia texted on Saturday afternoon asking if we could meet for coffee somewhere out of the way. I suggested a place across town near the highway where no one from our neighborhood would recognize us. She was already in a corner booth when I arrived. She had her college textbook on the table, but her eyes looked sad. We ordered coffee, and she said she wanted to help me but was afraid Mom would cut her off financially because she was only halfway through her degree and couldn't lose her tuition. I squeezed her hand across the table and told her I understood, and that she'd helped us more than anyone by sneaking supplies during those terrible years. We cried quietly and wiped them away so other customers wouldn't notice. Monday morning's DNA test at a downtown medical office with official documentation and chain of custody procedures felt more serious than expected. A technician in blue scrubs explained each step on labeled forms and swabbed Ella's cheek and Alexander's with long cotton sticks. Ella laughed and asked if they were checking for cavities like the dentist, and Alexander smiled and said something similar. We agreed silently not to tell her what the test was for until we had results, keeping our explanations simple, honest, and not scary. Ella ran to the car, talking about how the stick tickled, while Alejandro and I looked relieved. Week 3 brought the lawyer consultation where Rachel spread options across her conference table like cards in a complicated game. We could establish a formal custody arrangement through the courts, create privacy protocols to keep this situation out of gossip circles, and send a cease and desist letter to my mother if she kept harassing us. The clarity helped, even though the paperwork looked endless, stack after stack of forms that needed signatures and notarization. Alejandro and I spent 2 hours that afternoon drafting a co-parenting outline that started with supervised visits and built gradually based on Ella's comfort level. Rachel suggested specific schedules with backup plans for holidays and sick days, making it feel real and manageable instead of scary and overwhelming. We both signed the draft to show good faith while we waited for test results, our signatures looking official at the bottom of the page. On Thursday, my phone rang during my dinner shift, and I saw Ella's school number on the screen. The administrator's voice was calm but firm, explaining that my mother had shown up at the office claiming to be the grandmother and asking about pickup procedures. I told my manager I had an emergency and left work immediately, my hands shaking with protective anger as I drove the 6 blocks to the school. The administrator assured me they hadn't released any information and asked if I wanted to file a formal restriction to prevent future incidents. I said yes without hesitation, filling out the paperwork right there in the office while Ella played on the playground, unaware of what had happened. Through Rachel, I sent my mother a written letter the next day, establishing a no-contact boundary and explaining that any further attempts to access Ella or spread family rumors would result in legal action. Signing it made me feel sick with guilt, but also strangely powerful, like I was choosing safety over keeping the peace for the first time in my life. That night, after Ella fell asleep, I started a private journal documenting every interaction, voicemail, and incident involving my mother. Rachel had said it could matter in court someday, but it also helped me process everything, turning the chaos into organized facts on paper. Writing down what actually happened made it harder for me to doubt myself later, creating a record that couldn't be argued with or rewritten. The next afternoon, Alejandro showed up at my apartment with a catalog from some European furniture company, pages marked with sticky notes showing elaborate dollhouses that cost $4,000. He spread the catalog on my kitchen table and pointed to a Victorian-style mansion with working lights and hand-carved details, saying, Ella deserved beautiful things after the years we'd struggled. I stared at the price tag and felt my stomach twist because that was more than 2 months of my old rent, more than I'd spent on furniture for our entire apartment. I told him it was too much too fast, that Ella was 5 and would be just as happy with a $50 plastic one from the toy store. He looked confused and a little hurt, like he genuinely didn't understand why throwing money at everything wasn't the solution. We sat there for 20 minutes talking through it until I explained that experiences mattered more than expensive stuff. That taking her to the children's museum or the zoo would create better memories than a dollhouse she'd outgrow. Alejandro listened and actually adjusted his thinking instead of pushing back, suggesting we plan a weekend trip to the science center with the interactive exhibits Ella loved. That willingness to hear me and change course mattered more than any gift he could buy. 3 days later, The DNA results arrived by courier in an official envelope with lab seals and legal stamps. Alejandro came over that evening and we sat on my couch reading through pages of genetic markers and probability percentages that all confirmed what we already knew. We called Ella in from her room where she'd been coloring and sat her between us on the couch, keeping our voices calm and simple. Alexander told her he was her daddy, and that he'd been looking for us for a very long time, that he didn't know about her before, but now he did and he wanted to be part of her life. Ella processed this quietly, her face serious in that way kids get when they're trying to understand something big. Then she asked if this meant she had grandparents in Switzerland like her friend Maya had grandparents in California. We said yes, that she had a whole family there who wanted to meet her when she was ready, but only when she felt comfortable. She nodded and went back to her coloring like she needed time to think about it alone. The next morning, I met with Rachel at her office and she recommended a child therapist named Phyllis Moore who worked specifically with kids going through major family changes. We scheduled an intake appointment for the following week, giving Ella a safe space to process everything without us hovering. Rachel explained that professional support wasn't admitting failure. It was protecting Ella from being overwhelmed by adult situations. I was learning that asking for help didn't mean I was weak. It meant I was smart enough to know when we needed guidance. That same afternoon, my phone rang during my shift at the restaurant, and I saw a local area code I didn't recognize. The voicemail asked me to call back regarding a comment on the secret air story that was apparently spreading online. My hands started shaking as I listened to the reporter explain she'd heard about Alexander Blackwood's daughter and wanted to verify facts before publishing. I immediately called Rachel Green from the restaurant bathroom, my voice tight with panic. She told me to activate the privacy plan we'd discussed, which meant zero engagement with any media and letting the story die from lack of information. We agreed to say nothing publicly and treat silence as our strongest defense. 3 days later, a thick envelope arrived in my mailbox with my mother's handwriting on the front. Inside was a 5-page letter that mixed apology language with conditions and demands, saying she was sorry for her mistakes, but also listing all the places she wanted to take Ella, and suggesting we plan a family trip to Switzerland together. She wrote about how much she'd missed us and how family should forgive. But every paragraph came with strings attached and expectations that I'd forget 6 years of abandonment. I read it twice and recognized the manipulation pattern clearly now, seeing how she was trying to force her way back in by acting like everything was already forgiven and we were already a happy family again. She wanted access to Ella and Alexander Blackwood's world without actually earning back trust or proving she'd changed. The letter went into my documentation folder with all the other evidence. The following Tuesday, I met with Phyllis Moore at her office while Alexander waited in the lobby. She asked detailed questions about Ella's routine, her personality, how she'd handled changes in the past, what worried me most about this transition. Then, Alexander came in and we both explained the situation from our different perspectives, while Phyllis took notes. After an hour, she brought Ella in for a session using toys and art supplies, keeping everything gentle and age-appropriate. Ella drew pictures and played with dollhouse figures, while Phyllis asked casual questions about her family and feelings. At the end, Phyllis told us to keep Ella's schedule very predictable and introduce changes gradually, letting Ella control the pace of relationship building. She gave us specific scripts for talking about hard topics and ways to check in with Ella without making her feel interrogated. That night, Olivia texted asking if I'd consider supervised limited contact with our mother to reduce the chance she'd file for grandparents' rights out of spite. I stared at my phone, torn between protecting Olivia and knowing my mother hadn't earned Ella's access. I wanted to ease my sister's burden after years of secretly helping us. However, another part knew that manipulating to avoid conflict was how my mother had ruled everyone for decades. I told Olivia I needed to think and consult my lawyer. The next morning, Rachel explained our state's grandparents' petition laws, including that my mother had almost no standing to demand visitation without a relationship. She suggested mediation first as a good faith gesture that would create legal documentation if my mother was unreasonable. We could show a judge we tried to resolve things, and my mother was the obstacle. I agreed to mediation if strict conditions were written out about contact and boundaries. That afternoon, the reporter left another note in my apartment door. This one offered to meet off the record to hear my side before others twisted the story. I held the paper, tempted to correct the record and control the narrative. I remembered Rachel's warning that engaging gave the story fuel and attention, and that silence was the fastest way to make it boring and irrelevant. I shredded and threw away the note. At Ella's second therapy session the following week, Phyllis had her draw a family and feelings picture. Ella drew a question mark-filled thought bubble above her head in the middle. Ella told Phyllis she was afraid her daddy would leave again like he did, even though she knew it wasn't his fault he didn't know about her. We addressed her fear by calling it out instead of pretending everything was fine. That weekend, Alejandro brought a large craft store bag and we sat at the kitchen table with Ella. He took out a blank monthly calendar with large daily squares, and 2 sheets of stickers with airplanes, video cameras, hearts, and stars. Ella gasped and grabbed the stickers as Alejandro explained that we were making a chart to show when he would visit and when they would talk on the computer. I watched her carefully choose purple hearts for video call days and gold stars for in-person visits from the stickers. Alexander pointed to each square and let her place stickers to count the days between visits. Although she stuck them slightly crooked and overlapping, she was so serious. She wanted to hang it in her room right away after we finished. We taped it to her bedside wall so she could see it every morning. She admired it and asked for more stickers for birthdays and other special days. Alejandro agreed and gave her the whole sheet, and watching them plan relaxed me. While I was folding laundry 3 days later, Alejandro called to ask if his parents could have some Ella photos for their family album. I dropped my shirt as my body tensed. I told him I needed to think and we could talk later. After we hung up, I felt my protective walls slam back, thinking about strangers across the ocean having pictures of my daughter. That night, Rachel helped me understand that some photo sharing was reasonable, but I could set strict rules. The next day, I offered Alexander Blackwood 3 photos I would choose with a written agreement that nothing went on social media and the photos stayed with his family. He agreed without argument and thanked me for trusting him to share so much. Ella, reading a book, playing at the park, and smiling at the camera were my 3 favorites from last month. Sending them felt like giving up pieces of her I couldn't protect. I did it anyway because Alexander Blackwood was trusted. Olivia missed 5 calls the next morning. I called her back, and she said to check Mom's Facebook immediately. My stomach was turning when I opened the app and saw a new album called My Precious Girls with 20 childhood photos of Olivia and me. The captions mentioned happy memories, strong family bonds, and her beautiful daughters. I barely remembered birthday and holiday photos. Every one before I got pregnant. No photos from the last 6 years because she wasn't there. Many relatives commented on how sweet the memories were, and how great a mother she must be. Reading her rewrite history for the ignorant made me sick. Olivia had screenshotted and sent me every photo and caption for proof. She wanted me to document Mom's activities in case it mattered. I saved everything to an evidence folder on my phone and tried to use the hurt instead of falling into old doubts. Rachel Green called me that afternoon to say she'd arranged mediation with Waverly Price, a family mediator. The agreement included ground rules for the 2-week session. My mother had to apologize for each action, commit to starting therapy within a week, and agree in writing that Ella contact was my decision with no timeline. Rachel said my mother's lawyer reviewed the terms and she'd attend. I was surprised she accepted such strict conditions, but Rachel reminded me that my mother probably thought she could charm her way through mediation and get what she wanted. We'd see if she followed through or if it was manipulation. 2 nights later, I worked dinner at the restaurant and everything was fine until table 12. I took his order as usual when a Thursday regular sat down. He grinned at me when I brought his food and said loudly enough for nearby tables to hear that I'd found a rich Swiss guy. Was I sure I hadn't trapped him intentionally? My face was burning as I froze with the plate in my hand. I carefully set the plate down and told him to stop because it was inappropriate. He laughed like a joke, but my manager heard from across the room. She approached and calmly told him to pay his bill and leave. She refused to let him argue and said the restaurant didn't allow customer harassment. He left after throwing cash on the table as customers watched. My boss squeezed my shoulder and told me to take a 5-minute back break. I stood in the kitchen shaking with anger and relief that someone supported me. Alejandro and I met with our lawyers at Rachel Green's office the following Monday. She meticulously planned a temporary parenting plan. Alexander visited every other weekend for 8 hours on Saturday and Wednesday night video calls. Structured, documented financial support would be provided. We had to agree on Ella's education, health, and activities. Typing was official with signatures and witness lines. Alejandro and I signed multiple copies of our names across the conference table. It felt safer to document everything in legal language than to trust each other. Ella was most protected by the structure, preventing us from making sudden changes without process. Rachel filed the plan with the court that afternoon, making it official. Waverly Price's downtown office hosted the mediation on a gray Thursday morning. My mother was on time, dressed nicely, and carrying tissues in her purse. Waverly sat between us and reviewed the rules before we began. My mother cried immediately, saying she'd made a terrible mistake because she was young and scared when I got pregnant. But then she justified teaching me responsibility and thinking tough love was best. Though my heart was racing and I interrupted her, I stayed calm. I wanted her to admit actions without excuses. I told her everything she did, asking her to confirm she remembered kicking me out with 2 hours' notice, changing the locks, refusing contact for 6 years, and telling family I was dead. She cried more but explained her reasoning. Waverly stopped her and said the exercise required unjustified acknowledgement. My mother wanted to defend herself, but she agreed to write everything down as homework. Waverly agreed to review her writing 2 weeks later. I discussed mediation with Phyllis Moore the next day. She carefully reviewed Waverly's notes and asked about the session. I told her hearing my mother cry was harder than expected, but I was glad I demanded accountability. Phyllis helped me consider whether Ella could safely handle supervised contact. She said my mother had to show sustained change, not just apologize and expect access. Together, we set criteria. 6 months of weekly therapy with attendance proof, written accountability for her actions without excuses or justifications, and no pushback or manipulation of my boundaries. We would only consider a supervised meeting between her and Ella after she consistently met all 3 requirements. I liked the timeline because it let my mother work while protecting Ella from a stranger. The reporter's story appeared in a local online news site Saturday morning. I forced myself to read it with coffee, expecting horror. It respected and prioritized privacy rights for complex families. After the reporter fact-checked everything and I declined to comment, most of it was legal boundary speculation that died down within 2 days. It wasn't gossip, which relieved me. Some coworkers saw it, but nobody asked. Olivia texted me that afternoon. Mother texted her all morning, complaining that I was keeping her grandchild from her and asking Olivia to talk to me on her behalf. Olivia didn't relay Mom's complaints or mediate this time. She texted me to say she'd told Mom to work with the mediator and stopped using her as a go-between. She said she was tired of being in the middle and that Mom needed to gain our trust through her actions. I texted back thanking her and praising her for setting that boundary. Olivia seemed to be finding her voice, instead of pleasing everyone. I made Ella breakfast the next morning and Alexander Blackwood asked if we could meet at the park near my apartment to discuss his schedule. I agreed and we sat on a bench observing Ella play on the swings 20 feet away. He showed us his phone calendar and suggested staying for a week instead of 3 days, saying his family wanted more time with Ella and he could work remotely from the hotel. I tensed up and told him the therapist had said gradual increases were best for Ella because jumping from 3 to 7 days was too fast. He looked frustrated, ran his hand through his hair, and argued she was fine. I interrupted him and said we shouldn't push harder just because she seemed okay. That kids often showed stress unexpectedly later. He sat quietly while Ella pumped her legs on the swing, then nodded and said he understood even though leaving was hard when things were good. I liked that he listened instead of arguing and slowed down even though it was against his will. We decided to stay 3 days this time, and add 1 next month if Ella adjusted well. We felt like we were learning to work together, instead of just sacrificing to keep the peace. Waverly Price emailed me an attachment 3 days later, showing my mother's first therapy intake appointment. A licensed therapist signed a form confirming the session date and time and a treatment plan outline for weekly appointments. I stared at the document for a while, hoping but mostly skeptical. 1 appointment didn't erase 6 years of abandonment or decades of conditional control. Waverly's email was professional and neutral, not exaggerating progress. She reminded me that lasting change takes months, not weeks, and that this was just the first step. I added the email to my mediation documentation folder, adding to the growing pile of evidence that tracked everything. That afternoon, I drove to my old neighborhood for the first time since moving. I parked outside Ella and my moldy studio apartment, where we lived for 3 years. The front door paint was still peeling, and the parking lot still had oily water potholes. The memories weighed me down as I sat with the engine running and windows up. The mildew smell that persisted despite bleaching. Ella crying from hunger while I waited for my paycheck to buy formula. Because the bus didn't arrive early for my shift, I walked 4 miles to work in the dark, counting coins to see if I had enough for the laundromat or another week of dirty clothes. My daily fear and calculation of which bill to skip to eat. I gripped the steering wheel and remembered why I was careful. Why I doubted everything, built safety nets, and put off trusting people. That wasn't paranoia or difficulty. I learned that by surviving without help. That instinct saved Ella and me when we were desperate. I left the building after 10 minutes, and drove home to our safe, roach-free apartment, feeling grateful and angry at how hard it was. Ella cried into her pillow that night about being confused. Sat on her bed edge. I asked what was confusing her. She wondered why she had to go to Alejandro's hotel instead of him coming to our house. That having 2 places and not knowing which was home was strange. Watching her struggle to understand something at her age hurt my chest. I took her favorite stuffed rabbit from the shelf and told her we would make a routine for between houses. She and I practiced in her room. The rabbit went in her small backpack first. We sang the ABCs while she put on her shoes. Her 3 hugs and my 3 kisses preceded her departure. We'd reverse everything when she got home. She stopped crying and made me practice it 5 times until she remembered. By the end, she laughed when I pretended to forget the letter after M. I tucked her in and promised to repeat the ritual every time to make her feel safe, no matter where we were. Waverly Price's office hosted the mediation follow-up on Tuesday morning. Mother arrived 10 minutes early and sat in waiting room with folder on lap. Waverly called us back and we sat in the same chairs, same distance apart. My mother took 3 handwritten pages from her folder. Waverly requested she read them aloud. My mother's voice shook as she listed her actions, including kicking me out with 2 hours' notice when I was 18 and pregnant. Changing the locks to prevent return. Avoiding Olivia's calls for help getting me into a shelter by telling my family I'd run away to be a stripper. Never visiting Ella's birth hospital, even though Olivia told her. Living 30 minutes away for 6 years without checking on us. The list covered 2 pages. Reading made her cry, but she didn't apologize or explain. After finishing, she looked at me and apologized for each mistake. I could tell she still wanted to defend herself, but it was more honest than her previous apology. I sat there letting the words land without trying to comfort her or tell her it was okay. I told her this was a first step, not absolution, and that she needed to keep proving herself through actions after a long silence. Waverly Price took notes and scheduled our next check-in a month later. My restaurant manager and I met the next day during lunchtime. I explained that I needed to adjust my schedule to be home for Ella's bedtime routine when Alexander Blackwood wasn't visiting. We reviewed the staff calendar on his tablet. Instead of 2 evening shifts per week, I'd work busy lunch shifts. Lunch shifts paid better due to higher table turnover and more consistent business lunch tips. After 3 years of reliability, he gave me first dibs on the schedule and preferred to work with me rather than lose me to another restaurant. I thanked him and felt relieved that this was coming together. Slowly adding logistical wins made the situation feel more stable and less like it could collapse at any moment. Alejandro and I wrote Ella's school statement for 2 hours at a coffee shop. We kept it straightforward. Ella's father was found after a long search. We started co-parenting. Both parents asked that questions and concerns be addressed privately rather than with other parents or staff. Ella should be supported without being made to feel different or gossiped about. The principal called me that afternoon after Alexander emailed it. She thanked us for being proactive and agreed to brief Ella's teacher and front office staff privately. They'd record pickup authorization in the system and direct questions to us. She said they'd watch for Ella's struggles and notify us immediately. I hung up feeling like we'd spared her some drama. Phyllis Moore called Friday afternoon. She said she had reviewed all the mediation notes and my mother's therapy documentation and felt comfortable clearing a brief supervised meeting between us before contacting Ella. Waverly Price would attend the mediation office meeting to create a safe, neutral environment. Liam would be unaffected if things went wrong because she wouldn't know. Next steps could be considered if things went well. We scheduled the meeting for Thursday after I agreed. The next week, I felt anxious and practiced what I wanted to say, writing and crossing out things to prepare for a conversation I didn't know how to have. My supervised meeting was harder than expected. Across from my mother in Waverly's office, a box of tissues was on the table. Waverly explained the rules and had my mother read her written apology. Longer than what she read at mediation, it detailed all 6 years. She listed specific times she'd refused help, lied to family, and put her pride before my survival. She described receiving Olivia's call that I'd given birth alone and not going to the hospital. 2 years later, she saw Ella's picture for the first time and felt nothing because she believed I deserved it. Though her voice broke several times, she read. She finished, put the papers down, and cried without defending herself. Just sat there and let the words land. Stopped denying my anger and hurt to make her feel better. After several minutes, I told her I hurt her. I wasn't ready to forgive her. Though it wasn't okay, I acknowledged that she'd written and read it honestly without excuses. Waverly asked my mother what I needed next. I said constant therapy, respect for my boundaries, and time to prove she changed. The rest of the session was spent negotiating limited contact. No overnight Ella visits until further notice. No unsupervised time with her for 6 months. Ella's health reviewed every 3 months. Whether my mother continued therapy or not, she could be called grandma, but with strict rules that could be revoked if she crossed any lines. My mother accepted everything without negotiation. She acknowledged she had broken my trust and that it would take years to restore it. Waverly recorded our agreement and promised a written summary within 2 days. I left the office exhausted but feeling like the boundaries were finally clear and fair. My mother would influence Ella, but only after she'd proven herself trustworthy through sustained action. On a Tuesday night, I made a park party supply list for Ella's birthday 3 weeks away. Balloons, paper plates, a grocery store sheet cake, and tag or duck goose. Alejandro saw my notebook on the kitchen table when he dropped off Rachel's papers that night. I told him about the park, how Ella's kindergarten friends would come, and how we'd keep it simple and fun. He paused, then suggested hiring a princess party company or renting a venue with activities. I thanked him but declined because 6-year-olds didn't need fancy entertainment and Ella would rather run around with her friends eating cake. He looked disappointed but asked how he could help. I assigned him decorations and games with a $70 budget and a list of dollar store items. The next day, he texted me pictures of streamers and balloons he'd chosen, asking if the colors matched. It felt normal to a greater extent than any expensive party. My mother called 2 days later while I folded laundry. She suggested Ella visit Switzerland for her birthday, possibly to see the Alps and stay at a family hotel. I stopped mid-fold and told her we were focusing on small local visits and not traveling internationally. She gently objected, saying Ella would learn and the family wanted to meet her. I reiterated that rebuilding trust required respecting boundaries without arguing. After quieting down, she said she understood. No guilt, no manipulation, just acceptance. After hanging up, I was surprised and hopeful that the therapy was working. Rachel Green held a Friday afternoon office meeting to finalize everything legally. Alejandro and I found her conference table covered in papers. Our parenting plan and schedule, child support, trust, structure, and court filing documents. We spent 2 hours reviewing each section to ensure we understood what we signed. Rachel explained the trust's monthly payments and how I'd manage them with a financial advisor. She had already scheduled an appointment for me with a person who taught people who suddenly made money how to budget and invest instead of just spending. The advisor gave me a business card with her name. First meeting next Tuesday. Alejandro signed everything without hesitation, and I signed with a shake because it felt so official and permanent. Rachel said she'd file the parenting plan with the court by Monday and we'd have co-parent status within weeks. After leaving that office, I felt like the ground was finally solid. We went to a quiet place a few blocks away for coffee and conversation after Alejandro asked. He looked nervous, stirring sugar into his espresso, and said his father, William Blackwood, had been calling him every other day about settling down. His father kept hinting that Ella's existence would legitimize everything and change the family situation, making me a good match. I was nervous this would come up, so my stomach dropped. Alejandro quickly stated that he had informed his father, such a romance was unlikely immediately or ever. We needed to be stable co-parents first, not some arranged relationship to make his family happy. He said our respectful distance was more important than any grand gesture or relationship. Proving we could work together for Ella was crucial. I appreciated his candor and agreed. Glad we agreed. Ella's stability trumped fairy tale endings. Rachel informed me the following week that my mother had completed 3 therapy sessions and was taking the work seriously. The email noted that real change took months or years, not weeks, but early signs were promising. I read it twice, mildly softening my skepticism into conditional trust. I wasn't ready to believe she'd changed, but I could observe her actions to see if they remained consistent. Words were easy, but weekly therapy and respecting boundaries were harder. A downtown family center hosted the first supervised visit on Wednesday afternoon. I drove Ella there and brought her inside, where a staff member met us in the lobby. My mother was sitting at a small table with crayons and coloring books in the visit room. I visited the building but not the room, sitting in the waiting area with a distracting book. The staff member informed my mother of the rules. No gifts, no promises of future visits, no asking Ella to keep secrets, just conversation and activities. Ella emerged with a colored butterfly picture after an hour. Mom followed, keeping her distance and not hugging Ella goodbye. As agreed, she thanked the staff member and left through the side exit. Ella was quiet in the car, so I didn't push her to talk. After we arrived home, I made her a snack and sat with her at the kitchen table, gently asking how she felt about seeing her grandmother. Ella said Grandma was nice but sad, and they colored and talked about favorite animals. She wasn't sure if she wanted to see her again, maybe later, not next week. I told her that was fine, that she could set the pace and nobody would force her. Her mixed feelings made sense, and I was proud of her honesty. After discussing it with the therapist at our next appointment, we decided to schedule another visit. The park near our apartment hosted Ella's birthday party on a sunny Saturday morning. Kids arrived around 10. Parents drop off wrapped gifts and promised to pick them up by noon. Alejandro arrived early to help me hang streamers from pavilion posts and arrange folding tables. Ella ran around with her friends playing tag and laughing so hard she hiccuped. We played musical chairs and red light green light before bringing out the cake with its messy grocery store frosting and 6 candles. Everyone sang, and Ella blew them out in one breath, beaming. My mother arrived at 11 for her 30-minute supervised window, quietly watching from the pavilion edge. She smiled when Ella waved between games after she brought herself without gifts as instructed. She said goodbye to Ella without drama and returned to her car on time. As she left, I felt something unexpected, maybe not forgiveness, but hope that this could work if she followed the rules. Olivia met me for lunch the following Tuesday at a sandwich shop between our apartments. She appeared more relaxed than in years. Over Turkey Club, she informed me that she would no longer listen to our mother's complaints about me and that she could talk to her therapist instead. Olivia persisted after Mom resisted, and their conversations are now shorter but less toxic. We discussed what it meant to be sisters instead of just two people who survived the same difficult mother and made plans to hang out more and build our own relationships away from family drama. It was nice to have an ally who understood my past and didn't pressure me to forgive. Thursday brought my community college spring semester acceptance letter. I applied weeks ago but didn't think it would happen. Business fundamentals, English composition, and accounting basic classes. The schedule fit Ella's kindergarten hours and Alexander Blackwood's visit days, and I no longer felt financial stress. I could buy textbooks without sacrificing groceries. I could study instead of working double shifts. Sitting at my kitchen table with that acceptance letter, I thought about the future Ella, and I had always wanted, the one I'd been building toward for 6 years of hell and survival. Realization was imminent. Not because someone rescued me, but because I fought for it and had the support. Finally, I felt solid ground under my feet after 6 years, and I was ready to continue. When Alejandro left for Switzerland on Tuesday morning, Jonah watched his car drive down the street from the window. Her hand touched the glass. We scheduled the video calls before he left. Her calendar had stickers she chose for specific times. The first call was at bedtime, and she showed him her room on the tablet, pointing at her toys and talking about kindergarten. He listened and asked questions, and when we hung up, she used the wall calendar stickers to count the days until his next visit. The system worked better than expected, giving her something to track instead of waiting and wondering. She knew when to expect him, making the distance easier. Made his absence manageable, not scary. Our counselor confirmed my mother's weekly therapy attendance as required. Monthly supervised visits with checkpoints every 3 months were scheduled to assess Ella's progress. I deliberately slowed down to protect Ella, not my mother. She was punctual for visits, followed the rules, and didn't try to get more access. I was most surprised by her lack of drama, as I expected her to push boundaries. Instead, she seemed to realize this was her only way back and needed to be careful. Olivia started meeting me for coffee every other week, and we talked about things other than our mother, building a relationship without family issues. I sat in our living room with the lights off thinking late one night after Ella fell asleep. It was quiet and safe in the apartment. There was nothing like Ella's first nights in the shelter in a dresser drawer because I couldn't afford a crib. The difference between then and now was stark. We had come a long way from that county hospital where I gave birth alone. The roaches in our old studio came to mind, customers who grabbed my ass for $3 tips, walking 5 miles to work at night. I didn't want those memories to fade as things improved. We needed to recall our location. Therefore, I never took this stability for granted. My heart held gratitude and caution. Both needed and real. Our new normal was messy but organized in hours. Ella had 2 respectful parents who coordinated schedules and put her needs first, even when it was hard. Her grandmother earned her entry with strict rules and checkpoints. And who was becoming a friend instead of a scared sister. Her mother had survived hell and built something solid, so she knew how much it cost to get here. We all ended up more stable, better, but not perfect. It was enough for us. At 12, I had 18 months to master 5 languages or face a boarding school prison. I exposed the abuse when Dad attacked my 10-year-old brother. After I used a French word instead of Spanish at 7, my mom smacked me across the face so hard I fell off my chair. My parents exclusively spoke English. They thought multilingual people were better and had ruined their lives by speaking only one. Mom cried over films of people switching languages, saying she felt lovely and dumb. Dad got drunk and declared he could have been important if he'd learned languages as a kid instead of working in a warehouse. When my older sister Claire was born, they decided their kids would be different. We spoke a new language every day of the week. Friday was Russian, Monday French, Tuesday German, Wednesday Mandarin, Thursday Arabic. Sunday was review and practice for all, Saturday was Japanese. You were immediately fined for misspeaking English or combining languages. Mom may have you write lines in the language you messed up, lock you up for hours, or not eat. Daily tutors visited the residence after school. My parents didn't understand the tutors' lessons, but they observed us closely to make sure we were learning. My brother, Leo, 10, had panic attacks before lessons because tutors would inform our parents if we weren't progressing fast enough. Mom and Dad recorded us, sent the movies to distant relatives, and posted them online with the description, "Look at our genius children." Even if they couldn't understand us, people were impressed by our linguistic skills. At 12, my parents gave me 18 months to acquire all 5 languages or attend a European boarding school for intensive language study. They gave me a prison brochure. Uniformed kids spend the first 2 years in silent classrooms without phoning or visiting home. Dad said, "We've already contacted them and they're expecting you unless you prove you can do this." I was exhausted from studying 3 hours after school. I was too tired to study anything but languages, so my grades sank. Leo began to break down and had terrible nightmares. One day, I snapped. I told my Mandarin tutor I was practicing advanced subject by speaking Mandarin gibberish. The tutor looked confused and asked me to repeat. I kept making unnecessary sounds in my pretend language. The teacher told my parents I was saying something unusual when they asked how class went. Web videos taught me a regional accent, and the tutor was illiterate, I informed my parents. I got away with it for 3 weeks. I'd talk trash in class and tell my parents the tutors couldn't test me. Leo joined in. Release was imminent. Parents recruited university linguists who spoke all 5 languages. After hours of testing, they quickly discovered our hoax. My dad went crazy when experts declared we spoke nonsense. He threw our language books one by one. Mom yelled about being ashamed and making them look ridiculous. They grounded us for 6 weeks and quadrupled study time. Before, after, and on weekends, our tutors were available. Maybe 4 hours of sleep and I fell asleep in class. My patience wore gone. Dad threw books at me, and my school counselor observed my arm wounds. Child Protective Services removed me and Leo the day she phoned. A foster family gave me my first chance to speak English whenever I wanted for 6 weeks. Tone and verb conjugation weren't issues. I enjoyed school again after Leo started sleeping through the night. Mom and Dad brought their lawyer and 5 tutors to family court. Our tutors said we were progressing, that multilingual education was healthy for kids. Our linguistics instructors said that while our parents were difficult, we were learning and that removing us from that environment would erase years of work. Claire stated she appreciated her upbringing and that Leo and I were lazy. The judge sent us home. Dad said at the kitchen table that night, "From now on, there is no more English in this house. You speak the 5 languages or you don't speak at all." I was terrified. I kept my hands flat on the kitchen table to avoid shaking. Dad glances between me and Leo, expecting for a mistake or an English remark to prove his case. Leo looks at his lap and pumps his chest too fast, like he's trying not to cry. The deep silence rings my ears. Dad leaves the table and Mom follows without looking at us. Even that feels risky, so I briefly grasp Leo's palm under the table before releasing it. After 15 minutes of inaction, I get up and go to my room. The language timetable is on my door. Friday Russian, Monday French, Tuesday German, Wednesday Mandarin, Thursday Arabic. My childhood routine. Now there's no way out. Since nothing else is going on, I put on pajamas and go to bed at 8:30. I place my palm on the wall to comfort Leo. We'll sort it out as I hear him moving around his room. I don't believe it. The next morning, Mom wakes us at 5:30 instead of 6:30. In the kitchen, new timetables cover every wall. Rooms, kitchen, living, hallway, bathroom, pantry. Those 5 languages gaze at me everywhere. Mom says we're starting in French after looking at the Monday French schedule. She nods and brings me breakfast after I fool my head into speaking French. Mom shouts in French to wake up half-sleeping Leo. He flinches but replies in French. French breakfast and school prep. This feels heavier after years of doing it. I bear boulders of speech. I can finally speak English in school. Relief nearly made me cry in homeroom. Tuesday night leaves me weary and unable to think. German verb conjugations confuse me after 2 hours of homework. The German teacher leaves at 7. My head drops forward, waking me. Again, it happens. I don't wake up until Mom violently shakes my shoulder the 3rd time. I try to focus to her German rants but am brain sluggish. She makes me sit at the table and solve every problem while watching me to keep me awake. I have 4.5 hours to get up after completing at approximately 1 a.m. I faint after dragging myself to bed. When the alarm goes off, I feel like I didn't sleep. Math lesson the next day is so hard to focus on that my teacher asks whether I'm okay. I nod and sit up straighter. After everyone is asleep on Wednesday nights, I slip into the kitchen to get our backpacks by the door. I write in English on a scrap of paper from my notepad, shaking my hands. Together, we'll survive. Seeing English words I chose to write makes my throat clench. I fold the paper as little as possible, place it in Leo's backpack's front pocket, and return to my room before anyone catches me. Thursday is Arabic day, and I'm tired before breakfast. As Mom watches us conjugate Arabic verbs at the table, Leo reaches for his bag pocket. His eyes widen as he removes the tiny folded paper. Mom is looking at her phone, so she doesn't see him reading. Looking at me, Leo nods. So little I almost miss it. His Arabic verb forms return to normal. Only our brief communication in our own tongue feels real in this nightmare. I want to cry and grin yet keep conjugating Arabic verbs and appearing normal. Fatigue makes me dizzy, Getting to my locker Friday afternoon at school. Leaning on the wall. Mrs. Gable, my school counselor, catches me around the corner. I want to tell her everything about home when she visits. I want to tell her about the language-only rule, the timetables on every wall, how I only get 4 hours of sleep a night, and how mom made me stay up until 1 a.m. finishing homework. But I'm worried she'll call CPS again, we'll go to court again, and the judge will send us back, making she stares at me like she knows I'm lying when I say I can't sleep. I nod and say I'm fine when she asks. She says she welcomes conversation at any time. Even if I want to tell her, I thank her and go. That Sunday's review entails practicing all 5 languages in rotation. Fatigue makes me forget languages. Dad asks me a French question, and I start to answer but whisper to Leo in English that I don't recall the term. Dad hears a whisper. He stands up so fast his chair falls over, and I did something wrong. He throws the thick Russian textbook from the table at me before I can move. The corner hits my shoulder hard, hurting my arm. I fall from my chair. I bite my lip to avoid crying since I know he'll be mad. The agony is terrible. Dad is above me yelling in English about breaching the rule. Ironically, him yelling at me in English for speaking English would be funny if I weren't terrified. Mom rants too. Leo cowers in fear. Dad tells me to stay in my room until dinner as I slowly stand up with a sore shoulder. Sitting on my bed upstairs, I inspect my shoulder with my shirt down. A dark bruise is forming where the book hit me. Looking at it changes something. Living this way is impossible. No idea what to do. I must act or break completely. Monday morning finds me in French mode, shoulder hurting under shirt. My science textbook is in my locker when I go to the library for lunch instead of eating. I open and examine the front cover's paper pocket. Writing in English in a notebook feels like breathing after being underwater. I write, Dad threw a book at me yesterday and it left a bruise on my shoulder. I explain the language-only restriction, falling asleep on homework, and mom staying up until 1 a.m. I write about being too tired to think. Finally, I fold the paper and put it in the textbook cover pocket where no one would find it. I record every time they slap us, don't let us eat, or stay up late. How I'll use it is unknown, but I'll have proof. They'll reject my native language. Writing that eases my powerlessness, like I'm holding on to part of me while they rule. As I start my Mandarin homework in my room the next Wednesday, I hear Leo's door open. His Mandarin tutor Elena is due in 10 minutes. After Leo uses the potty, I hear this stomach-dropping sound. Rapid gasps cause him to cry. I rush into the hallway and find him crying and hyperventilating on the bathroom floor with his back to the wall. I bend alongside him and take his shaking hands. I mutter quietly in English because our parents will hear and kill us. Should breathe with me. In and out for 4 counts, like the foster mom taught us during our 6 weeks in foster care. Despite his efforts, Leo can't stop breathing. He says he can't breathe in English. His ability has expired. In a whisper, I count his breathing exercises. His breathing slows. Clean his red, moist face with tears and snot with toilet paper. I know Elena is coming for his lesson, when Leo panics at the doorbell. I help him stand because of his weak knees and tell him to finish class. Mom lets Elena in as we descend, and Leo trembles. Elena usually organizes at the dining table. Her expression changes when she sees Leo. He has red, swollen eyes and shaky hands. Mom and Dad observe the class in the doorway again. Elena alters her expression at them. She starts Mandarin class by asking Leo simple questions, but she looks anxious. Every few minutes, she sees something she doesn't like at our parents' doorway. Leo answers her questions shakily, trying to concentrate. Elena writes non-Mandarin grammar in her notepad. The class is shortened from an hour to 30. She worries again as she packs and looks at Leo. After she leaves, I wonder if she'll help us instead of shrugging like other adults. I don't hope much because inaction hurts worse. Mom and Dad announce something in the living room that weekend with Leo and me. Dad shows us the router records, all the pages each flatmate accessed, on his laptop. He says, from now on, they're going to check these logs every single night to make sure we're only looking at language learning websites. Mom says they'll also check our phones and tablets before bed to avoid wasting time on non-language learning content. I feel house walls closing. All outside communication stops. No secret emails or help seeking. No connection to anyone relevant. In bed that night, my chest feels restricted from lack of breath. When I breathe faster, I'm having a panic episode like Leo. Slowing my breathing and brain counting decreases panic but not terror. The walls are diminishing constantly, making the house feel jail-like. I notice Elena is odd when she arrives for Mandarin class on Monday morning. Her hands shake as she spreads out her books and papers, so she stares at me instead of lecturing. I'm wearing a short-sleeved shirt in summer, and Dad's book-throwing bruise on my arm is faded to yellow-green but still visible. Elena contemplates it and swallows hard. Again, Mom and Dad watch from the doorway as Elena starts Mandarin classes. After saying they need to check on dinner, Mom and Dad depart the doorway. Elena leans forward and whispers in English whether I'm okay after they depart. Her calm, kind comments make me cry behind my eyes. I want to tell her everything but I'm terrified. Shaking my head, I gaze down at the table. She briefly touches my hand. Her Mandarin returns after Mom and Dad return. However, having someone inquire if I'm okay in English and recognizing me as a genuine person rather than a language study project makes me cry with relief and anguish. I miss lunch Tuesday to go to the library. Although my stomach hurts, I'm not hungry. I log into the school system at an unoccupied computer in the back corner. I create a fake email account my family won't recognize. Type Mrs. Gable's school email address into the recipient field and shake. I make it brief and unclear out of fear someone will read it. I want a private talk because the home language difficulty has gotten worse. I read it 3 times to be sure I didn't say anything too specific that could get me in trouble. Sending deletes the message from the outbox. Delete all browser history from the past hour. I delete cache and cookies for safety. To erase my actions, I wipe the keyboard with my sleeve after signing out. Returning to the cafeteria, I grab an apple from the lunch line with 15 minutes left. Mrs. Gable answers my new email in study hall the next day. She suggests meeting at my study hall on Thursday for a private talk. Reading those phrases loosens my chest after days. But I worry about what to say and how much to tell her. I think about it Wednesday and Thursday morning. I practice expressing the daily language timetable and parental discipline. I try not to exaggerate how awful it is. My statements may get us sent home again like the judge did last time. Dad wants to see my phone at Saturday brunch. Since I failed to remove Mrs. Gable's email, I freeze. Read my school email and his expression sharpens. I quickly grab the phone across the table and pretend to email my science teacher about homework. Dad stares at me, and my heart thumps. He grunts and hands me the phone, instructing me to study languages. I erase my Mrs. Gable emails after he leaves the kitchen. The phone almost fell out of my shaky hands. I confess everything to Mrs. Gable Wednesday night. After my parents check that I'm asleep, I whisper about the timetable, punishments, and fatigue. I misdescribe being hit by a book or going to bed hungry. I want to say anything to convince an adult this isn't normal and we need help. I attend Mrs. Gable's study hall office Thursday afternoons. She closes the door and lets me in. I show her my arm bruises from Dad's grip last week by rolling up my sleeves. I move and pull my shirt to show her the textbook-caused shoulder blade bruise. She wants photos after getting pale. She takes phone shots of each bruise as I nod. I tell her about the language-only rule and how we can't speak English. Dad threw books at us when we made mistakes and Mom made us skip dinner. Mrs. Gable shakily writes everything in a notepad. After I talk, she looks at me and offers support. She promises change this time. I squint to avoid crying, as my chest opens. Mrs. Gable takes a small MP3 player from a drawer before I leave. She says no one has claimed it from the lost and found in over a year. She advises me to turn it on and hide it in my pocket to keep the microphone operating. She believes I can prove my assertions by capturing home life. I practice walking with a recorder in my jeans pocket to hide it. Though afraid, I feel like I'm finally doing something real instead of just surviving. I flunk my science quiz next week because I'm too tired to remember. The words blur when I focus on the page. Teacher emails parents about my declining grades that day. Dad explodes that night. He yells in English that I'm squandering their tutoring money and my future. His English screaming at me defies his language rule, but I don't say anything because it would anger him. He feels I'm worthless if I can't improve in education and languages. Wednesday brings a new mom rule. She provides me and Leo earbuds to wear everywhere except tutoring and sleep. Her loaded language lesson tapes play looped. They sound like a woman reciting French vocabulary terms when I put them in. The voice continues. Words and grammar repeat. French chatter makes it hard to focus on my homework. I hide in the bathroom for 2 minutes to remove the earbuds and hear nothing. On Thursday afternoons, Leo practices Mandarin with Elena in the dining room while I finish schooling in the kitchen. Through the door, I hear them. Leo stops after reciting Chinese. He stares at the wall with half-open mouth, not blinking or moving. Elena approaches and calls him, but he doesn't answer. She looks nervously toward the corridor where Mom and Dad are watching. She writes in her notebook on something other than Chinese grammar. Describes what she saw. When Dad rants at us about our progress reports on Friday, I remember my pocket MP3 recorder. I reach down and hit record through fabric. Dad gets furious as he threatens to send us to some European boarding school if we don't improve. We'll stay 2 years without phoning or visiting home, he says. As his voice fills the kitchen, I check the recorder in my pocket. While alone, I stop filming after he stops shouting. In the school library the next day, I log into cloud storage. I shake hands when uploading audio. The progress bar moves slowly, so I peek over my shoulder to avoid being noticed. I feel accomplished after uploading the file. My stomach turns the next Wednesday after supper when Mom and Dad call us into the living room, and Dad has this weird excited look. He claims a teacher will stay at the house all night during a special immersion weekend to make sure we exclusively speak our assigned languages. Mom says we'll sleep in shifts to maximize study time, and my throat tightens, since I can't escape even when everyone else is asleep. As Leo shakes his hands on the couch armrest, his face turns almost colorless. Dad insists this will elevate us. Mom thinks this is best, but I worry about losing my bed as a safe place. Saturday morning, the tutor arrives with an overnight bag and sets up camp in our dining room to monitor both study places. Russian vocabulary and grammatical lessons tire me after hours. My brother must have messed up because Dad's voice gets louder from Leo's at 3 p.m. Dad yells at Leo for saying an Arabic word on Russian day until a crash. Then a front door knock quiets everything. I peek around the corner and see Mr. Henderson from next door anxious on our doorway. Dad's face changes instantaneously when he opens the door. Smiles and neighborliness spread. Dad pretends to laugh when Mr. Henderson asks if everything is okay because he heard shouting and claims we're studying hard. Youth are like that. To succeed, they need strong guidance. Mr. Henderson looks nervously at me along the corridor, past Dad. After nodding gently, he says quieten down. Dad thanks him and closes the door, ending my fleeting hope of help. The tutor monitors our every move all weekend, and I rarely sleep between breaks. Walking around school on Monday mornings makes me feel like a zombie. I slip into the computer lab after lunch and create an anonymous account on a teen support site I found last week. My hands shake as I type a language schedule without names or information. Pressure, repercussions, and inability to relax are my topics. A week-long chest pressure is relieved by speaking anything to people who understand. 3 responses say the same when I return to study hall. Quite unique. That parents shouldn't mistreat kids. No crazy about thinking something's wrong. Like turning on a light in a dark room, reading those words from strangers who have no reason to lie. On Wednesday, Mrs. Gable calls me to her office during my free time. Her smile when I come suggests amazing things are about to happen. Her calls led her to a child advocate attorney who helps troubled children. Mrs. Gable forwarded the attorney photographs and my files for an informal case discussion. She believes we can report again because the original CPS file was closed, especially now that we have further evidence of ongoing issues. After reviewing my evidence, the attorney believes we have a stronger case. Now I have a strategy, not simply proof and hope. Mrs. Gable gives me a sticky note with the attorney's number, which I fold and hide in my phone case. My head is heavy and I have a minor fever by Thursday morning. I tell Mom I'm unwell and ask to avoid Arabic lessons, but she just touches my forehead and says I'm fine, probably just exhausted from the immersion weekend. The instructor arrives about 4, and I sit at the kitchen table trying to focus on conjugations with a pounding head and sore throat. Every Arabic word feels like sandpaper, so I hesitate to swallow. The instructor looks nervous but doesn't say anything to my parents in the living room. I recognize that most adults will ignore a problem rather than get involved. That weekend, I'm better, but Dad's work stress tenses the house. I hear Dad yelling at Leo in the next room over his Russian pronunciation from yesterday during my Saturday afternoon Japanese class. As something hits the wall, I grab my phone from my pocket and press record. Dad grows louder and threatens to send Leo to some European boarding school if he doesn't listen. I hear another smash and know he's throwing. After it quiets down, I listen to the recording in my room with earbuds at night. Dad's angry, out-of-control voice rattles me, but I save the file carefully since this could help us. On Tuesday of week 10, the intercom rings and asks Leo to go to the nurse's office in math class. We worry the rest of the session. I learned from a classmate at lunch that Leo panicked during science. He was hyperventilating and couldn't calm down, so the teacher took him to the nurse. After the nurse called our parents to pick him up, I saw Mom arriving irritated through the front office windows. After Mrs. Gable told me that the school nurse documented everything in Leo's file and submitted mental health issues to CPS, the system appears to be finally paying attention, albeit slowly. On Thursday afternoon, a door knock interrupts my kitchen table homework. Mom says something pleasant and raises her voice. A businesswoman with a CPS insignia on her belt thrills me. The unexpected visit indicates their seriousness. Mom and Dad become concerned, logical parents who want the best for their kids before my eyes. The caseworker is invited in and given our study schedules on the walls to discuss bilingual education in today's global culture. Dad shows the tutors' contact information and credentials to show their dedication to our future. High academic standards and structure and discipline help kids achieve, says Mom. Nodding and taking notes, the caseworker asks us questions, but our parents are there, so I can't respond. They're so good at playing typical parents who push but care that I feel helpless watching them. When I'm alone, I text Mrs. Gable using the code we agreed on after the caseworker leaves, and says she'll call. Sharing my science project is our indication that something happened, and she should request another surprise welfare check. It feels fantastic to have some control, even if it's simply little motions in an adult-ruled game. Elena arrives at my Mandarin lesson the next Monday, nervous and fidgeting. Elena does something brave midway through class when Mom enters the kitchen to take a call. She writes quickly on a small piece of paper from her notebook and pushes it across the table, whispering in Mandarin that I should call her for aid. A little, neat phone number is below. I put the paper in my shoe and nod to show understanding. Elena leaves after class, and I'm happy that at least one adult will defend us, albeit subtly so my parents won't notice. Thursday morning, while doing Arabic homework in the kitchen, my MP3 recorder slides out of my sweatshirt pocket and on the floor. Dad looks up from his coffee at the black device between us. Watching his countenance change as he understands it chills me. He grabs it before I can respond and turns it over, pressing buttons until he hears his own voice from 2 nights ago. The recorder bursts on the kitchen counter, scattering plastic shards. Dad accuses me of treason and spying for filming my family. He reddens as he throws broken equipment at me. The chunk hurts my cheek, but I don't move or speak. I watch my proof strategy fail. Hours of meticulous paperwork gone in seconds. Dad shows Mom broken bits and tells her what I've been doing as she runs in. She sobs about trust and giving everything in return. Cloud backups and the school Chromebook would steal everything, so I don't talk about them. Destroying my only proof made them think they won. Dad grounds me for 6 weeks and takes my phone to delete suspicious items, but he can't find my cloud account because I used a different login. I think about safe internet recordings in bed that night. All the unknown evidence. I started recording study hall discussions with the school Chromebook microphone by Friday. Our technology teacher taught us project recording software last month. Applying that knowledge. A folder called Historical Research holds all my timestamp tagged audio files. I upload everything to the cloud before leaving school. They can't access the evidence even with the Chromebook. Whole system feels vital. Only way to prove what happens behind closed doors. I methodize. A spreadsheet of everything I've recorded and when, collecting different types of incidents to show a trend. I organize my files during lunch in the library to establish an official believable abuse timeline. I tell the librarian my project is a family history, which is true. I evaluate microphone quality and reduce noise to hear voices. Making a case against my parents makes me feel guilty and strong. That weekend, Mom and Dad live-streamed our language improvement for distant relatives. They set a camera in the living room and make us sit on the couch in beautiful clothes while cousins, aunts, and uncles from different time zones log in. Our 2-hour performance includes on-demand French, German, and Mandarin with grammar and pronunciation corrections. I see viewers growing, and parents beaming like they've accomplished something. Mom pulls me aside and explains in English that I used a French term in Spanish while they think the camera is off. Her hand touches my face rapidly before I react. A startling sound in the quiet room. As she adjusts the camera and calls everyone back for further demonstrations, my cheek boils and I blink back tears. A forum friend watches the live broadcast and records everything, but I don't know till later. She shows my pained face and Mom's hand. Another pic of my cheek's red mark. She sends me the photos in a private message, apologizing and asking if I'm okay. Unexpected proof arrives by email. Proof that someone outside our house witnessed it. Monday morning before school, Leo stops me in the corridor and says he's considering running away. He says he can't take it anymore, and would rather live on the streets than in this house, his eyes red like tears. Locking him in the bathroom, I reason with him softly. I remind him we're 10 and 12 with nowhere to go and no money, and things will get worse. His worry and eagerness to end the misery are evident in his claim that anything is better. Though I doubt it, I convince him to trust my method to gather enough evidence for CPS to permanently take us. He sees screenshots and learns about the cloud-stored audio files, and the child advocate attorney reviewing everything. Leo shakes his hands as he looks at my phone's photos, and I realize how much pressure I'm putting on him to hold on. I'll find a solution if the technique fails in 3 weeks. He nods slowly and wipes his eyes, and we leave the bathroom separately to avoid suspicion. I watch him in the hallways between classes all day to prevent him from running away. In the restroom after dinner on Wednesday, I carefully photograph my rib bruises from Dad slamming me into the table edge the night before. Each image has a date and time stamp in the corner, and I illustrate damage from multiple angles. Like a table corner, dark purple and yellow bruises cover my side. Mrs. Gable gave me a secure email address to use on my phone to contact the child advocate attorney. Write down how I got each injury. It feels clinical and impersonal, like reporting on someone else's life. I describe the argument that led to the shove, my body hitting the wood, and the hour-long respiratory discomfort. Before doubting myself, I submit all photographs. I sat on the bathroom floor wondering if anyone will use this information or put it away with all the other reports that didn't help us once the email disappears into the internet. I flush the toilet, wash my hands, and leave when Mom knocks on the door to see what's taking so long. I don't take painkillers to remember how my bruises throb when I move that night. By Thursday afternoon, the attorney emails me that she's filed an emergency move for a judge-only in-camera interview without our parents. She believes we should tell the placement decision maker our tale. We must be honest since the court will question about what transpired. I'm hopeful and scared because this might save us or wreck everything. If the court doesn't believe us or thinks we're exaggerating, we'll tell our parents we tried to flee again. Seeing their response if we fail makes me uneasy. I forward the email to Leo and advise him to be honest when needed. He gives a thumbs up, but I know he's scared. I can't sleep that night trying to find out how to tell the judge how desperate our position is. Our lives change on Friday when Mom and Dad invite us into the living room before breakfast to announce homeschooling. Dad thinks full-time tutors will help them study at home because public school interferes with language studies. Mom claims this helps them track our growth and avoid wasting time on unnecessary issues. I get it instantly. That they know something is wrong and are blocking our access to vital reporters like Mrs. Gable. We can't converse outside the house without school. No chance to record or send attorney evidence. We spend the weekend indoors without phones or computers save for supervised language practice. I see Leo withdraw, barely speaking during meals. As the walls shut in, he ignores me when I try to explain a solution. Sunday night, I lay awake thinking about how well they separated us and how smart they were to detect the threat and shut it down before we could leave. No idea if Mrs. Gable files a new CPS report on Monday morning alleging our weird school withdrawal. After the emergency move was filed, our parents kept taking us out, which she says is retaliation and an attempt to prevent us from getting care. She requests a fast welfare check with my documents. This is unknown to me as I'm at home alone. She won't drop our case just because we left campus. I'll learn. She calls the attorney, who builds a case without us. Mrs. Gable tells the caseworker about the bruises she photographs, the audio recordings, the increasingly violent pattern, and that our school removal is unsafe. The homeschool schedule is severe, with tutors arriving at 8 a.m. Until 8 p.m., parents watch lessons and breaks in the room. If I take more than 2 minutes to use the restroom, one will be outside wondering why. To demonstrate solidarity, Leo and I exchange desperate glances across the table. French instructors arrive at 8, German at 10, Mandarin at lunch, Arabic at 2, Russian at 4, and Japanese at 6. Meal and bathroom breaks are 15 minutes. My brain mushes after each day, unable to comprehend words or language. I fall asleep too tired to flee or gather proof. Tracking every hour and second limits individuality. Late Tuesday night, I wake up at 2 a.m. to find everyone asleep. I sneak downstairs quietly, avoiding the creaky stairs I've learned for years. Open the back door and step into our backyard, where the grass is cool and damp. I test my pillowcase hidden phone for Wi-Fi. Shivering, I connect to our neighbor's unprotected network and check email. I soon inform Mrs. Gable and the attorney that we've been expelled and are being homeschooled under careful supervision. I can't get more proof or communicate regularly. My forum friends' live stream screenshots are provided. Typing fast in dark grass before someone notices I'm gone. I sneak outside connections like a spy. I disconnect, clear my browser history, and enter when the upstairs light turns on. As I climb the stairs and slip back into bed, my heart rushes, praying no one heard me. I sleep in the dark knowing that message may be my last contact with possible helpers as the phone returns to its hiding location. I slip into the hallway bathroom with my phone during Wednesday lunch. My hands shake as I go to video mode in the camera app. I saw the dining room wall dent from Dad tossing that book at Leo last week. Dent and kitchen drawer ruler are in frame when I hold them up. My phone records my distinct yet faint voice. I provide date, time, and damage. I suppose proof requires a formal speech like a report. Ruler shows 2 depression and chipped paint. I verify clarity after 30 seconds of recording. This is real, according to the video. I immediately upload it to the cloud and delete it from my phone in case Dad finds it. My heart racing when I acquire proof like this because I don't know what they'll do. A car pulls into the driveway while I study Russian on Thursday night. Mom and Dad stand and look out the window as the tutor continues. Their looks change, unsettling me. Mom's voice is polite as she approaches the front door. I hear officers through the doorway as Dad joins her. We freeze when the tutor pauses mid-sentence. A woman wants entrance to talk to youngsters. The previous CPS caseworker. I recognize her voice. Mom adds, of course, they're always happy to cooperate. But she's holding fists. 2 police officers behind the caseworker modify the house's atmosphere. Dad's anger is unmistakable even when smiling. He has a strong voice and tight jaw. Our parents promptly dispute when the caseworker wants to talk to Leo and me separately. They allege this disrupts crucial lessons, and they weren't told. One advances forward when the caseworker glances at the police. Dad stops talking. Mom's fake smile grows. The caseworker promises a quick turnaround and invites us to the kitchen. I feel power. Maybe performance won't save them this time. The caseworker sits across from us at the kitchen table while one cop stands by the door during the interview. When she asks how he is, Leo stares at his hands. He cries. His crying rattles him. He describes his awful nightmares that wake him up every night. He felt deathly and unable to breathe during his pre-class panic attacks. Always frightened of mistakes, parents, and languages, he says. Caseworker writes folder notes uninterrupted. He shakes his head when she asks about panic attacks and physician visits. He claims our parents just motivate him to work harder when she tells how bad it is. I'm heartbroken but proud of my little brother for admitting his hardship. A caseworker closes her folder and recommends quick medical attention. She demands that our parents take him to a mental health doctor within 48 hours. Leo looks at me in shock and relief. Next Monday, our parents must take us to the pediatrician. Mom whispers in French what to say if the doctor asks waiting room questions. Dad's leg jumps while reading a magazine. When we get called back, the doctor examines Leo first while I wait outside with our parents. The meeting lasts nearly an hour. Leo looks calm, yet has fiery eyes. My turn, and the doctor asks about sleep, appetite, and stress. Polite and professional, she takes computer notes. She scrupulously records everything without blaming our parents. She concludes by explaining parents Leo has chronic stress-related anxiety. She recommends medication if problems persist. She records everything in his daily chart. Though insufficient to prompt action, it adds to harm documentation. New evidence supports our case. Dad fiercely grips the steering wheel, turning his knuckles white on the trip home. By Wednesday, the attorney secures Child Advocacy Center forensic interviews for the following week. Our caseworker calls to clarify plans. An experienced professional will discuss our household condition in a comfortable setting with recording equipment. She says to be honest and the interview will assist the court understand our position. I plan to tell a stranger everything for days after she hangs up. I practice my linguistic timetable, penalties, and eternal horror statements, selecting recordings and photos to play. Each second seems heavy, knowing this may be our last chance to escape. I tell Leo to talk about his panic attacks and nightmares when he asks. I examine every detail, data point, and event that proves this isn't typical in bed at night. My mind won't shut off for fear of forgetting anything important. First thing Monday morning, I sneak out of the house and walk to school to collect my locker flash drive with all my proof. Morning streets are quiet. Breathing creates cold air clouds. I look over my shoulder for Dad's car the whole 20 minutes. Although the school is locked, I know which side door sometimes doesn't latch. After entering, the dark passageways reverberate with footsteps. The locker combination takes 3 tries when shaking hands. I tape the flash drive to my textbook's back panel. I put it in my pocket. Making it is a small victory. Like I outwitted them in little ways. Dad stole my bags and electronics, but he doesn't know about this backup. For safety, I walk home another way. Cutting across yards and alleys. I go upstairs before anyone wakes up. My closet-hung winter coat's lining conceals my flash drive. Maybe Claire will see the truth when she visits Sunday. She helps by delivering groceries noon. Mom and Dad are glad and sensible with a successful daughter. Claire queries our living room study. I want to tell her everything, but Leo looks wary. She seems pleased when I say it's fine. She discusses her upbringing and appreciation. She excelled in employment interviews due to her linguistic skills. She says, Mom and Dad pushed her hard, but it made her stronger and more disciplined. She feels I and Leo are unappreciative for not acknowledging their support. My chest breaks. Growing up, she felt pressure and wanted to stop, but she persevered and is glad she did. I know she denies her trauma, and can't admit ours. She believes the dread, tiredness, and punishment were worth it, and admitting our pain suggests she did too. I cry in my room as she leaves. The Wednesday forensic interview is terrifying and reassuring. The Child Advocate Center has a small waiting area and appears normal. Women identify themselves as interviewers and lead Leo and me to separate rooms. Despite being too old for toys, my house has cozy chairs, soft lighting, and shelves of toys. The interrogator across from me claims the court records everything, not my parents. Language routine is my first answer when she asks about my home life. I cover Monday, Sunday, languages, and mistakes. She nods and answers gentle questions without interrupting or acting surprised. She wants penalty info. I recall the slaps, books thrown, and injuries. I show her flash drive pics. She asks to hear my recordings when I inform her. My pic is Dad scaring us about boarding school. When his loud, vicious voice ends, she nods like she takes it seriously. We talk for over 2 hours. She questions school, friends, sleep, food, and everything. After, I feel fatigued but lighter, like I finally told someone who listened. Elena writes a formal affidavit to CPS 2 days later outlining our parents' order and her concerns for us. Caseworker calls to inform me. She says the tutor described our home. After reading her statement through the attorney, I learned she documented Leo's panic attacks during lessons, our bruises, and high pressure. She wrote about our parents observing every session but not learning. She saw us quiver and looked terrified as our parents approached. She said language schooling was above age appropriate and the schedule inhibited natural kid activities. I feel less invisible knowing she was paying attention and that at least one adult took action. The emergency hearing on Tuesday requires proper attire, according to the attorney. The judge, lawyers, and a court reporter sit in a smaller courtroom than intended. Judges review recordings, photos, medical records, and witness testimony. Her expression is neutral when listening to music on headphones, but her eyebrows raise. She examines Elena's affidavit and pediatric notes. She questions the caseworker about home visits and school withdrawal. Parents seem stressed and upset with their lawyer. Court orders safety plan after speaking. Our parents must immediately re-enroll us in school, attend twice-weekly parenting sessions, and enable CPS home visits. Any plan violation will result in immediate removal, she said. She also orders us to continue therapy and limit language tutoring to 1 hour daily. Dissatisfied, but greater protection than before. Parents must sign the plan before the judge. I leave court expecting for improvement. Mom and Dad barely spoke to us that night at home, except to remind us to follow the schedule tomorrow. Dad clenches his jaw at me and Mom slams dishes in the kitchen, showing their anger. As the caseworker advised, I check for safety warning applications on my phone after kids leave their room. One connects to local police dispatch and activates an emergency response with 2 taps. Despite just 10 minutes to set up, it feels so enormous, my hands quake. This app is on my home screen. My newfound strength comes from this red button. Dad throwing something, or Mom locking us in? I can call for help now. My chest feels looser, like I can breathe properly for the first time since we left foster care. I show Leo how the app works because he's curious. He nods gently and widens his eyes, displaying relief. Our electricity has returned. The judge's safety plan requires our parents to be careful, and this app proves that. Court papers recommend me to a trauma therapist on Wednesday. Probably 40, the therapist wears glasses and speaks calmly. Doctors don't have good lighting and chairs like her office. When she asks, I briefly explain the languages, consequences, removal, and return. She patiently tells me my symptoms are typical due to stress and worry. To center myself, she asks me to mention 5 things I can see, 4 touch, 3 hear, 2 smell, and 1 taste. My body feels more anchored after our practice. She doesn't think my heart palpitations, insomnia, and anxiety indicate weakness. They protect my body from real danger. I feel less crazy after hearing it. Leave the danger, my body may relax down. I receive a worksheet with further home exercises, and we schedule another session next week. In Leo's morning lesson the next Saturday, everything goes wrong. Dad's voice grows louder downstairs while I do homework in my room. That tone suggests he's losing control. I grab my phone, open the safety alert app, and tiptoe up the stairs to listen in case. Dad shouts at Leo over mistakes in Mandarin grammar, saying he's not working hard enough and wasting time. Dad ignores tutor's soothing remarks. Leo cries and something hits the wall. As the program suggested, I tapped my phone's emergency button twice without thinking. My location was given to police. Run downstairs to discover Leo on the floor with his arm and Dad holding a textbook. Tutor looks shocked and scared. Mom rushes from the kitchen to inquire. I warn Dad the police are coming between him and Leo. Dad's crimson face pales in 2 seconds. He claims it was an accident, Leo is okay, and I need to cancel. I stay. Leo is still crying, and the book hit his shoulder, turning it crimson. With her materials packed, the tutor leaves silently. Mom asks her to stay and explain it was a misunderstanding, but the tutor leaves without looking back. After over 20 minutes of dreadful silence, 2 police officers knock. I demonstrate the safety alarm I triggered when they ask what happened. Leo said Dad threw the book at him during his lesson when they wanted to converse alone. Police picture his shoulder mark and floor book. The tutor's name and contact info are noted. One officer warns Dad that throwing objects at a child violates the safety plan and documents the incident for court. Dad says Leo was agitated but hardly touched, but the officer interrupts and says the judge will decide. Dad's reaction to the new regulations is unexpectedly pleasing. His wishes are no longer granted. There are repercussions. Monday morning is my first school day in weeks. This feels strange and fantastic. Before first period, Mrs. Gable gives me my IEP paperwork at the office. She adds Leo and I now have extra time on exams and tasks, breaks, and freedom to see her anytime. She'll let me eat lunch in her office if the cafeteria is full. No one is checking my language or response time as I walk to my first lesson and hear kids speaking English. Without translating or worrying about the day's language, I answer a friend's homework question in simple English. Relief is so great I almost cry at the lockers. I normally freak out when my English instructor gives me a B- on an essay I wrote before all this, but today it's doable. Science students ask where I've been at lunch. I say family. Nobody requests info. I've never felt happier than in my boring school routine. I see Leo rise up and breathe too fast Wednesday lunchtime in the cafeteria with his classmates. I drop my lunch and approach and see him holding the table edge, pale and scared. Two classmates ask whether he's okay, and a couple make awkward exits. I mention visible and tactile items as I lead him through my therapist's grounding practice. The school nurse delivers a paper bag for him to breathe after one girl calls. Half the cafeteria stares when Leo calms down after 10 minutes to talk. The nurse leads him to her office, and I follow embarrassed and protective. I pass several kids in the hallway after school and know they're talking about us. That night, 3 students text me to wish Leo luck and offer assistance. One child helps her family with her cousin's panic attacks. It's unusual to share our business, yet it's nice. Witnesses may protect us. CPS caseworker pulls Leo and me out of class Friday afternoon for Mrs. Gable's office meeting. She shows documentation of the weekend incident with Dad and claims we should be placed in foster care again for previous infractions. She says, "Our parents have shown they can't follow the safety plan and our welfare is at risk if we stay in their home. The judge will decide next week." I feel oddly guilty and relieved. One part of me wants to be safe and away from the continual dread of what Dad might do next, but another part feels like I'm leaving my parents, even though they caused everything. Leo seems terrified, so I hold his hand as the caseworker discusses foster care. Because she understands our case, the caseworker thinks we'll return to the same foster parent. Fear decreases. She was kind to us and known. Mrs. Gable promises to make moving our belongings easy. I return to class feeling like I'm dreaming and seeing someone else. The next Monday, a social worker delivers us to the foster home with garbage bags for our clothes from school. The foster mother greets us with a short embrace, saying she's glad we're back but wishes it were better. As remembered, the house is serene and usual. She shows us our rooms with identical beds and wardrobes. She serves pasta and requests English. Not a grammar or vocabulary test. Missing speech monitoring. We talk about schoolwork, school, and TV while eating. Pressure-free feels great. Don't know what to do with my stress-free head. The foster mom thanks me for loading the dishes after supper but doesn't instruct me. A common home task. That night, in bed, I hear the quiet house and realize I'm not terrified of tomorrow. None will argue over languages, toss objects, or lock me in this chamber. Get up, go to school, come home, do homework, and sleep. Simple beauty looks too good to be true. 2 weeks later, the judge hears the weekend event, tutor's statement, and police report in family court. Our parents must complete parenting classes and anger management before supervised visitation with us throughout our 18-month foster placement. The court believes the safety plan was their chance to prove they could parent well and they failed. Mom cries in court as Dad sits angry and defeated. Claire glares at me like I did it. Still looking. It felt like authority confirming what happened to us was true and bad. Although we were difficult kids, our parents' efforts weren't neglected. Leaving the courthouse is like releasing a years-long burden. The caseworker promises therapy and monthly checkups. We're safe for now. As nobody forces me to learn Spanish, I choose it as an elective at my new school. My young, active teacher makes language learning fun, not a test I can fail. Songs, games, and culture from Spanish-speaking countries are shared. She calmly corrects my verb conjugation errors and moves on. No anger, disappointment, or punishment. Others in class learn at different speeds, but nobody judges them. Language learning can be fun when you choose and mistakes are accepted. One class sees a Spanish event DVD and the teacher asks what we think. She's fine with my automatic English response. Expressing myself in any language seems revolutionary. If I learn Spanish, I'll choose to, not because someone forces me. Leo sleeps through most nights without nightmares after 3 weeks in foster care. Despite setbacks, his therapist tells the caseworker he's progressing. My younger brother relaxes and acts like a 10-year-old, laughing at silly jokes, playing video games, and complaining about homework. Despite not having panic attacks, he still becomes uneasy and jumpy at loud noises. Seeing him get well makes me feel like we made the right choice, even though it was terrifying to trigger the app, notify the police, and blow up our family. The foster mom expects us to struggle as we heal. However, being protected and discovering ourselves without fear is what matters. Sometimes I feel bad about mom and dad, but then I remember the bruises, hurled books, and Leo crying before school. We couldn't continue. We survived, maybe that's enough. 6 weeks later, the judge-approved downtown family center monitored visits after mom and dad completed parenting classes. Mrs. Avery, a social worker, monitors from a corner desk during my first Saturday afternoon visit. I sat across from them at a plastic-chaired table. Dad asks about education in a professional voice like we're strangers at a job interview as mom folds her hands. I say school is fine. Leo says his math teacher is wonderful, and there's a terrible silence. Dad takes her hand but doesn't look at us as mom cries. It takes 1 hour but feels like 4. I get a 3-screen text from Claire as I head to the foster mom's car. Her apology for our hurt but love of languages was my first read. Maybe mom and dad loved us wrongly. Even if the methods were cruel, she's glad she lived and learned. I don't know what to say, so I file the mail and ponder about it later. Maybe in a few months, maybe never. On my foster room bed with my laptop after dinner. I ask in the support thread where I commented months ago, if my situation was abuse. I write the 5-language schedule, removal, court, and return in a new anonymous account. I type quickly without editing or sounding good. Just write the whole story in one long post that takes me almost an hour. Before I may change my mind, I check for identification and submit. Within 20 minutes, individuals respond, "This is absolutely abuse, and I'm so glad you're safe now. And your parents need serious help." Someone recounts their mother, pushing them to practice violin 3 hours a day. Another child reported parental educational abuse. I feel warm and tight reading the answers because these people believe me and understand, and nobody is calling me theatrical or ungrateful. I don't know whether our family will ever be normal because mom and dad still have monitored visits and Leo has nightmares. Typing the truth and having people see it matters in ways I can't explain. Next Wednesday, I practice saying "Me gusta aprender español" to myself on my way home from Spanish class. I then shifted to English, and said I like learning Spanish for its. Nobody is listening to my speech, timing my time in each, or condemning me for mixing languages. Choice felt stolen from my parents. Reclaiming a part of me they wanted. After being safe, I think healing is about deciding who I want to be, not forgetting or pretending it didn't mess me up. I love Spanish, so I may keep learning. I might quit for art or music. It's vital that I can choose now. That concludes. My words were spontaneous and unpolished. Thanks for staying. These are casually shared. Catch your swing. Bye. Coming home from duty to find dad sold my house. It's for the family, he lied. I proved the POA was fraudulent and kicked them out of my property. I had hardly gotten out of the taxi when I noticed the two of them standing on my porch. My father and older brother smirked, as if they'd been waiting all day to deliver a punch I'd never seen coming. My sea bag was still hanging over my shoulder. My boots are still dusty from Okinawa. And I hadn't even walked 4 feet toward the house when my father shouted it. "You are now homeless." Just like that. No greetings, no welcome home. Just a sentence that slammed me harder than any blast wave I'd ever experienced downrange. I froze. "What are you talking about?" I inquired, but my brother snorted into his beer and added, "We sold your house, sis. Try to keep up." They truly laughed at me, at their daughter, and at their sister returning home after an overseas deployment to discover everything gone. My father pointed lazily at the front door, as if this were just a game. "Your sibling needed assistance. Family makes sacrifices for family. You were not here. You didn't need the space." And then he added the portion that revealed how little they thought of me. "You Marines are bouncing about regardless. What difference can a house make?" I should have exploded, cursed, and fallen apart. Instead, I smiled slowly and steadily, causing both of them to scowl. My father asked, "What's so funny?" I replied, "The house you sold was actually." But before I continue that statement, let me take you back to the beginning of this whole thing. Because the truth is that none of this was accidental. They did not stumble upon this betrayal. They planned it, but not as well as they expected. I was stationed in Okinawa 4 months ago, midway through a 6-month tour. I had been looking forward to that assignment. Shore duty is not glamorous, but it is predictable. And predictability is something Marines don't get too frequently. During my off hours, I called home to check on the house and make sure nothing was on fire. I'd owned that property for 7 years. I bought it myself following my second deployment. I renovated it room by room on my own budget. It was meant to be my foundation, anchor, and future. But every time I called home, something seemed amiss. My father would answer the phone, sounding furious as if I had interrupted something. My brother Leo, the everlasting self-discovery project, had moved back in with Dad after losing yet another job. When I asked what he was doing to get back on his feet, Dad defended him. He only needs a little time. He is working on it. Sophia, don't be so judgmental. I'd hear dishes clattering in the background and voices I didn't recognize. I once heard someone cry, "Did she send the money yet?" And the call ended 3 seconds later. I tried not to overthink everything and to show them grace. After all, I'd spent my whole adult life training, deploying, and moving from base to base. Maybe I didn't grasp what was going on at home. Maybe I did not want to. But 3 weeks before my homecoming, I received a telegram that should have been a warning. My father sent me a quick text. "Call us before you arrive home." No punctuation and no explanation. I stared at it for a long time, feeling the chilly twist in my gut that every Marine knows something is wrong, and something is about to happen. However, duty hours were extremely high that week. By the time I got a chance to call, it had gone to voicemail twice. I told myself it didn't matter. My flight had been scheduled. My leave is approved. I'd get home soon enough. And suddenly I was standing in my driveway, staring at the people who were meant to be my family, only to discover that they had sold the roof over my head to pay off my brother's gambling debt. That portion was new to me. Not then. However, I could already sense the remorse in their eyes, and the shamelessness in their posture. You can always tell when someone has done something bad and convinced themselves that it was justifiable. My brother raised his beer again, as if he were celebrating something. "Don't look astonished, sis. You are gone." Dad held power of attorney. "It's an easy process. You will get over it." I felt my jaw tighten, but my smile did not fade. If anything, it expanded. "Is this what he told you?" I asked quietly. My father's brows knitted together. "What is that intended to mean?" I didn't respond. Not yet. Because what they didn't realize, what hit them like a truck in about 90 seconds, was that the house they sold was not what they believed it was legally, financially, or structurally. They had no idea what they had put on the market. But I wasn't ready to reveal that to them. Not immediately. Sometimes revenge needs to stew for a bit longer. I placed down my sea bag, brushed dust from my sleeve, and went toward the porch as if nothing could stop me. My father stepped away, irritated yet perplexed. My brother scoffed. "Look at her calm demeanor." They assumed I was calm because I was weak. Because I was startled. They had no idea I was so calm since I was already 10 steps ahead. Marines do not return home hoping for the best. We arrive home prepared for the worst. And this was nothing compared to what I'd been through before. I did not go inside right away. I just stood there on the porch, both of them staring at me, waiting for me to cry, shatter, or crumble in the way they'd presumably planned in their minds. But nothing arrived. No crying, begging, or collapse. Just a long, heavy stillness that caused my father to shift uneasily, and my brother to tap his beer can on the railing as if he couldn't take his nerves. That stillness was all the power I needed at that point. Eventually, my father cleared his throat. "So, won't you say something?" I tilted my head and studied him. The man who used to get up at 5 a.m. every day to prepare breakfast for me before school. The man in the first row of my boot camp graduation, tears in his eyes. The man who hugged me so tightly before my first deployment that I could not breathe. I wondered when he had stopped being that man. I wondered when I stopped being his daughter and became his backup bank account. "When did you sell it?" I inquired, voice steady. 4 weeks ago, he stated. "It was the correct thing to do. Your sibling needed assistance." There it was again. Needs always require. It's always about Leo. Always thinking about his next fix, problem, or temporary setback. "And you didn't think about calling me?" I asked. He scoffed. "You were occupied while overseas. You Marines have your heads in the clouds. Always too busy to pick up the phone." "That's interesting," I remarked. "Because I phoned each week." Leo rolled his eyes. "Okay, here we go." I turned to face him. "Did you know? Did you really sit there and watch him sign away my home?" He shrugged, lazily, unconcerned. Dad claimed everything was okay. I believed him. Why shouldn't I? He's Dad. I almost smiled at how unself-aware an adult man could be. Instead of arguing, I strolled down the stairs and did a slow lap around the yard, letting the cool Washington air clear my mind. The house appeared the same from the outside: white siding, clipped hedges, and the flagpole I'd placed after re-enlisting, but it didn't feel the same. Something significant had been broken. Something more profound than a deed or a signature lies behind me. My father exclaimed. We put the money to good use. Your brother's debt is handled. He's safe now. Debt. That word stuck in my gut like a stone. Leo was not the sort to pay off debt. Leo was the type to incur debt as if it were a pastime, and Dad helped him every step of the way. I moved back toward them, step by step, until I was standing at the foot of the porch stairs. You two want to tell me the whole truth? I asked them. Or do you want me to find it myself? My father's jaw hardened. Leo drank the last of his beer, then crushed the can with his hand. What truth? He asked. You're blowing this way out of proportion. Really? I inquired. Because when I left, the house was paid off. I had no debt, liens, or anything pending. For you to sell it quickly, you'd have needed cash buyers, which means desperation. Whose desperation? Leo's eyes flashed briefly, but I caught it. My brother's. I spoke softly. So, let's hear it. Gambling, drugs, loan sharks. Which was it this time? My father burst. Stop interrogating your brother like he's some criminal. I'm interrogating, I explained quietly. Because my house is gone. You were gone, he said. Always gone. Always Marine Corps this, Marine Corps that. You think you're better than everyone. You think you don't need this family. I've been serving this country for 15 years. I replied. And every single assignment. I came home to this house, my house. The one thing I worked for. The one thing that was mine. He waved his hand dismissively. You'll buy another one. You make good money, better than him. He pointed to Leo as if he were a defenseless child, not a 40-year-old guy who had been bailed out by his family more times than I could remember. I felt something inside of me crack, not break, but change. I could see them both plainly in that moment, as if a lens had suddenly come into focus. Dad was not assisting Leo because he was kind. He was assisting him because he required someone to need him. And Leo didn't apologize because he didn't have to. Dad always took the blame for him. And now they've taken something from me because they thought I was strong enough to lose it. Strong enough to bounce back. Strong enough to withstand betrayal. That's the thing about being the strong one. People presume that when they twist the knife, you don't feel it. Then the front door opened. A woman stepped out, blonde hair, sweatpants, and holding a mug that read, Mama needs coffee. She wasn't my father's girlfriend, not a neighbor, but someone else totally. Who are you? I inquired. She grinned gently. I'm Rachel, the new owner. My dad winced. Leo shifted. And my world twisted because that meant the house hadn't just been sold. It was closed, definitive, and finished. I still grinned. Congratulations. I told the woman. Did they tell you everything? She blinked. Everything. I looked back at my father and brother. Their faces paled somewhat, letting me know I wasn't the only one in risky terrain. I turned to Rachel. Did they tell you that the house you bought? I stopped, allowing the tension to build as my father fidgeted and Leo gripped the railing as if it could save him. Isn't actually in their name? Rachel looked perplexed. My father's voice crackled. Sophia, don't. But I wasn't finished. Not even close. Rachel glanced at me, as if she didn't know whether to smile or return to the house she thought she owned. She appeared to be the type of woman who had always avoided fighting. Gentle, kind, the type who apologized when others ran into her. And here she was, trapped in the heart of a mess she had no idea existed. She gripped her coffee mug a little more tightly. What do you mean it's not in their name? The paperwork? I inquired. I'm sure the paperwork looked official. I remarked, maintaining an even and calm tone, but paperwork only tells one side of the story. I glanced at my father, then allowed the quiet linger, allowing him to absorb the weight of what he had done. His face flushed a deep scarlet, the color of embarrassment mingled with wrath. Leo murmured something under his breath, but he had already stopped smirking. They both realized I wasn't lying. They realized I had something they didn't understand, something they hadn't planned for, when they used my power of attorney as a golden ticket. I don't understand, Rachel muttered. My father says a lot of things, I explained. Let me ask you something. When you bought this house, who handled the sale? She looked at my father, then back at me. A man named Darren. He said he was helping your family with the transfer. I closed my eyes for a second. Darren. Of course, it was Darren, an old friend of my father. Someone who was always connected or involved in a trade. A man who dealt in the gray realms of money and property. The type of man who came up at barbecues after my father remarried, always bragging about flipping houses without ever lifting a hammer. They knew how to transform desperation into profit. Did you sign anything with an attorney present? I was wondering. She shakes her head. He said it wasn't necessary. He said the family wanted it quick. The last syllable cracked a little. Quick. This is how things happen. Quick sales, transfers, deceit, and ruin. My father approached me from behind. Sophia, enough. You're upsetting her. I gently turned around. Upsetting her? You sold her a house you had no right to sell. You stole from me, and you put her in the middle of it. My voice remained calm, but something sharp moved beneath it. Years in the Marine Corps had taught me that raising one's voice was the fastest way to lose power. Silence, temperance, and precision were much more effective weapons. My father stroked his brow and said, "You weren't here. You didn't need the house. We did the best we could." "The best you could?" I repeated. "Or the fastest way to clean up another one of Leo's disasters." Leo stiffened. "It wasn't a disaster. It was a misunderstanding," he explained. "A misunderstanding that cost thousands," was my reply. "Or tens of thousands." "Let me guess, sports betting, poker, or did you finally graduate to loan sharks?" He looked away, his jaw stiff. That was plenty of an answer. I turned back to Rachel. "How long have you been here?" "A week," she replied gently. "We just moved in. And did you wonder why the sale went so fast?" She paused a little. "But your father said you were living overseas and wanted the money for something else. He said you'd agreed." I exhaled a breath that felt like it had been held inside me for months. This was not simply a betrayal. It was a swindle. A full-fledged, coordinated, deliberate swindle perpetrated while I was halfway around the world wearing the uniform of the country that had trusted me to serve with honor. "Rachel," I spoke gently. "I'm sorry you were dragged into this, but the truth is they didn't have the legal right to sell this house. Not fully." I dug into my pocket and pulled out a folded document, a copy of something I'd been carrying with me since deployment ended. Her gaze followed the page as I held it out. "This house was purchased using a VA home loan. That means certain protections apply and certain rules. And selling it without me present, without my consent, without proper legal procedure." I looked at my father. "That's a federal issue, not a family issue." Rachel's eyes widened. My father's face became pallid. Leo's boldness vanished entirely. He looked like a child caught taking candies from a store shelf. I kept going. "Power of attorney gives temporary rights to handle bills, repairs, emergencies. It does not give the right to sell federally backed property without filing a series of authorizations, none of which were done." Rachel pushed one hand against her chest. "Are you saying the sale is invalid?" "I'm saying," I responded softly, "that this isn't what you think it is, and unfortunately, you'll need legal help to sort it out." My father took a step closer, his voice quivering with fury and terror. "Sophia, don't do this. We're family." "That didn't stop you," I said. "Family didn't matter when you needed quick cash. It was for your brother," he exclaimed. "And what about me?" I inquired quietly. "When did I stop being your child? When did I become expendable?" For the first time since I came onto that porch, Dad did not respond. Rachel eventually spoke again. "What do we do now?" I told you, get a lawyer. And you tell them everything. And you stop speaking to my father outside of official channels because the deeper you let yourself get involved with this situation, the worse it will be for you." She nodded slowly, clutching her mug as if it were the last solid object in her universe. My father pointed at me and said, "You're ruining everything." I shake my head. "No, you ruined everything the minute you treated my service as an opportunity instead of a sacrifice." Leo murmured something about the Marine attitude, but I barely heard him. I was already walking down the porch, lifting my sea bag, my boots crunching against the gravel. The air was harsh and chilly, but in a way that clarified rather than muddled my mind. I started strolling towards the street. My dad called after me, "Where are you going?" "Home," I answered. "You don't have one?" Leo exclaimed. I turned back to face them, allowing the porch light to throw a halo around their outlines. "That," I answered, "is what you think." And then, for the first time since arriving, I felt tranquil since they had no idea how much trouble they had caused themselves. No idea what the next few days would bring. No one realized how unprepared they were for the consequences. And I didn't have to scare them with details. Fear grows best when left unexplained. I did not sleep that night. I booked into a low-cost roadside motel with a buzzing neon sign and a humming air conditioner that rattled louder than the traffic outside. I placed my sea bag on the chair, sat on the edge of the bed, and glanced at my phone. My father's number flashed across the screen 3 times before I placed the phone down and let it ring. I wasn't prepared to talk to him. Not when my chest still felt tight and my pulse raced every time I remembered the scene on the porch. I remembered Rachel's astonished expression, Leo's shame disguised as bravado, and my father's rage, justifications, and insistence that what he'd done was for the family. People love to use the word family when they need something from you. It's incredible how rarely they use it when you require anything from them. The motel smelled of old carpet and lemon cleaning spray. I took a shower to get rid of the day's heaviness. But even after the hot water ran cold, it remained. So I sat back down on the bed, turned on the small lamp, and took out the folder I had been holding since Okinawa. Paperwork, notes, screenshots, emails, everything I had accumulated in those final weeks abroad, when the truth began to emerge. It had not happened all at once. Betrayal rarely occurs. It starts with small gaps, awkward silences, hazy explanations, and incomplete sentences. Then one day, the dam bursts, and you understand every red flag was attempting to warn you. I vividly recall the first time it actually hit me. I was standing on a balcony outside the barracks in Okinawa, the air thick with humidity, and my camis clung to my skin despite the fact that the sun had set. The cicadas were screaming in the trees, as if they were attempting to drown out whatever thoughts I was experiencing. My phone buzzed in my hand, indicating another notice and automated alert. I almost disregarded it until I saw the words property ownership update, and every instinct I'd ever developed prompted me to stop and read. The message wasn't long. It did not explain anything. Just a digital certification that an ownership change has been completed. Not completed. Not validated. Just processed. My name was still on the house, but there was another name added, a fuzzy, incomplete one, as if someone had begun a transfer but not completed it. I quickly called my father. There was no answer. Called again, went straight to voicemail, texted him, no response. Then I tried Leo, even though I knew he wouldn't answer. He did not. I tried again, and nothing happened. I stood there on the balcony, looking out at the Pacific. The night breeze felt nice on my face, but my stomach had turned frigid. Not because I understood what was going on, but because I didn't, and the uncertainty was far worse than the truth. The next day, during my lunch break, I asked one of the JAG officers on base if he could spare 5 minutes. He gave me 10. I told him what I had witnessed. He did not panic. He only asked one question. Who has your power of attorney? When I spoke my father's name, something in his demeanor changed. Not pity or judgment, just recognition. He had seen this too many times. He told me stories about service personnel being burned while abroad, families selling cars, cashing out accounts, refinancing properties, emptying storage units, and even signing divorce papers for people halfway around the world. Trust is good, he stated, but oversight is better. Those words resonated with me. Trust is good. Oversight is better. I asked him what to do next. He instructed me to request entire transaction logs from the county. He taught me which office to email, which forms to submit, and how to word the request so it didn't get lost. I sent everything the same afternoon. A week later, the file arrived. I opened it on my bunk, expecting confusion, a mistake, or a clerical error. But the instant I saw the signatures, dates, notations, and the buyer's name, Darren, I felt a chill that sank into my bones and refused to go away. My father had signed the first authorization 2 days before, telling me how tranquil the house had recently become. He'd signed the second after texting me a heart emoji, and the third, which permitted the property to be listed for sale, on the same day I called him from a field exercise and told him I missed home. He never told me anything, not even a clue. The logs also indicated Leo's bank account as one of the wired money destinations. I sat on my bunk for quite a while, staring at the TV. I recall the low light above my bed flickering, the hum of the fan overhead, and the hushed laughter of Marines in the hallway after a long day. Life continued to move around me, but I felt immobilized. Later that night, I phoned my father again. This time he answered, but only because he didn't recognize the number I had dialed, the business phone rather than my own. Initially, his voice was cheery. Too cheerful. Hey, sweetheart. Is everything okay over there? I swallowed hard. Did you sell my house? The pause that followed revealed all. 5, 10, or 15 seconds is enough time for the world to collapse. Then he said, before you get upset, so I hung up. I didn't trust my ability to speak. And, for the next few days, whenever he called back, I let it ring. I wasn't prepared to hear excuses. I was not prepared to listen to his rationale, guilt, or justification. I wasn't prepared to listen to a man who had not shown me the respect to give me the truth. But what I was prepared for, what was slowly and steadily developing inside me, was a plan. People believe that revenge is loud, explosive, and theatrical. However, proper revenge is quiet. It breathes. It waits. It observes. It sharpens itself in the dark until needed. When my deployment finished, I made no statement. I booked the earliest flight home and arrived at SeaTac before daylight. I didn't tell Dad, Leo, or anyone. I hired a car at the airport, Went to the county recorder's office as soon as it opened, and requested each document in person. I spent 2 hours with a clerk who had witnessed enough ugly family arguments to recognize trouble from a mile away. She didn't say much, but the sympathy in her eyes proved I wasn't mistaken. When I walked out with the entire package of paperwork, the truth hit me squarely. For the first time, my father and brother had legally cornered themselves. They just didn't realize it yet. That night, while I sat at that cheap motel, with the neon sign buzzing through the window, I laid out every page, signature, and timestamp. I highlighted lines, circled dates, and cross-referenced entries. The betrayal still hurts. God, that stung. But the clarity that came with realizing the magnitude of their errors felt like oxygen filling my lungs anew. They believed they had beaten me. They assumed I'd return home helpless. They assumed a Marine would crumple due of a house. But they forgot something. They forgot who had raised me. They forgot that Mom had taught me how to fight silently. They forgot that the Corps had taught me how to fight smartly. Worst of all, they forgot that the repercussions are patient. The following morning, I drove back to the neighborhood before the sun had fully risen. The houses were silent, the lawns were still dewy, and a light gray fog hung low over the street, as if the world had not yet awoken. I parked a few houses down and sat for a bit, allowing the motor to tick into silence. It seemed weird to be sitting so near to a location that had once been my shelter but was now occupied by strangers because those who should have protected me decided I was expendable. I watched as the porch light flickered on. Rachel went outdoors in a light jacket, looking like she hadn't slept well either. Her hair was pulled back in a loose bun, and she stood on the porch, arms wrapped around herself, peering out at the yard with a forlorn expression. I got out of the car and proceeded gently toward her, not wanting to shock her. When she looked up and saw me, I raised my hand. "Morning." "Morning," she whispered quietly. "I didn't expect to see you here." "I know," I responded, "but we have a lot to sort out." I moved onto the grass and stood a few feet away, not wanting to intrude on what she thought was her space at the time. "Did you talk to anyone last night?" She nodded. "My husband, he's flying back tonight. He said we'll get a lawyer first thing tomorrow." She paused and continued. "I didn't tell your father." "Good," I said. "Don't." She exhaled shakily and slumped onto the porch step, the mug in her hand wobbling slightly. "I don't know how this happened. We've been saving for years. This was supposed to be our fresh start, our first real home." Her voice cracked, and I felt a stab of shame. Not because I was to blame, but because my father's devastation had spread to someone who did not deserve it. I sat down on the step next to her. "You didn't do anything wrong, Rachel. You bought a house. You trusted the people selling it. That's what anyone would do." She nodded, but tears rolled down her cheeks. "Anyway," she said under her breath, "when he told us he had authority, we believed him. He seemed so certain." "My father always sounds certain," I remarked. "Even when he's dead wrong." She immediately wiped her face. "What do you think will happen now?" "That depends on how honest you want to be with your lawyer," I told you. "And how honest they want to be with the court." I reached into my backpack and took out 2 copies of the documents I'd put together. "Here, these are for your attorney. They outline everything I told you yesterday." Rachel accepted the papers, her fingers brushing against me briefly. "This is going to get messy, isn't it?" "Yes," I replied, "but messy doesn't mean hopeless." Before she could react, the front door flung open and my father came out. His expression was the same as when Dad scolded me as a teenager. Stiff, inflexible, and impatient. "Sophia, what are you doing here?" "Talking," I said quietly. He gestured at me as if I were a trespasser on my own lawn. "Not without my permission." "You're not." I stared at him. "Your permission?" I repeated. "That's interesting, considering none of this belongs to you." "It doesn't belong to you either," he exclaimed. And Rachel shuddered beside me. I rose off the step and approached him directly. "It never belonged to you. You acted like you could make decisions about my life because you had a piece of paper and a signature. Power of attorney isn't ownership, Dad. It's responsibility. And you abused it." "I did what I had to do," he explained, his voice shaking with rage. "Your brother was in danger. He had people after him." "People are always after him," I said. "That's not an excuse to steal from me." "It wasn't stealing," he insisted. "You always judge him. You always think you're better than him because you're a Marine. But he's my son, too. And he needed help, and I didn't?" I asked, my voice low and calm. "I served for 15 years. I sent money home. I kept this family afloat more times than either of you will admit. When did I become the one who didn't matter?" He paused. And in that short second of silence, I realized the truth. He hadn't intended to hurt me. He did not do anything with malice. He acted out of weakness. Love twisted into servitude, He never gave up hope of saving his son because he was afraid of losing him. But intent did not heal the hurt, and true love never justified betrayal. The screen door creaked behind my father again, and Leo walked out, rubbing sleep from his eyes as if he were waking up from a nap rather than realizing the implications of his own actions. "Is this still about the house?" he muttered. I looked at him, truly looked at him, and I saw a man who had never been told no, never been held accountable, and never had to rely on his own abilities. A man had become accustomed to taking from those around him since it was simpler than earning. "Yes," I answered. "It's still about the house." Leo sighed heavily. "Jesus, sis, relax. It's not like you're dead. You can rebuild. It's not the end of the world." "No," I replied. "It's not the end of mine," I said, taking a step forward. "But it could be the end of yours." His features twisted. "Is that a threat?" "No," I replied. "It's a prediction." A car slowed on the street and came to a stop in front of the home. The driver rolled down the window. "Everything all right?" I heard yelling. It was Mr. Montgomery, my neighbor who has resided 2 doors down since I purchased the house. He was the kind of retired Navy guy who manicured his lawn in precise diagonal stripes and stopped the mailman to discuss base news. He immediately recognized me and got out of the car. "Staff Sergeant Lawson," he announced. "Didn't know you were home." "Just got back," I said. He looked at my father and Leo, then at Rachel, his face wrinkled. "Something going on here?" My father stiffened. "Private family matter." "Actually," I replied, "it's not." Mr. Montgomery waited patiently, like the old sailor he was. I detailed what had transpired in simple terms: the transaction, the fraud, and the abuse of power of attorney. I did not embellish, I did not accuse. I merely expressed the facts. When I finished, he whistled gently. "That's not good." "No," I replied. "It's not." "Have you called the sheriff yet?" he inquired. My father turned toward him. "No one needs to call anyone. We'll settle this ourselves." Rachel shakes her head. "No," she replied gently. "We won't. I'll be calling my attorney today, and I'll be contacting the VA legal office." I told him. "They need to be involved." My father's face crumpled. "Sophia, please don't do this. We're family." I looked at him for a long time. "I know," I replied softly. "That's why this hurts." He took a deep breath. "I made a mistake." "You made several," I said. "And now we're dealing with them." There was silence for a bit. A bird chirped someplace. An automobile drove past. Even though it appeared that our world was collapsing, it continued to turn. I turned to Rachel. "You should go inside. You've got a long day ahead." She nodded and retreated back into the home. Mr. Montgomery returned to his car, and I stepped off the porch and headed down the street. My father called after me, his voice cracking. "Where are you going now?" "To do what you should have done," I stated without looking around. "Tell the truth." I spent the rest of the morning in the sheriff's office, which I'd visited once previously when I originally moved to the area to register my address following deployment. Back then, it was a straightforward procedure. A few signatures, a nice greeting, and an elderly deputy who thanked me for my assistance and handed me a local ordinance pamphlet. This time, the vibe was different. I was not Staff Sergeant Lawson checking in. I was the woman who walked in with a folder full of evidence that her own family had broken federal regulations while she was overseas serving her country. The deputy at the front desk knew me almost instantly. Retirement age, gray hair, glasses perched low on his nose. "Well, I'll be," he said. "Back in town already, Lawson?" "I came home with a problem," I remarked. He looked up completely and analyzed my countenance, taking in the folder clasped to my chest. He nodded slowly. "Let me get Lieutenant Donahue." Within minutes, I was seated opposite from him in his office. He was younger than the deputy outside, but older than me, possibly in his late 40s, with the worn authority that comes from 2 decades of putting out other people's flames. I laid the folder on his desk. He opened it, studied the first few pages, and gave a deep, quiet sigh. "Your father signed these?" "Yes." "And the buyer connection?" "Darren, you know him." "Unfortunately," I said. Donahue continued to flick his face, tightening with each page. "VA-backed property, unauthorized POAUs, rush sale, no attorney oversight, no court approval. This isn't small." He sat back in his chair. "This is a mess." "I know." He stroked his chin while thinking. "The sale can't be finalized legally, and your father and brother they may have committed more than one offense here. I'm aware." He closed the folder gently, as if it were something fragile. "I'll need to send this to the county prosecutor, and we'll need statements from everyone involved. You, the buyer, your father, your brother, the middleman. What's his name?" "Darren." He shakes his head. "He's been on our radar before. Of course he had. "Lawson," he stated calmly, "are you sure you want to move forward with this? Once we start, there's no taking it back. It will be public. It will get messy. It will destroy your father's reputation and possibly more." I took a slow breath. "Lieutenant, he destroyed my trust. He used my deployment to take something I spent years building. If I let that go because it's uncomfortable, then every service member with family issues becomes vulnerable." Donahue nodded. "All right, then. Well, start today." For the next hour, I sat with a young female deputy who typed my whole statement while Donahue made calls. I detailed everything: the power of attorney signing the emails in Okinawa, the unanswered calls, the text from Leo, the balcony night when I learned the ownership shift, the hasty sale, the porch confrontation, and Rachel's involvement. The deputy typed quickly but never stopped, except to clarify dates and names. After I finished, she looked up and quietly whispered, "I'm sorry." The unexpected sympathy nearly broke me. Instead, I nodded and murmured, "Thank you." As I stepped out of the sheriff's office, the afternoon sun was high and warming the pavement. I felt an odd combination of tiredness and clarity. This wasn't about vengeance anymore. Not in a childish sense. This was accountability. And accountability requires effort. Rachel called me later in the afternoon. Her voice shook as she informed me that her attorney had confirmed everything the sale was invalid, and she had grounds to take legal action, not only to reverse the transfer, but also to hold both Darren and my father liable for damages. "I didn't want any of this," she replied. "I just wanted a house." "I know," I replied kindly. "And you'll get one, but this one needs to be fixed first." She asked if I wanted to speak with her attorney immediately. I agreed. An hour later, I was on a conference call going over every detail again, allowing the lawyer to interrupt, ask questions, and confirm timelines. I felt calmer as I talked, as if each word lifted another weight off my chest. However, the real confrontation was still to come. My phone phoned again at 8 o'clock that evening, just as the sky was turning a deep blue between daylight and night. This time, it was not Rachel. It was not the sheriff's office, it was Dad. For a while, I pondered leaving it ringing, but something inside me, perhaps the part that still remembered the father he once was, compelled me to respond. He did not yell this time. His voice was little and tight, almost brittle. "Sophia, the sheriff's office came by." "I know. They said you filed a report." "I did." He let out a nervous breath. "You didn't have to do that." I closed my eyes. "I gave you every chance to be honest." "You weren't." "I made a mistake," he stated again, as if repeating the words would make them more relevant. "You made a series of choices I corrected. And each one hurt someone." "It wasn't supposed to hurt you," he said quietly. "Dad, it was always going to hurt me. You sold my home." There was a prolonged pause. I heard him breathe deeply and gently. "Can we talk in person?" he inquired. "Yes," I replied, "but not alone." He sounded hurt by it, but he did not argue. "Okay, tomorrow morning." "My house?" I repeated, allowing the words to sink in the gap between us. "I'll be there." I hung up, and the motel room felt heavier than before. Not due to fear. No, that phase had already passed. What I felt now was the weight of ends and beginnings intertwined so tightly that I couldn't distinguish which was which. I didn't get much sleep that night, but I wasn't restless. I was ready. The next morning, I traveled back home. Rachel was present with her counsel. A sheriff's deputy arrived shortly thereafter. Then my father and Leo arrived in Dad's pickup, both appearing smaller than I had ever seen them. Dad refused to meet my gaze. Leo seemed to want to disappear into the ground. We gathered in a loose circle in the yard. There was no shouting or drama, just the quiet stress of finally confronting the reality. With nowhere else to go, Dad cleared his throat. "I didn't realize it was illegal," he claimed. "I swear to God, I didn't." "You didn't want to realize," I explained softly. "There's a difference." Leo mumbled something, but his lawyer, whom he had brought, placed a hand on his shoulder, silencing him. The sheriff's deputy detailed the next step statements, interim limitations on both Dad and Leo's land, an upcoming investigation, and the possibility of charges. My father's face became pale at the word. He stared at me and his eyes watered. "I never meant for it to come to this." "I know," I continued, "but you brought us here." I then turned aside, as there was nothing further to say. For the first time in days, I approached the front door and placed my hand on it. The paint felt cool on my fingertips, familiar in a manner that made my throat tighten. I did not open it. Not yet. But I stood there long enough to feel something returning. A sense of belonging. Not because the home was secure, but because the truth was. When everyone left that morning, the deputy, the attorneys, and the neighbors who lingered near their windows, trying not to notice I remained in the yard long after the last car had driven away. The air was chilly and silent, with the quiet gravity that a neighborhood feels immediately following a storm. My father and brother had driven away without speaking. Rachel and her attorney had left to submit their paperwork, leaving me alone on the small patch of grass I used to mow every Sunday morning. Allowing the silence to settle around me like a blanket I couldn't decide whether to wrap myself in or shake off. I eventually opened the front door gently and cautiously. It felt like walking into a memory that was no longer mine. The living room appeared different. Rachel had rearranged the furniture, added comfortable blankets, and hung photos of her family on the walls. But, beneath the fresh touches, I could still see the shadow of my own existence. 3 years ago, I dropped a toolbox, leaving a dent on the floor. The small scratch on the door frame from moving my dresser alone. The tiny outline on the wall where my medals were formerly displayed. Homes change, but people remember. I went through the place room by room, not to reclaim anything, but to assure myself that I hadn't lost everything. The decision was now in the hands of the courts, attorneys, the county, and the Veterans Administration. And for the first time since the nightmare began, I trusted the process more than anything my father said or did. My bedroom was the final room I visited. Rachel had hung white curtains, which floated in the gentle air from the cracked window. The bed was altered, as was the color scheme and fragrance, but the room's bones remained the same. And as I ran my fingers down the ledge, I felt the slight ridge where I had carved my initials when I first bought the house. I had forgotten it was there. The slight raised bumps on the letters struck me like a soft blow in the heart. I stood there for a long time before departing. I didn't want to intrude any more than necessary. They still lived there, after all. But I needed to feel the house once more before leaving again. As I walked out, I noticed someone waiting for me at the bottom of the porch. My father. He was standing beside his truck, hands in his pockets, shoulders bowed like a man carrying a weight he only later realized was his own. For a period, neither of us spoke. It was the longest silence we'd had in years. Finally, he asked, "Can we talk?" I stepped down the porch, keeping a safe distance. "We've been talking." "No," he replied gently. "Not like this." Something in his voice, perhaps humility or tiredness from running out of excuses, made me pause. I nodded once. He appeared older than I remembered, not in the sense that time ages you, but in the way that regret ages you all at once. His eyes were crimson, and his mouth trembled as he began to speak. "I thought I was helping him," he explained. "I thought if I didn't step in, he'd lose everything." "You didn't step in," I said. "You stepped over me." He bent his head. "I know, and I don't expect you to forgive me. I just need you to understand." I was scared. "Of what?" I inquired. "Losing him," he said quietly. "He's a mess, Sophia. He always has been. But he's all I have left." He gulped heavily. "And I didn't want to lose you either. But I kept choosing wrong." I did not soften. "Not yet. But I listened. Your mother was the strong one," he added. "You got that from her. After she died, I didn't know how to hold things together. Leo needed me more. Or at least it felt like he did. You were always fine. You were always the one who made it. I thought you wouldn't break." "I didn't," I said. "But you broke something in me." His eyes had flooded. "I know. And you broke something in yourself, too. I told you. You just don't see it yet." He covered his face with one hand, as if he was trying to hide the reality. "I don't know how to fix this." "You can't fix it all," I murmured softly. "But you can start by being honest, and by letting the consequences happen." He let his hand fall. "I don't want to go to jail." "You may not," I replied, "but you may have to answer for what you did." He nodded slowly. "If that's what it takes to make this right, then I'll do it." For the first time since my homecoming, I believed him. He began to turn away, but suddenly paused. "I'm proud of you, you know," he replied softly. "I know. I never say it the right way or at all, but I am." I didn't answer immediately. The words were wonderful, but they arrived late. Still, they were something, a start, and that could be enough for now. "Take care of yourself," I replied, "and take responsibility." He nodded again, got into his vehicle, and drove away slowly as if his wheels were heavy. I sat in the yard a little longer, allowing the air to take some of the weight off my shoulders. Rachel emerged shortly after, her hands in her coat pockets, her expression nicer than I deserved. "Are you all right?" she inquired. "I think so," I answered. "Are you?" "We will be," she replied. "It'll take time, but we'll figure it out." I'm glad I told her. "No matter what happens, I want you to land on your feet." She grinned slightly. "You, too." The following weeks proceeded slowly. Attorneys met. Papers were filed. Darren went missing for 2 days before the sheriff discovered him hiding at a friend's trailer. Leo went to mandatory consultations with a public defender. My father delivered a 3-hour statement that left him pale and shivering, But he refused to back down. He faced the consequences of his actions, as well as the house. After enough legal fighting to fill a drawer, the sale was officially canceled. Rachel and her husband were reimbursed by the county's emergency fraud fund while they sought reimbursement from Darren. My house remained mine, though it would be months before everything had calmed enough for me to return home. But that was okay. Healing requires time. When I finally stepped inside as the formal owner again, I strolled slowly through each room, feeling every memory rush back through the walls. This time, however, there was something different. Peace. Not full or complete serenity, but a peaceful acceptance. I hadn't felt this softness in years. I stood in the midst of the living room, whispering, "I'm home." But the truth was far more than that. I wasn't just at home. I was entire again in a way that betrayal and forgiveness could not erase, but rather softened like a sharp object losing its edge. And if there's one thing I hope you take away from my narrative, it's that family can fail you. People can disappoint you. The people you care about the most might also cause you the most pain. However, you do not lose your value because someone else lost their way. You do not lose your right to exist in this world because someone attempted to take it away from you. And, just sometimes, the most difficult trips yield the clearest insights. Returning for Xmas to find Grandpa dying while parents enjoyed a cruise. I found the proof they stole his $200,000, and now I'm stripping them of it all. I was kneeling on the frigid hardwood floor, clutching my grandfather's frozen hand, when his eyelids flickered open just long enough to breathe the words that would change everything they didn't know. Help me get revenge. For a little moment, I wasn't a Marine. I was simply a granddaughter staring at a man who had been discarded like an unwanted piece of furniture. His breath was a faint white in the cold air. The place felt like the inside of a refrigerator. And, God, that stupid note was still sitting on the counter like some cruel joke. That is when the truth began for me. But the story began several hours before. I arrived home for Christmas shortly after dusk, boots crunching on the driveway, duffel bag draped over my shoulder. I was still dressed in my Marine winter outfit, with tight collar ribbons and shoes polished enough to catch reflections. That suit had been through deployment storms, and there were times when I feared I wouldn't make it to another Christmas. But nothing prepared me for what lay within my childhood home. The first thing I noticed was how cold it was. Not just chilling, but the kind of cold that pierces through every layer you wear. I opened the door, anticipating the usual warmth, cinnamon candles, the hum of the heater, and perhaps Mom calling for me to remove my boots. My breath fogged as soon as I stepped inside. I frowned. Mom, Dad, nothing. Not even an echo. I placed my duffel on the carpet and moved deeper inside the home. The living room was dark, but for the dim glow of the streetlight outside. There was no Christmas tree, decorations, music, or anything else to imply the holiday. It felt abandoned. Then I saw it. The message was a single page of lined paper cut from a legal pad and neatly put on the counter, as if it were a caring holiday greeting. We traveled on a cruise. You take care of Grandpa. I read it again, then again, because my head couldn't take in the absurdity of what I was seeing. A cruise over Christmas, leaving Grandpa here alone. I heard the tiniest sound, a muffled groan. My training kicked in instantly. That is what the Marines teach. You do not freeze or consider. Instead, you simply move. Grandpa, I cried out as I walked down the corridor. The air became cooler as I went closer to the guest room. When I pushed the door open, the darkness felt strange, like entering a basement during a storm. I reached for the switch. The light fluctuated and then stabilized. What I witnessed made my stomach plummet. Grandpa lay in the guest bed, still wearing his cardigan and flannel pants. There were no blankets pulled up, nor was the heating turned on. His tiny hands trembled furiously, his complexion pallid and waxy, and his lips were bluish-purple. Grandpa. I hurried to his side and cupped his face. His skin felt icy. For a brief moment, memories flooded back. He taught me to fish at the old pond. He sat proudly at my boot camp graduation. He sent me handwritten letters on my first deployment. This man, who had never forgotten a birthday, had been put here to freeze as if he didn't exist. I covered him in my thick Marine winter coat, made for horrible nights in the field. His body shuddered, then relaxed into the warmth. Stay with me, I asked, my voice quivering. I'm getting help. I grabbed my phone and dialed 999. As I waited for the dispatcher, I grasped his hand and continued talking, everything instinctual and steady, the way we were taught to speak to wounded Marines. When the ambulance arrived in the driveway, red lights flashing over the snow, 2 EMTs rushed inside. One of them looked at Grandpa and whispered, "Jesus, how long was he in this room?" They gently lifted him onto the stretcher and covered him with heavy thermal blankets. I hopped into the back of the ambulance before anyone warned me not to. I wasn't going to leave him again. They operated on him in the hospital, surrounded by fluorescent lights and the calm beeping of machinery, warm IV fluids, oxygen-heated blankets, and cautious monitoring, the nurse explained softly. He's lucky someone found him. Another few hours. She didn't continue her sentence. I sat alongside him, grasping the chair arm so tightly that my knuckles whitened. Anger simmered beneath my skin. Not Marine discipline, not patience, but pure human wrath. My parents left him. They walked out of the house, packed their belongings, turned off the heat, and boarded a Christmas cruise like teens fleeing chores. And for what? Convenience, money, and freedom. A social worker approached me cautiously, as if sensing a storm behind my eyes. Do you know how long he was alone? I shook my head. I just got in from base. I wasn't told anything. She squeezed her lips together. This is close to elder abandonment. It's serious. I nodded, but my thoughts were 1,000 miles ahead. We are fundamentally trained to deal with threats and protect those who are unable to defend themselves. This was not a battlefield, but it certainly felt like one. Hours later, Grandpa's respiration became stable. The doctor stated he was fortunate, a touch stronger than expected for a man his age. I moved my chair closer, softly placing my arm on his, and he stirred for the first time. His eyes opened just slightly. He exhaled shakily, as if each breath were an effort. I leaned closer, scared of missing a single syllable. What he whispered was not fear. It wasn't confusion. It was not even painful. It was resolved. They don't know about. Help me get revenge. My breath hitched. My granddad, the kindest guy I knew, was seeking vengeance. I stared at him and murmured, Grandpa, I am here. I'm not going anywhere. But my pulse was racing because I knew something he didn't. Revenge was not going to be loud or violent. It was going to be lawful, patient, deliberate, and carried out by a Marine who had just discovered that the family she trusted had crossed a line that no one ever returns from. I did not sleep that night. The hospital lights never dimmed, and the persistent beeping of Grandpa's monitor kept me in a bizarre state of rage and resolve. Marines like myself are adept at remaining awake. We learn to stay awake in deserts, storms, and barracks packed with snoring Marines. However, nothing prepares you for the fluorescent loneliness of a hospital room where someone you care about is on the verge of dying. I sat down, elbows on my knees, peering at Grandpa's face. His cheekbones were sunken. His hands twitched occasionally. But he was still alive, more so than he should have been given what my parents had done. Around 5:30 a.m., a nurse arrived to check vital signs. She smiled sweetly at me, as elderly nurses often do with service members. You're his granddaughter? She inquired softly. Yes, ma'am. He's lucky you found him. Hypothermia and older adults sets in fast. Another couple hours and. She stopped, but the unfinished phrase drifted there anyhow. I nodded and swallowed the knot in my throat. Thank you for everything. When she went, I reached for Grandpa's hand. I'm here. I'm not leaving you alone again. His eyes twitched. He wasn't totally conscious, but something within him knew my voice. That was sufficient. A hospital social worker in her 50s entered about mid-morning, wearing reading glasses on a crimson lanyard and exuding a calm, steady demeanor. Good morning, she murmured, drawing up a chair. I'm here to talk about your grandfather's condition and how he was found. I exhaled. I expected this. She folded her hands. You claim to have found him alone in an unheated room during the winter. Yes. And your parents? They left him in your care without informing you. I hesitated and then nodded. They traveled on a Christmas cruise. Her eyebrows rose in silent surprise as she made no arrangements for heat or food. They left a note. I leaned back in my chair, irritation rising again. A note, as if it were a casual errand. Take care of Grandpa. She exhaled deeply and slowly. This is senior neglect, and perhaps elder abandonment. In several states, this is a felony. Hearing the word felony made something inside me freeze. I wasn't thinking about retribution at the time. I was thinking about justice. Slow, meticulous, and thorough. The way Marines approach situations, not emotionally, but tactically. You identify the threat, gather intelligence, and carry out the plan. What will happen next? I asked. For the time being, we are focusing on stabilizing him, but if he is awake and able to communicate, we will need to understand his living arrangements, and you may need to consider reporting the issue. I nodded. I will. But even as I spoke, I remembered what he murmured. They are unaware of the phrase help me get revenge. I had no idea what he meant, but I was determined to find out. That afternoon, Grandpa awoke fully for the first time. His speech was delicate, like paper rustling, but his eyes were sharper than I had seen them in years. Keto, he muttered. I moved closer. I'm here, Grandpa. He scanned the room slowly, uncertainty giving way to remembrance. Then, to my amazement, he giggled softly. I bet your parents are enjoying their cruise. I clenched my mouth. Grandpa, why didn't you call me or anyone? He shrugged, if you can call that a shrug. The phone line was shut off months ago. Your father claimed it was too pricey. I bit back a burst of rage, and they left you without heat. His eyes softened, not with sadness, but with a sense of acceptance. They don't want an older man around. I slowed them down. Make them feel uncomfortable. This does not excuse what they did. He squeezed my hand with unexpected power. No, it does not. A prolonged pause. Then he said, they think they know everything. They think they've controlled everything, but they don't know about. He peered around, as if looking for eavesdroppers, then lowered his voice even further. They don't know about the documents. I blinked. Do? He gave a weak nod. Your grandmother. She left. Letters. Wills. And deeds. I hid them. Your parents never discovered them. They believe I signed everything over. They believe I'm helpless. He let out a weak breath. That could have been a laugh. I may be older, but I am not stupid. I leaned in. What kinds of documents? The kind that alters who owns what. The kind that reveals what they took. They've been siphoning money from my pension. But they are unaware that I have kept proof. This time, my heart thumped with understanding rather than fury. This wasn't simply neglect. This was financial exploitation. What amount did they take? I asked. He closes his eyes. More than I'd like to confess. However, they would prefer that I not inform anyone. A icy shiver ran down my spine. He reopened his eyes, this time sharper. You're a Marine, strong and intelligent. You understand how to fight wars in the appropriate way. I need your help to finish this one. I gripped his hand. Where are the documents? His lips formed a determined, almost wicked smile. In the house, hidden where your father would never bother to look. I'll tell you when I'm stronger. Okay, I muttered quietly. We'll get them, and we'll make this right, he said me, his eyes filled with triumph and exhaustion. Revenge, he muttered. It doesn't have to be cruel. Sometimes it's just the truth finally catching up. I fought back tears. I understand. And I accomplished more than he realized. Before midnight, after he had fallen asleep again, I entered the hallway. The hospital was quiet, the kind of stillness that comes from equipment and distant talks at nursing stations. I leaned against the wall to let everything settle. My parents had left him to die. He had proof of what had been taken. And now he trusted me, the daughter they mocked, the Marine they hardly mentioned, to put things right. I had no idea what I would find in that house, but I knew this much. When my parents returned from their happy, sun-filled cruise, they were met with an unexpected storm. And, for once, they would not be in complete control. The next morning, I traveled back home alone. Leaving Grandpa at the hospital made my stomach turn, but the nurse looked me in the eye and said, he's stable. He needs rest. Go handle what you need to handle. And the social worker was even more direct. If there exists documentation, securing them as soon as possible will make him safer. So I traded the blaring monitors for the peace and quiet of my parents' street, driving my ancient sedan down the same cul-de-sac I used to bike through as a child. Their house looked precisely the same: white siding, a crooked mailbox, and Grandma's small wind chime still hanging on the porch. From the outside, it didn't look like a place where you'd leave an elderly man to freeze. It just appeared natural. This was the bit that made my skin crawl. Inside, the air was still frigid, but not as bitter and homicidal as the night before. I turned up the thermostat and listened to the furnace rattle awake before standing in the living room for a moment, listening to the house settle. Start where your grandmother prayed, Grandpa murmured. I understood what he meant. The den. Growing up, that small room off the hallway served as Grandma's shelter. My father never went in there except to seek for a pen. To him, it was simply the old room with the books. To her, it was where she read her Bible and spoke with God before the sun rose. The den smelled faintly of paper and lemon polish. Her recliner was still sitting near the window, with the cushion firmly molded to her figure. A bookshelf stretched along one wall, drooping from the weight of aged Bibles, devotionals, and family photo albums. I walked right to her favorite Bible, a brown leather one with soft edges. I took it down and flipped over the pages. Halfway through Psalms, my thumb landed on something that didn't belong. An envelope. My name, Emma, was handwritten on the front in Grandma's exquisite script. You can pull the girl out of her childhood, put her in a uniform, and transport her throughout the world. But the penmanship brought me right back to sitting at her kitchen table, licking icing off beers while Mom penned birthday cards. I swallowed and then opened it. Dear Emma. It has begun. If you're reading this, it implies I didn't get to clarify things in person as I had hoped. She wrote about my parents in the kind yet tragically honest tone she possessed. She loved them, she added, but she was concerned for them. They were careless with money. They prefer to discuss what we will receive one day rather than our responsibilities. She and Grandpa had gone to see a lawyer to ensure that their wishes were followed rather than assumed. She explained that there were 2 sets of papers. The official ones are with the attorney, and there are copies in the house. If things ever feel wrong to you, call the attorney on the card enclosed. He knows our instructions. We trust you to do what's right. Tucked underneath the letter was a small index card with a legal firm name and a local phone number. I put the letter and card into the inside pocket of my uniform, directly above my heart. I've got them, Grandma, I said quietly. Then I started searching. Grandpa used to joke that his safe places were simply places my father was too lazy to look. It turned that he was not mistaken. A metal cigar tin he hadn't touched in years sat in the desk drawer beside the recliner, beneath an old deck of cards and a dried-out pen. Under a handful of foreign coins and a rusted keychain was a folded packet of documents kept together by a fragile rubber band. I opened it and began reading. The first document was a copy of the deed to the house I was standing in. The owner listed was my grandfather, not my father or mother, just him. In the margin, a crisp stamped notation indicated a life estate interest for granddaughter Emma M. Harris. My name on paper is linked to this house. The following pages had bank statements, thin paper, neat columns, and hideous patterns. Month after month of transfers from Grandpa's little account to an account in my father's name, no reimbursements with explicit notes, just cryptic online transfers that always went one way. I recalled all the times my father had sighed and told me, "You have no idea what it costs to care for your grandfather. And we're the ones carrying him." I'd felt awful on more than one deployment for not sending more money home. Looking at those statements, the remorse faded and something colder took its place. This was not sacrifice. This was siphoning. The packet contained a photocopy of a will signed by my grandparents as well as letterhead that matched the name on the index card in my pocket. It provided explicit instructions. Grandpa's care needed to be paid for first. After Dad died, I was to get the house and a portion of his savings. My parents were listed, but not as proprietors or sole beneficiaries. There were layers of protection outlined in clear terms. Tucked behind the will was one last message in my grandmother's handwriting addressed to Grandpa. If they put pressure on you, remember Emma will do what's right. I closed my eyes and placed my hand flat on the paper. I hear you, I replied softly. I'll handle it. I grabbed the deed, statements, a copy of the will, and any other relevant documents I could find and carefully piled them on the desk. Then I put them in a large manila envelope, carried it out to my car, and locked them in the trunk. Years of Marine experience had taught me the need of obtaining intelligence as quickly as possible. I sat in the driver's seat, took out the index card, and gazed at the number. Then I took a breath and dialed. Grant Law Offices. A woman responded, "This is Sophia." "Hi," I said. "My name is Staff Sergeant Emma Harris. My grandparents were Richard and Elizabeth Harris. I found some documents and a letter from my grandmother asking me to call you if things seemed wrong." There was a pause in the line. Then her tone softened. "Yes, Mr. Grant mentioned that one day we might hear from you. Can you come in this morning?" The law office was in a converted old house a few miles away, with a slightly crooked wreath on the door and creaky wood floors. It did not feel like a cold corporate skyscraper. It felt like somewhere my grandparents would have trusted. "Miss Harris," a male voice called. I turned to see a gray-haired man wearing a sweater vest standing in the doorway of a little office. "I'm Ethan Grant, and I represented your grandparents. It's nice to finally meet you." We shook hands, and I followed him inside. Diplomas covered the walls. A few family portraits sat on a shelf. Children enjoying the beach, a golden retriever in the garden. Normal life resumed. I placed the envelope on his desk and explained everything as quietly as possible. The trip, the frigid house, the letter on the counter, the ambulance, the hospital, and my grandfather's mumble concerning documents he was unaware of. He listened without interrupting, his face becoming more serious with each detail. Then he opened the envelope and began going through the documents. "Your grandmother was extremely thorough," he remarked finally. "She and your grandfather were very clear about what they wanted." He went on to say that the will on file in his office matched the document I'd presented. Grandpa was to keep control of his assets while alive, with precautions in place in case he needed additional assistance. After his death, the house and a chunk of his savings were meant for me. My parents were to receive something, but with limits. They were never meant to have free access to his accounts. He was tapping the bank statements with a single finger. "These transfers into your father's account, did your grandfather authorize them, as far as you know?" I didn't answer. "He barely knows how to use a smartphone," He thought they were handling things. Mr. Grant groaned, as one does when something confirms their fears. Then this may be more than just a family misunderstanding. Between the financial irregularities and the neglect you described, there could be serious consequences if we decide to pursue them. I was sitting more upright. I don't want a screaming match in the front yard, I told them. I'm not out for drama. I just don't want them to walk away untouched after nearly killing him. I want him safe. I want the truth out. He gave me a momentary pause. You're in the Marines, correct? Yes, sir. Then you understand that the strongest position is the one built on facts, not emotion. His hands were folded. For now, you've done exactly what you should. You've secured the documents. When your grandfather is strong enough, we'll have him come in, confirm his wishes, and we'll proceed from there. Your parents will have the chance to explain themselves, but they won't control the narrative. I let out a sigh. Good. They've been writing the story for a long time. When I stepped back outside, the cold winter air hit my face hard and clean. I stood on the curb for a time, watching a couple across the street wrestle a Christmas tree from the back of their SUV, laughing as needles flew everywhere. My folks were aboard a cruise somewhere, certain they'd finally be free of duties. They expected the elderly guy they'd left behind to either die peacefully or remain too feeble and bewildered to accomplish anything. They had no idea their Marine daughter was standing between them and the man they'd left behind, armed with the law, the truth, and trust. My grandparents invested in me long before they scheduled that cruise. When I pulled into my parents' driveway the next afternoon, their car was not yet there. The home appeared cleaner than before, not physically, but energetically, as if the warmth returning to the vents had driven out whatever quiet evil had been lurking in the cold. I walked inside, dusted the snow off my boots, and stood in the entrance, where the treachery first struck me. The message was still on the countertop. I left it there on purpose. Allow them to see it again. Allow them to recall exactly what they wrote. I did not switch on the Christmas lights, tree, or other festive decorations. I wanted the place to resemble what they had created, a house hollowed out by selfishness. But I did turn on the heater. Not for them, never for them, but because I refused to allow Grandpa's misery to continue in the same chilly hallway where I now stood. I made myself some tea and waited. Marines are prepared for extended periods of quiet. Stakeouts, watch rotations, cold weather bivouacs, but waiting for my own parents to walk into the proof of their actions. That was a new type of endurance. Around dusk, headlights illuminated the living room wall. Car doors slammed. Voices that were too happy and raucous drifted in. And that buffet last night, I swear I'm still full. You're the one who wanted dessert. Laughter and rolling luggage. The front door opened, and warm cruise ship air flowed in beside them. Salt, sunblock, and overindulgence. Also, there is the joyful ignorance of people who feel life has rewarded them for nothing and will continue to do so. My mother was the first to arrive, dressed in a bright floral cruise ship shirt that seemed inappropriate for December. My father followed, tanned and grinning, and turned on the doorway light. Oh, he murmured, squinting at me. You're already here. I carefully rose from the dining chair where I'd been sitting. I've been here since yesterday. My mother's smile faded. Yesterday? Why, we said you could take care of your grandfather when you got in? When I got in, I said gently. He was freezing to death. They froze out of inconvenience rather than remorse. My father rolled his luggage past me, annoyed. Oh, for heaven's sake, Emma, don't be dramatic. He was fine when we left. No, I replied, stepping forward. He wasn't. My mother waved her hand. Your father checked on him before we left, didn't you? My father shrugged. He was in bed. Looked comfortable enough. Comfortable? My voice broke, not with emotion, but with astonishment. The thermostat was set to 50. He had no heat, no food nearby. You didn't call me. You didn't call anyone. My father sighed with exaggerated patience, as if I were a toddler interrupting adult talk. Emma, this is exactly why we didn't call you. You blow everything out of proportion. Always have. My jaw constricted. He was nearly dead. My mother shuddered but remained silent. I kept going. You left a note on the counter. We went on a cruise. You take care of Grandpa like he's a plant, someone waters occasionally. My father entered the kitchen, grabbed a bottle of sparkling water, and twisted it open. Well, you're the Marine. You know, survival. You could handle it. Besides, he's an old man. These things happen. I stepped forward. No, accidents happen. Abandonment is a choice. He rolled his eyes. Are we doing this right now? We just got home. Yes, I answered. Right now. My mom shifted uncomfortably. Where is he? In the hospital? She blinked. Hospital? Really? I didn't let her finish. He had hypothermia, dehydration, malnutrition. The social worker said it was elder neglect. My father gave a tiny laugh. Social workers throw that phrase around every time someone forgets a heating bill. Forgets, I said. You turned it off. Silence. Just a second. But the silence was filled with reality. My mother took out a chair and slipped into it. Emma, honey, we didn't want to bother you. You're always busy with those deployments, always acting like everything is your responsibility. Because it is, I retorted. Because someone has to care about him. My father bristled. Don't take that tone with me. I'm the one who's been burdened with him for years. Burdened? I repeated. You mean supported by him? His eyes narrowed. What does that mean? I approached the counter, took up the manila folder I had prepared, and carefully set it in front of them. My mother muttered, "What's this?" "Proof," I said. My father opened the folder. The deed, the bank statements, the will, and each page. His tanned face got pallid. Where did you get these? Where did you hide them? I responded, where Grandma told me to look if things ever felt wrong. My mother's hand rose to her mouth. Oh, God. My father snapped the folder closed. These don't prove anything. They prove everything, I said. You've been pulling money out of his account for years. You've been using his social security checks. You've been telling people you're paying for his care when he's the one funding your lifestyle. He stood hastily, scraping his chair across the floor. You listen to me? No, I responded in a tone I'd used with Marines twice his size. You listen. He froze. You didn't just neglect him. You exploited him. You left him in a freezing house because you wanted a vacation. My mother started to cry. Not the guilty type, but the fearful sort. What are you going to do? She murmured. Before I could respond, headlights flashed across the window again. An automobile door closed. Slow steps approached. The front door opened. Grandpa was alive, wrapped in blankets and assisted by a nurse from the hospital's home care program. He appeared smaller than usual, yet he remained upright. My father gave a gasp. Dad, what are you doing here? Grandpa's voice was soft, but his words were as keen as a blade. Coming home before you sell it out from under me. My father recoiled, as if struck. We would never. You would, Grandpa replied. You did. My mother wailed quietly. It wasn't like that. Grandpa lifted his chin. It was exactly like that. I walked beside him and supported him with my elbow. For the first time in my life, my parents looked at me, not with annoyance or rejection, but with terror. Do not be afraid of me because I am a Marine. I harbored a fear of the truth. Fear of what might happen next. My father did not sit down again. He hovered at the kitchen counter like a cornered animal, one hand holding the edge so hard that his knuckles flared. My mother remained at the table, her hands quivering as she folded and unfolded a tissue, hoping that the right wrinkle would save her. Grandpa proceeded slowly to his favorite armchair in the living room, where he had sat for the previous decade of Sunday football games. With the nurse's assistance, he carefully slid himself into it, exhaling once as if reclaiming the spot my parents had attempted to force him from. He looked at me and said, "Bring it all here." I carried the manila folder across the room and placed it on his lap. His fingers trembled as he opened it, not from weakness, but from determination. He took out the deed first, smoothing it flat on his knee like a flag before a ceremony. My father looked at it from across the room. Dad, that's ancient paperwork. You didn't mean for that to remain current. We talked about transferring ownership. You remember? No, Grandpa stated firmly, without looking up. You talked. I didn't agree. My dad's face reddened. Well, you practically agreed. In what world? Grandpa said, raising his eyes. Does nodding politely count as signing over a house? My mother took a nervous breath. We thought you wanted us to have it someday. Someday is not today, Grandpa explained. And wanting and taking aren't the same thing. My dad took a step ahead. We've taken care of you. Grandpa's voice tightened. You left me in a freezing house to die. My father closed his eyes, his jaw straining. The nurse waited quietly near the doorway, unnoticeable as a shadow, but her presence lent weight to every word spoken. She was a trained witness who had seen far too many families break apart in hospital rooms. Grandpa moved the deed aside and lifted the bank statements. Explain these. My father sighed loudly. Dad, we've been over this. We had to move money around sometimes to cover bills. And you responded. I said you could help manage the account. Grandpa interrupted. Don't empty it. My mother had tears in her eyes as she stared at me. Emma, you don't understand how hard it's been. Your father has been stretched thin. I did not let my face soften. Then why were you on a cruise? She flinched. It was a gift. For yourselves. I said. Not for him. my father scoffed. Oh, come on. Everyone needs a break. We've been carrying the weight of his care for years. Do you have any idea what it's like dealing with a stubborn old man every day? Grandpa's eyebrows rose. A stubborn old man who paid every one of your mortgage payments for 3 years. My father's mouth slammed shut. Yes, Grandpa said, his voice shaking with age and rage. I know exactly how much you've depended on me. I have receipts, bank records, letters. You didn't just neglect me, you used me. My mother's tears streamed harder. We were overwhelmed. I moved closer. Then you asked for help. You don't abandon someone. My dad slapped his palm against the counter. We didn't abandon him. Without raising his voice, Grandpa delivered things that cut deeper than any shout. You left me in the cold. And hoped the problem would solve itself. Silence, dense, heavy, and stifling. My father appeared to deflate. He eventually pulled out a chair and sat, scratching his temples as if the light had suddenly gotten too bright. Grandpa took a long breath and then turned to face me. Show them the rest. I understood what he meant. I took out a photocopy of the will and placed it on the kitchen table between my parents. My father snatched it up with shaking hands and read it. The color drained from his face till he appeared to have caught the cold. This is not what we discussed, he murmured. It's what your mother and I decided, Grandpa explained years ago. My mother looked over his shoulder, studying the lines. The words were absolutely clear. The house was never planned for them. I received a share of Grandpa's savings through his bequest. The safeguards in place meant Grandpa couldn't be pressured. Everything was documented, notarized, and legal. My mother gulped hard. So, we get nothing? Grandpa's expression softened with grief rather than forgiveness. You were never supposed to get nothing. You were supposed to get something shared, equitable, but you wanted everything. My father's breathing became shallow. Dad, if you go through with this, if you talk to lawyers or social workers, we could be charged. We could lose everything. Grandpa looked him dead in the eyes. You should have thought of that before you left me. My father hid his face with both hands. For the first time in my life, I saw Dad as afraid, rather than furious or annoyed. Grandpa lifted his chin. I'm not out to ruin your lives, but I won't protect you from the consequences either. He was staring at me. Tell them. I nodded and then spoke clearly. The social worker documented everything. Legally, Grandpa has the right to press charges, but we're not making decisions today. There will be a mediation session, a lawyer, possibly law enforcement involvement. My mom cried into her hands. Please, please, can we talk about this as a family? Grandpa shakes his head. We will, but not on your terms. My father looked up, his eyes crimson. What do you want from us? Finally, the solution came. Grandpa, not me. I want honesty, he declared. Responsibility and acknowledgement of what you did, not excuses, not tears, truth. He placed his palm flat against the will. And I want my wishes to be respected. There should be no lies or manipulation. My father stared at the table, silently. My mother said, we did not mean to hurt you. Grandpa's voice softened, but only little. Intentions don't warm a house. Another hush descended, this time different. The kind where words dangle in the air, begging to be challenged. Then Grandpa glanced at me again. Honey, help me stand. I stepped to his side and gently lifted him. He confronted my parents with a resolve that I hadn't seen in years. This house, he told me, stays under my name until I die. And after that, Emma will decide what to do with it. She's the only one who has acted like family. My parents' faces wrinkled. And as for the money, he said, we will untangle every penny together with a lawyer present. My father let out a quiet grunt, as if the weight of his decisions had finally settled. Grandpa placed his hand on my arm. And none of this is revenge, he added gently. This is accountability. He took one last look at my parents. When you abandoned me, you counted on silence. Well, the silence is over. He turned to face the corridor, and I led him back to his chamber, each step of victory gained. Behind us, my parents sat in the gloomy kitchen, staring at the paperwork sprawled across the table like fragments of a life they had gambled and lost. The next morning, I drove Grandpa to the social worker's office for our first formal meeting. He insisted on sitting in the front seat, not because he had to, but because he preferred it. I'm not cargo, he mumbled. I'm a witness. His voice was calm, but I could sense the strain beneath it. The cold air still pained him. His hands shook as he buckled the seatbelt. Nonetheless, he was determined. That was enough to keep me steady. Miss Davis, the social worker, greeted us with a pleasant smile, which older professionals have learned after years of navigating dysfunctional family systems. She had gray-streaked hair, beautiful eyes, and a soothing demeanor that could certainly quiet a hurricane. Mr. Paris, she greeted, gingerly shaking his hand. I'm glad to see you up and about. Grandpa nodded. I'm stubborn. I can see that, she remarked, smiling slightly. Let's talk about next steps. She led us into a small conference room with beige walls and a fake plant in the corner. It didn't appear to be a location where serious issues were resolved, but most justice isn't served in spectacular settings. It happens in quiet, unadorned settings when people have run out of ways to lie to themselves. Your parents will join us shortly, Miss Davis replied, sinking into her chair. Before they arrive, I want to clarify your goals. Grandpa breathed deeply. I don't want revenge. Not in the way people picture it. I don't want them in jail unless they choose that path themselves. Miss Davis nodded. And what do you want? To be safe, he replied simply. To know my money is mine. To know I won't be left to freeze again. My chest tightened. The simplicity of it is what broke me. Miss Davis looked at me. And you? What do you want, Emma? My response came without hesitation. Accountability and the chance for him to heal without fear. She made a note with her pen, scratching lightly. A knock at the door. My parents entered. My mother appeared little, dressed in an oversized coat and a scarf she'd tied 3 times around her neck, as if fabric could shield her from the repercussions that lay ahead inside the room. My father, on the other hand, maintained his old confident attitude, a half smile and a raised chin, but his eyes betrayed him. They darted between me and Grandpa, not sure where to settle. Good morning, Miss Davis said professionally. Please sit. My father ignored her tone and concentrated on Grandpa. Dad, are you sure you want to do this? We could have talked at home. No, Grandpa replied firmly. We couldn't. That silenced my father. Miss Davis began cautiously. This is not a criminal proceeding. This is a mediation. The goal is to establish safety, clarify responsibilities, and determine whether further action is needed. My father sighed. Well, that's a relief. However, she stated, if at any point we determine that elder abuse may have occurred, mandatory reporting laws apply. My dad's shoulders slumped. My mother's breath caught. Let's begin, Miss Davis remarked. The first topic was the heat. My mother attempted to explain it away. The furnace? It's old. Sometimes it clicks off. No, I replied softly. It was turned off manually. My dad stroked his forehead. We thought he was fine. He said he was warm. Grandpa blinked at him slowly. It was 40 degrees in my room. My father mumbled something incoherent. Then came the financials. Miss Davis slid the bank statements across the table. These show recurring transfers from Mr. Harris's account to yours. My dad shifted in his seat. Those were reimbursements. We bought groceries, paid bills. Then where are the receipts? She inquired. He opened and closed his mouth, then stared at my mother. She muttered, we didn't keep them. Grandpa's voice penetrated the air. You kept the money. My mom broke into tears. We didn't mean to steal. We were drowning in bills, debts. Miss Davis nodded kindly. Being overwhelmed is understandable. But using someone else's funds without transparency is exploitation. My dad banged his hands on the table. We're not criminals. No. Miss Davis said quietly. You are caregivers who made harmful choices. That doesn't make you monsters, but it does require accountability. My father looked at her, startled. He had expected an enemy. Instead, he discovered someone who would not let him off the hook while also not destroying him. It disarmed him far more than fury could. Miss Davis described the plan. A restitution plan for the stolen monies, required elder care classes, supervised budgeting oversight for home finances, frequent welfare checks by a case manager, and, most crucially, Grandpa's legal ability to choose where he lived and who handled his money. At that point, my mother said quietly, so, we lose everything. No, Grandpa replied kindly. You lose control. There's a difference. The words arrived with quiet finality. My father sunk back into his chair, defeated. Dad, we didn't want to hurt you. Grandpa leaned forward and took this as a learning opportunity. There it was. Nor vengeance, nor triumph. A lesson delivered like a rope thrown to someone who has fallen. After an hour of conversation, paperwork, agreements, and signatures, my parents stepped into the hallway to collect themselves. This left me and Grandpa alone with Miss Davis. You handled that well, she informed him. He shrugged. I'm old. I don't have time to yell. We chuckled softly. She then turned to me. He's safer now. With the protections in place, your parents can't repeat what happened. Grandpa reached for my hand. You did this. He muttered. Your grandmother was right. Emotion rose in my throat like warm water on icy hands. I just did what anyone should. No, he replied firmly. Not anyone. You. We left the building gently, with Grandpa resting on my arm. The winter air was sharp but not terribly cold, which was a tiny relief. As we reached my car, he came to a halt, looked up into the sky, and said, "This isn't the end of us as a family. It's just the beginning of us learning how to be together." I gripped his hand. "You still believe that?" He nodded. Revenge ends things. Accountability rebuilds them. I helped him get into the car, carefully belted him in, and closed the door. As I moved around to the driver's side, I realized something had changed within me. Not fury or relief, but something steadier. Justice is the type that heals rather than burns. When I sat in the driver's seat, Grandpa smiled faintly. When they returned, he added, echoing his earlier sentiments, they expected to find their house waiting. Instead, they discovered the truth. And, as I mentioned, turning the key in the ignition does not freeze. 3 months later, winter had dissolved into early spring. The snowbanks shrank into gray slush. The naked branches began blooming anew, and the environment became a little softer around the edges. Grandpa had recovered better than any doctor could have predicted. He was still slender, slow on the stairs, and sharper than ever. He liked to tell people that he was running on borrowed time and succeeding. In those months, everything changed. My parents attended every eldercare lesson. They met with the budgetary supervisor weekly. They refunded the first piece of the money, which was more than I expected. And for the first time in my life, they were humbled, not broken or defeated, but simply human in a manner they had never been. They didn't suddenly become saints. They still clashed about little matters. My father still moaned excessively whenever paperwork was presented to him. My mother still cried too readily. But the entitlement, the chilly assurance that they deserved everything and owed nothing, had crumbled. Sometimes that's all a family needs to let light in. One Saturday afternoon, I drove Grandpa to a little diner outside town with cracked vinyl booths, staff who call you sweetheart, and pies displayed in glass domes like crown jewels. We visited there frequently. Familiar cuisine, familiar faces, and no judgment. A good place to heal. As we ate our pancakes, Grandpa sipped his coffee and remarked, "Your parents have asked me something." I glanced up. "What's that?" "They asked if we could have a Sunday dinner. All of us, like the old days." I set down my fork. "Are you comfortable with that?" He gave a small shrug. "Comfortable enough. I won't forget what they did, but I don't want my last years spent holding on to anger. Anger takes time. I'd rather spend that time eating mashed potatoes." I smiled. "That sounds like you." He tapped the table with 2 fingers. "And maybe it's time they see you not as their daughter to dismiss, but as the woman who saved their father's life." I gazed outside the window. Snowmelt dropped from the roof in slow, steady droplets. "I'm not looking for recognition." "I know," he replied. "That's why you deserve it." Sunday came. I brought rolls and a handmade casserole, an attempt by a Marine who cooked as frequently as she wore lace. My parents were already in the kitchen when we arrived. My mother is cooking gravy while my father carves a roast. It felt almost unsettlingly normal. My father looked at Grandpa. "Dad, you look good." Grandpa grinned. "Better than the furnace you tried to freeze me with." My father winced and nodded. "I deserved that." My mother moved forward, wringing her hands. "Emma, honey, thank you for being patient with us." "I wasn't patient," I admitted gently. "I was honest." She offered a shaky smile. "Then, thank you for being honest." We ate together in the dining room. There was no spectacular reconciliation, no sobbing movie ending scene, simply a calm, thoughtful supper in which no one pretended the past did not exist. That level of honesty was unprecedented to us. Halfway through dinner, my father cleared his throat. "Emma, I want to say something." I braced myself. "You were right," he remarked, looking at his plate. "About the money, about the house, about Dad. We got selfish and lazy, and when your mother suggested the cruise, I shouldn't have agreed." My mother touched his arm. "We weren't thinking clearly." "No," Grandpa said, setting down his fork. "But now you are, and that's what matters." My father gazed at him with tired eyes. "Dad, I'm sorry." It was not ideal. It was not eloquent, but it was authentic. Grandpa reached across the table to stroke his hand. "Thank you." I observed them. I felt a steady warmth rising in my chest. Nor pride, nor vindication, but relief. Because justice is more than simply punishment, it is about movement. A shift. A chance at better days. After dinner, I helped Grandpa get into his coat so we could go home. My parents were at the doorway, observing us. "Emma," my mother murmured softly, "if you ever need anything or think we're slipping again, please let us know. Don't allow us be that type of people again." I nodded. "I'll speak up." My father gave a short awkward salute, which he used to do as a joke when I first joined the Marines, when life seemed simpler. "You're the strong one in the family now," he told me. I didn't correct him because sometimes strength isn't about rank or uniform or faraway fights. but rather about understanding when to hold and when to let go of a grudge. Later that night, after Grandpa had gone to bed, I sat on the couch with a blanket and a cup of tea. The house was warm, quiet, and safe. It wasn't perfect, as nothing in life is, but it was safe. Grandpa called from the bedroom. "Emma?" "Yes, Grandpa," he mumbled. When they returned, I thought the only thing left for me was revenge. "But you showed me something better." "What is that?" "Hope." I sat there for a moment, allowing that word to settle into the room the way heat slowly fills a house after a long freeze. Hope. Because even the coldest homes can warm again, even the hardest hearts can soften, and even families that have hurt each other can learn to mend what they broke if someone is brave enough to speak up, steady enough to stand firm, and kind enough to offer a second chance. "You did all of this," Grandpa remarked softly. "No," I said. "We did." As the house settled for the night, I considered the people who could hear this story. Those who have carried wounds from their own families, those who have been mistreated or disregarded, and those who have questioned if speaking up is worth the suffering. To them, I would say, don't stay silent, don't let injustice linger, and don't ever believe you're powerless. Sometimes the greatest act of love is holding someone accountable, and sometimes the greatest act of strength is choosing to forgive them later. If this story touched you, reminded you of someone you care about, or simply made you believe that more people should hear stories about justice, healing, and the bravery to do the right thing. After 3 years of terror with my ex, a 6 feet 6 inches MMA fighter stood by me and showed my abuser disappear for good. We helped his newest victim find safety. My name is Beatrice, and I am 29 years old. I finally left Wesley 3 years ago, after 5 years of the worst relationship I'd ever had. However, leaving him did not imply that he abandoned me. The threat began the day after I moved out. I was at Target, just trying to get some basics for my new apartment, when this guy my age smiled at me in the cleaning supplies aisle. Simply a friendly smile. Nothing strange. I smiled back because that's how normal people behave. 3 hours later, Wesley arrived at my new location. I'm still not sure how he found my address. He banged on the door so hard that I thought he'd break it down. "I saw you at Target," he exclaimed through the door. "I saw that guy looking at you. You think you can just move on? You think I'm going to let some random guy think he has a chance with you?" I made a police report. They came. They spoke to him. He was calm by then. Everyone smiled and apologized. Said it was a misunderstanding. We had just broken up, and my emotions were running high. The officers basically told both of us to get on with our lives. It was the first time. The second time was in a coffee shop. A barista made small talk with me while preparing my latte. Wesley was somehow present, sitting in the corner. I had not even seen him. The barista, a sweet kid who couldn't have been more than 21, finished his shift and discovered all 4 of his tires slashed in the parking lot. I knew it was Wesley. The barista did not make the connection, but I did. The third time happened at my gym. A guy asked if I was finished with the machine. Just asked. Wesley followed him to his car and apparently confronted him, telling him to stay away from me or he would regret it. The guy returned inside and complained to the staff. They reviewed the security footage. Wesley was barred from entering the property, but the problem persisted. For 3 years, this was my life. I couldn't speak to men. I couldn't smile at anyone. I could not be in public without wondering if Wesley was watching. I filed for a restraining order, but Wesley was astute. He never did anything to me directly. It was always the men in my life who suffered. And, somehow, he always had an alibi, a reason, or just enough deniability to make nothing stick. My friends advised me to move cities. My mother wanted me to return home to Ohio, but I had established a life in Austin, Texas. I had a good job as a graphic designer. I had an apartment. I had a routine. Why should I be the one who runs? So I stayed and became invisible. I stopped going out. I stopped dating. I rarely left my apartment except for work. I was 26 years old and lived like a prisoner. Then I met Archer. It was Wednesday afternoon, and my laptop had died right in the middle of a deadline. Just completely gave up. I panicked and ran to an electronics repair shop 2 blocks from my office, nearly in tears. Archer was behind the counter. He was massive. I'm 5'3", and I had to crane my neck back to see him. He had to be at least 6'6" and possibly taller. Broad shoulders and hands the size of dinner plates. His nose appeared to have been broken more than once, and he had a scar through his left eyebrow. He appeared terrifying, but when he spoke, his tone was gentle. "Hey, it's okay. We'll figure it out. Let me take a look." I explained the deadline, the panic, and everything just poured out. He listened patiently and then smiled. "I can have this fixed in an hour. There's a cafe next door. Go get yourself a coffee. Try to relax and come back. I've got you." I wanted to tell him not to talk to me. I wanted to explain that being nice to me would endanger him, but the deadline was in 4 hours and I was desperate, so I simply said, "Thank you." My laptop was fixed within an hour. Archer declined to charge me for the labor. "First-time customer discount," he said with a smile. "Just pay for the part." I should have left it there. I should have taken my laptop and never returned. But something about him seemed safe. Maybe it was because he was so big, but I couldn't imagine Wesley intimidating him. Maybe I just got tired of being scared. "Thank you," I replied. "Really? You saved my life today?" "Anytime," he said, handing me his business card. "We're here 6 days a week. If anything tech-related breaks, you know where to find me." I walked half a block before realizing Wesley was across the street, leaning against a building, watching me. Our gazes met. He smiled. Not a friendly smile, but a warning. My stomach dropped. I walked faster, returned to my office, and spent the remainder of the day feeling ill. That night, on my way home, I drove past the repair shop. The lights were still on. Through the window, I could see Archer working on something at the counter. I parked across the street and sat there, waiting for Wesley to appear and do something horrible, but nothing happened. Archer locked up at 7, walked to a large pickup truck, and drove away. I went home but did not sleep. The next morning, I was unable to concentrate on work. I kept checking the repair shop's Facebook page, expecting to find a post about vandalism or something worse, but there was none. At lunch, I walked past the store. Archer was there, alive and well, assisting a client. He saw me through the window and waved. I waved back and continued walking, my heart pounding. 4 days have passed. Nothing occurred. Wesley did not show up at my apartment. Archer's shop was not vandalized. No slashed tires or threatening encounters. It did not make sense. On Saturday, I went to the farmer's market in downtown. I used to go every week before Wesley, but I stopped because he kept finding me there. This was the first time I had gone in over a year. I was looking at tomatoes when I noticed a familiar voice behind me. "Beatrice." I turned. Archer stood there wearing athletic shorts and a tank top, holding a reusable shopping bag. His arms were enormous. Not gym rat huge, but fighter huge, with functional muscle and scars. "Hey," I said, trying to be casual. "I didn't know you came here every Saturday." He cracked a joke. "The vendor over there makes these breakfast burritos that are incredible. You tried them?" I nodded. "Come on, my treat. Consider it an apology for overcharging you on that laptop hurt. You didn't overcharge me." "I know, but I'm getting you a burrito anyway." Something about his tone made it impossible to disagree. We walked to the vendor together, where Archer ordered 2 burritos and 2 freshly squeezed lemonades. We found a spot under a tree to eat and talk. Really talked. He told me about growing up in Minnesota and moving to Austin 5 years ago. He explained that he had always been good with technology but needed a physical outlet, which is why he trained. "Trained what?" I inquired. "MMA, mixed martial arts. I fight professionally. Well, semi-professionally. I've had 13 fights. Won 9. My chest clenched. "You're a fighter." "Yeah." He took a bite of his burrito. I know. People hear that and think I'm some aggressive meathead, but honestly, it's the opposite. Fighting teaches you control, discipline. When you really know how to hurt someone, you become very careful about not doing it. I didn't know how to respond. A part of me wanted to get up and leave. A part of me wanted to tell him everything about Wesley. Part of me just wanted to sit there and have a normal conversation for the first time in years. We spoke for 4 hours. He was funny, intelligent, and surprisingly gentle for someone who beats people up for a living. When we finally said our goodbyes, he asked for my number. I paused. Every instinct told me this was dangerous, but I was tired of being scared. I gave him my number. That night, he texted me, "Thanks for the farmer's market. That was nice. Would you want to get dinner sometime?" I stared at my phone for 11 minutes before responding. "I need to tell you something first." "Okay." So I told him everything about Wesley. The threats, the pattern of men around me getting hurt or scared away, and how I hadn't dated anyone in 3 years because I didn't want anyone else to suffer. I expected him to stop responding. I expected him to make an excuse and leave. As any reasonable person would. Instead, he wrote back, "That's horrible. I'm sorry you've been dealing with that. But here's the thing, Beatrice. I'm not afraid of your ex, and I'd really like to take you to dinner." We went to dinner on Tuesday, a nice Italian place downtown. I was paranoid the entire time, scanning the restaurant for Wesley's face, but he was not present. Archer informed me about his upcoming fight. It was in 4 weeks in Austin. He appeared excited but nervous. My opponent is tough. He's got a wrestling background, and that's always been my weakness. "What's your strength?" I responded. Striking. I'm a boxer first, but in MMA, you can't just be one thing. You have to be well-rounded. After dinner, he walked me to the car. I had a great time, he said. Can we do this again? Yes, I replied, and I meant it. We began to see each other regularly. 2 dates per week became 3, and then 4. He never pushed for anything physical, other than holding hands, or kissing goodnight. He was patient and kind, and I felt safe for the first time in years. And Wesley did not show up once. It was weird and unsettling. I kept waiting for the other shoe to drop, but it never happened. After 4 weeks of dating Archer, I went to his fight. He had given me 2 tickets, so I brought my friend Olivia. She had been my best friend since college and had witnessed Wesley destroy my life in real time. I can't believe you're dating someone, Olivia commented as we took our seats. And I really can't believe you're dating a cage fighter. He's not what you'd expect, I said with candor. Look at you. You're smiling. You're out in public. You're living again. The battle was fierce. I had never watched MMA before, and the violence shocked me. But Archer was incredible, quick, and precise. He eliminated his opponent in the second round. Following the fight, we went backstage to congratulate him. His face was bruised. His knuckles were taped, but he was smiling. You came, he said when he saw me. Of course I came. He kissed me right in front of everybody. It was the first time he had truly kissed me, and it felt like everything fell into place. We went out to celebrate with his teammates and friends. At the bar, Archer introduced me to everybody. This is Beatrice, my girlfriend. Girlfriend? The word sent my heart racing. I had not been anyone's girlfriend since Wesley. That night, after everyone had gone, Archer and I sat in his truck in the parking lot. I need to tell you something, he said. My chest tightened. Here it comes, I mused. This is where he tells me it's too much. That Wesley is too much. Instead, he said, your ex came to see me. Everything stopped about 4 weeks ago. What? He showed up at the shop, waited until I was alone, and then entered. He started making threats, telling me to stay away from you, and that if I didn't, he would ruin my life. I felt unable to breathe. Archer, I'm so sorry. I should have warned you better. I should have, Beatrice. He held my hand. Let me finish. So, your ex is standing there trying to intimidate me, telling me all the things he's done to other guys who talk to you. And I just listen. Let him say his piece. Then, you know what I did? I shook my head. I told him I fight for a living. That I've trained for 13 years. That I've been hit by the best strikers in Texas, and taken down by the best wrestlers. And that if he ever came near you again, if he ever so much as sent you a text message or drove past your apartment, I would find him and it wouldn't be a threat. It would be a promise. My hands shook. What did he do? He tried to act tough for about 10 more seconds, then he realized I wasn't backing down and left. I haven't heard from him since. I couldn't decide whether to laugh or cry. You threatened him. I didn't threaten him. I made him understand consequences. There's a difference. Archer looked at me intently. Beatrice, I know what you've been through and I know you've probably been protecting everyone around you for years, but you don't have to protect me. I can take care of myself and more importantly, I want to take care of you. That was more than a month ago. Wesley has not contacted me since. Has not shown up anywhere. For the first time in over 3 years, I have not caused any harm to anyone. I am free. Archer and I are still together. I go to all of his fights now. He has won his last 4. We moved in together last month, to a small house with a yard. The house was Archer's idea. He lived in a tiny apartment above the repair shop, while I was in my 1-bedroom with the traumatic memories. We decided to start over together. House hunting was an adventure. Everywhere we looked, I found myself thinking about security. Archer noted good locks, well-lit streets, and easy escape routes. We're going to find a place where you feel safe, he told you. Take your time. We discovered it 4 weeks later. A cozy 2-bedroom in a quiet neighborhood. Daisy, the landlord, was a sweet older woman who lived 2 houses down. She glanced at Archer and said, "Oh, good. You're a big one. We could use more good men on this street." Archer laughed. "I'll do my best, ma'am." We moved in on Saturday. Olivia arrived to assist, along with Archer's 2 training partners, Aaron and Chris. Both of them were fighters, albeit not as big as Archer. They treated me as if I were already family. Aaron said as he carried boxes, "Archer never stops talking about you. It's honestly annoying. Beatrice this. Beatrice that. We get it, dude. You're in love." Archer tossed a roll of packing tape at him. We ordered pizza and sat on the floor our first night in the new house because we didn't have any furniture yet. Archer wrapped his arm around me and said, "This is ours, our space, our life. No one else gets to touch it. I believed him. The following few months were the happiest of my life. I was discovering how a normal relationship felt. Archer and I had our first real fight around 3 months in. It was stupid. Something about him forgetting to let me know he'd be late from the gym. I became concerned because he didn't answer his phone. When he finally arrived home, I snapped at him. He did not yell back. He simply said, "You're right. I should have called. I'm sorry." There was no screaming, no punishment, and no silent treatment for several days. Only an apology and a promise to do better. I cried. I just stood there in our kitchen, crying, because I had forgotten that fights could be so simple. Archer held me while I told him about how Wesley used to turn every minor disagreement into a war, how he'd give me the silent treatment for days, refuse to tell me what I'd done wrong, and force me to beg forgiveness for things I didn't understand. "I'm never going to do that to you," Archer replied. "We're going to fight sometimes. That's normal, but we're going to fight fairly, and we're always going to come back to each other. Always. I'm learning to live again, to go out without fear, to smile at strangers, to exist in the world as a normal person." However, not everything went smoothly. About 5 months into our relationship, I experienced a panic attack at a restaurant. We were having dinner with some of Archer's gym friends, and one of them had brought his new girlfriend. Her name was Lydia, and she appeared to be pleasant. But she was the same age as me and had long dark hair like mine. And the way she described her ex-boyfriend made my chest tighten. The restaurant was overcrowded and loud. Too many people. Particularly men. I suddenly couldn't breathe. I excused myself to the bathroom and locked myself in a stall, attempting to recall the breathing exercises my previous therapist had taught me. But I couldn't stay calm. My heartbeat was racing. My hands were shaking. I was convinced Wesley was out there, watching and waiting. Olivia found me 10 minutes later. She'd noticed I'd been gone for too long and came looking. She sat on the bathroom floor with me as I broke down. "It's okay," she kept saying. "You're safe. Wesley isn't here. Archer is right outside. You're safe." Archer eventually arrived looking for both of us. He looked at me and knew what I was saying. He didn't ask any questions. He just helped me up, told his friends we needed to leave, and drove me home. In bed that night, I apologized. "I ruined dinner." "You didn't ruin anything," he said. "You had a panic attack. That's not your fault. I thought I was getting better." "You are getting better. But healing isn't linear. Some days will be difficult." "That's okay." He persuaded me to resume seeing a therapist. Her name was Dr. Lisa Chen, and yes, I noticed she shared the same surname as Archer. She specialized in trauma and recovery. Dr. Chen was good. Very good. She didn't make me relive everything, but she did help me process it. Helped me realize that what Wesley did was not my fault, that I did not deserve it, and that I did not cause it. "You can't control other people's actions," she explained during one session. "You can only control your response, and you responded by surviving. That takes strength." The counseling was helpful. Slowly, gradually, I began to feel more like myself. Prior to Wesley, I was myself. The girl who laughed easily, trusted others, and did not cringe when someone raised their voice. Last week, I was shopping alone when I noticed Wesley in the frozen food aisle. My entire body became rigid. He saw me too. For a brief moment, we just stared at each other. Then he grabbed his card and walked in the opposite direction without saying anything. I stood there for a minute, processing. Then I laughed. Actually laughed out loud in the middle of the grocery store because Wesley was afraid of the person who chose to stand beside me rather than of me. That night, I told Archer what had happened. "He ran away from you," Archer remarked, smiling. "Good. I feel like I should feel bad about that," I commented. "Like, you essentially scared him into leaving me alone through intimidation. Isn't that just more of the same?" Archer was thinking about it. "The difference is I'm not controlling you. I'm not telling you who you can talk to or where you can go. I'm not making your life smaller." I made sure he couldn't do that anymore. That's not the same thing. He had the correct idea. A few days later, something strange occurred. A woman named Megan messaged me on Facebook. I didn't recognize her name, but her profile indicated that she lived in Austin. The message read, "I hope this isn't weird, but I heard from a mutual friend that you used to date Wesley Morrison. I'm reaching out because I've just started dating him and things are starting to feel off. I was wondering if we could talk." My blood ran cold. Wesley had moved on and was already repeating the same pattern with someone else. I called Archer immediately and read him the message. "What should I do?" "You meet with her," he replied without hesitation. "You tell her everything. You give her the chance you never had." I accepted the offer. Megan and I went to a coffee shop the next day. She was 23, pretty, and appeared nervous as hell. I did not sugarcoat anything. I told her about the 4 years of control and manipulation, how Wesley isolated me from my friends, how he tracked my location and monitored my texts, the threats after I left, and the 3 years of hell in which I couldn't even have a normal conversation with a man without Wesley punishing them. Megan's face grew paler as I spoke. He told me you were crazy, she whispered. That you made up lies about him, that you cheated on him, and then tried to ruin his life when he broke up with you. That's what he does, I told you. He rewrites history, makes himself the victim. He's already started checking my phone, she said quietly. He says it's because he has trust issues from his last relationship from you. I thought I was helping him heal. You're not helping him, you're enabling him, and it's going to get worse. Megan broke down in tears when she left the coffee shop. I wasn't sure if she would take my advice or not. Some people have to learn the hard way. However, 3 days later, she texted me. I broke up with him. He lost his mind, started screaming, and punching walls, but I got out. Thank you. I showed Archer the message. You saved her, he replied. You broke the cycle. We broke the cycle, I said. But Megan's story did not end there. 4 days after her breakup with Wesley, she called me in a panic. He's outside my apartment, she explained, her voice shaking. He's been out there for an hour, just sitting in his car, watching my window. I called the police, but they said unless he does something, there's nothing they can do. Where do you live? I asked him. She gave me the address. It was only 15 minutes away. I did not even think. I just grabbed my keys and went to the door. Archer stopped me. Where are you going? Megan's place. Wesley is there. She's scared. Then I'm coming with you. We drove to Megan's apartment together. Sure enough, Wesley's car was parked across the street. I could see him in the driver's seat staring up at one of the windows. Archer parked right behind him. Then he got out of the truck and walked up to Wesley's car. I watched from our truck as Archer knocked on Wesley's window. Wesley rolled it down. I couldn't hear what they were saying, but I could see Wesley's face. He looked angry at first, then scared. Then he started the car and drove away. Archer came back to the truck. He's gone. What did you say to him? I reminded him of our last conversation and I told him that if he ever harassed you, me, or anyone else in your life again, I would make sure everyone in Austin knew exactly what kind of person he is, including his employer. I did some research after he came to the shop. Wesley works at a financial firm downtown. They have a whole code of conduct policy. I doubt they'd be thrilled to know one of their employees is stalking multiple women. I stared at him. You researched him? Of course, I did. Know your enemy. That's fighting 101. We went up to Megan's apartment. She was still shaking, but she was grateful. We stayed with her for an hour, making sure Wesley didn't come back. Before we left, I gave her Dr. Chen's contact information. Therapy helps, I said. Trust me. That weekend, we were at the farmer's market again, same spot where we'd had our first real conversation. We were eating burritos under the same tree when Archer said, I'm fighting for the regional championship next month. It's the biggest fight of my career. I'll be there. I said immediately. I know you will. He took my hand. But that's not what I wanted to talk about. Beatrice, before I met you, fighting was everything to me. It was my whole identity, my whole purpose. But now I don't know. It's still important, but it's not everything anymore. You're everything. My heart was pounding. Archer, I'm not proposing, he said quickly, laughing. Not yet, anyway. I just wanted you to know that meeting you changed my life. You made me remember that there's more to life than fighting. That being strong isn't just about how hard you can hit. It's about who you protect, who you stand up for, and who you choose. I kissed him right there under the tree in the middle of the farmer's market. People were probably staring. I didn't care. The championship fight came 4 weeks later. Archer's opponent was a Houston native with an impressive record. 18 wins and 2 losses. Both of Archer's coaches were concerned. But he was not. I'm ready. He assured me the night before the fight. I've trained harder for this than anything in my life, but even if I lose, I've already won because I have you. The fight was tough. 5 rounds. Archer took some hard hits. By the 3rd round, his face was bloodied, but he refused to give up. He kept pushing, fighting, and moving forward. I couldn't watch for half the time. Olivia sat next to me and held my hand. Every time Archer was hit, I flinched, but when he got back up, I cheered even louder. Archer landed a perfect combination with less than a minute remaining in the 5th round. His opponent fell. The referee halted the fight. Archer won. The crowd went crazy. I screamed until my throat ached. Olivia was jumping up and down next to me. I cried when they announced Archer as the new regional champion. I cried, happy tears, For the first time in years. After the fight in the locker room, Archer's face was swollen and bruised. His eye was nearly closed, but he was smiling. "We did it," he stated. "You did it," I replied. "No, we. You think I could have focused on training if I was constantly worried about some psycho threatening you? You freed me just as much as I freed you." He wasn't wrong. We had saved each other. A few weeks after the championship, Archer was offered a contract with a larger promotion, better money, more exposure, and better opponents. It meant more travel, greater risk, and more time apart. "What do you think?" he inquired. "Should I take it?" "Absolutely," I responded without hesitation. "This is your dream. I'm not going to hold you back." "You could never hold me back." He drew me closer. "Come with me to the fights, to the training camps, to everything. I don't want to do this without you." That's what we went through. I went remote with my design job, and we began traveling. I saw him fight in Dallas, San Antonio, and Las Vegas. He won some, lost some, but was still happy. We were pleased. His first loss was difficult to watch. It was in Las Vegas, against a fighter who had been training for 15 years. Archer fought well, but the other guy simply outperformed him that night. When the judges announced their decision, I could see Archer's disappointment. After the fight in the hotel room, he was quiet, sitting on the edge of the bed and staring at nothing. "You fought well," I stated. "Not well enough. You can't win every fight. That's not how this works." "I know. It's just hard. I wanted to win that one for you." He was sitting next to me. "Archer, I don't need you to win fights for me. All I need is for you to be safe, healthy, and come home to me. That's all I care about." He looked at me deeply. "How did I get so lucky?" I asked. "We both got lucky." 6 months into his new contract, we were in a Phoenix hotel room the night before a fight. Archer was supposed to be sleeping to conserve energy, but instead he sat on the edge of the bed, looking nervous. "What's wrong?" I inquired. "Nothing's wrong." He stood up and took a small box from his gym bag. "My heart has stopped. Beatrice. I know I said I wasn't proposing at the farmer's market, but that was months ago. And I've been carrying this around to every fight, waiting for the right moment. And I realized something. There is no right moment. There's just us, and I don't want to wait anymore." He deconstructed the package. Inside was a simple ring that was both beautiful and perfect. "Will you marry me?" I was unable to speak. I simply nodded and held out my hand. He put the ring on my finger, and both of us burst into tears. These are huge, embarrassing, happy tears. The next night, he won his fight. He dedicated the victory to his fiancée. That happened 3 months ago. We are currently planning our wedding. Something tiny. Only close friends and family. Olivia is going to be my maid of honor. Archer's brothers are flying in from Minnesota. Wedding planning has been interesting. Archer is eager to participate in everything, which is both endearing and amusing. This giant fighter is sitting with me in a bakery, trying different types of cake and seriously debating the merits of buttercream versus fondant. "I want lemon," he stated during our tasting. "But with the raspberry filling." "Ooh," I said, surprised. The baker smiled. "You two are meant for each other." We decided on an outdoor wedding with only 45 people. Archer's gym is letting us use their outdoor training area, which sounds strange, but it's a beautiful space with string lights and a view of the hills. "It's where we became who we are," Archer said. "Seems fitting." Last week, I received another Facebook message from a man named Jordan. "I heard you know Wesley Morrison," the message read. "I'm a private investigator. I've been hired by his current girlfriend to look into some threatening behavior. Would you be willing to give a statement?" It appears that Wesley had moved on to another victim, a woman named Lydia. Lydia was more intelligent than the rest of us. She hired a private investigator before things got too bad. The PI was putting together a case for a restraining order that might actually stand. I delivered my statement. Megan did as well. The PI contacted me again. "We found 5 other women," he said. "All with similar stories. We're building a pattern of behavior case. Would you be willing to testify if it goes to court?" I asked Archer. He was preparing dinner, moving through our kitchen as if he had always been there. Our kitchen, home, and life. "Yes," I informed the PI. "I'll testify." 3 weeks later, I received a call from the PI. Wesley's been served with a restraining order, and the district attorney is considering charges for stalking and harassment. It's looking good. I called Megan to share the news. She began crying on the phone. "It's really over. It's really over." That night, Archer and I partied. Not with champagne or a formal dinner. We were just sitting on our couch, watching a movie, being normal. "You did it," Archer announced during a commercial break. "You stopped him. We did it. Each of us. Every woman who stepped forward. You know what's the best part? Archer inquired. Wesley must accept that he lost. Not to me, not to a guy, but to everyone. The prosecutor called me right after our wedding to go over my testimony. You took your power back, he said, and the preliminary hearing was scheduled 3 months later. Sarah, a woman in her 40s who had been prosecuting domestic violence cases for 16 years, told me, I've seen a lot of cases like this, but I've rarely seen this many victims willing to come forward. You should be proud, she said. I'm just tired of being scared. I said. You won't have to be scared anymore. Archer's mother flew in early to help with the wedding planning, and she was exactly what I'd expected, warm, funny, and completely in love with her son. She took one look at me and drew me into a hug, saying, "Thank you for loving my boy, he's been through a lot. He lost his father when he was 17. Fighting helped him deal with his anger. But you made him happy. Really happy." I had no idea about Archer's father. He had mentioned his family, but not that. That night, I asked him about it. Car accident, Archer said quietly. Drunk driver. My father was coming home from work. Gone in an instant. I am deeply sorry. I had no idea. I don't talk about it often, but it's one of the reasons I fight. My dad always told me to stand up for people who couldn't stand up for themselves. To use my size for good. Fighting lets me do that. And so do you. Me? Yeah. Standing up to Wesley for you felt like honoring my dad. Like I was finally big enough, strong enough to protect someone the way I couldn't protect him. We both cried that night. Two broken people who found each other and created something whole. Yesterday, I was at Target, the same store where it all began 3 years ago. I was in the cleaning supplies aisle when a man about my age smiled at me. I smiled back, and nothing bad occurred. There are no threats, no fear, and no Wesley. A normal moment, a smile between strangers. This is something that most people experience on a daily basis. I bought my belongings and left. In the parking lot, I sat in my car for a minute, and simply breathed. Really breathed free, safe air. Then I drove back to the house I share with Archer. The house where I'm free to be myself, where I can smile at strangers, make male friends, and live my life without constantly looking over my shoulder. Tonight, Archer has a fight. Nothing big, just a local event. But I'll be in the front row, wearing his shirt and screaming my lungs out, because that's what happens when you love someone. You show up, you support them, and you stand with them. And if anyone ever tries to threaten me again, make me small, or make me afraid, they'll have to get past Archer first. Not because I need him to protect me, but because he has chosen to stand beside me. We choose each other every day. The wedding is next week. We decided on a Saturday evening ceremony at sunset. Olivia has helped me with everything. She found my dress, a simple white gown that makes me feel pretty without trying too hard. You're glowing, she said as I tried it on. I've never seen you this happy. She was correct. I'm happy. I am genuinely happy. Archer has not seen the dress yet. He is being traditional about it, which made me laugh. You literally get punched in the face for a living, but you're superstitious about seeing my dress. Some things you don't mess with, he pointed out. His brothers came yesterday. Jake and Ryan are both younger than Archer but still huge. They treat me as if I were already family, mercilessly mocking Archer for being too soft. He cried, during a commercial yesterday, Jake disclosed to my reporter. A commercial for insurance. It was about a dad teaching his daughter to ride a bike, Archer said. It was emotional. I enjoy seeing this side of him, the soft side he only shows around people he trusts. My mother also came in from Ohio. She and Archer's mother got along immediately, planning and plotting as if they'd known each other for years. Yesterday morning, my mother pulled me aside. He's good for you, she explained. I can see it. You're yourself again, my Beatrice. The girl who used to laugh at everything and trust everyone. I'm better than I was. You replied. Still working on it. We're all always working on it. That's life. The rehearsal dinner is tomorrow. Only close family and the wedding party. Archer insisted on having it at the farmer's market, at the burrito stand where we had our first proper conversation. The vendor was thrilled. I remember you too, she replied when we told her. Young love, the best kind. Tonight, however, is Archer's final fight before the wedding. He wanted to get it out of the way so he could concentrate on the wedding instead of training. I am getting ready now, putting on his team shirt and my lucky jeans. Olivia will pick me up in 20 minutes. Aaron and Chris will also be present, as will a large group of gym members. Archer left hours ago to warm up and prepare, but he texted me before entering the locker room. See you soon. I love you. And after this, it's just us and forever. Just us and forever. I like the sound of that. Wesley took 5 years from my life. He took my confidence, freedom, and the ability to be fearless in public. However, he is not permitted to take any additional items. He cannot take away my future. He doesn't get to steal my happiness. He does not get to take my Archer. I took them back. We took them back. And I will never give them up again. The preliminary hearing is scheduled for 3 weeks following the wedding. All 5 of us are testifying. Me, Megan, Lydia, and 2 other women I have yet to meet. Sarah claims the case is strong, that Wesley will most likely accept a plea deal to avoid trial. He's finished. She told me yesterday. Men like him only wield power when their victims are isolated and terrified. When you stand together, he is nothing. I believe her. Sometimes I wonder what would have happened if my laptop had not died that day. If I hadn't walked into that repair shop or met Archer, I'd probably still be living in fear, isolating myself, and allowing Wesley to control my life from a distance. But I did meet Archer. And he demonstrated to me that not all strong men use their strength for control. Some people use it for protection. Some use it to make way for others to be free. This is the difference between Wesley and Archer. Wesley made my world smaller. Archer made it larger. Wesley made me feel afraid of my own shadow. Archer showed me how to walk in the light again. Wesley punishes anyone who looks at me. Archer ensured that I could look at anyone I wanted. Next week, I'll marry the love of my life. I'm taking his surname, Chen. Beatrice Chen. That sounds good. This sounds like a fresh start. A new chapter. Olivia keeps joking that I should hire Archer to stand at the wedding and stare at Wesley in case he shows up unexpectedly. But I don't believe that will be necessary. Wesley has moved on to fight his own battles. Legal battles. The kind you can't get out of with a punch. And me? I'm simply living my life. Going to work. Planning a wedding. Supporting my fighter fiancé. Smiling at strangers at Target. All the normal things that used to seem impossible. But there's one thing I didn't mention. Something occurred last week that changed everything. I was in Dr. Chen's office for my regular session. We were talking about the wedding, and how excited I was, when she asked me something unexpected. What are you most afraid of? I wondered. Really thought about it. I'm afraid that I'll wake up one day and realize this is all too good to be true. That Archer will change. That I'll end up back where I started. Do you really believe that? No. But the fear is still there. That's normal. Dr. Chen continued. Trust is built slowly. You're relearning how to trust, and that takes time. But Beatrice, I want you to consider something. What if you're not afraid it's too good to be true? What if you're afraid you deserve to be this happy? That was a difficult conversation for me. She was correct. Part of me still thought I deserved what Wesley had done to me. That I had somehow deserved it. You didn't deserve what happened to you, Doctor. Chen said, as if reading my thoughts. And you do deserve to be happy. Archer knows that. Olivia knows that. Everyone in your life knows that. Now you just need to believe it yourself. I'm working on it. Tonight's fight went well. Archer won via decision. It was not his cleanest fight. But he won. After that, we went out for burgers with the entire team. Archer announced, the next fight will be after the honeymoon. I'm taking a month off. No training, no fighting, just me and my wife. My wife. I'm going to be someone's wife. Archer's wife. We're honeymooning in Minnesota. Archer wants to show me where he grew up. Introduce me to old friends. Visit his dad's grave. It feels important. Like closing one chapter and starting another tonight. When he was asleep, Archer turned to me and said, I want you to know something. No matter what happens in the future, no matter what fights I win or lose, you're the best thing that ever happened to me. You saved my life just as much as I saved yours. How did I save your life? I was angry, he said quietly. For years after my dad died, I was so angry. Fighting helped, but it didn't fix it. I was just channeling the anger, not processing it. Then I met you, and suddenly I had something to fight for that wasn't just anger. I had love, and that changed everything. We fell asleep while holding hands. Tomorrow is the rehearsal. Then the day after is the wedding, then the rest of our lives. I'm not going to end this by saying I appreciate what Wesley put me through. I won't say it strengthened me or taught me valuable lessons. That is garbage. Abuse does not make you stronger. It breaks you. And you have to work very hard to put yourself back together. I will say this, I am grateful to Archer for his size, strength, and gentleness. For the way he faced my worst nightmare without blinking. For the way he chooses me every day. For the way he restored my life. And I'm grateful to myself for not giving up. For not fleeing to Ohio. For taking a chance at the farmer's market. For choosing to live rather than simply survive. Wesley is no longer part of my story. He represents a closed chapter. Done. Over. This is a new book. And it is a good one. The kind in which the heroine does not need to be rescued but appreciates it when someone strong chooses to stand by her anyway. The kind in which the intimidating-looking fighter is actually the gentlest person she has ever encountered. The kind of love that frees you rather than controls you. The kind where you can smile at a stranger in Target without anything bad happening. I did win. We won. Everyone who survived Wesley. We all came forward. All of us who refused to remain silent. The wedding is in 7 days. I have my dress. Archer has a suit. The cake was ordered. The flowers are arranged. Everything is ready. And for the first time in years, I am not looking over my shoulder. I'm not waiting for bad things to happen. I am not preparing for disaster. I'm just excited. Nervous and excited. And I am completely in love with the life I'm creating. With this man who saw me in my most broken state and decided I was worth fighting for. With this future that is finally, truly mine. Mom told everyone I was a Vegas stripper. 6 years in shelters later, the dad returns as a Swiss hotel heir. He confronted Mom with proof of her lies. After finding I was pregnant, my mother shamed me and kicked me out. After learning of her father, my daughter wants in. At 19, I told my mother I was pregnant. She gave me 3 hours to pack and leave. Said I could handle the penalties of becoming. Sat on the front step with 2 garbage bags of clothes and nowhere to go, changed locks. The father of my daughter was a college freshman orientation one-night stand. I only knew Skylar was Swiss and visiting. Never saw him again after that night. His number and school were unknown. My mother told everyone I stripped in Vegas when I quit, moved into a shelter, and left Quinn in a county hospital. 6 years of pain ensued. While waiting tables at a diner, customers grabbed my ass for $3 tips. Black mold and insects in a studio. Since I couldn't afford a cot, Quinn slept in a dresser drawer. Food stamps, WIC appointments, 5-mile walk to work as the bus didn't leave early. My mother lived 25 minutes away in a 4-bedroom house. Without phoning or visiting, she told my family I died. Natalie would secretly meet me at parks and bring Quinn consignment clothes, but she was too scared to continue. Mom threatened to cut her off if she helped me. However, I succeeded. I got my GED online while Quinn slept. She started community college at 4. Got better waitressing jobs, saved money, and moved to a safer apartment. Quinn was brilliant, funny, read at 4, and could do basic math before kindergarten. Everything I did was for her. A man entered my eatery last month. An exquisite Swiss-accented suit glared at me. Finally, asked if I attended State University 6 years before. My heart stopped. Skylar became Reed. His family owned European luxury hotels. He spent 3 years looking for me after his cousin sent him my university orientation archive photo. He hired investigators, searched social media, and spent thousands to find a woman he had one night with because he couldn't forget me. Telling him about Quinn, exhibiting her photo. He wept at restaurant. His father sometimes pushed him to marry. Sebastian rejected, recalling the American girl who drunkenly recited Shakespeare and laughed at his poor jokes. Immediately meeting Quinn was his goal. In 10 days, he created a trust fund for daughter, purchased us a house, and demanded $12,000 monthly child support for 6 years. After arriving from Switzerland, his family overwhelmed Quinn with presents and attention. My mother returned. She sent flowers and tears to my new home to apologize. She really missed us. Family should forgive. Heard from neighbors about my Mercedes in the driveway, Swiss license plates, and high-end store delivery vehicles. Her investigation revealed Sebastian Reed and his family's value. Quinn wanted to participate because of her trust wealth and Swiss finishing school prospects. I let her in and talk. She discussed second chances, youth, and her best intentions. Her eyes lit up as she saw Quinn's portrait with Sebastian's family at their Swiss estate. We should plan her 7th birthday together, said. Maybe in Switzerland. I've always wanted to see Geneva. Sebastian crossed the kitchen. He heard everything. My mother smiled, extended her hand, and praised her granddaughter. Sebastian assumed she had filth on her hand. He asked, "You're the woman who threw out your pregnant daughter?" My mother grumbled responsibility. Sebastian showed her his phone. Her face blanched. The shelter where your daughter spent her first 6 weeks homeless sent this police report. Childhood abandonment. Social services records reveal she required emergency housing while 7 months pregnant. The hospital report states she gave birth alone as poor. Want me to continue? Sebastian cut off my mother's explanation. Moving to another screen, he faced her. He talked softly but strongly. My name and a red abandoned minor checkbox were at the top of the shelter intake form. Sebastian interrupted my mother to ask if he may check his investigator's 6-year data longer. I held the frame outside the kitchen doorway, watching her apologize. She was angry and terrified, Didn't understand how bad things were, and hoped I'd figure it out. Sebastian saw many displays without glancing away, presenting medical and social services data in court. Tears mixed with my mother's makeup, meticulously applied before coming here. She swung around and trembled, saying she'd been terrified, made a big mistake, and thought about me daily. Before she could touch me, I moved back and politely requested her to go. Sebastian helped me unlock the front door silently. My mother seemed surprised in my new living room. She requested a conversation to explain. My hand didn't shake the knob as I held the door open with my heart thumping so loudly everyone could hear it. She passed me with her purse and flowers, head down and crying. I watched her get into her car and drive away before locking the door and resting against it as my legs sagged. Sebastian and I sat at the kitchen table after making sure Quinn was still sleeping upstairs with her nightlight flickering through the door crack. He apologized for ambushing me with documents, stating he employed investigators to find me and gather everything. His files had my entire survival story in case I needed proof. As we deliberated, I held a cold mug of tea. Rather than pushing for immediate family visits and plans with Quinn, he suggested legal paternity confirmation. Dad wanted everything legitimate and safeguarded for Quinn and me after so long in debt. 3 days later, we visited Rachel Collins' downtown office with thick carpet and framed legal degrees. She looked younger than expected, maybe mid-30s, with a practical suit and no-nonsense demeanor. Rachel Collins said Sebastian Reed hired her to serve me, not him, and that she worked for me alone even if he paid her. She described how to get court-admissible DNA. My lawyer responding to me was odd but safer than expected. Rachel took notes on a yellow legal pad while asking detailed questions about my fears and what I wanted protected. A bundle of documents explained financial limits before test results arrived. Sebastian Reed promptly redeposited child support into an escrow account for paternity confirmation. The house he bought was in my name with legal safeguards, so he couldn't take it back. Page after page of vocabulary and sentences sounded intimidating, but Rachel explained each section clearly. She detailed her safety precautions for Quinn and me in case something went wrong. I signed where she instructed, cramping my palm, but I appreciated every word that clarified. When we finished, Natalie texted me that Mom called all relatives. She said I hid Quinn out of anger and was cruel for not allowing her be a grandmother. The old fear of family isolation hit hard. 6 years of loneliness. I reminded myself that most of their family assumed I was a Vegas dancer. When I needed help, they never called. Quinn stared at me suspiciously as we sat on her bed that night with her teddy bunny. I said a European friend I knew before she was born wanted to meet her. I assured her we'd take our time to assess his friendliness. I didn't call him father because nothing was established and I wouldn't breach my promises. Quinn nodded carefully and asked if her friend liked cartoons. She could ask him questions and decide how she felt. After the first week, we gathered at a wonderful Saturday morning public park with newer equipment and wood chips instead of concrete. Sebastian Reed brought an inexpensive soccer ball and asked Quinn about her favorite color and playgrounds. She was shy at first, but admitted to liking purple and swings while partially behind my leg. Close up, I saw them kick the ball on the grass. Sebastian Reed walked slowly and spoke softly. Quinn stopped the ball with her foot and asked why he spoke odd, tilting her head like a riddle. Sebastian laughed warmly and said he was from Switzerland, where people speak differently. McDonald's is there, but the menu is French and German, he told her. He was straightforward and age-appropriate. Instead of promising trips or things, treat her like a real person with valuable thoughts. Benchside. I saw them kick the ball. Close enough to help, far enough to get involved. Although Quinn's vigilance lessened as they played, she still checked on me every few minutes. On day 9, my mother left a voicemail I listened to twice before deleting. They said she forgives me for keeping Quinn from her for years. She was ready to move on with Quinn as a family when I was. I felt exhausted and irritated after listening. Dealing with an unintelligible person is exhausting. Instead of calling back, I needed time to think and was done rushing into terrible things. The phone sat mute on my kitchen counter while I spread peanut butter on Quinn's lunch. I realized not answering was better than rehashing. I drove straight to work for the early shift after dropping Quinn off at kindergarten the next morning. My lunch break was spent walking 3 blocks to the public library, where I studied for my GED when Quinn was a newborn. I accessed state legal information about grandparents' rights on an empty computer terminal in the back. Strong restrictions required confirmation of a relationship, or that halting contact would harm the child. My mother had neither, but websites warned that determined grandparents may file petitions and spend thousands on legal battles. I wrote statutes, case names, and filing requirements in a notebook. Gathering facts made dread appear smaller, more manageable, and preparable. I took phone photos of the relevant pages and sent Rachel a brief message wondering if we should be frightened. I took restaurant dinner orders in my apron. Half my thoughts are lawful. My phone displayed Rachel's name the next afternoon during break. For Quinn and me to avoid legal harassment, she wanted a consultation, claiming we needed a paper trail and boundaries before my mother could sue. To meet the Tuesday 10 a.m. appointment, I switched shifts with another server. 2 regular customers sat in my section on Friday night, chatting about the Mercedes with Swiss plates outside and whether I was dating a royal. My face flushed, but I kept my pen on the order pad and scribbled their food choices precisely. A few minutes later, my manager saw me frozen at the kitchen door and kindly asked if I was okay, offering to move me to different tables if people were bothering me. Though my hands shook as I returned plates to the dining room, I thanked him and said I could manage it. Natalie requested me to meet for coffee on Saturday afternoon, so I suggested a restaurant across town near the freeway where no one would know us. She was in a corner booth when I arrived. She had her college textbook on the table, but her eyes were sorrowful. Over coffee, she stated she wanted to help me but was terrified Mom would cut her off financially because she was halfway through her degree and couldn't lose her tuition. I squeezed her hand across the table and told her I understood and that she'd helped us most by sneaking supplies throughout those horrible years. Our tears were quiet and brushed away to hide from other customers. The downtown medical facility's DNA test on Monday morning with official documents and chain of custody seemed more severe than imagined. A technician in blue scrubs explained each step on labeled forms and swabbed Quinn's cheek and Sebastian Reed with long cotton sticks. Quinn chuckled and asked if they were looking for cavities like the dentist. Sebastian Reed smiled and replied, without telling her what the test was for until we had results. We kept our explanations simple, honest, and non-threatening. Quinn hurried to the car, complaining about the tickling stick, while Sebastian Reed and I looked relieved. Rachel Collins spread possibilities around her conference table like cards in a hard game during Week 4's legal consultation. If my mother persisted, we could file for court-ordered custody, implement privacy measures to prevent this from going public, and send her a cease and desist letter. Clarity helped even when paperwork seemed endless and stacks of forms needed signatures and notarization. I spent 2 hours with Sebastian Reed that afternoon building a co-parenting structure that started with monitored visits and increased with Quinn's comfort. Rachel Collins suggested sensible timetables with holiday and sick day backups, making it less frightening. We signed the draft in good faith with official signatures at the bottom while awaiting test results. I saw Quinn's school number on my phone during Thursday's supper shift. The administrator calmly but firmly informed that my mother had been to the office as the grandma and asked about pickup procedures. I told my manager I had an emergency and left work immediately, shivering with protective rage as I drove 6 blocks to school. The administrator claimed they hadn't released any information, and asked if I wanted to file a formal restriction to prevent repeats. I instantly agreed and filled out the forms at the office as Quinn played on the playground, unaware. My mother received a no-contact letter from Rachel Collins the next day threatening legal action if she tried to contact Quinn or spread family rumors. Signing it made me sick with sorrow but strangely powerful, like I was choosing safety over peace for the first time. I started a journal of every mother-related occurrence, voicemail, and encounter after Quinn went to bed. Rachel Collins claimed it could matter in court, but it helped me document the chaos. It was hard to disbelieve myself after recording what happened because it couldn't be changed. The next afternoon, Sebastian Reed brought a European furniture brochure with sticky notes displaying $3,500 dollhouses to my apartment. He spread the catalog on my kitchen table and pointed to a Victorian mansion with working lights and hand-carved ornaments, saying, Quinn deserved beautiful things after the years we'd struggled. The price tag made me sick because it was more than 2 months of my old rent, and more than I'd spent on apartment furniture. I said it was too much too fast and that Quinn, 6, would be happy with a $35 plastic toy shop one. He seemed confused and agitated, as if he didn't understand why throwing money at everything wasn't working. After 20 minutes, I said experiences were more important than expensive things. A children's museum or zoo might provide better memories than an outgrown playhouse. Sebastian Reed offered a weekend science center vacation with Quinn's favorite interactive displays instead of opposing. The willingness to listen and change course was more precious than any gift. 4 days later, a courier delivered the DNA results in a lab-sealed envelope with legal stamps. Sebastian Reed arrived that night and we read genetic markers and probability percentages on my couch, confirming our assumptions. Quinn was called in from her room where she was coloring and seated on the couch with us, speaking softly. Sebastian Reed told her he was her father and had been seeking for us. He discovered her and wanted to be involved. Quinn contemplated this thoughtfully, her expression serious like youngsters learning something profound. She pondered if she had Swiss grandparents like her California friend Gemma. Yes, her family wanted to meet her when she was ready, but only when she felt comfortable. Perhaps needing time to think, she nodded and colored again. When we met the next morning, Rachel Collins recommended Emily Reynolds, a child therapist who guided kids through large family changes. To let Quinn process without intervention, we scheduled an intake appointment for next week. Professional support didn't admit failure, said Rachel Collins. It kept Quinn from grown-up overwhelm. I didn't weaken by seeking help. It meant I knew our guiding requirements. While working at the restaurant that afternoon, my phone showed a weird local area code. I was instructed to call about an internet covert air story comment. My palms started shaking when the reporter stated she'd heard about Sebastian Reed's daughter and wanted to confirm before writing. I panicked and called Rachel Collins from the restaurant restroom. She advised me to follow our privacy plan, which included avoiding media contact and letting the story die from lack of information. We resolved to remain silent and defend ourselves. My mother's handwriting emerged on a large envelope in my mailbox 3 days later. In a 6-page letter, she apologized for her mistakes, detailed all the places she wished to take Quinn, and suggested a family trip to Switzerland. She talked about missing us and forgiving families, but every piece contained chains and expectations that made me forget 6 years of abandonment. I realized after rereading that she was trying to get back in by claiming everything was forgiven, and we were a happy family again. Unchanged, she sought Quinn and Sebastian Reed's world. Letter joined other documents in my folder. I visited Emily Reynolds at her office the following Tuesday while Sebastian Reed waited in the lobby. Her questions included Quinn's schedule, attitude, how she handled changes before, and what scared me most about this transfer. Sebastian Reed joined us and we explored the issue while Emily Reynolds took notes. She brought Quinn in for a relaxing, age-appropriate session with toys and art supplies after an hour. Emily Reynolds answered casual questions about her family and sentiments while Quinn drew and played with miniature figures. Emily Reynolds suggested keeping Quinn's routine consistent and introducing adjustments gradually to enable her regulate relationship growth. She suggested ways to approach difficult topics and check in with Quinn without grilling her. Natalie texted me that night asking for monitored restricted contact with our mother to prevent her from filing for grandparents' rights out of spite. I stared at my phone, torn between protecting Natalie and knowing my mother hadn't accessed Quinn. After years of silently helping us, I wanted to lessen my sister's burden. However, another part saw that my mother had governed everyone for decades, by manipulating to prevent conflict. I told Natalie I needed to visit my lawyer. The next morning, Rachel Collins detailed our state's grandparents' petition laws, including that my mother had little right to pursue visitation without a relationship. She originally offered mediation as a good faith attempt to establish legal documents if my mother was unreasonable. A judge could see we tried to address issues, but my mother was the obstacle. If contact and boundary restrictions were clear, I would consider mediation. That afternoon, the reporter put another note on my apartment door. He promised to meet off the record to hear my side before others distorted the tale. Holding the page, I wanted to amend the record and control the story. I remembered Rachel Collins's suggestion that interacting fuels and attention and that quiet kills stories quickly. I shredded and discarded the note. Emily Reynolds had Quinn draw her family and feelings at her second therapy session the following week. Quinn drew a question mark-filled thought bubble centered above her head. After Emily Reynolds gently asked what she was frightened about, Quinn said she was afraid her daddy would leave again like he did, even though she knew he didn't know about her. We explicitly addressed her worry rather than pretending nothing was wrong. That weekend, Sebastian Reed brought a large craft store bag, and Quinn and I sat at the kitchen table. He brought out a blank monthly calendar with large daily squares, and 2 sheets of airplane, video camera, heart, and star stickers. Quinn became excited and grabbed the stickers as Sebastian Reed explained that we were making a chart to show when he would visit and when they would talk online. Her carefully chosen stickers included purple hearts for video calls and gold stars for in-person visits. Sebastian Reed, pointing at each square and letting her put stickers, told her the days between visits. She meant it, even though she glued them improperly and overlapping. After we finished, she wanted to hang it in her room immediately. We attached it to her bedside wall for morning viewing. She loved it and requested more birthday and holiday stickers. Sebastian Reed gave her the whole sheet, and plotting calmed me. Sebastian Reed called 4 days later while I was folding laundry to get Quinn photos for his parents' family album. I lowered my shirt as I stiffened. I said I needed to think and we could talk later. Thinking about strangers across the seas seeing my daughter's photos made me feel defensive after we hung up. Rachel Collins helped me understand that some photo sharing was reasonable, but I could establish limits that night. The next day, I offered Sebastian Reed 3 images I would choose with a signed agreement that nothing went on social media and the photos stayed with his family. He agreed immediately and thanked me for trusting him to share so much. I picked 3 photos from last month of Quinn reading, playing at the park, and smiling. Sending them seemed like forfeiting parts of her I couldn't guard. Sebastian Reed earned my trust, so I did it. Natalie missed 5 calls the next morning. I replied, and she said to check mom's Facebook immediately. My stomach turned when I opened the app and saw My Precious Girls, a new album with 24 childhood photos of myself and Natalie. Her captions emphasized wonderful memories, strong families, and beautiful girls. I barely recalled holiday and birthday pics. All before I got pregnant. No images from the last 6 years because she was gone. Many relatives praised her recollections and motherhood. She made me sick by rewriting history for the ignorant. Natalie screenshotted and sent me every photo and caption as proof. She requested I record mom's activities in case it mattered. I stored everything to a phone evidence folder and used the hurt to overcome past doubts. I was notified that afternoon by Rachel Collins that she had scheduled family conflict mediation with Jordan Blake. The agreement set 2-week session regulations. My mother had to apologize for each behavior, pledge to therapy within 10 days, and write that Quinn contact was my choice without a deadline. Rachel Collins said my mother's lawyer reviewed the agreements and said she would attend. Rachel Collins reminded me that my mother probably thought she could charm her way through mediation and achieve what she wanted. I was surprised she agreed to such hard restrictions. We'd see if she followed through or manipulated. It was normal until table 12 2 nights later when I worked supper at the restaurant. I took his order as usual when a Thursday regular sat down. He smiled at me as I carried his food and announced that I discovered a rich Swiss guy to adjacent tables. Is it possible I caught him on purpose? Burning face, as I froze with plate in hand. I carefully laid the plate down and asked him to stop because it was wrong. He laughed jokingly, but my manager heard from across the room. She respectfully demanded he pay his bill and go. She said the restaurant didn't allow customer harassment and wouldn't let him argue. He bolted after dumping money on the table in front of customers. The supervisor rubbed my shoulder and suggested a 5-minute back break. Shivering with wrath and relief that someone supported me, I stood in the kitchen. Next Monday, Sebastian Reed and I met with our lawyers at Rachel Collins's office. She carefully prepared a temporary parenting plan. Sebastian Reed video conferenced every other weekend for 9 hours on Saturday and Thursday nights. Structured, verified funding would be supplied. Our agreement covered Quinn's education, health, and activities. With signatures and witness lines, typing was formal. Sebastian Reed and I signed many copies across the conference table. Writing things in legal terms was safer than trusting each other. Quinn was most protected by the framework, prohibiting quick adjustments. Rachel Collins officially filed the proposal with the court that afternoon. Jordan Blake's downtown office hosted the mediation on a dismal Thursday morning. My mother arrived on time, dressed well, and carried Kleenex in her handbag. Jordan Blake sat between us and reviewed the rules before we started. My mother cried immediately, saying she'd made a big mistake because she was young and scared when I got pregnant. Still, she justified teaching me responsibility, and said rough love was best. Though my heart raced and I interrupted her, I stayed calm. She should admit acts without excuses. I asked her to confirm she remembered kicking me out with 3 hours' notice, changing the locks, refusing contact for 6 years, and telling family I was dead. She cried more but explained why. Jordan Blake stopped her and claimed the activity required undeserved recognition. Despite wanting to defend herself, my mother wrote everything down as homework. Jordan Blake reviewed her writing 2 weeks later. Next day, Emily Reynolds and I discussed mediation. Jordan Blake's notes were carefully read and the session was discussed. I told her hearing my mother cry was harder than expected, but I was glad I demanded accountability. Emily Reynolds helped me assess Quinn's safety with supervised contact. If my mother wanted access, she had to show sustained change, not just apologize. Criteria are set together. 9 months of weekly therapy with attendance proof, written accountability for her actions without excuses, and strict compliance with my boundaries. Once she met all 3 requirements, we would consider a supervised meeting with Quinn. The timeline let my mother work and protect Quinn from a stranger. A local online news site published the reporter's story Saturday morning. I forced myself to read it with coffee, expecting horror. Complex family's privacy was prioritized. I declined to comment, so the reporter fact-checked everything, which was mostly legal boundary speculation that died down within 3 days. I was relieved it wasn't gossip. A few coworkers saw it, but nobody asked. Natalie texted me afternoon. Mother texted her all morning complaining that I was keeping her grandchild from her and asking Natalie to discuss it with me. Natalie didn't relay mom's complaints or mediate. Instead, she texted me that she'd told mom to work with the mediator and stopped facilitating. She said she was tired of being in the middle and that mom needed to earn our trust. I texted her to thank her for setting the boundary. Natalie was discovering her voice instead of pleasing others. Sebastian Reed called while I made Quinn breakfast the next morning to discuss his park schedule near my apartment. Quinn played on the swings 25 feet away, so I sat on a bench to watch. Using his phone calendar, he suggested staying a week instead of 4 because his family wanted more time with Quinn and he could work remotely from the hotel. I tensed up and told him the therapist advised gradual increases for Quinn because 4 to 8 days was too fast. He looked frustrated, stroked his hair, and said she was fine. I interrupted him to say we shouldn't push harder because she seemed fine. Kid stress often appeared unexpectedly. After watching Quinn pump her legs on the swing, he nodded and said he understood, even though it was hard to leave when things were good. He listened instead of arguing and slowed down against his will, which I liked. We decided to stay 4 days and add 1 next month if Quinn adjusted successfully. We seemed to be learning to cooperate instead of just sacrificing for peace. I received an attachment from Jordan Blake 4 days later, showing my mother's first therapy intake appointment. A licensed therapist signed a form confirming weekly appointment dates, times, and treatment plans. I pondered the document, hopeful, but skeptical. One appointment didn't erase 6 years of abandonment and decades of conditionality. Jordan Blake's impartial email noted progress without exaggeration. She said this was just the first step and that lasting change takes months, not weeks. The email went into my mediation documentation folder, adding to the evidence that tracked everything. First time since moving, I drove to my old neighborhood that afternoon. I parked outside after 3 years in Quinn's dingy studio. The parking lot had oily water puddles, and the front door paint was peeling. The memories weighed me down as I sat with the engine running and windows up. The bleach-resistant mildew smell. Quinn crying from hunger while I waited for my paycheck to buy formula. Because the bus didn't arrive early, I walked 5 miles to work at night. Counting coins to decide if I could afford laundry or another week of dirty clothes. I worry about which bill to skip to eat every day. I clutched the steering wheel and remembered my caution. Why I questioned everything, built safety nets, and delayed trust. It wasn't paranoia or trouble. I learned by surviving alone. When we were broke, that instinct saved Quinn and me. After 10 minutes, I drove home to our roach-free apartment, feeling grateful and frustrated by the difficulty. Quinn cried into her pillow that night, confused. What was confusing her? I asked from her bed. She wondered why she had to go to Sebastian Reed's hotel instead of him coming to us. Being in 2 places and not knowing which was home was strange. Watching her struggle to understand at her age broke my heart. I took her favorite plush rabbit from the shelf and promised a routine between houses. We practiced in her room. The rabbit entered her small backpack first. She put on her shoes while we sang the ABCs. Our 4 kisses and hugs preceded her departure. We'd undo everything when she returned. She stopped crying and made me repeat it 5 times before remembering. After she laughed when I pretended to forget the letter. I cuddled her and promised to repeat the process to make her feel safe wherever we were. Jordan Blake's office hosted the mediation follow-up Tuesday morning. Mother arrived 15 minutes early and sat with folder on lap in waiting area. Jordan Blake called us again and we sat in the same chairs, same distance apart. My mother took 3 handwritten papers from her folder. Blake requested an audible reading. My mother shook as she recounted her actions, including pushing me out with 3 hours notice when I was 19 and pregnant and changing the locks so I couldn't return. Disregarding Natalie's pleas for shelter and telling my family I'd become a dancer instead of admitting I was homeless. Not visiting Quinn's birth hospital, even if Natalie told her. Living 25 minutes away without checking on us for 6 years. The list was 2 pages. Reading made her cry, but she didn't apologize or explain. After finishing, she looked at me and apologized for each mistake. Though more honest than her previous apologies, she still wanted to justify herself. I let the words sink in without comforting her or assuring her. This was a first step, not absolution, and she needed to prove herself through actions after a long silence. Jordan Blake scheduled our next check-in for a month. My restaurant manager and I had lunch the next day. My schedule had to change so I could watch Quinn at night when Sebastian Reed wasn't there. We checked his tablet staff calendar. My weekly shifts were hectic noon shifts instead of 3 evening shifts. Table turnover and consistent business lunch tips made lunch shifts pay better. After 6 years of reliability, he gave me first dibs on the calendar and preferred to work with me over losing me to another restaurant. I thanked him and felt relieved it was coming together. Slowly adding logistical breezes made the situation feel more stable and less likely to collapse. In a coffee shop, Sebastian Reed and I wrote Quinn's school statement for 2 hours. Our approach was simple. Quinn's father was found after much searching. We shared parenting. Parents preferred to discuss issues privately rather than with other parents or staff. We wanted Quinn to be supported without criticism or gossip. The principal called me that afternoon after Sebastian Reed emailed it. She thanked us for being proactive, and agreed to brief Quinn's teacher and front office staff privately. They recorded pickup authorization in the system and asked us. She promised to monitor Quinn's issues and notify us. I hung up feeling we'd spared her drama. Friday afternoon, Emily Reynolds called. She said she'd reviewed the mediation papers and my mother's therapy documentation and approved a brief supervised meeting before contacting Quinn. For safety and neutrality, Jordan Blake would attend the mediation office meeting. Quinn wouldn't care if things went wrong because she wouldn't know. Next steps may be considered if successful. We scheduled the meeting for Thursday after I agreed. The next week, I was nervous and wrote and crossed out things to prepare for a conversation I didn't know how to have. The monitored meeting was harder than expected. A tissue box was on Jordan Blake's office table between my mother and me. Jordan Blake explained rules and had my mother read her written apologies. Much longer than what she read during mediation, it covered 6 years. She detailed times she'd refused help, lied to family, and put pride before my survival. She said Natalie called to say I'd delivered alone, and not go to the hospital. 3 years later, she saw Quinn's image for the first time, and felt nothing because I deserved it. Her voice broke several times, but she read. She finished, put the papers down, and cried defenseless. Sitting and letting the words sink in. Stopped denying my anger and pain to comfort her. Following several minutes, I told her I heard her. Not yet ready to forgive her. Though it wasn't right, I realized she wrote and read it honestly without justification. Jordan Blake asked what I wanted from my mother. Continuous therapy, respect for my boundaries, and time to prove she changed. Rest of the session was spent negotiating restricted contact. No overnight Quinn visits until further notice. She has no alone time for 9 months. Health checkups for Quinn every 4 months. Whether my mother continued therapy or not, she could be called grandma with strict restrictions that could be revoked if she crossed lines. My mother accepted everything without question. She admitted she broke my trust and it would take years to repair. Jordan Blake recorded our agreement and promised a 3-day explanation. I left the office exhausted but with clear and fair boundaries. Once she'd proven herself trustworthy through consistent activity, my mother would influence Quinn. Quinn's birthday was 4 weeks away, so I made a park party list Tuesday night. Paper plates, balloons, a grocery store sheet cake, and possibly tag or duck duck goose. Sebastian Reed dropped off Rachel Collins' papers that night and saw my notebook on the kitchen table. I told him about the park, Quinn's kindergarten friends, and how we'd make it simple and fun. After pausing, he suggested a princess party company or an activity site. I appreciated the offer, but I told him 7-year-olds didn't need fancy entertainment and Quinn would have more fun running around with her friends eating cake. Though disappointed, he asked how he could help. I gave him $60 for decorations and games and a dollar store list. The next day, he texted me photos of streamers and balloons he'd chosen, asking if the colors matched. It felt more normal than any expensive party. 3 days later, my mother called while I folded laundry. She advised Quinn to visit Switzerland for her birthday to see the Alps and stay at a family hotel. I paused mid-fold and told her we were focusing on small local visits, not international travel. She gently objected that Quinn would learn, and the family wanted to meet her. To restore trust, I said, respect limits without arguing. After calming down, she said she understood. No shame, no manipulation, just acceptance. After hanging up, I was surprised and hopeful the therapy was working. Rachel Collins resolved legal issues at a Friday afternoon office meeting. Sebastian Reed and I found her conference table covered in papers. Child support trust, parenting plan with timeline, and court filing paperwork. 2 hours were spent reviewing each piece to ensure we understood what we signed. A financial advisor would help me manage the trust's monthly payments, according to Rachel Collins. She scheduled an appointment for me with a person who taught newly wealthy people how to budget and invest instead of spend. Her business card was given to me by the advisor. Next Tuesday's meeting. Sebastian Reed signed everything without hesitation, and I signed with a shake because it felt official and permanent. Rachel Collins said she'd file the parenting plan with the court on Monday and get co-parenting status in weeks. After leaving that office, I felt grounded. Sebastian Reed invited me to a quiet restaurant a few blocks away for coffee and conversation. He looked uneasy, adding sugar to his espresso, and revealed that his father, Grant, had been calling him every other day about settling down. Quinn's father always implied I'd be a good fit to legitimize everything and clean up the family. I was afraid this would happen, so my stomach dropped. Sebastian Reed quickly informed his father that relationship was impossible now or ever. We wanted to be stable co-parents, not lovers. To please his family, no spectacular gesture or relationship could replace our respectful distance. Proving we could collaborate for Quinn was crucial. I liked his honesty and agreed. Glad we agreed. Quinn was more stable than fairy tales. The following week, Jordan Blake emailed me that my mother had 4 therapy sessions and was taking it seriously. The email said real change took months or years, not weeks, but early signs were promising. Reading it twice partially softened my cynicism into conditional trust. Not ready to believe she'd changed, I could observe her activities to see if they remained constant. Words were easy, but weekly treatment and boundaries were harder. Wednesday afternoon saw the first supervised visit at a downtown family center. An employee welcomed us in the foyer after I drove Quinn there and walked her in. My mother sat at a tiny table with crayons and coloring books in the visit room. Sitting with a book in the waiting area, I visited the building but not the room. The staff member told my mother the rules. No gifts, no promises of future visits, no pleading with Quinn to keep secrets, just conversation and activities. Quinn presented a colored butterfly picture an hour later. My mom followed without hugging Quinn goodbye. As planned, she thanked the staff member and exited sideways. Quinn was quiet, so I didn't make her talk in the car. We returned home and I made her a snack and sat with her at the kitchen table, gently asking how she felt about meeting her grandmother. Quinn called Grandma kind but sad, and they colored and talked about favorite animals. She wasn't sure if she wanted to see her again, maybe later, not next week. I told her it was fine to set the speed and nobody would force her. Her conflicted thoughts made sense, and I appreciated her honesty. We scheduled another appointment after discussing it with the therapist at our next appointment. In the park near our apartment, Quinn celebrated his birthday on a bright Saturday morning. Kids arrived around 10. Parents dropped down wrapped gifts and vowed to pick them up by noon. Sebastian Reed arrived early to help me set up folding tables and hang streamers from pavilion poles. Quinn ran with her friends playing tag and laughing so hard she hiccuped. We played musical chairs and red light green light before bringing out the cake with its sloppy grocery store frosting and 7 candles. Everyone sung, and Quinn exhaled them all, beaming. My mother arrived at 11 for her 30-minute monitored window, calmly watching from the pavilion edge. She grinned as Quinn waved between games after bringing herself instead of gifts as requested. She said goodbye to Quinn without drama and returned to her car on time. As she left, I felt something unexpected. Maybe not forgiveness, but faith that this could work if she followed the guidelines. Natalie met me for lunch the following Tuesday at a sandwich shop between our apartments. She appeared more calm than in years. Over Turkey Club, she informed me she wouldn't listen to our mother's concerns about me longer and that she could talk to her therapist. Mom initially resisted, but Natalie persisted, and their conversations are now shorter and less unpleasant. We discussed what it meant to be sisters instead of just two people who survived the same horrible mother and made plans to hang out more and create our own connections away from family conflict. It was nice to have an ally who knew my past and didn't pressure me to forgive. Thursday brought my community college spring semester acceptance letter. I applied weeks ago but didn't think it would happen. Business basics, English composition, and accounting are the first 4 classes. The schedule fit Quinn's kindergarten hours and Sebastian Reed's visit days, and I no longer felt financial stress. I could buy textbooks without sacrificing groceries. Could study instead of working multiple shifts. Sitting at my kitchen table with that acceptance letter, I thought about the future I'd always planned for Quinn and me, the one I'd built through 6 years of pain and survival. Realization was imminent. Not because someone rescued me, but because I battled for it and had the support. Finally, I felt solid ground under my feet after 6 years, and I was ready to move forward. Quinn watched Sebastian Reed's car drive away on Tuesday morning as he went for Switzerland. Her hand touched the glass. We scheduled the video calls before he went. Her calendar included stickers she chose for specific times. The first call was at bedtime, and she showed Dad her room on the tablet, pointing at her toys and chatting about kindergarten. He listened and asked questions, and after we hung up, she used the wall calendar stickers to mark the days until his next visit. The method worked better than intended, providing her something to track instead of waiting and wondering. She knew when to anticipate him, making the distance easier. Made his absence manageable, not threatening. Our counselor confirmed my mother's weekly therapy attendance as required. To evaluate Quinn's progress, we organized monthly monitored visits with 4-month benchmarks. I deliberately slowed down to protect Quinn over my mother. She was punctual for visits, followed the regulations, and didn't try to get extra access. I was most shocked by her lack of drama, as I anticipated her to push limits. Instead, she seemed to realize this was her only way back and needed to be careful. Natalie met me for coffee every other week and we chatted about things other than our mother, creating a relationship without family issues. I sat in our living room with the lights off pondering late one night after Quinn fell asleep. It was calm and safe in the flat. There was nothing like Quinn's first shelter nights in a dresser drawer because I couldn't afford a crib. The difference between then and now was stark. We had come a long way from that county hospital where I gave birth alone. The bugs at our old studio sprang to mind. Customers who grabbed my ass for $3 tips, going 5 miles to work at night. I didn't want those memories to fade when things improved. We needed to recall our location. Therefore, I never took this steadiness for granted. My heart had gratitude and caution. Both needed and real. Our new normal was messy but organized in hours. Quinn had 2 respectable parents who coordinated schedules and placed her needs first, even when it was hard. Her granny earned her entry with tight rules and checkpoints. Aunt who was becoming a friend instead of a scared sister. Her mother had endured hell and built something strong, so she realized how much it cost to get here. We all ended up more stable, better, but not ideal. It was enough. Where are you? My family planned a cruise without me to make me the free babysitter. So I took a 9-day trip. They called screaming at the airport. They expected me to watch 3 kids, so I took my own vacation instead of going on the family cruise, and they were severely smacked by karma. What's going on, Reddit? Normally, I just look at articles and ask myself, how could a family do something like that? It turns out that I have a story worth sharing from my own family. I need some perspective since, for the past 10 days, this has been weighing heavily on my chest. I'm 32 years old, childless, single, and seemingly the family doormat. The backstory is as follows. Eleanor, my aunt, is retiring from teaching after 38 years. She essentially serves as our family's matriarch and keeps everyone in touch. She plans all of the holiday meals, remembers everyone's birthdays, and even prepares small care packages for the younger cousins as they head off to college. We are all held together by her. Her retirement is obviously a huge event, and I was thrilled to join in the celebration, or at least I was until I learned that I would not be participating. It all began when I was having supper at my folks' house earlier this month. My sister was scrolling through her phone, my dad was half watching TV, and my mom was fretting about what to make. It was just another ordinary evening. I casually inquired if anyone had any suggestions for a retirement present for Aunt Eleanor while we were talking about unrelated topics. I only hesitated when my sister added, "Oh, we're giving her a group gift on the cruise," without even taking her eyes from her phone. What kind of cruise? At first, I believed I had misheard her. I mean, I would be aware of any scheduled family vacation, right? I asked her what she was talking about while nervously laughing. She raised her head, obviously perplexed that I was perplexed. I mean, the cruise. It has been almost a year since we started planning it. Every adult in the family is leaving. Don't tell me you forgot, she added, as if I were the only one who had somehow overlooked this important fact. My mother gave me an uneasy smile, as if she didn't want to be the one to break the news. When I turned to her for confirmation, after a few days in Hawaii, she clarified, "It's a cruise to celebrate your aunt's retirement." I had the impression that I was in a strange prank show at the time. I was in the dark about this elaborate excursion, while everyone else was aware of it. My mother gave me a tense little laugh when I inquired why I hadn't been informed, and then she said, "Well, we thought you'd be more help staying back. Remaining behind? What can you help with?" My sister added, "The kids are the most obvious thing in the world. It only made sense for you to stay and watch kids while we're away because you're so good with them." Watch children? I was asked to watch the kids. I'll paint the picture here now. There are 3 children under 5 between my sister, my cousin, and my other cousin. 3-year-old, 4-year-old, and twins somewhat older than 2 years old. And they had somehow determined that I would be more than happy to stay behind and monitor them all without even consulting me. I gaped at them in shock. "So you organized this entire trip without inviting me and just thought I'd be fine staying home to watch the kids?" My sister gave a shrug. "Well, yes. You have no children or other obligations, and you're always so dependable. It simply made sense." To whom did it make sense? I turned to face my mother in the hopes of receiving an explanation that would not make me feel like a total afterthought. "We didn't mean to leave you out, honey," she added with a feeble smile. "We simply assumed you would comprehend. You have always been the one with responsibility." It was like being slapped in the face by that term. When someone needs assistance, I've always been the one to step up. Yes, I have assisted with school pickups, watched the kids in an emergency, and even filled in for my sister when she had work difficulties, but this was on a whole different level. They lacked the manners to even ask me. They simply made a decision. In an attempt to defuse the situation, my mother promised to bring me a memento, as if that would somehow make up for my exclusion. In contrast, my sister pretended that I was exaggerating. She remarked nonchalantly, "It's not like you'd enjoy the cruise anyway. I take it that you don't like big crowds? Please pardon me." They were now making decisions about what I would and would not like. I sat there attempting to take it all in. This wasn't only a mistake. This was intentional. I wasn't a member of the private Facebook group where they had been organizing this for almost a year. They are all aware that I don't use Facebook. They could have called, texted, or even casually brought it up at any of the numerous family get-togethers we've had, but they chose not to. My mother attempted to sidestep my comments about how painful it was to be left out. We didn't intend to offend you. It was only sensible. Useful to them. Soon after, I departed because I was too upset to continue the conversation. But as the days went by, the rage developed into something more profound. It was more than just the journey. It has to do with how my family perceives me. I don't have any wants, goals, or desires of my own. I'm just the one they can rely on to be dependable, helpful, and willing to make sacrifices when it suits them. I kept playing the discussion over and over in my mind. I recalled how I had altered my schedule to assist my cousin when her twins were ill, or how I had dropped everything to help my sister when she was overburdened with her child. They couldn't even bother to ask me if I would be comfortable with this, even though I've always been there for them. As I gave it more attention, I came to the conclusion that this wasn't an isolated incident. They have always treated me in this manner. I didn't even realize how frequently my family took advantage of me because I was so ready to support and be there for them. But I'm done this time. I'm not sure how I'll deal with this in the future. One thing is certain, though, I won't be sticking behind to watch the kids. Not now. Guys, tell me what you think. Have you encountered such circumstance previously? After I see how things work out, I'll post an update. First update. Hello everyone. It appears like things are getting worse, so I'll keep you informed. Alright, so I was fuming with rage for a few days after that dinner fiasco. How can you even comprehend anything like that, really? Your whole family organizes this enormous once-in-a-lifetime trip. They want you to simply roll over and babysit for free, in addition to excluding you. It seems so planned and purposeful, as if they just saw me as a helper and not as a member of the family. I was not going to let this go, so I attempted to calm down and figure out how to deal with it without losing my cool. About a week later, I texted my sister to let her know that I also wanted to go on the trip. I reasoned that if they didn't invite me because they thought I couldn't or wouldn't want to go, perhaps I could salvage this by re-entering the mix. I also claimed that I could easily make the arrangements because I had some time off approved at work. Sorry, there isn't any more space, she replied. What? When I asked her what she meant, she clarified that the cruise was now sold out because the group had already reserved their slots months in advance. She mentioned that they couldn't precisely alter their plans at this time and that it was difficult enough to organize everything for everyone who had RSVP'd. I informed her that if I wasn't on the group reservation, it didn't matter. I would purchase my own ticket. I could get lodging on my own. Hell, if it came to that, I would even take a separate plane to Hawaii and meet them there. Even though I was still upset about being left out in the first place, I was making an effort to make it work. Well, if you do decide to come, you would need to figure out childcare first, she said to me. There it came, the presumption once more. We already planned on you staying back with the kids. I politely informed her that I hadn't been asked to babysit in the first place. I argued that it was unfair to leave me out and then force childcare on me as though that were my exclusive responsibility in this household. I informed her that it wasn't fair to exclude me from such a significant occasion and that I wanted to join in celebrating Aunt Eleanor. Her response was a clumsy apology that didn't even seem genuine. It was just an oversight, she claimed. We had no intention of hurting you. But it's not like we can change anything now, he continued. I was done being polite at this point. Everything was already set. I made it clear to her that I wasn't watching them and that it wasn't my concern if they couldn't find someone else. As if that somehow excused their actions, she became defensive and began to say things like, "We all have kids. And you were the only one who doesn't." I assured her that was not my fault nor my duty. You had almost a year to tell me about this trip, and you chose to use me instead of including me, I remarked. She stopped answering after saying, "That's not fair, and I'm not going along with it." She simply handed the reins to my mother, which surprised me because I thought perhaps she had recognized how messed up this whole situation was. My mother contacted me the following day, and even before she spoke, I could hear the guilt trip in her voice. I just don't want there to be bad blood in the family, she began with a well-known statement. I assured her it had nothing to do with animosity. It has to do with respect. I argued that it was unfair to leave me out of something so significant, and then asked me to make up the difference so that everyone else could enjoy themselves. I nearly lost it when she remarked, "Families help each other out." Exactly, I replied. Families support one another. However, where could I find assistance? Where was the regard for my emotions? You didn't even consider asking me what I wanted. She attempted to defuse the situation by stating, "We didn't mean to make you feel left out. You just assumed I'd be okay with being left out and used. We simply believed that you would feel better at ease remaining here, able to comfortably watch 3 children under 5 while the others are on a cruise." Yes. It sounds really cozy. I told her I wasn't going to do it, and that was the end of it. She sounded dissatisfied, as if I had somehow failed her. She even attempted to use the "we're all counting on you" tactic, but I refused to back down. I experienced a range of feelings once I hung up. I felt a strong sense of betrayal, but I was also proud of myself for sticking my position. These individuals are meant to love and support me, yet they couldn't even bring themselves to treat me fairly. The icing on the cake. Later that day, in an attempt to patch things up, my cousin texted me. She acknowledged that I was upset, but she advised me to see the wider picture and consider how difficult it is for parents to manage everything. I didn't answer at all. I was too exhausted to continue arguing. This is the problem, though. I still have time off that has been approved by my employer, and I will not waste it keeping children at home while my family is out having a good time. They're in for a surprise if they assumed I would simply roll over and accept this. I began planning on my own. Plans that didn't entail taking care of other people or providing for their needs. It's okay if my family chooses to act as though I don't exist. I'll demonstrate that to them. What are your thoughts? Is this the wake-up call they needed, or should I just go and do my own thing? Sincerely, I'm still trying to determine whether I handled this correctly, so please let me know. Watch this space for further update. The second update. Hello once more. I therefore made the decision that I would not allow my family to ruin my vacation after the entire ordeal. They sought to deny my existence. Alright. I could also play that game. I would make sure I wasn't sitting at home pouting if they were all enjoying the time of their lives on a cruise. I therefore began organizing my own travel. Initially, I was just trying to convince myself of something. However, I came to the realization that I truly required this. I couldn't recall the last time I went on a solo vacation. All of the trips I had taken in the previous few years had been for job, family obligations, or accompanying someone else to assist them. It was supposed to be different this time. I made the decision to go to the mountains. A coworker told me of a modest cabin rental that is quiet, comfortable, has great hiking paths, and has a hot tub with a view of a valley. It had a heavenly tone. I reserved it for 9 days without telling anyone. I packed up my car, put my phone on quiet, and headed off the day before my family's major cruise departure. I didn't let anyone know I wouldn't be available or say goodbye. I reasoned that I didn't have to give them an update on my plans if they couldn't bother to include me in theirs. I really needed the drive up to the cabin. Winding roads, rolling hills, and the kind of silence that allows you to breathe at last. I was astounded by how flawless it looked when I arrived. With large windows, a deck that looked out over the forest, and a stone fireplace, the cottage was small but attractive. I did nothing but unwind on the first day. I wasn't worrying about anyone else for the first time in what seemed like an eternity. Just myself, no family conflict, no errands to run, and no kids to babysit. Naturally, though, the tranquility was short-lived. My phone began to blow up the morning of the trip. When I checked it later, I could still see the missed calls and texts accumulating even though I had disabled notifications. My mother was the first. When are we able to drop the children off? Everyone is preparing to leave. Then, with the car seats, we're headed to your house, my sister. Go home. Alright. Next, my cousin. Are you ignoring us, please? We're in a bit of a hurry. I didn't reply to any of it. They became increasingly irate as the messages continued to arrive. This isn't funny, my sister texted. Everyone is waiting for you to take the initiative. In her guilt-trippy voicemail, my mother said things like, I just don't understand why you do this. We are a family. We depend on one another. Eventually, my cousin texted me a lengthy tirade about how careless I was and how self-centered it was of me to abandon them at the last minute. She even dared to say that by making things more difficult for everyone, I was spoiling Aunt Eleanor's special day. Oh, I was angry. Ruining the day for Aunt Eleanor. They didn't think I was significant enough to be invited, which is the only reason I wasn't present to celebrate her. However, I was suddenly the villain. Yes. After that, I switched off my phone entirely. I refused to allow them to make me feel guilty for standing up for myself. It was just what I needed for the remaining 9 days. I spent hours blogging and thinking about everything, sat in the hot tub beneath the stars, and explored trails with breathtaking vistas. Sitting by the fireplace one evening, I reflected on how I had allowed my family to mistreat me for years. I had always been the person who said yes and gave up all to lend a hand. Even though I cherished my family, I came to the realization that I had been putting their needs ahead of my own satisfaction. However, it is no longer the case. I felt completely changed by the time I drove home at the end of the 9 days. I was finished and no longer angry. I'm done being the backup plan. I'm done being the unseen assistant. I'm over being treated as though I didn't exist. I had no idea that the fallout was just around the corner. I was preparing for the impending storm when I returned from the cabin. It had been over 2 weeks since I had communicated with my family. And they were prepared to provide it to me, based on the quantity of missed calls and texts. I had just had time to set my luggage down when I arrived home when my phone began to ring. My mother was there. I considered leaving it on voicemail, but decided that I might as well end it now. She started talking as soon as I responded. "You aware? Are you aware of what you've done?" She was upset and disappointed, which is how she likes to make me feel like the worst person alive. "I was on a trip the same way you all were," I responded, maintaining my composure. That didn't go down well. She continued by talking about how my absence from the family forced my sister, cousin, and aunt to make last-minute arrangements. They apparently had to make last-minute plans when I failed to show there. They were all upset with me after my sister ended up leaving her 3-year-old with a friend and my cousin had to cancel her cruise completely in order to stay with her twins. "They're saying, you ruined the trip," my mom remarked. I inhaled deeply and said to her, that's exactly what I wanted. Why is it my fault that they made plans without me? Why must I clean up a mess that I didn't cause?" She attempted to interrupt me, but I continued. "Mom, you didn't invite me. You didn't even consider telling me about the trip until I happened to come across it. You all assumed I would remain back and babysit instead of expressing regret. Are you aware of how painful that was?" After a brief period of silence, she said, "We assumed you would understand. You've always been dependable." Dependable. Once more, there it was. Being dependable does not imply that I am your fallback option, I informed her. I am also a member of this family. Or so I believed. However, you made it apparent that my sole responsibility is to look after everyone else while you all go out and enjoy yourselves. She didn't like that at all. That's not okay, and I'm not doing it anymore. She began discussing how families make sacrifices for one another and how my refusal to assist was selfish. I informed her that no one had respected me when they had made these arrangements without consulting me, and that families also respect one another. She became defensive and declared she didn't want to argue after that. When she saw that I wasn't going to back down, it was typical. Before hanging up, she added, "Just for good measure, I hope you're happy with yourself." But it didn't end there. My sister sent me a lengthy, passive-aggressive text later that night. She said that I had abandoned her and that I had abandoned the family when they most needed me. She continued by describing how difficult it was to locate a last-minute caregiver for her daughter and how her buddy wasn't even very good with children. In response, my cousin sent a tirade, accusing me of ruining her entire trip by failing to locate someone to care the twins. She even mentioned that my aunt was upset with me for missing her retirement celebration. That one hurt. I felt horrible because I adore my aunt and I wanted to be there for her. However, I told myself that I wasn't to blame. I was not even allowed to participate in the festivities. Neither of them received a response from me. Rather, I took some time to compose a message for the entire family in the group chat. Yes, the same one in which I was left out during the trip's planning. "Hello everyone, I've been the target of a lot of criticism on the trip's problems, so allow me to correct the record. First, I didn't receive an invitation to the cruise. I didn't know about it till I happened upon it. That was painful on its own. However, I was expected to watch the kids without being asked. Second, I am not accountable for resolving issues arising from your own presumptions. You ought to have asked for my assistance if you required it. I'm not your free nanny, I'm a member of this family. Finally, I must establish some limits. From now on, people must ask me directly if they need my assistance. Additionally, it will cease if I say no. I refuse to be coerced or guilt-tripped into doing anything against my will. I want to be respected, but I also adore this family." I placed my phone down and sent it. I didn't even give a damn about the consequences. I wasn't going out of my way to appease everyone for once. I believed that my stern message would establish boundaries and put an end to the pandemonium. Rather, I felt as though I had tossed a grenade into the group chat for the family. Fallout. The backlash began right away. My phone was inundated with calls, texts, and guilt-tripping voicemails by the following day. It was more than just their anger. I could handle that. No, this was entitlement on a level I was unaware of. My cousin with the twins was the one who called me first. From the beginning, her tone was harsh and accusing. She started out by saying, "I just don't understand how you could do this to us," eschewing any courtesy. I breathed out slowly. "What precisely do you do?" Even though I knew where this was going, I asked. She yelled, "You left us scrambling. We had no choice but to cancel everything since we assumed you would be home to look after the kids. Are you aware of the amount of money we lost?" "That's unfortunate," I said coolly. "However, I'm not accountable for it." She gasped as if I had just insulted her. "If you knew there would be a problem, you should have made child care arrangements beforehand. You're acting utterly irrationally." "Families help," I said in a firm yet steady voice. This isn't how families treat each other. To help, someone must ask for assistance. Nobody talked to me about this. I wasn't even told about the trip. She didn't like that response. You just assumed I'd be okay with it, and that's not fair. No one told you that it was an accident, she protested, her voice brimming with frustration. We believed you could watch the children without any problems. You've done it before, I retorted. And I've done it before when I was asked and agreed to it. Nobody asked this time. I was momentarily stunned when she said, you can't just make plans for me and expect me to be okay with it. We could have reported the child's abandonment to the police, you know. It took me a moment to comprehend what she had just said. You were supposed to be home to care for them. What? I asked, truly perplexed. She continued, you left us in a bind. The person we were depending on was you. Simply leaving when the children were meant to be with you is neglectful. I was powerless to stop myself. I chuckled. I said, you can't be serious. You cannot file a police report against me for refusing to accept a duty that I was never asked to perform. That is absurd. I took advantage of her brief silence to continue, saying, you don't get to assume things and then punish me when your assumption is wrong. I remarked, my house isn't even childproofed. Additionally, I must admit that I don't particularly enjoy being around children. She burst out, I'm not prepared for this, and I don't want to do it. Whoa, you're just stating that you don't give a damn about your family now? Is that all? Do you believe you are too skilled to assist? No, I replied, my heart boiling. I believe I have the right to live my own life and make my own decisions. After saying, I'm not required to give up my time and effort whenever you feel like it, just because I've helped in the past. She hung up on me. However, it didn't stop there. The next person to jump in was my sister, who sent a furious series of texts accusing me of ruining the family dynamic and making Aunt Eleanor's retirement all about me. She yelled at me about my selfishness and how I was disappointing everyone. I didn't even try to respond to her. My mother then gave me a call. Unlike my cousin, she wasn't angry. She was disappointed, which is somehow worse. Honey, she said. We're all just so hurt by what's happened. This isn't like you. I raised you to be better than this, Mom, I interrupted. I'm not doing this. If you're calling to guilt me, save it. I'm not trying to guilt you, she insisted, though her tone said otherwise. I'm just saying you've really upset your sister and cousin. They were counting on you. And they should have asked me if I was available, I said. They didn't. They assumed. That's not my problem. She sighed heavily. This isn't how families are supposed to work. We're supposed to help each other. Helping requires respect, I said firmly. No one respected me enough to include me in the trip. No one respected me enough to ask if I could help. They just made plans and expected me to fall in line. That's not helping. That's being used. She didn't know how to respond to that. Instead, she switched tactics. Aunt Eleanor is so upset that this drama has overshadowed her celebration. Do you even care about how this is affecting her? I felt my patience snap. If you cared so much about Aunt Eleanor's celebration, maybe you shouldn't have excluded someone who wanted to celebrate her, too. This isn't my fault, Mom. Stop trying to make it my responsibility to fix your mistakes. She didn't say much after that, just another heavy sigh before muttering, I hope you're happy with yourself, and hanging up. The only bright spot in all of this was Aunt Eleanor herself. She called me later that evening. I just wanted to check in on you, she said. I heard about the drama, and I wanted to say I'm sorry for how the family has treated you. I didn't realize you hadn't been included in the trip. If I'd known, I would have insisted you come. I hate that this has become such a mess. Her words meant more to me than I could say. I thanked her, and for the first time in days, I felt a little lighter. As for the rest of my family, I've been sitting here staring at my phone, wondering if I should just turn it off and walk away from all of it. Part of me thinks I should let them know exactly how I feel. Lay it all out so there's no confusion. But the other part of me is just so tired. Tired of the arguments, the guilt trips, the feeling that nothing I say will ever make a difference. Maybe it's time to just stop trying and let them figure things out without me. I don't know. What would you guys do? Let me know in the comments, and I'll keep you updated. Final update. Hey everyone, thanks for all your support. I came with a final update just to let you know my final decision. So, after the chaos of the past few days, it became painfully clear that my family wasn't going to change. No amount of explaining or boundary setting would make them see me as anything other than the reliable one, the person they could lean on without ever considering my feelings or needs. I had hoped things might calm down after Aunt Eleanor's kind words and my firm message in the group chat, but that wasn't the case. My sister's vague Facebook posts about toxic family members continued, with comments like, "Some people forget what loyalty means," flooding in from her friends. My cousin was still sending passive-aggressive texts, though I stopped reading them after the first couple. Even my mom, who had shown a flicker of self-awareness during our last conversation, was back to guilt-tripping me every chance she got. It was exhausting. I found myself lying awake at night replaying every argument, every accusation, and every moment when they tried to make me feel small. I kept asking myself, was this worth it? Could I keep putting up with this kind of treatment? The answer was no. For years, I had bent over backward to be the good daughter, the helpful sister, the reliable cousin. But what had that gotten me? Exclusion, disrespect, and entitlement. I realized I couldn't keep pouring myself into people who only saw me as a convenience. It was time to cut ties. I made the decision to call my mother. She was the most difficult to deal with because I still loved her in spite of everything. However, love was insufficient to excuse her treatment of me. She picked up on the first ring when I called her. Her voice was already brimming with relief as she said, "Honey, thank you so much for calling. Let's move on from this, shall we?" "This isn't a fight, Mom," I said, maintaining a composed yet firm tone. "I don't want to fight anymore. I'm telling you this because I need space. Much of it." "What does that signify?" she inquired. I said, "It means I can't keep doing this. I can't be a part of a family that doesn't respect me, even though I love you. Whenever I try to defend myself, I get accused of guilt tripping and other things. I'm worthy of better." Her voice cracked. "What the heck? Are you simply going to leave me? From everyone, including your sister? If maintaining my tranquility requires it." "Yes," I replied. She said, sounding desperate now, "You can't mean that. Families argue. We act in that manner. However, we overcome it. You don't simply interrupt others." I said, "I've been working through it for years. And it has only caused me pain. I'm finished." She sobbed. She pleaded. I didn't falter, though. She finally hung up on me after realizing I wouldn't back down. I just blocked my sister and cousin and didn't return their calls. To my surprise, it was silent instead of the angry message I half expected from my mother or another family member. Perhaps they've finally figured it out. I experienced a mixture of relief and melancholy during the first few days. It was difficult for me to break off my family ties. I had grown up with these people, shared holidays with them, and relied on them in difficult times. However, I also realized that the majority of those memories were biased. They had hardly ever returned the favors I had lavished upon them. Now that I'm on my way, I'm concentrating on the people who genuinely see me and appreciate me for who I am rather than just what I can accomplish for them. It is both painful and liberating. I want to thank everyone for their amazing support. I found the strength to make my own decisions thanks to this community. Everyone, be careful. Run. My wife said at Grandma's 88th birthday. We called 911. Cops found Uncle sedating her to steal the estate. He was arrested on the spot. On my grandmother's 88th birthday, my wife said, "Grab your bag. We're leaving." Minutes later, in the car, she closed the doors and shivered. Something is wrong in that house. I contacted the cops. What they discovered caused my entire family to panic. My wife's fingers dug into my forearm deeply enough to leave marks. "We need to leave," Claire said quietly, her breath hot against my ear. "Right now, don't ask questions." We were standing in my grandmother's living room during her 88th birthday party. "Just grab your coat and walk out." 46 individuals packed into the house. Aunts, uncles, cousins, and neighbors. A large sheet cake was on the dining room table. White frosting with pink roses spells out Happy 88th Grandma Margaret. Mylar balloons banged against the ceiling. Someone's child was weeping in the kitchen. Frank Sinatra performed on the antiquated stereo system. Normal. Everything was normal except that Claire's face was the color of paper. Her hands were trembling, and she was pushing me toward the door as if the house was on fire. "Claire, what? Not here." Her voice crackled. "Please, Aaron, trust me, we need to leave right now." Claire and I had been married for 7 years. I'd watched her remain cool through job loss, her father's death, and a vehicle accident that ruined our Honda. I hadn't seen her look like this before. She was terrified and horrified, like if she had witnessed something supernatural. I gathered our coats from the pile on the guest bed, made excuses to my Aunt Susan about Claire being sick, and walked out the front door into the cold November evening, Claire's hand gripping mine like a vice. She didn't say anything until we were in the car, the doors were secured, and she started the engine and drove away from the curb. Then she sat there at the first stop sign, grasping the steering wheel and breathing like if she had just completed a marathon. "Claire, what the hell is going on? There's something horribly wrong in that house." She looked straight ahead at the empty street. "Your Uncle Douglas and your cousin Lauren. I overheard them talking in the office." My stomach fell. "What are we talking about?" "Your grandmother." She turned to face me, tears in her eyes. "Aaron, they are drugging her. They're snatching everything there." Her voice cracked. "They're destroying her." The world shifted sideways. I had known my Uncle Douglas my entire life. He was my father's older brother, 61 years old, and worked in real estate. He resided in a large mansion in Riverside. He'd been helping to care for Grandma Margaret for the past 4 years, ever after Grandpa died, and she'd begun to struggle on her own. Lauren, Douglas's 32-year-old daughter, worked as a paralegal, lived with Douglas, and assisted him with his grandmother's affairs. They were family. They were the nice people. They showed up. They ensured that Grandma attended her doctor's appointments, paid her bills on time, and did not fall behind on her medicine. "That's insane, Claire. Douglas has been." I heard them. Her voice was still now, sharp. "Certain." I went seeking for a restroom. The hallway bathroom was occupied. Someone informed me that there was another one down the hall. The office door was cracked open. I heard Douglas's voice. "What did he say?" "She signs tonight whether she wants it or not." Claire's fists gripped the steering wheel tightly. Lauren then stated, "I already forged the last set." She was too perplexed to notice. My mouth became dry. Douglas mentioned something about lawyers, time, and making sure everything was transferred before anyone caught on. Lauren then added. Claire closed her eyes. "There are no mistakes this time. Everything must be clean." Jesus Christ. I peeked through the opening in the door. The desk is covered in papers, legal documents, and property transfers. I saw power of attorney paperwork and a will, all dated within the last 3 weeks. I sat there, trying to digest everything and make sense of it. Perhaps it is genuine estate planning. Perhaps Grandma asked them to. "Aaron." Claire gripped my face, forcing me to look at her. "Where is your grandmother now?" I thought about it, picturing the party, the crowded living room, the packed dining room, and the kitchen where the children were playing. I hadn't seen Grandma since we arrived. Douglas said she was resting. I explained gently that the gathering provided too much stimulus, and that she required quiet time in her room. She is 88 years old and attending her own birthday party. She becomes fatigued. "When was the last time you saw her? Have you talked to her?" I tried to remember. "Thanksgiving. 4 weeks ago." "How did she appear?" "I'm tired." Confused. She repeatedly asked the same questions. Douglas claimed that was natural aging. Perhaps early dementia. Claire restarted her car, drove 3 blocks, and turned into a 7-Eleven parking lot. "Call the cops, Claire. Call them right now. Inform them that you have grounds to think an elderly woman is being abused. Inform them you overheard a conversation concerning fake documents. Tell them you need a welfare check right away." "What if I'm wrong, and you're right?" She took my hand. "What if we drive away right now and they ask her to sign anything tonight? What happens if she wakes up tomorrow to find her house gone? Her money is gone. Her entire life is gone." I took out my phone. My hand was so shaky that I couldn't dial. 911. The dispatcher answered on the second ring. 911. "What is your emergency?" "I need to report potential elder abuse. My grandmother. I believe my uncle is drugging her and fabricating paperwork." "What is the address, sir?" I provided them Grandma's address and recounted what Claire overheard. The dispatcher's voice became sharper, more concentrated. "Officers are en route. ETA. 10 minutes. Stay on the line." "Are you currently at the location?" "No, we've departed. We're 3 blocks away." "Is the accused abuser still at the home?" "Yes, it is a birthday celebration. There are 44 individuals present." "Sir, do not return to the residence. Wait for the officers to arrive." "Can you meet them on the corner?" We drove back, parked across the street from Grandma's house, and watched the party from the windshield, lights on in every window, figures moving past curtains. Someone unlocked the front door, probably to leave, and music poured out. Laughter, the sound of celebration. Claire grabbed my hand. Neither of us spoke. At 7:52 p.m. 3 police cruisers entered the street. The lights are off, and there are no sirens. They drove up in front of the home. 5 cops exited. 2 people approached the front door. 2 went around the back. 1 remained by the car. The officer in the front pressed the doorbell. A long pause. The door opened. I recognized my Aunt Susan's figure in the doorway. She appeared bewildered. One of the officers showed her his badge and began talking. "Oh God," I whispered. "What if we were wrong?" "We're not wrong," Claire replied. Susan stepped aside and let the officers to enter. The front door remained open, more silhouettes and raised voices now. The music was stopped off. Then, one of the officers dashed back outside, spoke hurriedly into his radio, and ran back inside. "That's not good," Claire remarked. 2 minutes later, an ambulance appeared on the street, lights blazing. It pulled into Grandma's driveway. Paramedics grabbed equipment and dashed inside. My stomach fell through the floorboards of the automobile. "Aaron, I'm so sorry," Claire said quietly. "I'm so sorry." I couldn't breathe or think, just watched as more officers arrived, yellow tape was put up, and neighbors stepped out onto their porches. My family members began filing out of the house, puzzled and afraid, and gathered on the front lawn. The fourth police car arrived. This one said detective on the side. A woman in plain clothes emerged. Late 40 seconds, black, with a notebook. She went straight in. The paramedics returned around 8:19 p.m. They had a stretcher. Someone was on it, little and feeble, with an oxygen mask and an IV that was already running. Grandma Margaret. I got out of the car before I realized I was moving. Running across the street. A uniformed officer apprehended me before I could reach the ambulance. "Sir, you need to remain back. That is my grandmother. What has happened to her? Are you Aaron Cole?" "Yes. Dispatch reported that you called this in. I need you to speak with Detective Alvarez. She's inside. I need to visit my grandmother. The paramedics are caring for her. She is stable. But I need you to speak with the investigator right now." He took me into the house. The living room was now empty, save for 3 officers, the detective, and my Uncle Douglas. Douglas noticed me. In barely a second, his expression changed from astonished to outraged. "You." He took a step towards me. An officer stopped him. "You called the cops on your own family. Cole, step back," the officer instructed. "What have you told them? What lies have you made up?" "Detective Alvarez." I could see her name tag. "Now, step between us, Mr. Cole, I will need you to calm down." "And you?" She stared at me. "Aaron Cole." "Yes. Come with me." She took me into the office. Claire had been correct. The desk was covered with paperwork, legal documents neatly stacked, a laptop open, file folders labeled and structured like a corporate filing system. "Walk me through what happened," Detective Alvarez requested. I told her right away that Claire had overheard the exchange. About the fake documents, about Grandma being hidden in a back room at her own birthday party. "Where is your wife now?" "In the car. I'll need her statement as well. But first, what do you know about your grandmother's medical condition?" "Douglas handles all of her medications. He has power of attorney for healthcare." "When did he obtain it?" "I do not know. A year ago, maybe longer." She agreed and took notes. "Your grandmother was found in the rear bedroom. She was deeply sedated and scarcely responsive. The paramedics discovered an empty prescription bottle on the bedside. Margaret Cole was prescribed zolpidem, which is the generic version of Ambien. According to the label, it was filled 6 days prior, 28 pills. The bottle is empty." My legs became weak. I sat down firmly in the office chair. 28 tablets in 6 days. I stated that the typical dose is 1 pill at bedtime. Someone has been giving her 5 medications every day to keep her obedient. That's what it looks like. We're doing blood testing right now, but based on her presentation, slurred speech, bewilderment, and difficulty to stay awake, I'd say she's been oversedated for days, if not weeks. I took a close look at the documents on the desk. The property transfer deed was dated November 18th, 6 days ago. Quitclaim deed transferring grandmother's home from Margaret Cole to Douglas Cole. Notarized, and signed with Grandma's signature. Except I had seen Grandma's autograph my entire life. Christmas cards and birthday checks. This one was unsteady. Wrong. The letters are too huge. The angle is completely off. That's not her signature. I said. Detective Alvarez grabbed the document with gloved hands. Place it in an evidence bag. We'll need a handwriting expert to corroborate that. But between you and me, I've seen enough forgeries to identify one. 12. She pointed to additional documents. The power of attorney was signed 3 weeks ago. A new will was signed 10 days earlier. Douglas and Lauren Cole will inherit everything from the estate. Bank account authorizations. Investment account transfers. Someone has been systematically transferring every asset that your grandmother owns. How much are we talking about? Based on what I see here, the house is valued approximately $725,000. According to bank statements, savings accounts have total balances of approximately $360,000. Investment accounts for an additional $210,000. She owns a rental property in Anaheim worth around $540,000. We're looking at more than $1.83 million in assets. I felt nauseous. Douglas has stolen from her. Douglas has been liquidating her entire life, and according to the timeline, tonight was meant to be the last step. What do you mean? She pointed to the calendar on the desk. Tonight was November 24th, and it had been circled in red. Marginal notes, final signatures, escrow transfer, and account closure on Monday. Banks open on Monday. If everything had been signed tonight, Douglas could have walked into the bank with power of attorney on Monday morning and drained all of the accounts. The house sale was scheduled to close on Tuesday. By Wednesday, your grandma would have had nothing. Oh my God, Mr. Cole, I have a question. Did any other members of your family know about this? I do not know. My Aunt Susan saw the papers weeks ago. Douglas informed her that it was estate planning. Is anyone else suspicious? Can you help Douglas? Are you covering for him? His daughter, Lauren. My wife overheard them both talking. Detective Alvarez nodded. Lauren Cole. She's being questioned by another cop right now. There was shouting from the outside. Douglas was ranting at officers on the front yard, and I saw him through the glass. My family members stood in bunches on the pavement, watching, puzzled, terrified, angry. What happens now? I asked. Now we're arresting Douglas and Lauren Cole for elder abuse, fraud, forgery, and theft. We seize all documents for proof. We transport your grandma to the hospital for a thorough examination, and we begin undoing any damage they've caused. Can you fix it if they've already transferred things? The majority of it. Banks are fairly competent at reversing fraudulent transfers once we demonstrate incompetence and forgery. The house sale might be stopped. It has not closed yet. We'll get the majority of it back, but it will take time. I heard Claire's voice outside, making her testimony to an officer. I could see her through the window, arms wrapped around herself, still shaking. Your wife saved her life, Detective Alvarez explained calmly. If she hadn't heard that conversation, and you hadn't called when you did, this would have been done by midnight. Clean transfer, legal papers. By the time anyone figured it out, the money would be vanished. Douglas would have dumped her in a nursing facility, most likely without any assets to pay for it. Medicaid facility. She would have perished in a nursing home, believing her family had abandoned her. I buried my face in my hands. He's my uncle. I have known him my entire life. That's normally how things go. Almost typically, elder abuse comes from within the family. The people with access, the people who can be trusted. She closed her notebook. Come on, let us get you outside. We strolled out onto the front lawn. You're going to want to be there when they take your uncle into custody. The entire family was present now. My father, Douglas's younger brother, stood near the street, face white with astonishment. My Aunt Susan was crying. Cousins murmured to one another. The neighbors watched from their porches. Douglas stood in the center of it all, disputing with two officers. This is ridiculous. I am her son. I am taking care of her. These are all valid estate planning agreements. Sir, your mother was discovered highly sedated. The prescription bottle shows that she should have had 22 tablets left. It's empty. She must have taken more. She's been confused recently. That's why we need the power of attorney. Sir, we found forged signatures on multiple documents. I was helping her sign documents. She has arthritis. Lauren emerged, led out by another cop, and she begged me to guide her hand. Her hands were handcuffed behind her back. She was crying, mascara dripping down her face. Dad, tell them, she yelled. Douglas twisted his face. Tell them we were just helping Grandma. Shut up, Lauren. You claimed she wouldn't remember. You mentioned it was easy money. I said shut up. The entire family remained silent. 46 individuals are standing on that lawn. Everyone who hears Lauren blames her father. Everyone understood what had happened. My Aunt Susan broke first. I started sobbing. Loud, horrible, heartbreaking sobs. I saw the newspapers. I saw them few weeks ago. Douglas described it as estate planning. I believed him. Oh, God. I believed him. My father approached Douglas, his older brother. His face was stone. How could you do this to Mom? I was not doing anything to her. I was assisting her with her financial affairs. She can't handle it alone longer. You were drugging her. You forged her signature. You were stealing all she owned. It would have been mine anyhow. When she died, I was merely speeding up the process. The words hung there. Accelerating the procedure. Like Granny was an inconvenient intermediary between Douglas and money. Like her life was something to be rushed through. Detective Alvarez came forward. Douglas Cole, you've been arrested for elder abuse, fraud, forgery, and grand theft. You have the right to remain silent. She proceeded to read him his rights as another officer handcuffed him. Douglas's face changed from red to purple to white, and his mouth opened and closed like a fish. This was a mistake. This is a tremendous error. I am her son. I have rights. They escorted him to a police car and seated him in the rear seat. His gaze met mine through the glass as they drove past. Pure wrath, disbelief, and rage. He never imagined he'd get caught, had undoubtedly been planning this for years, gathering documentation, developing a narrative of Grandma's deterioration, establishing himself as the responsible son, and caring for his aged mother. He never expected his nephew's wife to bring him down. Lauren got in a different car, still crying and yelling. I did not want to do it. He made me. He claimed Granny would die soon anyway. He said it wasn't really stealing. The automobiles drove away. The yellow tape remained up. The birthday celebration, cake, balloons, and presents stood abandoned inside a house that had become a crime scene. Claire appeared at my side and wrapped her arm around my waist. How are you doing? I do not know. I suppose I am numb. I apologize. I'm sorry for dragging you into this. You saved her life. I almost didn't say anything. When I heard them chatting, I almost convinced myself that I had misunderstood, that I was overreacting, and that it was none of my concern. But you said something. She nodded and placed her head against my shoulder. My father approached Aaron. Claire, thank you. If you hadn't, he couldn't finish. Just drew us both into an embrace. The family around us was splitting. Some others were crying, angry, and protecting Douglas. He could not have known. Maybe there was a misunderstanding. The police are overreacting. My Aunt Susan was not among them. She was speaking with Detective Alvarez, giving a statement about the papers she'd seen, the discussions Douglas had with her, and the times he'd kept people away from Grandma, claiming she was having a terrible day or was too confused to receive visits. I took out my phone and contacted the hospital. It took 15 minutes after being transferred to reach someone who would speak with me. Margaret Cole was hospitalized at 8:33 p.m. The nurse stated that she is in the ER and is now being evaluated. Are you a family? Her grandchild. Hold on. Muffled talk, followed by a new speaker. Male, authoritative? This is Dr. Michael Reynolds, the attending physician. You are Margaret Cole's grandchild. Yes. Aaron Cole, your grandmother is stable but extremely drugged. We have drawn blood. The initial results show extraordinarily high levels of zolpidem in her system. We're also noticing indicators of dehydration and malnutrition. How long has she been living this way? I'm not sure. Weeks? Maybe months. My uncle was her primary caregiver. The one who's been arrested? Yes. Well, he has been systematically poisoning her. The dose she's been given would knock most people out for days. She's fortunate she didn't stop breathing. He stopped. We'll keep her overnight for observation, possibly longer. She'll require a detox procedure to get the medication out of her system. Once she is clear-headed, we will need to conduct a comprehensive cognitive evaluation. But I can assure you that everything your uncle told you about dementia was not accurate. That was drug-induced impairment. Is she going to be okay? Physically, sure. He mentally moaned. It will depend on how she processes what happened. She learned that her own kid had done this to her. That is trauma. Real, significant trauma. I thanked him, hung up, and stood on my grandmother's yard, trying to digest it all. Claire squeezed my hand. What have they said? She's going to live. But Douglas wasn't simply stealing from her. He was poisoning her. They kept her so sedated that she couldn't think clearly. I couldn't question what he was doing. Could not fight back. Jesus. My cousin Emily, Douglas's younger sister's daughter, approached. She was 32, worked as a nurse. Is this true about Uncle Douglas? Yes. I sensed something was wrong. I kept attempting to visit Grandma, but he always made excuses. She was asleep. She wasn't having a good day. The doctor said no visitors. I thought he was just being overprotective. He was hiding her all the time. He claimed she was confused, asking the same questions and forgetting things. That wasn't genuine, was it? The doctor says, no, it was the medications. Emily closed her mouth. Oh, my God. We all believed him. We all assumed she was deteriorating. We felt sorry for him for having to go through it. That's what he wanted. I'm a nurse. I should have noticed it. I should have known. You trusted him. We all did. Additional family members approached, asking questions, crying, angry, and puzzled. The party had transformed into something else. A crisis, a reckoning. My Aunt Susan called me aside. Aaron, I have something to tell you. Douglas requested me about a month ago to witness a power of attorney paperwork. He explained that Grandma wanted to sign it but needed a witness. I signed it. I did not read it attentively. I just trusted him. It is not your fault. I should have asked more questions. I should have made sure she knew what she was signing. Should have talked to her without Douglas present. But I did not. I simply signed it. Did you see her do it? I saw her hand move, but Douglas was holding and guiding it. He explained that her arthritis made it difficult for her to write. I assumed he was helping her. Susan cried again. I helped him. I witnessed a forgery. I'll have to testify to that, don't I? Probably. Good. I want to let everyone know what he did. By 10:45 p.m., the police had completed analyzing the scene. They had boxed up all of the documents, photographed everything, and obtained statements from a dozen family members. Detective Alvarez informed us that they were preparing a case that would most likely result in many criminal charges. How long will he be in prison for? My dad inquired. Elder abuse is a criminal. Fraud is a felony. Grand theft is a felony. We count each fake paper separately. If convicted, he faces a sentence ranging from 12 to 18 years. Maybe more if your mother wants to file civil charges as well. She will, my father responded. Once she's better, and she understands what he did, she'll pursue every charge possible. Claire and I departed about 11:20 p.m. Driving home in silence. Both too exhausted to speak. I keep thinking about the party, Claire said as we drove into our home. All those people, the cake, the presents, and the entire time she was in that back room, drugged, imprisoned, and most likely afraid. She had no idea it was her birthday. Do you believe she knew what was going on? What was Douglas doing? I do not know. I hope not. I hope she was too bewildered to comprehend. But I had a feeling she was aware, on some level, that her son was harming her, taking things from her, forcing her to sign paperwork she didn't understand, and she was powerless to stop it. The following 4 months were a legal nightmare. Douglas and Lauren were charged with 14 offenses total. Douglas posted bail, using his own house as collateral, and had a GPS monitor. Lauren remained in jail. She couldn't afford her $120,000 bond. The forensic accountant's report was terrible. Douglas stole $912,000 over 22 months. He'd been faking grandma's signature on checks, sending wire transfers, selling off her investments, and pocketing the money. The final element was the property sale, which added $725,000 to his overall steal of $1.65 million. He had spent the majority of it on new automobiles, a boat, gambling debts, and a property in Mexico. By the time authorities apprehended him, he had approximately $185,000 left. Grandmother spent 17 days in the hospital. The detoxification was difficult. She experienced withdrawal symptoms from the medication, including bewilderment, anxiety, and night terrors. Dr. Michael Reynolds compared it like coming off a month-long bender. When she finally cleared, and her mind was sharp again, the cognitive evaluation revealed that she was fine. There was no dementia or cognitive impairment, simply an 88-year-old mother who had been drugged on a systematic basis by her son. I paid her a visit on day 18. She was sitting up in bed, looking more like herself, thinner than I remembered, frailer, but with clear eyes. Aaron. She began as I entered. They told me what you and Claire did. Claire figured it out. I've just made the call. You saved my life. Her voice broke. My own son was killing me, and you saved me, Grandma. Douglas came to see me 2 days before the party, she added softly. I was not as high that day. I was able to think clearly for several hours. He brought me paperwork to sign. I asked what they were. He mentioned estate preparation, which would make things easier after my death. But I did look at one of them. It was an act. I'm transferring my house to him. I refused to sign. I informed him that I wanted my own lawyer to review everything. He became angry. He was so angry that he accused me of being difficult, confused, and unable to understand what I was reading. She looked at me. That night, he handed me some more tablets. I can't recall much after that. It's just fog. Days of fog. I woke up in the hospital. He was planning to grab everything. I am aware. The cops showed me all of the fake documents. My handwriting, but not my own. He practiced it. I mastered the art of replicating my own signature. It's over now. He can't hurt you anymore. My own son. She began to cry. Quiet tears. I gave birth to him, raised him, loved him his entire life, and he looked at me and saw nothing but money. She was holding my hand. I didn't know what to say because she was correct. Douglas had viewed his mother as an impediment, a nuisance, a barrier to be broken. The lawyer says I can get most of the money back, Grandma said. Banks are reversing transfers. Insurance may pay some of the remainder, but Aaron, money isn't important. What matters is that I am alone now. I have 2 sons. Your father is fantastic, but Douglas, she shook her head, is dead to me. I'll never speak to him again, and that means I've lost a son. You didn't lose him. He lost you by choice, through his own actions. I keep thinking about Lauren. She helped him. My granddaughter. I used to babysit her. I taught her how to ride a bike, and she faked my signature. She assisted her father in drugging me. Steal from me. She is also facing charges. She'll go to prison. Good. The severity in her voice astonished me. They should both go to prison. They should both suffer for what they did. The trial took place in March. Douglas pled not guilty. Lauren accepted a plea agreement and testified against her father in exchange for a reduced sentence. Her testimony was heartbreaking. She told how Douglas began preparing this 4 years ago, shortly after Grandpa died, how he progressively raised Grandma's meds, left a paper trail of disorientation and memory difficulties, and positioned himself as the competent caregiver so no one questioned his authority. She admitted to faking signatures at least 37 times in 22 months. She practiced on sheets of paper, copying her grandmother's handwriting until it was perfect. Douglas is peeking over her shoulder, coaching. Shakier, she's older. Make it look shakier. She explained the parties. How Douglas would drug Grandma more on days when family was visiting, put her in the back bedroom, and tell everyone she was having a difficult day. All to give the impression that she was declining, and she revealed the plan for that last night. The birthday celebration was covered. Everyone gathered, preoccupied, as Douglas had Granny sign the final forms in the rear bedroom. If Claire hadn't heard them, and we hadn't called the cops, it would have worked. The jury deliberated for 5 hours before finding Douglas guilty on all counts. Elder abuse, fraud, forgery, grand theft, and financial exploitation of the elderly. Sentencing occurred 10 weeks later. The judge, a lady in her 60 seconds, had definitely seen enough of this type of case. Mr. Cole, she replied, glancing at Douglas through her spectacles. You repeatedly mistreated, drugged, and robbed your mother. You did this over the course of 22 months. You requested your daughter's assistance. You manipulated the entire family. You made intricate lies to conceal your crimes. You displayed no regret, empathy, or awareness that your mother is a human being worthy of decency and respect. Douglas stood there in his orange jumpsuit, GPS monitor on his ankle, appearing smaller than I'd ever seen him. The state recommends 13 years. The defense seeks probation and reparations. I am sentencing you to 15 years in state prison. There is no possibility of parole before serving at least 11 years. In addition, you shall pay your mother full restitution for all stolen funds, which is estimated to be $912,000, plus legal fees and damages totaling $1.35 million. Douglas' lawyer objected, saying, if you cannot pay, your assets will be confiscated and destroyed. The judge overruled. The sentence stood. Lauren received 7 years. She'd be out in 5 minutes if she behaved herself. Grandma reclaimed her house, most of her money, sold the rental property, and placed the proceeds in a trust maintained by my father and Aunt Susan. We hired a full-time caretaker, a lovely woman named Isabella, who moved into the guest room and took care of everything. Claire and I came every Sunday. My son gave up my surname to choose his wealthy stepfather. My $2,900 support ended instantly. Stepdad has mountains of debt. Not my problem anymore. I no longer want your last name, my son said. My new dad calls you a loser, so I should take a man's name. My wife grinned. I answered, fine. 10 days later, the family lawyer called. Ma'am, do you realize what you just let him sign away? I paid $425 a month in child support for 4 years, while my ex and her new husband posted Cancun vacation photographs and purchased my kid the latest gaming console. I ate ramen in my studio apartment while worked extra to pay rent and bills. The disrespect began tiny. My son stopped calling me dad and started calling me. Then he told how his stepdad taught him to be a man, fix automobiles, toss a football, and stand up for himself. My lessons before the divorce, before his mother poisoned him against me. I knew things had changed when he wore his stepdad's jersey to our weekend visit. He texted throughout dinner, ignoring me. He shrugged as I asked about education. When I offered hiking as we used to, he replied, his real dad took him last weekend. He stated it then. Refusing to enter my doorstep. Want a new name? Drop yours. Take his. He continues. You're a loser who can't even afford a real house. My ex stood behind him, arms crossed, smiling. Her face when the judge gave her primary custody and set my support payments. She planned her next vacation. I saw her luxury purse, which I had paid for, on her shoulder like a trophy. She said, he's old enough to make his own choices. Fighting it will make him hate you more. We both know you can't afford another court battle. I saw my 14-year-old son, taller than his mother, wearing shoes that cost more than my monthly shopping budget. I purchased for shoes with my monthly check. Fine, I said. If you want. I called my lawyer the next morning. You sure? He inquired. No turning back after signing. This ends everything. For sure. Prepare the name change, adoption, and other documentation. I signed everything without reading the tiny print. My ex was excited, texting me about how mature I was, how this was best for everyone, and how her husband was planned to take my son fishing that weekend to celebrate our new family. 9 days later, my phone rang. When my ex's lawyer called, I was stocking shelves at my third warehouse job. I learned about it later, but I'll never forget her panicked call. You did what? I gave you exactly what you wanted. I answered quietly. All paperwork is filed. Adoption complete. Legal adoption by the step-parent ends child support. Standard law. Your lawyer should have caught that before pushing this through. Silence. Your husband wanted to be his real dad, I said. Now he is. Congratulations. The monthly cost is $3,750. His responsibility begins now. College fund I contributed to. Insurance, medical bills, etc. Every obligation goes to the adoptive parent. Can't? Already did. Judge gave up this morning. All done. Behind me, her husband was shouting, getting angrier. We can't afford should have considered that before telling my son I'm useless. Alternatively, your husband's son. Legally, the call stopped. I resumed shelf stocking, but not out of necessity. That night, my phone burst with messages. Then my son remembered my name and begged me to undo it. Threats and pleas from my ex. Her lawyer looking for bogus loopholes. The law is great because biological parents have no legal responsibility after an adoption. None. I blocked my ex's number. Also my son, he could respectfully communicate in person. A non-lawyer sent me a letter 4 months later. Cream-colored, thick envelopes were pricey. Corner imprinted with my son's school logo. A handwritten headmaster letter was inside. Hi Mr. Callahan, writing about your son's tuition. You may know that custodial guardians split the $48,000 annual charge. We had a unique circumstance. The account listed you as the main financial contact. We contacted Mr. and Mrs. Langford, your ex-wife, to update our records after the adoption proceedings. We seems to confuse people about the semester payment. Despite legal changes, Mrs. Langford insists you stay financially responsible. Mr. Langford became upset throughout our phone call and suggested we negotiate fees. Our lawyers examined the situation. Since Mr. Langford is the legal parent, he takes on all financial obligations. We must pay by August 22nd or withdraw from the school. You should know about the circumstance. Regards, Headmaster Caldwell. I laughed after setting down the letter. Really laughing. The stomach-aching sort. My ex cherished that private school. She boasted about getting our son enrolled, posting images of him in his uniform on social media, the networking opportunities, the prestigious alumni network, and how it would secure his future. I took my calculator. $48,000 for tuition, and $3,750 monthly support had been promised. Her new spouse inherited $9,600 annually. The phone buzzed. Unknown number. I almost didn't reply. Hello. We must talk. My ex's voice changed. Small, terrified. We probably don't. Please listen. I stayed on the line against my better judgment. The school claims you're done paying. His expulsion is imminent. Not my problem. Still your son. I interrupted. He's not. Legally. I have no son. Exactly what you desired. Remember? That was his wish. A child. He was confused. He's 14. Old enough to call me a loser. Old enough to reject my name. Old enough to accept his decisions. I heard her sobbing. Previously, the sound would have broken me. It would have driven me to correct it. Brandon can't afford this, she whispered. Hearing her pronounce her husband's name felt alien. Desperate. I suppose your son will attend public school. Good ones abound. Don't understand. Business of Brandon. Not doing as well as expected. All automobiles, trips, and houses are leveraged. We're barely surviving. The truth emerged. Vacation images, luxury outfits, costly meals, smoke, and mirrors. Credit card and loan financed Instagram perfection. Sounds like you married a loser, I whispered. The line ended. Sitting on my apartment balcony, I poured myself an excellent whiskey I'd saved. Though small, it was mine, my own money. No debt, no pretense. My phone rang again. Different number. Leave it on voicemail. Dad. Son's voice faltered. I am. Can we talk? Mom says, I have to call you Dad again. She says, we need to fix this. Please call back. I deleted it. My ex's lawyer sent another letter 3 days later. Changed lawyer. Maybe couldn't afford the costly one. The letter demanded I resume child support payments, stating the adoption was signed under duress. I deceived them, and any rational person would have disclosed the financial repercussions. I sent it to my lawyer in one sentence. Please handle this how you wish. Calling me that afternoon, he laughed hard. You're accused of deception. It appears you signed the requested and initiated paperwork. Their lawyer examined everything. This is textbook buyer's remorse. Can they win? No chance. A judge will laugh them out of court. Now for the fascinating part. If they proceed, they must pay court fees. You can sue for harassment and legal fees if they lose. Are we talking much? Expect another $18,000, $25,000. It took about 4 seconds to think. Command them to proceed. He chuckled. Hoped you'd say that. The court date was 7 weeks away. During that time, my ex, her husband, and kids sent letters. Each desperate than the last. Reading my son's letters was difficult. First, he apologized. Claimed he didn't intend it. That his stepfather abused him over money. Missing our camping excursions and wanting his old name back. The second letter was angrier, calling me selfish for punishing him for his mother's sins and said a good father wouldn't desert his child. The third letter offered to hike again without mentioning money. Said he had crucial school news. I kept all letters in a drawer. Ignored them. Unknown caller 5 weeks before court. Now I said, Mr. Professional woman's voice Callahan, Roosevelt Middle School Principal Monroe, calling about your son. My heart stopped. What happened? Though physically okay, he had an incident today. He fought a classmate. Sat down. My son had never fought in 14 years. Kind of incident? Another boy teased him about his new surname. Something about his real dad rejecting him. Your son struck first. Between us, silence stretched. I eventually declared I'm not his legal guardian. You must call his mother and hubby. We did 3 times. No reply. Our system still lists you as an emergency contact. Because updating it would have taken work, I was. Should have accepted reality. Can you get him? Principal Monroe inquired. His suspension is 4 days. He requires immediate pickup. Checked my watch. My 90-minute court prep meeting with my lawyer was scheduled. I'll arrive in 25 minutes. Drive time felt longer. I kept practicing my explanation that I wasn't his father anymore, that he'd made his choice, and that actions have repercussions. When I entered the principal's office and saw him sitting there, his eyes swelling, fingers split, shoulders heaving as he fought not to cry, all those practiced words vanished. His face collapsed as he gazed up at me. You came. Unable to say, I nodded. Principal Monroe explained. The other youngster was persistent. My son was teased for weeks about the name change, and how his true dad threw him away. Finally, he snapped today. The other kid's punishment? I requested. He'll be suspended. 0 tolerance despite his provocation. Boys punched each other. Both boys are suspended. I regarded my son. Grab your stuff. We silently walked to my car. I opened the passenger door. He paused. I didn't expect you, he whispered. Neither did I. Long drive home to my apartment. He looked out the window, wincing and massaging his sore eye. Does it hurt? I asked. Yes, good. He glanced at me bewildered. Pain is how we learn, I said. It sounds like you learned something today. Fighting is bad? That words hurt more than fists. He paused. Logan then claimed you no longer wanted me. You signed me away like trash. What do you think? Not sure what to think. I stopped at a petrol station, turned off, and faced him. You called me a loser. You rejected my name. You said your stepdad was your true dad, so I did what you asked. It wasn't meant. Yes, you did. You meant every word then, and that's good. Behavior has repercussions. You picked him. Living with that choice is yours. He started crying. I'm sorry. Of course you are. But sorry doesn't alter legal documents. Can't you fix? I cannot, even if I would. Once finalized, adoption is permanent. Your stepdad is now your legal father. So he's accountable for you, your school, your future, everything. He pays nothing. Their mom claims they can't afford it. We may have to move, she says. Restarted the automobile. This is no longer my issue. Silence filled the rest of the drive. I prepared him a sandwich and offered him my ice in my apartment. He ate mechanically, staring at my living room's modest TV. This place is tiny, he said. After paying your support all those years, I can afford it. He looked around like he was seeing it for the first time. secondhand furniture, sink dishes, and work clothes beside the entrance. Were you eating ramen daily for 8 months, sometimes twice? Why didn't you say? Would it have mattered? He remained silent. Sitting across from him. Your stepdad drives a Mercedes, has a pool, takes you to nice places, and buys $250 shoes. Did you wonder how he paid for that? Mom reported his success. Pretending is his forte. All that stuff is financed via credit cards and loans. Nothing is real. But every vacation, new gaming system, and nice dinner paid for with my child support money were supposed to be for your food, clothes, and future. Instead, they pretended to be rich. His face paled. Nobody told me. Naturally, you did not. They guaranteed it. The court date was a dismal Tuesday morning. My thrift store suit, dry cleaned to seem almost new, was my best suit. My ex and her husband were already there with their cheap attorney who appeared fresh out of law school. My ex had dark under-eye circles. Her fancy purse was replaced with a bargain shop bag. Her spouse gazed at his phone, jaw set, ignoring me. Lawyer leaned over. They will claim that you concealed information about the adoption's financial effects to deceive them. Do they have proof? They may attempt, but we have signed paperwork proving their lawyer reviewed everything. We have emails where you consented to their wishes and text messages from your ex praising your ease. The 60-year-old judge had sharp eyes and no patience for bullshit. As she read the documents, she glanced up at us over her spectacles. Let me see if I understand this correctly, she remarked, staring at my ex's lawyer. Your client sought adoption. The lawyer examined all documents. They want to revoke Mr. Callahan's uncontested signing because of the financial ramifications. Your Honor, Mr. Callahan failed to disclose. Not disclosed what? Financial responsibility comes with adoption. It's not disclosure. Counselor. Just simple sense. Child support ends with lawful adoption. The basics of family law. She regarded my ex and her husband. Was this not explained by your lawyer? My ex spoke shakily. We imagined he'd support his son. Son of his? A judge raised his eyebrow. According to these documents, Mr. Langford is legal father. Callahan has no son. No one spoke in court. Yes, my ex's lawyer attempted again. My clients acted honestly. Were they? Judge shuffled documents. Mrs. Langford texts Mr. Callahan that her son needs a genuine father, not a broke loser who can't afford a good apartment. In emails, she calls Mr. Callahan's financial contributions offensive and inadequate. I have evidence that the youngster, formally, adopted Mr. Langford after rejecting Mr. Callahan. She faced my ex. You cannot have both. You cannot reject this man, scorn his finances, push your son to replace him, legally separate his parental rights, and then demand he maintain a child who is no longer his. My ex cried at school. Mr. Langford now manages the school and everything else. The judge faced me. Mr. Callahan, any more comments? I rose. Lawyer grasped my arm to urge me to be careful. Honor, I loved my son. Working 3 jobs to pay support. Going without so he could have, but love is mutual. He looked me in the eye and informed me I wasn't his father, which hurt more than money. I fulfilled their request. If they regret it now, it's not my fault. The judge nodded slowly. Motion refused. The adoption stands. Mr. Callahan has no child-related legal duty. Plaintiffs will pay court costs. She hammered her gavel. We're adjourned. My ex sobbed in her seat. Her red-faced husband whispered fiercely to their lawyer. I gathered my belongings and approached the exit. Wait. I turned. My youngster was in the courtroom's back. He was nowhere to be seen. He seemed tiny. Generic jeans and a t-shirt replaced the costly attire. His hair was unstyled and long. His mother had made him appear Instagram perfect, but now he looked normal. Can we talk? He asked. Outside? My lawyer nodded as I glanced. I'll wait in car. A bench outside the courthouse was our destination. Spring was trying to emerge. Trees have little green buds despite the cold. I heard what you said there, he said. About loving me. I loved you. Past tense. You hate me now? I was surprised by the question. Thought about it. I said no, finally. I don't hate you. I'm sorry for what I said, for everything. I know you are. Can you pardon me? I looked at this youngster, because he was a kid, and saw all the years behind us, teaching him to ride a bike, reading bedtime stories, camping in the mountains. Everything felt like another lifetime. Maybe someday, I said. Not today. Your mother and legal father will take you home today. You and I will live with our choices. Suppose I need you? Then you'll find it out as I did when you said you didn't need me. Wiping tears. Everything's falling apart. Now Mom and Brandon quarrel constantly. All about money, myself, You? Brandon says I ruined his life. He only wanted mom, never a child. A pang of pity, but I learnt the hard way that pity didn't pay bills or heal wounds. That sounds hard. I stated it's not my problem. What should I do? Your growth is coming. Learn that actions have repercussions. You'll learn that true lovers don't have conditions. Did you love me or your son? I had asked myself this good question in my studio apartment on lonely nights, so it hit me like a punch in the belly. I finally said I loved you. Just you, not your mother's Instagram version or your stepdad's mini-me. This dinosaur-loving, dark-phobic kid asked a million questions about everything. That youngster lives. I don't know the person in front of me who calls me a loser and refuses my name, therefore he needs to find his way back. I rose. This chat kept going round, and I had work in an hour. I must leave. If you have your number, may I have it? You declined. Without looking back, I walked to my car. My lawyer was waiting, pretending to check his phone. That seems intense, it was his claim. You okay? Yes, I will. We drove back to his office to finish paperwork. The court granted me legal fees. My ex must pay $10,000 more. Money she lacked. Money that would likely bankrupt them. They'll try again. My lawyer answered, different angle, different argument. People like that persevere. Let them try. I won't pay again. He smiled. Good man. That night, I sat in my flat with a beer and laptop. Started something I'd delayed for months. I looked at apartments in better neighborhoods with 3 bedrooms and facilities that I could afford now that I wasn't paying my ex $425 per month. The phone buzzed. Text from an unknown number. This is Brandon. Man-to-man communication is needed. I almost blocked it, but curiosity won. Talk. For spite, you're wrecking a child's life. Living my own life. Choose to be his dad. Be one now. Can't afford it. School, insurance, everything. I shouldn't have named me a loser without considering it. Heat of the moment. Kids are like that. I do. Which is why I'm teaching him something vital. 3 dots appeared, disappeared, reappeared. What if I reimburse your court fees? For everything. We can negotiate. Not interested. Please, I implore. I'll lose everything. The house, cars, everything. I remembered all those holiday images, designer outfits, expensive restaurants, and his smug look when he picked up my son for the weekend in his Mercedes while I stood there in my thrift store jeans. Typing went well. Learn how it feels. Block the number. 2 months. My new apartment is nicer. 3 bedrooms as planned. 1 for me, 1 as an office, guest room, or vacant space. I started saving. Real money. Created investment account. Prepared for a future without monthly support payments and weekend visitation. My lawyer called Wednesday afternoon. You'll doubt this. Try me. Your ex declares bankruptcy. The house is foreclosed. Her husband's company failed. Moving across town to a rental apartment. My son attended Roosevelt Middle, a public school. One he was suspended from. I saw the irony. All those networking and alumni relationships at the top private school are gone. He was where he would have been if his mother hadn't been so appearance obsessed. More, my lawyer said. She asks for divorce. Already surprised. Financial stress was excessive. Additionally, Brandon was failing at parenting. Maybe being a genuine dad is harder than he expected. The satisfaction I expected was lacking. Just exhausted. Tired of it all. Now what? She may approach you again, try to reconcile, ask for money, or guilt you about your son. You owe her nothing legally. The adoption stands. Despite the divorce, Brandon is father. The divorce doesn't remove their obligations. I sat on my balcony with a drink after we wrapped up. As the sun fell, the sky turned orange and pink. From here, I could see the city, could watch my life's progress. The phone buzzed. This time, I knew the number. Hello, I am. My son spoke differently, somewhat older. I know I shouldn't call, but I wanted your voice. I listened without responding. Brandon and mom are divorcing. Moving to a smaller place. I switched schools. Now everything's different. You handling it? Though difficult. I'm understanding what you meant by consequences. Brandon is no longer my dad. Legally, he is, but not in practice. Rarely speaks to me. You stopped picking me up. Mom says he blames me for everything. I felt that same aching again, the urge to fix it, step in, and be my usual dad. Sorry you're going through that, I stated cautiously. Can't fix it for you. I know. I'm not demanding. I wanted to say something. What's that? Back to my old name. My mom helps me with paperwork. Back to Callahan. Return to yours. A knot formed in my throat. Why? It's my name. Who I am. I should not have quit. That won't change anything legally. Brandon remains your legal father. Yes, but names matter. I learned that from you. Remember? Our great-great-grandfather came here with nothing and built everything, hence our name. It denotes honesty, hard work, and keeping your promise. I completed. Yes, I recall. Between us, silence stretched. Not uncomfortable, just there. See you sometime? He inquired. I'm not seeking payment. I miss you. I miss our chats. My empty bedroom in my new apartment crossed my mind. About my closet-packed camping stuff. About the weekends I spent alone while my son posted images with his true dad. Maybe. I suggested starting slowly with occasional phone calls. See how it goes. Really? Really? There are restrictions. Okay. You respect me. You don't lie to me and know I'm not your ATM or backup. Just me. Take or leave. I'll accept. We talked for 25 more minutes about school. His classes. A book he was reading, normal stuff we used to talk about before everything broke apart. I felt something new after we hung up. Nor happiness, nor hope, simply potential. We found a rhythm after 8 months. 3 phone calls a week, Saturday lunches occasionally. We focused on the now without discussing the past or the hurt. He described his professors, friends, and algebra troubles. He heard about my life, career, and plans. Things were being rebuilt. No father-son relationship, legally, but real. I expected the question when he asked it at our normal diner one Saturday. Will you ever forgive Mom? I stirred coffee. I rarely think about your mother. Sometimes she asks about you. How are you? Want to know? She has my number. She fears you detest her. The boy was steadily becoming a familiar face to me. Who said thanks? My day? Who asked? Who arrived as promised? I don't hate her. I responded. I don't trust her either. Not as her friend or safety net. Fair enough. You sound older when you speak like that, he shrugged. I'm older. It feels like I matured this year. I drove him home to his mother's apartment after our supper. He lived in a nasty neighborhood that would have shocked his mother 18 months earlier. Clean, safe, and theirs. He hesitated exiting. Lunch was appreciated. Anytime. Thanks for giving me another chance, even if I didn't deserve it. Everyone deserves a second chance. Please no third. He grinned. Fair enough. I drove home to my flat after watching him enter. Won by working hard and refusing to be a doormat. My phone rang while driving. Unknown number. Something compelled me to answer. Mr. Callahan talks professionally. Child Protective Services Officer Hayes. I'm calling about your son, or former son, and a predicament. My stomach sank. What kind of situation? The boy's legal guardian, Brandon Langford, was arrested. Domestic abuse of mothers. The child needs interim care while we figure things out. And your name was considered. Not his legal guardian. We know, but the mother listed you as an emergency contact. Says the youngster would be comfortable living with you while we investigate because you've been in his life recently. I stopped on the side. My hands shook. For how long? It may take days. May take months. Depends on the investigation and whether the mother can prove she can give a safe environment. My vacant guest bedroom, camping gear in my closet, quiet lunches, phone calls, and patient restoration of trust sprang to mind. It needs some thought, I said. Although surprising, we need an answer by tomorrow a.m. Otherwise, he enters foster care. After hanging up, I waited in my car for 25 minutes. I sat there watching traffic, unsure what to do. This wasn't my issue. I gave up my rights. I was expelled. I rebuilt my life without him. But then, I remembered the cafe youngster thanking you for lunch. He listened to phone calls. About his genuine desire to improve. I rang my lawyer. Are you crazy? When I explained, he inquired. You fought for a year to escape. Why return? No more diving in. Just temporary care. There a difference? From where I sit, you're about to ruin everything we've done. Maybe. But what else? Put him in foster care. Let him think I abandoned him again? He left you first. A child. Minors make mistakes. My lawyer sighed. This is guardianship, not parenting. It means no legal rights, no voice in his future, simply obligation without authority. Yes, I understand. If his mother gets her act together, she can take him back anytime. Nothing protects you. I know. Another sigh. You're too good for yourself. You know. Maybe I'm naive enough to think doing the right thing matters. Need anything? Call me. I'll prepare guardianship paperwork. I picked up my son from CPS the next morning. He had a bag and looked worried. You came? Relief filled his face. Yes, I came. Thought you wouldn't. Finally, We got in my car. Temporary. You understand? Yes. I understand. We have rules. I govern my home. Go to school. Do your homework. Respect me. Got it. Got it. You return to your mother when she resolves everything. This is temporary. He didn't believe that, judging by his look. That he want more. Silently, we drove to my flat. When we arrived, I showed him the guest room. Yours while you're here. One desk is for homework. Wi-Fi password is on fridge. Dinner is 6:30. Breakfast at 6:45 a.m. before class. He examined the little room's plain walls and furniture. Not like his stepdad's posh bedroom. But not the Instagram perfect world his mother tried to create. It's nice, he whispered. Thank you. That first night was awkward. Dinner was shared. Pasta because it was simple. Chatted about school. After dishes, he did schoolwork in his room while I watched TV. At 9:30, he emerged. Please allow me to ask? Sure. What made you agree? No need. No debt to me. I contemplated how to respond to my mixed emotions. You're right. No debt to you. However, you're just a child stuck in adult mistakes. I may not be your legal father, but I can still be there when it matters. He nodded slowly. This time, I'll do better. No mistakes, I guarantee. Be yourself. I only ask that. 4 weeks became 4 months. His mother was court-ordered to therapy. Brandon was jailed. Investigations were taking longer than planned. We developed a regimen that seemed almost regular. Breakfast before school, me assisting with homework, weekend outings to the hardware store or bookstore, or driving around talking about nothing. He called me Dad again. Casually, like it was the most normal thing in the world, not legally. Please help me with this math problem, Dad. How about dinner, Dad? Dad, thanks for taking me to the game. Each time, it became easier to hear and less unpleasant. We hiked one Saturday afternoon like we did years ago. The walk was difficult, and we were exhausted at the top. He mentioned this was where we went when I was little. Yes. Indeed. You informed me the mountain is the same challenge for rich and poor, powerful and weak. That talk was forgotten. Remember that? I recall everything. You attempted to teach me everything. I wasn't listening. Sitting on a rock, we watched the valley below. I'm listening, he whispered. Of course you are. Would I change what I said about the name and you being a loser that day? Absolutely. I know, but can't. I'm trying to show you that I changed and learned. My hand touched his shoulder. You're doing well, youngster. Better than fine. Are you forgiving me? He had been wanting to ask the question for months but hadn't had the nerve. I said yeah, finally. I forgive you. He cried. He cried quietly as we sat on that hillside. Thank you, he muttered. We waited until the sun sank, painting the sky in the same oranges and pinks I saw from my apartment balcony. This time, I had company. 8 months after CPS called, his mother was allowed to take him back. She had a secure job, finished therapy, and moved into a decent apartment. The court declared her ready. He loved chicken tacos, so we made them the night before he left and ate quietly. He said, I don't want to go, ultimately. You must. Your mother. I know, but it feels like I'm losing you again. You're not losing me. I'm available by phone and can do lunch on Saturdays. Promise? He returned to his mother's the next day. We carried his boxes up 3 flights of stairs. His anxious mother stood in the doorway. Thank you, she said. For everything. No, thanks needed I don't deserve. I did it for him, not you. She nodded, agreeing. Can we discuss everything sometime? Maybe. When ready. I drove back to my apartment after saying goodbye to my son, who wasn't legally mine but felt like mine. The guest room was empty again. Though quiet, the flat didn't feel lonely. I felt calm. My son's school called 18 months later. He was nominated for highest academic advancement. The ceremony was next week. Wanna come? This time, I wore a genuine suit and sat in the back of the auditorium. He crossed the stage with his head held high when summoned. He grinned at me as he accepted his award. We got ice cream after the ceremony. Same shop as when he was little. I was accepted to honors, he said. For high school. Very impressive. You make me proud. I want to design durable things in engineering or architecture. Good pick. You taught me how to construct meaningful things. We discussed his goals and future. I learned something crucial in that conversation. His legal father may not be me. Maybe never again. I was the one who arrived. Who taught him second chances and consequences. Who proved love doesn't need a license or surname. Despite the difficulty, showing up is sometimes enough. Despite injury, despite your rational brain telling you to leave. My phone buzzed as we left the ice cream shop. Text from an unknown number. Your ex-wife. I wanted you to know something despite our lack of communication. You saved him as I failed. When Brandon refused. Your arrival saved him. I can never repay that. I glanced at the message for a while before typing back. No repayment required. We're fine because we didn't start as planned. Husband and wife, family, yet differently. As two persons who learn from their mistakes. As two adults raising a good child in a tough environment. I saw something else as I drove my son home that night. I left without winning. I didn't win because I stopped child support or punished them. I won because I showed up when it counted. Because I choose to be bigger. Because I loved an unworthy kid. Even after hurting me. Even though staying away was easy. True fathers do that. They do it because they are, not because of a document. I took my newborn to meet my parents. Wife called 911 to say I kidnapped her. The truth? Even though her relatives visited us every day, my wife forbade my entire family from seeing our newborn. The real reason was revealed by her own sister. My wife Madeline has refused to let any members of my family meet our kid, who was born 3 weeks ago. Not my parents, who are 20 minutes away. Not my sister, who had traveled from the other side of the nation via plane. Not even my 93-year-old grandmother, who might not have many remaining possibilities. Madeline's family has been making daily visits. In a sense, her mother resides in our nursery. 450 photos were taken by her father. Her siblings move in and out of the house as though they owned it. However, Madeline begins to complain about boundaries, safety, and the need for distance when my mother calls to ask when she might get to see her first grandchild. The justifications are constantly changing. First, the infant's immune system and infections were to blame, but her relatives had just returned from jobs at a gym, a hospital, and a daycare. When the baby was just 5 days old, her relatives had an 18-person party in our living room, which led to concerns about overstimulating the infant. The next step was to establish routines. However, whenever her mother visits, she frequently throws off our entire schedule. In order to view the baby once, my mother offered to put on a mask, wash her hands, stay outdoors, and stare out the window. Madeline said it was obsessive and unsettling. Even though her mother had stocked the nursery with things we didn't want or need, Madeline returned a present from my mother, saying we didn't have space for anything else. Madeline told me that life was unfair and that I should respect her as a mother when I tried to discuss fairness with her. She asserted that she had the right to decide who could see the baby because she had given birth. She said that I was controlling and that I didn't understand the mother-child bond when I mentioned that I was the father. She was supported by her mother, who viewed me as an abuser for requesting my family to meet my child and asserted that new mothers needed support rather than arguments. Meeting the baby was the main focus of my sister's entire visit. To avoid bothering us, she had booked a hotel room, bought an airline ticket, and taken time off work. For months, Madeline had been aware of this. Madeline abruptly grew nervous about guests when my sister arrived, saying she couldn't handle anyone save her immediate support network, which seemed to be restricted to her biological family. Before leaving for home, my sister stayed in her hotel room for 4 days while she awaited authorization to meet her niece. Saddened, Madeline posted on social media about the challenges of parenthood, but her friends assured her that she was doing great. In addition to posting pictures of the infant, my father-in-law wrote that he was the proudest grandfather in the world. My dad? Madeline deleted his message and blocked him after he asked when he might meet her. She told me that he was hostile and went too far in her posts. My grandmother's call from the hospital was the tipping point. She was being admitted for surgery after falling. Before her surgery, she requested to view a picture of the unborn child as a precaution. When Madeline heard me on the phone, she yelled at me, accusing me of taking advantage of my grandmother's illness to manipulate her emotionally. Before getting off, she grabbed my phone and called my grandmother poisonous for guilt-tripping a new mother. My grandmother was confused and thought she had done something wrong. Haley, Madeline's sister, came up to me at that point. After seeing everything happen, she was unable to remain silent any longer. She disclosed the true cause of Madeline's exclusion of my family. Prior to our marriage, Madeline was engaged to a man named Grant. His mother's involvement in wedding planning was something Madeline hated. Madeline promised that she would never let any mother-in-law to visit any children she had in the future after they broke up. Since she was pregnant, she had been planning this, informing her family that she would assert her authority early and make sure my mother knew that she was not in close proximity to the unborn child. Haley asserted that Madeline had a comprehensive strategy for forcing my family to beg and grovel before destroying their souls by refusing. In order to avoid dealing with them, she wished they would stop trying. Madeline boasted about squandering my sister's money on a pointless trip, saying it would teach her that she didn't have the right to the child, according to text conversations Haley shared with me. Haley also showed me Madeline's group chat with her friends, in which she made fun of my grandmother's hospital stay, called her theatrical, and asserted that elderly people typically manufactured health issues to attract attention. In order to avoid having to deal with visits, she had written that she hoped my grandma passed away before the baby was old enough to remember. Madeline tried to delete the messages from Haley's phone after I confronted her with them. They had previously been mailed to me by Haley. Madeline sobbed that Haley had violated their sisterhood out of jealousy. I was prioritizing my family over her and the child, she stated. I told her that I would not put up with her mistreating my family. That day, I brought the baby to see my parents. Madeline said I had stolen our daughter and called the police. I was asked if I was the father by the cops. Yes, I replied. After telling me that I had the same rights to take the baby someplace, they departed. When Madeline's mother arrived at my parents' place, she insisted that I give the child back right away. She yelled my name as she stood on the porch and insisted that I give her granddaughter to her right now. While my mother stayed inside with the baby on her shoulder, my father held his phone steady and recorded every word. I gently said that I was the parent and had every right to bring my kid in while I stood behind the screen door. Madeline's mother screamed that I was a kidnapper, that I had taken the baby, and that Madeline was having a panic attack at home because of what I had done. Her face turned scarlet. Without saying anything, my father kept filming and recording everything. She immediately threatened to call her attorney. She assured me that Madeline would have complete custody, that I would be fortunate to receive supervised visits once a month, and that she would make sure I never saw my child again. As she threatened, my father recorded every word on camera by focusing on her face. She yelled for 20 minutes, before getting back in her car, and leaving the driveway, almost running into the mailbox en route. After a little period of silence between my parents and myself, my mother asked whether I was okay. I had no idea how to respond to the inquiry. 3 hours later, I knew I had to sit down with Madeline and talk openly about our marriage, what was happening, and whether we could work it out. So I drove home. Every light in the house was on when I pulled into our driveway, and I could see shadows shifting across the windows. Madeline's entire family was in our living room when I entered through the front door. I barely had time to close the door behind me before her father jumped up and started yelling. He called me a kidnapper, said I had traumatized his daughter, and asked what kind of man would take a baby away from her mother without permission. Madeline's mother rushed in, saying they should call the police again, that I was dangerous, and that I was trying to kidnap the baby. I was accused of being domineering by her brother. I was abusive, according to her sister. There was a wall of loudness and animosity as they all spoke over one another. Madeline looked at me like I was a stranger breaking into her house while she sat in the center of the couch, holding our child and crying. I started to say something, but her father interrupted me by coming closer and pointing at my chest. Her mother claimed to require proof of my abusive behavior, so she pulled out her phone and started recording me. Madeline sobbed and pretended to be the victim as I stood there with my hands at my sides, not moving or shouting back, letting them attack me. I became aware of what was happening at that point. She had already given them her account of what had happened, made me the antagonist, and presented herself as the helpless mother protecting her child from her erratic husband. She had arrived before me, so nothing I said would matter. Madeline shook her head, suggesting that whatever I had to say could be said in front of her family, when I asked if we could speak in private. Madeline's mother agreed, saying she needed their protection and assistance. I spotted a stranger staring back at me as I turned to face my wife, who was holding our daughter. Her family didn't leave until after midnight. They all made sure to let me know that they were keeping an eye on me and that they would stop at nothing to keep Madeline and the baby safe. As the last car pulled away, Madeline and I sat in our living room in freezing silence, the baby sleeping in her bassinet between us. You have a choice, she continued, glancing at me. I could promise never to allow my family to be close to our daughter without her express consent, repent to her entire family for what I'd done, and acknowledge that I was wrong to take the kid without her consent. Or I might refuse, and she would make sure I lived a lifetime regretting it. I told her that I didn't regret introducing my parents to their granddaughter. I was left standing alone in the living room as she took the bassinet and went to our bedroom, sealing the door behind her. Madeline wouldn't let me in to assist, so I spent the night on the couch staring at the ceiling and listening to the baby cry through the walls. The following morning, Madeline's family used every avenue at their disposal to begin an offensive. Before 7 in the morning, my phone began to buzz. Numerous text messages from her father, mother, and siblings, all of whom urged me to make amends and repair the damage I had caused. Madeline's mother posted on social media about shielding infants from dangerous individuals, but the statement was vague enough for readers to fill in their own worst fears. Her friends immediately offered their support, inquired about her well-being, and offered to help in any manner they could. Her father wrote articles about custody fights and parental rights, all of which included critical remarks about fathers trying to control their kids. After seeing the posts, my own family called by lunchtime to check in and find out what was going on. Even when I tried to explain, it sounded absurd. Her family visits the baby every day, but my wife won't let my family see it. When I took our daughter to see my parents, she called the police. Her whole family is now assaulting me via SMS and the internet. It sounded like I was the issue, acting irrationally. Madeline declined to speak with me directly, preferring to communicate through her mother, who called every few hours with fresh demands and threats. I received over 100 texts, emails, and social media posts by the end of the second day, all of which depicted me as an unstable father who had abducted his own child. Looking over her shoulder as she walked through the parking lot, as though she were being followed, Haley showed up at my place of employment during my lunch break. She requested if we could talk in privacy while holding her laptop under her arm. I felt sick to my stomach when she initiated a covert internet group chat while we were sitting in my car. Since the 6th month of her pregnancy, Madeline had been recording her strategy, including tips from other women on how to legally bar in-laws and have total control over baby access. The conversations spanned months, during which Madeline looked into our state's parental rights laws, inquired about ways to prove my instability, and gloated every time she was able to keep my family out of doctor's appointments and hospital stays. In order to identify a pattern of problematic behavior, one woman suggested that Madeline start recording everything I did incorrectly, including minor transgressions. Another advised Madeline to better understand her rights by speaking with a lawyer before the baby's birth. In response to that one, Madeline had said she had previously talked to someone and knew just what to do. As Haley read through each correspondence, she discovered Madeline's calculated scheme to restrict our daughter's access. I drove to see Adrian Caldwell, a family law lawyer my sister found while looking into parental rights, on a day off from work. I couldn't seem to go to his workplace, which was located in a downtown building, but there was nothing left for me to do. Samir went over everything I brought, placing the text messages, the police report from Madeline's fictitious kidnapping allegation, the video my father had created of Madeline's mother threatening me, and Haley's screenshots on his desk. According to him, Madeline could not legally stop me from taking our kid places. I had equal parental rights regardless of who gave birth, and her behavior pattern might be used against her in any custody dispute. He asked if I would like to give it a try. Preserve the union, or if I was ready to file for custody and separation. I don't know yet, I told him. All I had to do was find out what my rights were, and make sure my family could see their grandchild. Samir promised to write Madeline a letter outlining my parental rights and her legal responsibilities, and he warned that we might seek for formal custody if she persisted in interfering. Just a few hours after I left Samir's office, Madeline found out I had consulted with an attorney. There was no other way her mother could have found out that fast, so I presume she was either following me or checking my credit card records. The locks on our bedroom and nursery had been changed when I got home that night. I was told to sleep in the guest room until I regained consciousness in a note that was posted to the bedroom door. When I tried the doorknob, I found it was locked. When I attempted to reach Madeline at her number, I was sent to voicemail. Her mother told me she had moved into our home to help Madeline at this difficult period when I contacted her on the second ring. Madeline and the infant were asleep in the nursery, she told me, and I was not allowed in either room until I apologized and complied with Madeline's demands. She told me that the guest room was quite nice and that some alone time would help me think about what I'd done when I asked where I was supposed to sleep. That evening, when I checked our bank accounts, I found that Madeline had transferred most of our money to accounts with just her name and changed all of the passwords. In an attempt to resolve the conflict before it became a full-fledged legal dispute, my mother got in touch with a qualified mediator she had found via our church. Remarkably, Madeline only consented to meet if her mother could make it. A neutral office in a structure close to the courthouse served as the venue for the mediation. With Madeline and her mother seated on one side of a conference table and my parents and I on the other, the mediator at the head of the table was trying to encourage conversation. It was clear within 15 minutes that this was a catastrophe. Before Madeline could respond, her mother took over the conference by talking over her, interrupting the mediator, and rejecting all of her suggestions. She had to be repeatedly asked by the mediator to allow Madeline to express herself. All Madeline did, however, was cry and scream that I had betrayed her trust. My parents made concessions, agreeing to allow Madeline to have limited interactions, supervised visits, and anything she needed to feel comfortable. Madeline's mother rejected everything, saying that my family was unreliable and had already shown disrespect for Madeline's limits by forcing me to remove the baby without her consent. Madeline never disagreed with her mother or added her own thoughts, but instead nodded in agreement with whatever she said. After a while, the mediator recommended that we take a break. When we got back, Madeline and her mother said that they were leaving because it was obviously a waste of time. 2 days following the unsuccessful mediation, a manila package with my name was delivered to my workplace. In front of my coworkers, I received court documents. Madeline had requested an emergency custody order, claiming that I had abducted our daughter, behaved erratically and threateningly, and that she was worried about the baby's safety while in my care. Affidavits from her mother and 2 of her friends were included in the petition, depicting me as violent and controlling. Although these statements were false, they sounded negative on paper. I sent Samir the documents right away, and he called me back a few minutes later, his voice strained with urgency. He advised me that we had only 5 days to respond to the emergency hearing, gather all of our supporting documentation, and get ready for the court appearance. The small courtroom used for the emergency custody hearing had fluorescent lights and uncomfortable chairs. Madeline's attorney used her comments and her mother's evidence to characterize me as dangerous and erratic, portraying her as a scared new mother, protecting her child from an unstable father. Then Samir got up and showed me Haley's texts, exposing Madeline's deliberate plan to keep my family out. The judge heard Madeline's statements about graveling, making them beg, and ruining their spirits while using her reading glasses. With disgust, she glanced up at Madeline and asked her attorney if she knew that her client had recorded her wish to control custody access. As the judge went through the messages, Madeline's face went white. The judge read aloud the passage in which Madeline wrote that she hoped my grandmother passed away before the baby was old enough to remember her, so she wouldn't have to deal with visits. She also called Madeline dramatic for laughing about my grandmother's hospital stay and said, "Old people always used health scares for attention." The courtroom fell silent. The judge raised her hand and carried on reading despite Madeline's attorney's attempt to interrupt the court, arguing that the messages were private conversations and not meant for legal proceedings. She skimmed over messages where Madeline detailed her intentions to break my family's spirit, force them to beg, and establish control right away. When she was done reading, she took off her spectacles and looked straight at Madeline, which made Madeline's mother pause. Citing a lack of evidence that I constituted a threat to our child, the judge categorically denied the emergency custody motion. Then, before a full hearing could be held, she imposed a temporary custody agreement whereby each of us would have the baby for 3 days at a time. Immediately, Madeline started crying, and her sobs reverberated throughout the little courtroom. However, the judge wasn't finished. She demanded that we both attend twice-weekly family counseling sessions with a therapist she would designate. Additionally, she cautioned Madeline that if the pattern persisted, the recorded remarks about deliberately neglecting my family might be interpreted as parental alienation. Madeline's mother confronted the judge, arguing that new mothers should be supported and protected rather than punished. And once Madeline gave birth, wasn't her fragility acknowledged by the court? The judge threatened to remove her from the courtroom, unless she sat down. As Madeline kept screaming, Madeline's attorney pulled her mother back into her chair, and I could see Samir beside me taking notes on everything. The judge gave us both explicit instructions to follow the 3-day timetable and scheduled the entire custody hearing 6 weeks in advance. Without court approval, there are no exceptions or accommodations. We traveled through a number of exits, and I spent 20 minutes sitting in my car in the garage, processing what had happened. I drove to the downtown office building 3 days later to see Dr. Genevieve Hart for our first required counseling session. Madeline's mother was sitting next to her, holding her hand, and she had already reached the waiting area, which featured terrible chairs and outdated periodicals. We were called back to Dr. Genevieve Hart's office, a little room with 2 couches facing one another and a chair where she sat with a notepad. Dr. Genevieve Hart stopped Madeline's mother at the door when she tried to follow us inside, saying that this was just for parents. When Dr. Genevieve Hart started the session by asking each of us to explain how we got here, Madeline started crying as she described how challenging delivery was, how overwhelmed she felt, and how nobody understood what new mothers go through. She talked about her birth experience, sleepless nights, and how terrifying it was to be responsible for a small child for about 20 minutes. Dr. Genevieve Hart paid close attention, taking notes and occasionally nodding. Her entire attitude changed when she confronted Madeline about the texts that exposed her scheme to keep my family out. She stopped crying and said that those texts had been misinterpreted, that she was only venting to friends like all new mothers do, and that when people are overwhelmed, they all say things they don't mean. Madeline's cheeks flushed as Dr. Genevieve Hart questioned what circumstances would justify wishing for someone's grandmother to pass away. She said that Dr. Genevieve Hart had misrepresented Madeline's words to make her appear awful, that she was biased against mothers, and that therapists were meant to be compassionate. Remaining composed, Dr. Genevieve Hart clarified that she was simply repeating Madeline's writing in her own words. Dr. Genevieve Hart noted that Madeline remained silent for the rest of the hour while crossing her arms. 2 days later, I was at work when my phone rang, and Haley's name came up on the screen. I needed to know what just happened. Madeline's mother had shown up at Haley's apartment that morning with $2,000 in cash spread out on Haley's kitchen table. Her voice was cracking as she spoke fast. She requested that Haley testify in court that she fabricated the texts, that I deceived her into providing them, or that she misunderstood Madeline's intent. As soon as Haley realized what was happening, she started recording on her phone, and she managed to capture everything. On the tape, her mother's voice sounded agitated as she gave the money and threatened to cut off Haley's financial support if she didn't assist Madeline. She told Haley that she would never be invited to family events again, that the whole family would turn against her, and that she would be held responsible for destroying Madeline's life. After Haley informed her mother that she would not lie in court, her mother abruptly left the $1,000 on the table and rushed away. While we were still on the phone, Haley sent me the recording file, and I could hear her crying as she said she was done protecting Madeline from the consequences of her own actions. She asserted that if doing the right thing meant sacrificing her connection with their mother, it was worth it. But as she spoke, her voice cracked. When I was younger, the first day of my 3-day custody period under the court order seemed like Christmas morning. When I picked up our child at Madeline's mother's house, where they had been staying, she handed her over without glancing at me. I drove straight to my grandmother's place, where she was recuperating from surgery. My whole family was waiting there already. And my grandmother started crying when I took care of the baby. For the first time, she held her great-granddaughter, stroking her tiny fingers and looking at her face as though she were learning every aspect by heart. 4 generations were photographed together by my mother. My grandmother with the infant in her recliner. I stand next to them, while my mother stands behind her. Eventually, my sister was able to hold her niece while she sat on the couch and just gazed at her for a few minutes. The infant was sleeping on my father's chest while he sat comfortably in his chair. And I saw a relaxation in his face that I hadn't seen in weeks. No one tried to overburden the baby or do too much. We simply sat in my grandmother's living room, giving each person a turn and gently passing her around. We ate lunch that my mother had made while the infant slept. And for a couple of hours, everything appeared to be okay and usual. Before I left, my grandmother told me that she had been praying for this moment, that she wasn't sure she would live to witness it, and that I needed to turn away so she wouldn't witness my tears. The 3 days I spent with my family passed quickly, and by Sunday night, I had to give the baby back to Madeline. Madeline's car wasn't in the driveway when I got to our house at the scheduled time of 6. Her phone went straight to voicemail when I called it. I texted her to ask where she was, but I didn't hear back. Every few minutes, I checked my phone while waiting in my car with the infant in her car seat behind me. 7 passed. Then 8. Madeline's mother finally texted me at 8:15, telling me that Madeline wasn't ready to return the baby quite yet and that I should be more accommodating with the timetable. I took screenshots of everything with timestamps, even the time on my phone, and ignored calls and texts. After that, I called Samir, who picked up on the second ring. He told me to report a custody order violation by calling the police non-emergency number, which I had to accurately record. The operator told me that officers would respond to Madeline's location when I called from my driveway. About half an hour later, 2 police officers showed up at our residence. When they got there, I was waiting outside after driving there, and while I waited on the sidewalk with the baby, they rapped on the door. In response, Madeline's mother started talking about how Madeline needed more time, how the schedule was too rigid, and how mothers have more rights than fathers. Madeline's mother was halted mid-sentence by a female officer. She was very clear that Madeline had to immediately comply with the custody order, which was a court obligation rather than a recommendation. The officer cautioned Madeline's mother that if she continued to violate the order, she may face contempt of court charges, claiming that the court did not comprehend the needs of new mothers. Eventually, Madeline came over to the door. The officer inquired if she was refusing to take custody of her child at the court-mandated time because her eyes were red from crying. I handed the infant to Madeline, who ran for it and started crying uncontrollably. Everything, including the time, the delay, and Madeline's mother's assertions, was recorded by the police in their report. They left after telling us both that if the next exchange didn't happen on time, there would be legal ramifications. 3 days later, we had another counseling session. Dr. Genevieve Hart started off by saying that she had reviewed her notes from our first session and had some ideas. She said, looking at Madeline, that she was suggesting individual therapy to deal with control issues brought on by past relationship trauma. Madeline's face became white and she started to speak up, but Dr. Genevieve Hart persisted. She claimed that although Madeline's feelings for her ex's mother were sincere, she was now punishing people who had nothing to do with the situation and that she had observed concerning trends in the way she used the child as a weapon against my family. She claimed that it was unhealthy for everyone when Madeline used our child to settle emotional scores from a totally unrelated relationship. Madeline intervened, saying that Dr. Genevieve Hart was supposed to assist, but was actually making matters worse, and that she didn't understand anything. Dr. Genevieve Hart maintained her composure, stating that she was trying to assist Madeline in identifying behavioral patterns before they negatively impacted her relationship with her kid. Halfway into the appointment, Madeline picked up her bag and left, leaving Dr. Genevieve Hart and I sitting alone. In her notes, Dr. Genevieve Hart made a commitment to include the information in her court report. I started to see gaps in Madeline's family support system over the course of the following 2 weeks. After moving out of her parents' house and into an apartment with a roommate, Haley completely agreed with me. Then Madeline's younger brother Chase started privately emailing me to say he thought his sister had gone too far. He said that when he attempted to discuss compromise with Madeline, she yelled at him, accusing him of deserting her, saying that she was the victim of all of this, and that everyone was against her. In order for the family to move on, Chase told me that their father was tired of the turmoil, and only wanted Madeline to come up with a reasonable parenting plan. As she backed Madeline's radical stance, Madeline's mother was becoming more and more estranged. Even some of Madeline's friends had ceased leaving comments on her posts on social media, and those who did advised her to get help or go to mediation. When their father said that Madeline needed to face reality and quit waging a battle she had already lost, Chase showed me screenshots of the family group conversation. In response, Madeline had entirely left the group conversation. Madeline texted me to ask if we could get together by ourselves. No relatives, no attorneys. We decided to get together at a parking lot close to our house, a safe place where neither of us would feel intimidated. When she came up next to me, she looked tired. I was the first to arrive and waited in my car. We both got out and sat in her car because it was raining. And we didn't talk for a few minutes. Then Madeline started talking, her voice weak and erratic. She claimed that ever since she became pregnant, she had been worried that she would lose control, just like she did with Grant's mother. That witnessing my family's joy had evoked all of my previous emotions of helplessness and overwhelm. She disclosed that Grant's mother had taken control of everything, including their life and the planning of the wedding, and that it was oppressive. She promised herself that she would never allow it to happen again once they broke up. However, she became aware that she had gone too far in the other direction. I told her that I understood her fear and how she felt about being harmed by past experiences. But both families should have met our daughter. I declared that I couldn't continue to be married to someone who would hurt the people I cared about by using our child as a weapon. I was unable to watch her punish my family for the actions of Grant's mother. Sitting in her car with rain on the windshield, we both started crying. I agreed with Madeline when she said she wasn't sure she could adjust enough to make this marriage work. We went back to court for the main custody hearing 6 weeks following the emergency hearing. Both sides had well-prepared cases this time, complete with supporting documentation, witness accounts, and expert recommendations. First to speak was Madeline's attorney, who emphasized maternal instinct, bonding, and breastfeeding. Samir then went over our evidence, which included a new tape of Madeline's mother trying to buy Haley off. Wilhelmina's detailed notes regarding Madeline's withdrawal from therapy, together with the police record from the custody violation. In addition to highlighting Madeline's improvement in acknowledging her control difficulties, Wilhelmina's written report recommended equal custody with structured exchanges. It also documented Madeline's steadfast unwillingness to provide my family unsupervised contact to the baby. The judge carefully went over everything, taking her time to ask questions about particular incidents and schedule details. She then created a long-term custody agreement whereby each of us would have the child for alternate weeks, and both families would be allowed to visit during those times without the consent of the other parents. Madeline started crying once more, but she didn't argue, and her attorney said they would abide by the decision. Madeline started going to her individual therapy sessions on Thursday afternoons with a different therapist who was licensed by the court, while I started going every Tuesday evening. Wilhelmina kept up her independent work with us both, asking how we were handling the custody agreement and whether we were making headway on the problems that had led us to court. After one of her sessions with Madeline, Dr. Genevieve Hart called me about 6 weeks into the new schedule and asked if we could get coffee to talk about something private. She told me that Madeline was now confronting her Grant trauma instead of blaming everyone else for her struggles as we sat in a quiet corner of a coffee shop close to her place of employment. She said Madeline had been avoiding and making excuses for weeks, but something had abruptly shifted, and she was starting to realize that she had imitated the exact control dynamic she hated, but this time she was in total control. Dr. Genevieve Hart wanted me to know that Madeline was truly improving and had the potential to be a good co-parent in the future, but she was unable to share specific details because of confidentiality. Even though it didn't change the fact that our marriage was probably over, I thanked her for the information. 3 days later, at approximately 8 p.m., Madeline gave me a call during her custody week. We usually just texted about pickup times and baby stuff, so I almost didn't answer, but I felt obligated to. I hadn't heard her voice in months. It sounded different, quieter, and less defensive. She expressed regret for everything. She expressed sincere regret without offering any justifications or placing blame on others. And she said that her therapist was helping her realize how she had harmed my family by using our daughter as a weapon out of fear of losing control once more. She told me how Grant's mother took over their wedding preparations, choosing everything without consulting Madeline, including the guest list, menu, and flowers. She talked about how it felt like she was drowning, like she was a prop at someone else's event. She made a self-promise to never feel so helpless again after the engagement ended. However, when she became pregnant and witnessed my mother's excitement, all of those memories returned. Rather than discussing it with me, she came up with a scheme to make sure my family knew they had no control over our child. She expressed regret for what she had done to my parents, sister, and grandmother, saying she had realized she had gone too far in the other direction and had turned into the domineering person she had hated. We both knew it was bad for our marriage. But for the first time, instead of rationalizing her behavior, she took full responsibility for it. Now that the custody arrangement was finalized, the two families met in Wilhelmina's office 2 weeks later for a mediation session to set clear boundaries and a visitation schedule. My parents looked cautious but hopeful, and Madeline's mother came looking tense and unhappy. Dr. Genevieve Hart started off by saying that both sides would have to make concessions in order to create regulations that benefited everyone. Madeline's mother said right away that since she was the maternal grandmother and had a unique bond with the child, she should be permitted to visit whenever she pleased during Madeline's custody weeks. Wilhelmina gently corrected her, saying that both grandparents were equally important in the baby's life and that this is precisely the kind of thinking that had caused problems. We took 2 hours to work out a schedule that would allow both sets of grandparents to visit during our individual custody weeks, but everyone had to give us advance notice and respect our choice if it wasn't convenient. The hardest to accept restrictions was Madeline's mother, who insisted that she should not be treated the same as my parents, who had been shunned, because she had been there from the start. However, Madeline was sincere in her support of the boundaries we were setting, telling her mother that although she could visit during Madeline's weeks, she had to call in advance and could no longer simply show up. We set up a shared calendar on our phones so that everyone knew the schedule, and there was no doubt about who had the baby when. My parents unanimously agreed to the same terms. My family established a comfortable routine during my custody weeks, with my parents typically joining us for dinner twice a week on Tuesday and Friday evenings. Every Sunday morning, my sister started video calling me from all over the country to check on the baby and give me an update on how things were going. My grandmother would come over every Sunday afternoon, sit in my living room with her great-granddaughter, and tell tales of my father's early years. With consistent interaction with both families, the baby was thriving, and I could see that she was starting to recognize new people and react to those she knew. During those Sunday visits, she had grown accustomed to my grandmother's comforting voice and would smile when my mother picked her up and reached for my father's glasses. Even though it meant losing our marriage, my mother told me one evening as we were cleaning up after supper that she was happy we had fought for this because our child would grow up knowing she was loved by all of the family, not just one side. I was living in my own apartment about 15 minutes away from our old house 6 months after that terrible day I brought the baby to meet my parents. Because we were no longer aiming for marriage and could instead concentrate on raising our daughter, Madeline and I had established a healthy co-parenting relationship that was superior to our marriage had been near the end. Every Sunday night at 6 o'clock, we met in a parking lot halfway between our residences to switch the baby. Reports on the baby's routine, and any supplies that needed to be refilled were typically included in the dramatic and short handoffs. During each of our weeks, both families had regular access, and since the court decision had permanently settled that matter, neither parent's consent was needed. Madeline even called my grandmother one afternoon to personally apologize for the hurtful remarks she had made while she was in the hospital. Because that was the kind of person she was, my grandmother wept and quickly forgave her. Instead of growing up in one home, our daughter would spend half of her time with Madeline and her family and the other half with me and mine. When we got married and decided to have kids together, it was not the life I had imagined. However, she would be aware that her family loved her and wished to be involved in her life. Sometimes that is the best outcome that can occur when adults make mistakes that cannot be undone. When you can still make something beneficial for your child, but the damage to your marriage is too great to repair. I was sad that our marriage had failed. It's regrettable that instead of growing up with both of her parents, my child will live in 2 different homes. However, I was happy to defend my family's right to know their grandchild. When Madeline attempted to use our baby as a weapon, I was proud that I refused to back down.